Upon awakening from a deep slumber, a peculiar black fog enveloped the world, causing mutations among flora and fauna, heralding the arrival of an apocalyptic era, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. Shun Yi has bound himself to an infinite resource system, generating a bottle of mineral water every second, with the capacity to augment this supply without limitation. A daily yield exceeding 80,000 bottles renders the water unquenchable. Moreover, by providing shelter to survivors that meet specific criteria, he can unlock new resources and amass them infinitely. Among the unlocked resources are mineral water, beverages, self-heating hot pots, beef, mutton, rice, and flour, as well as superpower fruits, handguns, rifles, submachine guns, tanks, aircraft, and Dongfeng 41. Apocalypse? Bring it on with even greater ferocity, Shun Yi declared as he gazed upon the ever-increasing bounty of resources. In the wake of the black fog calamity, Shun Yi firmly secured the dormitory door, the metallic clank resonating sharply in the stillness of the room. He swiftly made his way to the bedside, seated himself, and extracted his phone, fingers flying across the screen. He dispatched a particularly eye-catching advertisement in the Shaanxing University student group chat. Foreign Language Department Class 301 Shun Yi. All members, while the apocalypse is merciless, humanity remains compassionate. I am offering sealed bottles of mineral water that are guaranteed uncontaminated. If you're attractive and possess a good figure, please contact me privately. Your sustenance is assured. No sooner had the message been sent than the group erupted like droplets of water hitting hot oil. Computer Science Department Class 202 Liang. Bro, are you delirious? Foreign Language Department Class 301. Self-proclaimed Class Flower Wang Yu. What the hell, Shun? Literature Department Class 203 Chun Xiao Xiao. What a disgrace. Relying on a couple of bottles of water to coerce women is utterly disgusting. Does he think he can act with impunity just because it's the apocalypse? Student Council President Zhang Hao. Foreign Language Department Shin Yi. It is an extraordinary time. You should share your resources for the collective benefit of all, aiding one another to survive. Literature Department Class 203 Su Yao. Disgusting. Are all the boys in the Foreign Language Department so base? Foreign Language Department Class 301 Qin Haoren. Can we refrain from generalizing? I'm in the same class as Shun Yi, and he was a nobody even before the apocalypse. Average looks, no money. Just a product of excessive novel reading to spout such nonsense. Normal guys like us would prioritize protecting women and children, even in dire times. Aunt Zhao, dormitory supervisor from campus. Such a disrespectful student, objectifying women. I wish I knew which dorm he was in. I would surely teach him a lesson. Such individuals do not deserve to attend university. Art Department Class 303 Lu Yu. Where's the group admin? Hurry and expel this lewd, disgraceful man to preserve the group environment. Group member Foreign Language Department Class 301 Shun Yi has been removed from the chat. Shun Yi regarded the notification with composure, adeptly switching to an alternate account. Since the onset of this inexplicable black fog disaster, he had registered several alternate accounts and integrated them into campus groups, anticipating that his primary account might be expelled. Currently, he was not only facing condemnation in the Shaanxing University student group chat. With a mere glance at his phone screen, he could see several campus groups marked with glaring crimson notifications of 99. Upon delving deeper, he discovered students either berating him as insane or labeling him a loser, mocking him for flaunting his few bottles of water. Yet, beneath the surface of their insults, many students privately messaged Shun Yi for water, and some even resorted to threats, prompting him to dismiss them with a curt retort. Before blocking them, in this apocalyptic reality, he refused to be bullied. Furthermore, water resources had become exceedingly precious, verging on a non-renewable commodity. Merely hours ago, an eerie black fog had inexplicably descended upon the world, contaminating the vast majority of water resources with unknown bacteria. Consuming tainted water resulted in violent sickness or, in dire cases, death. Only water and food that had been well preserved or sealed and not exposed to the black fog remained barely consumable. The worth of water and food was continuously escalating. Just a moment ago, a wealthy student offered 500 yuan for a bottle of high-quality mineral water, yet no one was willing to sell. Shun Yi rose and approached the window, wiping a smudged pane to peer outside. The once bustling campus path, brimming with youthful vigor, was now completely engulfed by the ominous black smoke. The fog, thick as ink, billowed and surged, obscuring all sights. Fortunately, the bizarre black fog halted at the 5th floor, leaving a safe distance from his 6th-floor refuge. Shun Yi silently expressed gratitude. Had he not fallen ill and taken a day off to rest, he too would likely be trapped with his peers in the classroom or elsewhere. Rumor had it that inhaling this strange black fog, while not immediately fatal, would induce an uncontrollable thirst, a desperate craving for water. Without sufficient hydration, one could perish from thirst within mere hours. Under normal circumstances, a person could endure 2 days without water through sheer willpower. However, after inhaling the black fog, life would be jeopardized within 5 to 6 hours without hydration. Yet, even if the fog were to encroach upon him, Shun Yi remained unperturbed, for he possessed an inexhaustible supply of water. Just hours earlier, a melodious yet enigmatic voice had suddenly resonated in his ear. Congratulations, you have unlocked the infinite resource system. Currently unlocked resources, high-quality mineral water. Please strive to unlock more resources. Each successful unlock will trigger a 1 effect every second. Congratulations, you have unlocked an infinitely large system space. All resources you acquire will automatically be stored within this space, allowing you to freely retrieve or deposit items. Your system space currently contains 55,165 bottles of mineral water. To Shun Yi's astonishment, this number was visibly escalating at a rapid pace. Each second, another bottle of mineral water would materialize. 1 bottle per second amounts to 60 bottles in a minute, 3,600 bottles in an hour, and a staggering 86,400 bottles within a day. Such quantities were beyond imagination. Even indulging in daily baths would prove ample. With such an extraordinary boon, Shun Yi need not concern himself with water scarcity. However, mere water was insufficient to survive long-term in this perilous world. He must unlock a greater variety of resources. The key to unlocking resources lay in sheltering beautiful women. Each time he provided refuge to a woman who met the system standards, he could unlock an entirely new resource. Though he had yet to encounter a suitable candidate, Shun Yi remained optimistic. After all, Shanxing University boasted tens of thousands of students. Even if only 1/3 were female, and a mere 1% of that demographic met the system's criteria, it would suffice for him to amass resources. Simply unlocking one resource, with a 1 effect per second, would provide him ample opportunity to indulge. Help! Help! Someone save me! At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly echoed from downstairs. Immediately following was a thunderous roar, as if a giant were furiously pounding against the walls, each sound reverberating painfully against eardrums. Shun Yi was startled by the unexpected commotion, and he hurried to the window to peer outside. Below, a young man was trembling uncontrollably, gripping the railing with such intensity that his knuckles turned white. His gaze was fixed on his dormitory, his face etched with terror, eyes wide open as if witnessing something profoundly horrifying. Not far from a young man's feet, a seemingly ordinary flower pot had transformed. It was as though a slumbering beast had awakened, with countless vines surging forth at an astonishing speed. These vines slithered up the walls like grotesque serpents, leaving behind damp, sticky trails that appeared particularly eerie in the dim light. What was even more chilling was the sight of spherical entities resembling eyeballs sprouting from the vines. These spheres seemed to possess a life of their own, slowly rotating and emanating a ghostly green glow. What on earth is that? Shun Yi murmured, overwhelmed by a surge of intense fear, instinctively retreating a few steps, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, a piercing scream shattered the oppressive atmosphere, emanating from the girls' dormitory across the way. Due to the long-established history of Shanxing University, the dormitory buildings were aged and closely situated. Even with the thick black mist obscuring visibility, Shun Yi could vaguely discern the girls' dormitory. Yet, he could not ascertain what was happening. Why were there screams from the girls? Had they encountered something mutated like the young man downstairs? Shun Yi hastily shut the window and opened a group chat to seek information. After sifting through several chats, he found a relevant message. Wang Yuan from the Foreign Language Department, Class 201 exclaimed, "What the hell?" Zhang Yifeng was devoured by the cactus. He raised himself. Chun Xiao from the Literature Department, Class 203 responded, "Huh? What are you talking about? This is such niche content, I can't understand it at all." Zhao Tianlin from the Physical Education Department, Class 101 inquired, "What's going on? Can someone elaborate?" Wang Yuan replied, "It's a monster. That cactus is a monster. It's even scarier than the monsters in movies. Someone help me." Wang Yuan shared a video in the group chat. Shuni clicked on the video immediately to see its contents. The footage was shaky and unstable, yet the horrifying scene was still discernible. In the video, vines covered in bizarre spheres extended from a potted plant, nearly filling the entire dormitory. In the midst of these vines, a lifeless body was being dragged into a gaping maw. It was vaguely recognizable as a cactus, but it had inexplicably grown enormous and undergone a grotesque transformation, sprouting what appeared to be a mouth. It was bloody, brutal, and terrifying. Zhao Tianlin from the Physical Education Department, Class 101 exclaimed, "What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Is this a movie shoot?" The students in the group were bombarded with questions, disbelief evident in their responses. Some were incessantly tagging Wang Yuan, but he remained silent. Shen Yi's heart sank. His prolonged silence likely indicated trouble. The mutated cactus he had seen was located on the 3rd or 4th floor, a considerable distance away, and for the moment he was safe. Yet, he needed to prepare, either by relocating or arming himself for self-defense. As Shun Yi was about to exit the group chat, he suddenly spotted a video. In it, a tall young man wielded crackling blue lightning, and with a forceful flick of his wrist, the lightning shot forth like a bullet, piercing through a soda can. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, Class 205 announced, "Brothers and sisters, those in need of shelter, come find me. It'll lead the entire school. This mutated plant is nothing to worry about." Zhao Tianlin from Class 101 replied, "What is this? Special effects? Or some sort of superpower? Is this really not a movie shoot?" Zhao Tao assured, "It's not special effects." As he responded, Zhao Tao shared another video, showcasing the lightning dancing in his palm, proving his supernatural ability was genuine, not a mere illusion. Zhao Tianlin remarked, "Wow, incredible, Tao. You actually have superpowers. Are you the fabled chosen one, the protagonist of a novel? I want to join you." Chun Xiao from Class 203 chimed in, "Wow, Tao, you're amazing. Can we be friends?" Wang Yu, who claimed to be the prince of the Foreign Language Department, added, "Count me in. Is this a superpower?" Shuni pondered, both astonished and envious. He realized he lacked the means to protect himself. Although his system provided sustenance and resources, without sufficient power, hoarding food was futile. While others amassed weapons, he hoarded provisions. Would he merely become someone else's food supply? Shen Yi contemplated how superpowers were acquired. Was it akin to his system, awakening post-apocalypse? Was his ability merely the system itself? Or were there other methods to obtain superpowers? He scrutinized the chat records, hoping to glean pertinent information. Thus a day passed. Official rescue efforts remained absent. The black mist downstairs thickened, gradually rising, albeit slowly, yet it was observable. At this rate, within 10 days, the mist will reach my floor. Shun Yi mused, consuming his self-heating hot pot and sipping bottled water, casting a solemn glance downward. After a day of watching the screen, he hadn't acquired any news regarding superpowers. It appeared Zhao Tao was the only one boasting such abilities. Some girls had initiated friend requests with Shun Yi, and he accepted them all, requesting they send a photo first. Regrettably, none met the system's standards, prompting him to delete them. He then resumed utilizing his alternate account to promote advertisements across various groups. This time, no one expelled Shun Y. As time elapsed and rescue remained elusive, the previously resourceful survivors grew increasingly cautious. Keeping Shun Yi around could prove advantageous later. 2 more days passed. On the 5th day of the encroaching black mist, Shun Yi's supplies of snacks and stored food were nearly depleted, and others fared even worse. Particularly concerning was the water supply. Someone in the group had offered 3,000 yuan for a single bottle, yet none were willing to sell at that price. Many students began to entertain unwholesome thoughts, their moral compasses swiftly deteriorating. In the face of disaster and hunger, morality became trivial. For instance, numerous girls had started adding Shun Yi as a friend, including some who had previously disparaged him. "Hey, the male student over there, can you hear me?" Suddenly, while replying to a newly added girl's message, Shun Yi heard shouts from outside the window. The dormitory's soundproofing was negligible, akin to having none at all. Shun Yi approached the balcony, first ensuring that the cactus below had not spread upwards, then opened the window to address the girl next door. She was a tall and attractive girl dressed in denim shorts, showcasing a pair of long, shapely legs. Shun Yi recognized her. Her name was Su Wanting, a fellow student from the foreign language department and the department's belle. Su Wanting's father was a diplomat, and her affluent background made her quite proud. She rarely acknowledged the boys in their class, including Shun Yi. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system criteria, initiating detailed scan. Name, Su Wanting. Age, 20. Appearance, 89 points. Figure, 95 points. Inner self, 100 points, a blank slate. Total score, 95 points. Evaluation. A random resource can be unlocked upon acceptance. 95 points? Shun Yi felt a spark of excitement. He could finally unlock new resources. In recent days, over 50 girls had reached out to him, yet none met the system standards. Upon seeing Shun Yi, Su Wanting recognized him and continued to shout, "Hey, Shun Yi, do you have any water?" They were classmates, but their interactions were minimal after all. One was a pampered heiress while the other was an unremarkable underachiever. Despite their lack of connection, they were still acquainted. "Yes, I have bottled water," Shun Yi replied, holding up a bottle. "Shun Yi, I haven't had a drink in hours. Could you toss that bottle over for me? I'll pay you 1,000 yuan. How does that sound?" Su Wanting licked her slightly parched lips, her eyes gleaming with desire. She had seen Shun Yi's post in their group about offering shelter to girls, initially scoffing at his actions, believing he was merely seeking an exploitative relationship. However, she was surprised to find that he truly had water. Moreover, the bottle appeared untouched and free from contamination by the ominous black mist. Though she had a kettle and a few bottles of drinks in her dormitory, the water in the kettle had already begun to take on a murky hue, indicating it was no longer safe to consume. The drinks had been depleted over the past few days. While she still had plenty of snacks, they were sealed and thus remained unspoiled. Yet, without water, consuming dry snacks only intensified her thirst, exacerbating her dehydration. "No, I don't want money." Shun Yi gently shook his head and casually tossed the bottled water onto the table behind him. "Then what do you want? 1,000 yuan is quite generous. Even if water is scarce now, you shouldn't be so greedy. Otherwise, you won't earn a dime. Think about it, 1,000 yuan could sustain you for half a month of part-time work." Su Wanting's irritation was evident, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Indeed, he was just a poor underachiever. If she weren't parched beyond measure, she wouldn't even consider spending 1,000 yuan on a bottled water. Shun Yi was shamelessly extorting her. In Su Wanting's view, the government would surely organize a rescue. 1,000 yuan for a bottle of water was already a tremendous loss, and now Shun Yi dared to raise the price. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want water, come to the boys' dormitory. Just come over, and I'll give you water for free," Shun Yi stated coolly. In this apocalyptic scenario, what use was money? "What's this? Are you dreaming? You think a bottle of water will make me surrender? What do you take me for?" Su Wanting was instantly infuriated. She could easily discern Shun Yi's intentions. Asking her, a girl, to visit the boys' dormitory was loaded with implications. Was he hoping for a game of Ludo? "Huh, I'm not deceiving you. Just come over, and there will be plenty of water." As he spoke, Shun Yi pretended to bend down to fetch water, but in reality, he retrieved 3 more bottles from the system space, taking a long swig from one before pouring the remaining water out of the window. The water cascaded down the balcony. Su Wanting's eyes widened in disbelief. "You? How can you waste water like this? Even if you have an abundance of bottled water, you can't afford to waste it at this moment. And you'd rather pour it out than let me drink? Are you out of your mind?" Su Wanting was genuinely furious. For the past few days, she had been rationing her water, and Shun Yi had just wasted a significant portion. Was he not a man at all? Such a lack of chivalry. "Remember, I'm in dormitory 606. If you want water, come over yourself, otherwise forget it." Shun Yi, uninterested in further conversation, closed the window. While he yearned to unlock new resources, he was unwilling to risk venturing into the girls' dormitory. who knew what monstrous threats lurked in the black mist below. He had heard numerous cries for help in recent days. If he were to descend and encounter danger, no amount of unlocked resources would be worth it. Thus, it was most prudent to have Zhou Li come to him. As for what might happen to her, that was of no concern to Zhou Li. She could either succumb to thirst or take the risk. If she chose the latter, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, she would just wait to perish. "You jerk!" Zhou Li stomped her foot in frustration. Indeed, he was an uncultured, poor underachiever. If she weren't so desperate, she wouldn't even bother speaking to someone like him. In the absence of this catastrophe, she would have never crossed paths with someone like Zhou Li. Engaging with a person of such humble origins was a sheer waste of time. Yet, ironically, he was the only individual she could reach out to who had water. Most of the dorm's occupants were absent, and finding anyone else to assist her was impossible. Zhou Li had also contacted her family, but her parents were abroad and, for reasons unknown, unreachable. Even the police line was busy. In sheer desperation, she had called out when she saw a figure in the boys' dormitory window. Little did she expect to encounter such an insufferable fellow. Hours passed, filled with her ire towards Zhou Li. As the day waned, Zhou Li was parched to the point of having little saliva remaining. If this continued, she would perish from thirst before rescue could arrive. She gazed at the boys' dormitory building across the way. Through the window, she could vaguely see Zhou Li drinking water. As she watched, she couldn't help but swallow, only to realize that she had no saliva to swallow. All of this was the fault of that insufferable jerk. In recent days, Zhou Li has been far from idle. Seizing the opportunity while the internet remains functional, he has scoured numerous nearby group chats, applying to join them, and periodically posting advertisements seeking to rescue beautiful women. In essence, he casts a wide net. The system's criteria for accepting girls are notably stringent, necessitating this needle-in-a-haystack approach. As long as the net is cast sufficiently wide, he is bound to catch a few good fish. After all, he currently possesses no means of self-defense and cannot venture out to seek high-quality goddesses. His only recourse is to rely on the internet. Zhou Li harbors a foreboding intuition that this calamity shall not come to a swift conclusion. It is highly plausible that it may escalate into an apocalypse for humanity. If the black mist merely induces a state of hunger, it hardly qualifies as apocalyptic. At worst, it leads to a scarcity of food and water. However, it appears that the flora within the black mist is undergoing mutations. Moreover, 5 days have elapsed since the emergence of the black mist. Yet official rescue efforts remain conspicuously absent. All that has been communicated online are messages urging everyone to remain indoors and advising them to abandon their pets outside. Among other notices regarding how to discern whether food and water have been contaminated. These alerts were disseminated a mere 4 to 5 hours after the black mist descended. Initially, few took them seriously, and the stored provisions were scant. Now, as the black mist thickens, the majority of food and water have been tainted by unknown bacteria, rendering any attempts at stockpiling futile. Furthermore, most individuals are too terrified to venture outside. The black mist conceals a perilous threat. In recent days, anguished screams have frequently echoed from within the black mist, and countless lives have been lost. At this moment, as Zhou Li sips water and converses with a newly added female acquaintance, a WeChat notification suddenly appears. Jiang Jun, the head of his dormitory, Zhou Li, "Do you have any water? Bring me a bottle. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Quickly." Zhou Li, "Damn it. You fool. Get lost." After hurling these insults, he promptly deletes the contact. How infuriating. Being bullied by these dim-witted roommates before the apocalypse, and now, in the face of calamity. Who can endure such indignities? Online discourse often romanticizes the camaraderie among male students in dormitories, claiming they're like brothers. While some may indeed share such bonds, Zhou Li's luck has left him paired with a wealthy second-generation scion who relishes the power to command and bully the weak. Naturally, Zhou Li resents being ordered about, leading to several altercations with Jiang Jun. Unfortunately, his other 2 roommates sided with Jiang Jun, resulting in a 3-on-1 situation that left Zhou Li at a disadvantage. He has contemplated risking everything to eliminate his adversary, but thoughts of his grandmother, who has raised him, and his obligation to honor her prevent him from doing so. He cannot help but wonder how his grandmother and younger sister are faring today. Zhou Li dials his grandmother's number once more. He had spoken to her just yesterday. At that time, she and his sister were hiding in the cellar, which is typically stocked with ample provisions in rural areas, ensuring they would not go hungry or thirsty. However, they remained too frightened to leave the cellar, having heard that the neighbor's dog was attacking people. It is terrifying. His sister could provide no further details. But Shun Yi suspects that animals have also mutated. Otherwise, domestic dogs would never turn on their owners. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the 8th floor of the teaching building, Jean Rue stares at the message from Shun Yi, nearly smashing his phone in frustration. How dare Shun Yi insult him? Just wait. Once I return to the dormitory, I will make him pay. Although he has fought Shun Yi in the past, he has never dared to insult him so brazenly. Jean Rue, who has always been a bully, cannot tolerate such an affront. Were it not for the imminent danger posed by the black mist, he would undoubtedly return to the dormitory to teach Shun Yi a severe lesson. While he might not dare to kill him, after all, no one knows when national rescue efforts will arrive, and killing someone would have dire consequences. He would not hesitate to deliver a brutal beating, perhaps breaking a limb. At worst, he would simply pay a few monetary damages. Brother Jean, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get upset over this fool. Shun Yi only has a few bottles of water. Does he truly believe the apocalypse will never end? Once the crisis passes, we shall teach him a lesson. He will be forced to kneel and apologize to Brother Jean. Two sycophantic roommates counsel Jean Rue. They too have seen Shun Yi's message in the group chat, prompting them to seek water from him. They certainly did not expect Shun Yi to grow a backbone. Both are furious, but for now, they must placate Jean Rue. Given his wealth and connections, it is conceivable that his father might send aid, allowing them to escape alongside the rescue team. All their sycophantic behavior is driven by ulterior motives. As dawn breaks, Su Wanting endures another night without sustenance, having not consumed a drop of water. It is not that she does not wish to drink, but rather that none remains. The extreme lack of water has left her unable even to urinate. Since yesterday morning, she has been without water. Throughout this time, she has made countless calls for help and attempted to contact her parents, but to no avail. Despair begins to creep in. If this continues, she may perish from thirst. The thought of dying from thirst is one few can endure, and as a young girl, Su Wanting finds it even more unbearable. Thus, she lowers her pride, standing on the balcony, hoping Shun Yi might toss a bottle of water her way. Yet after calling for considerable time, he remains indifferent to her plight. It seems that unless she ventures to the boys' dormitory, nothing can be negotiated. Su Wanting curses Shun Yi under her breath for hours, even employing profanities she has never uttered before. However, cursing will not resolve her predicament, nor will it quench her thirst. After much internal conflict, she ultimately decides to brave the journey to the boys' dormitory. This decision, while daunting, pales in comparison to the prospect of dying of thirst. She feels that sacrificing her dignity is a small price to pay. The agonizing sensation of thirst is something only those who have experienced it can truly understand. Nevertheless, her hesitation stems from a lingering hope for national rescue efforts. What if she compromises herself, trading her body for water, only for the rescue team to arrive moments later? That would be an unbearable loss. She is reluctant to give herself to a mere ordinary boy like Shun Yi, whom she would typically overlook, even finding it laborious to exchange a few words, let alone contemplate romance or intimacy. Additionally, her resolve is further weakened by the horrific screams of the girl she heard from downstairs. Though distant, the shrieks were unmistakably alarming. Su Wanting suspects that some monstrous entity lurks within the black mist. Her conjecture is not unfounded, as students in the campus group have shared videos indicating that many plants and animals have undergone mutations. Even the once palm-sized gecko has grown several times larger, now resembling an adult dog, a truly frightening sight. Thus, she has refrained from opening her dormitory door and has kept her voice to a whisper. However, now, faced with the prospect of dying of thirst in her dormitory, she must take a risk. How infuriating! Shun Yi. Could he not simply toss her a bottle of water instead of forcing her to venture into danger? Su Wanting dons her white stockings and sports shoes, muttering curses at Shun Yi. After adorning herself, Su Wanting packed the remaining bags of snacks into her pink backpack. This was her only remaining sustenance. If she had water, she could potentially last another 3 to 4 days, perhaps even 5 or 6. However, without water, survival was impossible, not even for a single day. Glancing at the fruit knife on the table, she hesitated for a moment before tucking it into her bosom. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and located Shun Yi's messages in the group chat, sending him a friend request. Yet, it remained unaccepted for an extended period. After waiting a while, she peered out from the balcony at Shun Yi's dormitory building, but visibility was poor. Reluctantly, she decided to venture out at dawn, hoping for a safe passage. On Shun Yi's end, the duration of the calamity had lengthened, and more individuals were joining him, with the number of males exceeding that of females. Yet, Shun Yi only accepted female requests. In just a few days, over 200 girls had actively sought to connect with him. This was the advantage of casting a wide net. Among these 200, he identified one that met the system's criteria. 3 individuals, hundreds of intentions. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting the system's standards. Commencing detailed skin. Name, Zhou Li, age, 18, appearance, 90 points, figure, 92 points, inner self, 100 points, a blank slate. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation, shelter her to unlock a random resource. The photograph on Shun Yi's phone displayed a girl clad in Lolita attire. She appeared to be around 1.6 meters tall, not particularly tall, and her figure lacked seduction, appearing somewhat juvenile. However, her features were undeniably adorable, with delicate facial characteristics and fair skin, which, combined with her Lolita outfit, added an extra layer of charm. Particularly captivating were her partially visible, fair calves beneath her skirt, clad in white stockings, drawing the gaze of onlookers. In summary, she was a rather delightful young lady, a fresh-faced freshman this year. Zhou Li, brother, must I come to find you? Is there no other way? After all, the black mist is truly perilous. A roommate of mine ventured into it yesterday and has yet to return. Voice message, Zhou Li, brother, please consider other methods. I'm begging you. Voice message. Her voice was melodious, embodying a quintessential lowly tone. Though slightly affected, it was hardly noticeable, and she articulated her words with finesse. One might easily mistake her for a voice actress of an anime character. Shun Yi. So, you wish for me to take risks to find you? I will provide you with water and food, in addition to delivering it to your door. Zhou Li, no. What I meant was, voice message, Zhou Li. I certainly did not intend for you to take any risks, dear brother. Please don't be upset. I apologize. I'm truly sorry. Don't be angry, all right? Voice message. Her tone was soft and sweet, adept at charming. Shun Yi, a dormitory in a campus, room 606. If you can make it here, meals and drinks are on me. If not, then so be it. After sending this message, Shun Yi ceased further communication with this little green tea. He would not allow himself to be swayed simply because of her pleasing voice and her endearments. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence could discern the underlying meaning in her words. Was she not merely afraid to venture outside due to the dangers? She was aware of the perils of the black mist. Did she think he was oblivious? Shun Yi would not indulge this little green tea. In apocalyptic times, one must not allow the small head to dictate the larger one, lest one perish without understanding how. As the black mist persisted, the demand for water grew ever more pressing. Just days prior, Shun Yi's advertisements had attracted scorn, leading to his expulsion from groups. However, the tides had turned. Now, individuals occasionally tagged him in pleas for water, and even the group leader had begun to adopt a more submissive tone. In short, Shun Yi had no worries about sheltering girls. His stockpile of bottled water had accumulated to several 100,000 bottles, sufficient for daily use. Even for washing his face and feet. Indeed, washing feet. Others might find it unimaginable that Shun Yi would waste water in such a manner. Yet for him, it was not considered wasteful. It was merely part of his normal routine, and he had not deliberately poured it out or disposed of it. The earlier act of pouring half a bottle was merely to provoke Su wanting. Under normal circumstances, he would not waste resources that belonged to him. Reclining on his bed, Shun Yi perused the friend requests he had received and noticed one from Su wanting. It appeared that even this proud goddess could not hold out any longer. However, he wondered if she had resolved to take that leap of faith. Pondering this, he accepted Su wanting's friend request and be campus within the girls' dormitory. A charming girl was engrossed with 2 roommates, staring intently at the phone screen, scrutinizing the chat history. This guy is simply a typical male, remarked a short-haired girl with disdain. Not just typical, he's downright a steel-headed male. He possesses 0 emotional intelligence. I bet he doesn't even have a girlfriend, retorted another long-haired girl vehemently. As for the cute girl, the owner of the phone, Zhou Li, furrowed her brow, uncertain how to respond to Shun Yi's message. The conversation seemed to have reached an impasse. Clearly, he was uninterested in prolonging the discourse and showed no inclination to engage in her usual tactics, which had previously been so effective. Just 2 days prior, she had successfully employed the strategy to have a classmate deliver water to her. although that boy seemed to have perished after entering the black mist. Yet, she harbored no ill will. She wished for him to survive and return with water. Zhou had also attempted to reach out to other boys who had previously pursued her. However, many were unreachable, leaving her to wonder if they had succumbed. Those she could contact either lacked provisions themselves or offered various excuses, which left her feeling quite frustrated. Ultimately, by chance, she had stumbled upon Shun Yi's messages in the group, where he was seeking to shelter girls, prompting her to send a friend request. She had carefully selected her best photo and accompanied it with a sweet voice message, hoping to persuade Shun Yi to provide her with water and supplies. To her dismay, he had completely ignored her. This was Zhou Wan'er's first encounter with failure in her interactions with boys. Her previous methods had always yielded success. It was truly vexing. Xiaoyu, Xiaomei, what do you think we should do now? Our water supply is nearly depleted, and what remains will only suffice for us three for one more drink today. Zhou Wan'er hesitated to inquire, as she genuinely feared going downstairs. The terrifying screams from below had deprived her of restful sleep these past few nights. Her two roommates exchanged glances, equally at a loss. Although they had a habit of stockpiling snacks, their water supply was limited, and they had already consumed most of their snacks. Without assistance, they would soon face hunger. I'll try calling for help. The short-haired girl from the upper bunk took her phone and began dialing, while discreetly slipping a bottle of drink into her bedding. Unnoticed by Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl, thanks to the mosquito netting that concealed her actions, I made my way to the restroom. Wan'er, please refrain from sneaking sips of water. The girl with long hair chuckled as she exited the dormitory, glancing back to ensure no one was following her. She hurriedly proceeded to the adjacent restroom, where she discreetly relocated her hidden snacks and half a bottle of mineral water to a more inconspicuous spot. Discovery must be avoided at all costs. Zhou Wan'er noticed that her two roommates were oblivious to her actions, and with her small feet clad in white socks. She quietly kicked a bottle of beverage under her bed, feigning a troubled expression as if weighed down by concerns over water and food, occasionally sighing as though on the brink of despair. In the cramped confines of their dormitory, three girls harbored countless secrets. Such circumstances were not uncommon. With assistance delayed and supplies dwindling, the moral compass of the survivors was swiftly eroding. In some neighborhoods, violent and bloody confrontations over resources had already erupted. Disasters often reveal the darker sides of human nature. At the same time, Shun Yi received a distress message from Su Wanting. 5. Mutated creatures. Su Wanting had arrived. Su Wanting, save me. Su Wanting, there's a monster downstairs. A monster? What kind of monster? Shun Yi glanced at the plea from Su Wanting and immediately typed a query. Su Wanting has sent you a video message. Shun Yi opened the video, which was a brief clip lasting about 10 seconds. The scene was shrouded in thick black mist, with visibility severely limited. Yet it was evident that the setting was outside the building. Amidst the dense fog, a gigantic yellow stray dog was visible, its muscular limbs and bloodshot eyes exuding a menacing aura. The creature's crimson gaze fell upon Su Wanting, who was filming the video, prompting her to let out a terrified scream. However, the dog did not approach. Instead, it picked up a mangled corpse from the ground and turned to disappear into the mist. Perhaps driven by the presence of food, the dog refrained from attacking Su Wanting. Shun Yi recognized this dog. Before the fog enveloped the area, it often roamed around the school, a stray that had been casually fed by numerous students and had lived comfortably. Yet, for reasons unknown, its size had ballooned to 3 or 4 times that of an ordinary dog, its muscles bulging. Moreover, it was now preying on humans. Indeed, it was clear that the animals had mutated. After watching the video, Shun Yi's expression turned grave. This catastrophe was proving to be more perilous than he had imagined. This confirmed what his grandmother and younger sister had mentioned about the neighbor's dog consuming humans. Both animals and plants were undergoing mutations. Was the black mist the cause? He pondered whether humans might also mutate, or perhaps the awakening of superhuman abilities was merely a facet of this transformation. Shun Yi's mind raced with speculation, but he did not forget to message Su Wanting. Take advantage of the dog's inaction and return upstairs quickly. Do not waste any time. Su Wanting, huh? Aren't you coming down to get me? Shun Yi did not respond to her message. He had no intention of risking himself outside, and now, knowing that a man-eating mutated creature lurked below, he was even less inclined to go down. Moreover, just moments ago, the awakened Zhao Tao had added him as a friend. Shun Yi seized the opportunity to chat with Zhao Tao, hoping to glean information about how he had acquired his powers. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Bro, do you need protection? You should know my capabilities. With me around, you need not worry about others snatching your supplies. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. In the face of disaster, we survivors ought to help one another. I have gathered dozens of classmates here. If you need assistance, bring your supplies and find me at the gym in Area A. Zhao Tao has sent you a video message. The video depicted a gathering of several students, appearing quite harmonious. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. By the way, bro, you should still have some supplies, right? I saw you sending messages in the group earlier. Addressing him as bro repeatedly, he seemed quite jovial. Yet, Shani discerned Zhao Tao's underlying intention. He was clearly coveting his supplies. Perhaps his offer of protection was genuine. But in a post-apocalyptic world, Shun Yi trusted himself more. Without absolute strength, he would not easily rely on others for protection. Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi, I have a few bottles of water. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Perfect. That is great, bro. Come to the gym now. Let us gather our strengths. There is power in numbers. We can search for supplies together while awaiting rescue. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Surely, you've read apocalyptic novels. As survivors, we can only find a way out through unity. With my lightning powers protecting us, we need not fear ordinary monsters. Foreign Language Department. Shun. All right, I'll pack my supplies and come find you. However, I'm a bit curious. How did you acquire such impressive powers? Could you share? Perhaps I might get lucky and awaken my own abilities, making it easier to combat the mutated creatures. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Well, I can't recall clearly. It just sort of happened by accident. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department. Bro, let us discuss it in detail when you get here. And don't forget the address. Seeing Zhao Tao's attitude, Shuni decided not to engage further. If he couldn't extract any useful information, then he would simply unfriend him. As for going to meet him, that was merely a ruse. Zhao Tao's abilities were likely not formidable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have added Shun Yi as a friend or asked him to bring supplies. If he were genuinely powerful, he would have already gathered ample resources. Surely there was still unspoiled food and water in the school supermarket. Shun Yi whispered to himself, feeling a sense of relief. He had feared that Zhao Tao's powers matched those of a thunder god, capable of summoning lightning at will and effortlessly dispatching creatures. If that were the case, he would have to be so cautious. However, it was evident from their conversation that his powers were weak, perhaps even considerably so. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so eager for Shun Yi's few bottles of water. This was the purpose behind Shun Yi's inquiries. He needed to gauge the strength of Zhao Tao's abilities to devise his own strategies. Naturally, if he could uncover the method to awaken powers, that would be even better. Su Wanting. Shun Yi, which dormitory are you in? Su Wanting. Respond quickly. Su Wanting, darn it. Su Wanting sent several frantic messages, clearly in a state of urgency. 606. Shun Yi replied promptly and then rose to listen intently at the door, wielding a broom as a makeshift weapon. It wasn't long before the sound of light footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by heavy panting. On the 6th floor, there were no elevators in the dormitory, yet Su Wanting climbed swiftly. Those long legs were not in vain. That infuriating guy. Why can't he come down to greet me? No one or no girls like you. Su Wanting leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, sweat beading on her pale forehead. Dehydrated as she was, she had just ascended 6 flights of stairs, inhaling a great deal of the black mist, and felt as though her throat were on fire. Were it not for the man-eating monster lurking below, she certainly would not have climbed so quickly, or even made it up at all. The thought of risking her life to deliver a message, while Shun Yi remained upstairs without coming to meet her, was infuriating, and she felt an overwhelming urge to stab him repeatedly. Had it not been for this damned black mist, this wretched disaster, she would never have given a second thought to someone like Shun Yi, a typical, unsophisticated guy. Cursing internally, Su Wanting swiftly located dormitory 606. With utmost caution, she remained vigilant in the pitch-black corridor and knocked forcefully on the door. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open. Before Su Wanting could react, a hand yanked her into the room, swiftly locking the door behind her. Don't move, Shun Yi commanded, pressing Su Wanting firmly against the wall. One hand pinning her arms above her head. What are you doing? Let me go. Please, let me go. Su Wanting gasped in shock, instinctively struggling. However, her frail state, compounded by a lack of water, rendered her powerless to escape. I said, do not move, Shun Yi coldly reprimanded. He then reached out, his hand brushing against Su Wanting's body. If you don't want to comply, Then get lost, you fool. You can't do this. It's illegal. Su Wanting protested, her cheeks flushing as she felt his hand slide beneath her clothing, intensifying her struggle. Ignoring her attempts to break free, Shun Yi meticulously searched her, producing a folding fruit knife from her belongings. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, one must remain cautious. Even when confronted with a seemingly weak woman, vigilance is paramount. Had it not been for his system requiring him to shelter a woman to unlock resources, he would have never considered involving a woman in his plans. No matter how beautiful, he would not entertain the thought. Yet, faced with the necessity to unlock more resources, he had to adhere to the system's demands. Fortunately, the system specified that it required a woman. Generally, women, in terms of strength and physical capability, cannot rival men. As long as he was not ambushed, Shun Yi felt confident in managing Su Wanting. Thus, he first ensured she concealed no sharp weapons before taking control. Hand it over, he insisted, maintaining his firm grip on Su Wanting while eyeing the pink backpack behind her. What do you want? Su Wanting clutched her bag protectively, unwilling to relinquish it. Inside were her hard-earned snacks. If taken away, her survival would be in jeopardy. Regret washed over her. Had she known better, she would not have come here. Even if she did, she should have hidden her food. What had possessed her to bring all her provisions? Did she truly expect a boy, with whom she had little interaction, to protect her in such dire circumstances? If Shun Yi were truly benevolent, he would not threaten her with water. He probably yearned to consume her entirely. The more she pondered, the more fear and anger welled within her. Let me go. You pathetic loser. Release me at once, or I will call the police. Her beautiful eyes glared at Shun Yi, her struggles intensifying. Standing tall, at 175 centimeters, Su Wanting was not significantly shorter than Shun Yi, who measured 178 centimeters. However, men naturally possess greater strength, and Shun Yi, well-fed and nourished over the past few days, was untroubled by her resistance. Regardless of her efforts, he forcibly removed the backpack, unzipped it, and emptied its contents onto the floor. Chocolate, chips, spicy strips, along with lipstick, facial masks, sunscreen, and various cosmetics. Shun Yi inspected the items, ensuring no concealed sharp weapons threatened him before releasing Su Wanting. You fool, pathetic loser. The moment he loosened his grip, an enraged Su Wanting swung her hand, aiming to slap him. Shun Yi quickly stepped back, evading her strike, but retaliated with a swift slap of his own. The sound echoed sharply, mercilessly. Su Wanting's cheek flushed red, stinging with pain. Disbelief etched across her face. Do not forget why you are here. Do not pretend with me. If you refuse to comply, then leave. I have no desire to harbor an ungrateful wretch. Shun Yi's expression was stern, devoid of jest. You dare strike me? On what grounds do you strike me? This was the first time Su Wanting had ever been struck by a man, let alone treated so brutally. Anger surged within her, nearly spilling over. Since you refused to yield, then leave. Shun Yi disregarded her expression or emotional turmoil, forcefully pushing her out of the dormitory while tossing her snacks and backpack outside, then locking the door behind him. If Su Wanting was unwilling, he would not coerce her. Keeping a ticking time bomb by his side would only disrupt his peace at night. What if she bore a grudge and sought to harm him? Under normal circumstances, he could handle a woman, but the threat of treachery lingered. Better to dismiss her than to risk danger. Shun Yi, open the door. Let me in, Su Wanting pleaded, staring into the dark corridor, her anger dissipating as clarity returned to her mind. She began to pound on the door. Cast out, she had nowhere else to go. Return to the girls' dormitory? She dared not. She wouldn't even descend the stairs. If she encountered the man-eating, mutated dog again, she feared for her safety. Moreover, the black mist concealed more than just the mutated dog. Numerous monsters lurked within. Shun Yi, open the door. I was wrong. Please let me back in. Her voice trembled as she gazed into the oppressive darkness, sensing something monstrous lurking within the shadows. Fear, a terrifying, unknown dread that loomed like a beast. Shun Yi furrowed his brow. Su Wanting's outcry might attract even greater dangers. He grasped the folding fruit knife, slipping it into his pocket, and called out coldly to the door, "Stop shouting. If you wish to enter, think carefully. If you refuse to compromise, return from whence you came. If you attract monsters, you will be the first to be devoured." Upon hearing this, Su Wanting's fear deepened, her pleas growing quieter. I will comply. Please open the door. Let me back in. I truly realize my mistake. Shun Yi did not open the door. He allowed her to cool off outside. The apocalypse was not akin to ordinary life. In a normal society, throwing a tantrum might simply lead to disdain, but in the end of days, such behavior could lead to death. Su Wanting had to be obedient. Otherwise, Shun Yi would rather forego unlocking resources than shelter this long-legged, foolish girl. Open the door. Open the door. Outside, Su Wanting trembled slightly, her complexion pale, constantly glancing toward the stairwell. Strange noises occasionally echoed from that direction. She could not discern whether they were mutated creatures or something else, causing her legs to quiver in fear, too terrified to make much noise. Su Wanting finally understood that in this apocalypse, no one would indulge her. If she treated Shun Yi with her previous attitude, he would indeed cast her aside. Having witnessed the horrific scene of a mutated dog devouring a person, her mindset shifted rapidly. After days without seeing a living soul, she was profoundly terrified. Her anger towards Shun Yi had stemmed from fear, a desperate need for an outlet. Yet, she never anticipated that Shun Yi would not indulge her, but rather respond with force and expel her. Su Wanting, confident in her figure and appearance, encountered her first setback. She realized the truth. Shun Yi, unlike her many suitors, would not indulge her. Shun Yi, I truly understand my mistake. Please let me in. I am so frightened. Su Wanting cried, her fear overwhelming her, just as she was on the brink of collapse. Shun Yi opened the door and allowed her into the dormitory, also retrieving the snacks and backpack left on the floor. Strange sounds occasionally echoed from the stairwell, but they had existed long before the arrival of the ominous fog, so Shun Yi was not overly concerned about monsters. It was likely just the result of aging windows. After shutting the door and locking it securely, Shun Yi turned to Su Wanting, who sat on the bed, hugging her knees and sobbing softly, showing no intention of offering her comfort. If she could not overcome such a minor hurdle, her survival in this apocalypse was in jeopardy. The danger she would face in the future would far exceed the lesson she learned today. The source of Su Wanting's tears was not merely the slap she received from Shun Yi or being cast out. It was witnessing a living person being snatched away by a monster. The intense fear she felt at that moment had not prompted her to cry, but now, in a relatively safe environment, her emotional restraint shattered. The terror of hiding alone in the dormitory for days, hearing the distant screams from below, and witnessing the gruesome sight of a person being devoured by a monster had profoundly shaken her young spirit. Having lived in the secure Xia country, it was her first encounter with death. It was not only Su Wanting who felt fear. Shun Yi, upon seeing the flesh-eating monster through the video, was also deeply unsettled. However, his capacity to accept the reality was stronger, and he quickly regained his composure. He could not afford to falter, otherwise there would be no one to save his grandmother and younger sister. Shun Yi's current objective was to swiftly gather supplies. If he could procure firearms or similar weapons, he would feel confident enough to venture outside. He refused to believe that mutated monsters could withstand conventional weaponry, as long as they were carbon-based life forms. Heat weapons would undoubtedly inflict damage. Of course, Shun Yi did not place blind faith in firearms. After all, the government had yet to resolve the fog issue or deploy military assistance, indicating that conventional means were ineffective against it. Nevertheless, possessing a gun would provide a semblance of security. Could I have a bottle of water? Su Wanting, having cried for a long time and then fallen into silence, seemed to have recovered slightly from her fear and quietly inquired of Shun Yi. While there were several bottles of mineral water on the table, she hesitated to reach for them, fearing she might be cast out again. Shun Yi glanced at Su Wanting, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and felt a hint of satisfaction. He tossed a bottle of mineral water in her direction. At the same time, he took a moment to observe Su Wanting closely. She truly deserved the title of the most alluring beauty in the foreign language department. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, she possessed long legs that surpassed those of many girls. Coupled with her slender frame, her proportions were exquisite. As Su Wanting drank the water, she noticed Shun Yi's unabashed gaze upon her, causing her to feel a mix of discomfort and shyness. Although other boys had looked at her before, they usually did so covertly or through furtive glances. Shun Yi's open scrutiny, as if examining merchandise, made her feel bashful yet somewhat uneasy. However, considering Shun Yi's temperament, she dared not voice any complaints. After all, from the moment she had approached the boys' dormitory, she understood what she would have to face. Initially, Su Wanting had entertained the thought of using her charm to manipulate Shun Yi, hoping he would provide for her while ensuring her safety. However, after the earlier incident, She no longer dared to entertain such notions. Although Shun Yi was not particularly handsome and came from a modest background, in this apocalypse, she had no luxury of choice. As long as Shun Yi could provide for her and keep her safe, she would accept her circumstances. After all, during the apocalypse, appearances mattered little. Strength was the primary determinant of survival. From Shun Yi's earlier display of strength and the slap he had given her, it was evident he possessed considerable power, capable of ensuring her protection. As Su Wanting contemplated this, she saw Shun Yi walking towards her. Her cheeks flushed, her breathing became labored, and her heart raced inexplicably. First, let's brush our teeth, Shun Yi suggested, eyeing her lips. He had initially considered kissing her, but recalled that she had likely not brushed her teeth in days due to the lack of water, which could make things unpleasant. Su Wanting understood Shun Yi's implication and felt her face grow warm. She was being deemed unworthy. However, as she glanced at the remaining 2 bottles of mineral water on the table, hesitation crept in. There were only 2 bottles left. Should they not conserve them? She suddenly regretted having gulped down an entire bottle earlier, wishing she had saved some. Her thirst had overwhelmed her, and she had lost control. With only 2 bottles remaining, the 2 of them could barely last 3 days, leaving no water for brushing teeth or rinsing. Such a waste. Don't worry, drink as much as you like. I told you, there's plenty of water, Shun Yi reassured her, raising his hand to reveal 2 bottles of mineral water that appeared out of thin air. This is also a superpower? Su Wanting gazed in astonishment at the water conjured by Shun Yi. Superpower. Su Wanting recalled a classmate had once shared a video claiming to possess superpowers. Initially, she had been skeptical, but witnessing Shun Yi's ability to summon water transformed her disbelief into wonder. Could it be that Shun Yi had awakened a superpower? Yes, you understand correctly. My superpower allows me to conjure food and water. So as long as you follow my lead, you need not worry about sustenance, Shun Yi explained. He had pondered this decision carefully, believing it essential to reveal a glimpse of his abilities. This would help to endear the proud Su Wanting to him. If he merely subdued her through force, she might verbally comply while harboring resentment within. Only through a combination of authority and kindness could he secure the loyalty of this proud woman. If Su Wanting recognized the potential of following him, she would be less likely to betray him. Once he had unlocked more resources and gained sufficient strength, Shun Yi would no longer fear her treachery. Should she ever harbor ill intentions, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Naturally, he would not disclose the existence of the system to anyone. Regardless of whether it was his awakened superpower or not, it was imperative that others remain unaware of it. This was a boundary he would not cross. To think such a superpower exists. How incredible! Su Wanting marveled, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. The ability to conjure food and water meant she would never have to suffer from hunger or thirst again. With this realization, her gaze towards Shun Yi shifted. Although he remained unremarkable in looks, he now appeared reliable. You should comprehend the significance of my superpower. Therefore, do not disclose my abilities to anyone without my permission, understood? If I were to perish, the superpower would cease to exist, Shun Yi instructed solemnly. I understand. I would never tell anyone, not even my parents. Su Wanting replied earnestly, nodding her head. She was not foolish. If one were truly foolish, it would be impossible to gain admission to such a prestigious 985 university. Shun Yi's words served as both a warning and a threat. Well, I shall go brush my teeth first, Su Wanting said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She had already grasped what was to unfold after her dental hygiene was attended to. At 8 o'clock, new resources were unlocked. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, initiating the random unlocking of a resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on acquiring freshly roasted chicken. Roasted chicken 1, stored in system space. Roasted chicken 1, stored in system space. Roasted chicken. Shun Yi, embracing the smooth-skinned Su Wanting, was momentarily dazzled by the system's reward notification. Roasted chicken. Poultry. Now, there was sustenance, and it was meat. How delightful. Within the confines of the system space, both time and space were suspended, alleviating any concerns regarding food spoilage. What bliss! In that brief span, dozens of roasted chickens had already accumulated within the space, and the numbers continued to rise. Meanwhile, mineral water was also multiplying steadily. Shun Yi gently pushed Su Wanting aside, sitting up in the nude, and retrieved a roasted chicken from the space, preparing to indulge immediately. He had not tasted meat in days and had been frugal, his palate craving flavor. coupled with the recent exertion of shedding his virginity, it was high time for a reward. The chicken was still hot, freshly roasted. Shun Yi placed the chicken on the table, and a tantalizing aroma soon filled the dormitory. Su Wanting, who had been pretending to sleep, could not help but open her eyes. Upon seeing the golden, whole roasted chicken, she swallowed hard. Was this Shun Yi's superpower? How impressive. He could conjure chicken, and it was still steaming. Such a miraculous ability. Would you care for some? Shun Yi offered, tearing off a steaming drumstick and extending it towards Su Wanting. Thank you. Su Wanting quickly sat up, and in her eagerness, she inadvertently tugged at her wound, feeling a twinge of pain. Yet, this minor discomfort paled in comparison to the delectable sight before her. She had subsisted on snack for days and had not felt satiated, yearning for the taste of cooked food. So fragrant. This flavor rivals anything I have tasted at a five-star hotel. Su Wanting chewed thoughtfully on the chicken, unable to contain her astonishment. This was no exaggeration. It was not merely hunger that spoke, but the roasted chicken's flavor was truly exquisite. The skin was crisp, the meat tender, and a hint of juiciness accompanied each bite. It was utterly delightful. Shun Yi was equally engrossed in his meal. The taste was simply divine. As for why he only offered Su Wanting one drumstick, it was not out of stinginess. He understood that one must not overindulge, especially since Su Wanting had only recently relented. If he were to lavish her with abundant supplies, she might begin to harbor unrealistic expectations. Moreover, a slender girl like Su Wanting could not consume too much. Thus it was that Shun Yi devoured the majority of the chicken, while Su Wanting enjoyed a single drumstick. Once she finished, she gazed longingly at the remnants of the chicken bones on the table. If you wish to have some, feel free to do so, Shun Yi said casually, washing the grease off his hands with mineral water. Thank you. Receiving the unspoken permission, Su Wanting eagerly approached the table, rummaging for the bones and nibbling on those that were not fully cleaned. After a brief moment of hesitation, she cast aside her fastidiousness. In the past, as a pampered young lady, she would have scorned eating from someone else's bones, let alone dishes that others had merely touched. Yet now, it was utterly delightful. Shun Yi chuckled softly, stretching luxuriously. Sated and content, he realized that continuous unlocking of new resources was essential for a life of comfort in this apocalyptic world. Reflecting on this, he picked up his phone and glanced at another girl who met the system's criteria, Zhou Li. This little green tea was far more cunning than Su Wanting. Luring her would not be easy. However, once she faced deprivation of water and food, she would inevitably relent. Compared to the prospect of dying from starvation or thirst, most individuals would likely choose to yield. Contemplating this, Shun Yi began to accept friend requests one by one. Although such actions were akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even if one suitable candidate emerged from 100 or even 1,000, it would suffice. After all, idleness was not his ally. It was better to cast a wide net. While caressing Su Wanting's long legs, Shun Yi responded to the friend request that had just come in. Though she felt a bit bashful, she dismissed her reservations, thinking that given their recent intimacy, it was no longer a concern. On the contrary, she felt a flicker of happiness. If Shun Yi was fond of her, if he appreciated her legs, then he would not abandon her, and she could secure a stable life in this desolate world. With this thought, Su Wanting even adjusted her posture to facilitate Shun Yi's movements. Suddenly, Shun Yi's demeanor shifted as he read a text message, his expression turning serious as he began typing rapidly. What is it? Su Wanting inquired, leaning closer in curiosity. Put on your clothes, Shun Yi instructed, raising his gaze momentarily. Of course, this was merely to prevent her from seeing the message. Oh, Su Wanting replied, not foolish enough to pry further into Shun Yi's phone. Although a twinge of discomfort lingered within her, she understood that her best course of action was to be obedient and considerate to avoid being cast aside by him. After all, she had exhausted her final bargaining chip. If she wished to be valued by Shun Yi, she could only approach it from a different angle, by being more understanding and compliant. She resolved to serve Shun Yi well, ensuring he would not wish to part with her. Meanwhile, Shun Yi remained focused on his screen, his expression serious and intent, occasionally typing rapidly as if engaged in a conversation of utmost importance. Indeed, it was a significant matter, for it pertained to awakening supernatural abilities, or rather, the means to acquire such powers. Foreign Languages Department Shun Yi. I can provide you with water and food, but how can you assure me that your claims are genuine? Physical Education Department Ma Tianming. I shared a dorm with Zhao Tao. I witnessed the entire process of his awakening, and I can assure you it is true. Physical Education Department, Ma Tianming. However, you must provide me with water and food first if you wish to learn how to acquire these abilities. Shen Yi's countenance grew grave. The method of obtaining supernatural abilities. If Ma Tianming was truthful, his words suggested that these powers were not simply a natural awakening, but rather attainable through certain means or items. If that were indeed the case, it would imply that Shen Yi, too, had a chance to obtain such abilities. This was the source of Shen Yi's excitement. This was also the reason he had refrained from allowing Su wanting to see his phone. With supernatural abilities and his infinite resource system, wouldn't this apocalypse become a mere trivial challenge? Suppressing his exhilaration, Shen Yi contemplated briefly before retrieving several bottles of mineral water, capturing a photograph and sending it to Ma Tianming. In the foreign language department, Shen Yi stated, "There are sealed bottles of mineral water completely uncontaminated. As long as your information is accurate, these 3 bottles will be yours." Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, a robust young man gazed at the image of the mineral water, swallowed hard, and then glanced at a few students in the distance. Stealthily, he raised his phone to capture a photograph and began typing rapidly. 9. How to acquire extraordinary abilities. In the physical education department, Ma Tianming responded, "How do we trade? I must obtain the water first before revealing how to gain extraordinary powers. Otherwise, what if you change your mind after I tell you?" To prove the authenticity of his words, he added, "Let me show you a few photos. Ma Tianming has sent you photo content." In the images, 2 boys were seen with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Additionally, there were several newly taken photos featuring a tall young man engaging with several students. Ma Tianming continued, "The one in the red short-sleeve shirt is Zhao Tao. You should recognize him from the videos he posted earlier. The other is me. These photos can confirm that we are roommates and have a strong bond. I would not deceive you." Shen Yi pondered over Ma Tianming's message, harboring significant skepticism. If Ma Tianming truly knew how to acquire extraordinary powers, why hadn't he sought them himself? Unless the method was exceedingly difficult, or he was merely deceiving him. Yet, even if he suspected that there was over a 50% chance of being lied to, he felt compelled to give it a try. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the ability to survive surely hinged on extraordinary powers. Naturally, Shen Yi could not foolishly deliver water himself. That would be exceedingly reckless. In the foreign language department, Shen Yi remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you are in the gymnasium, which is not far from me. You propose, how about this? We each walk halfway and meet outside the boys' dormitory garden for the exchange. At that time, I will give you the water, and you will tell me the method." Ma Tianming replied, "Well, while your suggestion is quite reasonable, it poses too great a risk." Shen Yi countered, "Are you suggesting I deliver the water to you? If so, then forget it. You fear danger, and I certainly do as well." Ma Tianming quickly interjected, Wait, brother, I have another idea. Are you at the dormitory? Could you go to my room? I have a drone there, a high-end one with extended battery life. You can attach the water to the drone, and we can complete the transaction without either of us taking risks." Shen Yi inquired, "Which floor is your dormitory on?" Ma Tianming responded, "5th floor, room 509. There's no one in the dorm, but you might need to pry the door open." Shen Yi contemplated this method, realizing it was indeed feasible. Originally, he had intended for Su wanted to go down for the exchange, keeping himself hidden. This way, even if something went awry, he would not be concerned. However, with the drone, there was no need to put Su wanting at risk. After all, she was quite obedient at this moment. After some thought, Shen Yi replied to Ma Tianming, "I will contact you once I have the drone." Ma Tianming enthusiastically responded, "No problem. Brother, remember to hurry. I have not had water for over 20 hours, and I am parched." Shen Yi queried, "Oh, isn't your roommate, Zhao Tao, awakened with lightning abilities? Why hasn't he gone out to find water? There should be some in the supermarket." Ma Tianming lamented, "Don't mention it. With his lightning, he can only zap a bird or strike a soda can. It's pathetic." Shen Yi acknowledged, "All right, then I will await your news." This further confirmed Shen Yi's suspicion that Zhao Tao's abilities were rather ordinary. Were all extraordinary powers so weak, or was it merely Zhao Tao's? Was it a matter of the individual or the abilities themselves? Regardless, he needed to retrieve the drone first. With this thought, Shen Yi turned to Su Wanting, who was dressed and actively tidying up the trash, and asked, "Is your body significantly affected? Can you still walk?" "Yes, although it hurts a bit. It's not too much of a hindrance," Su Wanting promptly replied. She did not wish to appear overly fragile, as that might upset Shen Yi. "All right, Then gather your things. We have on the 5th floor. Shen Yi initially considered sending Su Wanting alone, but realized she might not manage to pry the door open. Thus, he too would have to venture out. Going to the 5th floor was not excessively dangerous. Okay. Su Wanting hesitated momentarily, regretting her decision. Had she known, she would have claimed she couldn't walk due to pain. She truly did not want to go out. Although the cramped dormitory was not entirely safe, it was certainly far safer than the fog-shrouded 5th floor. Shen Yi donned his clothing and equipped himself. In truth, he possessed little in the way of gear. His only effective means of defense was the folding fruit knife that Su Wanting had brought, which was hardly reliable for fending off mutated creatures or plants. However, it could serve to defend against humans. In the apocalypse, sometimes people are more dangerous than monsters. Let us go. After finishing their preparations, the two stepped out of the dormitory. This marked Shen Yi's first venture outside since the ominous black mist had descended. As for how he managed the restroom prior, it was quite simple. He used plastic bags and disposed of them directly from the window. In an apocalypse, one cannot afford to be overly particular. Shen Yi, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Su Wanting asked nervously, gripping Shen Yi's arm. After finally settling down without worries of food or water, she truly did not wish to venture out into danger. Wouldn't it be better to wait for rescue and peace? Indeed, until now, Su Wanting still held on to hopes for national rescue. It should be noted that most citizens harbored such illusions. After all, as of today, water and electricity had not been interrupted and internet connectivity remained normal. The authorities had only issued warnings for the public to exercise caution, with no further actions taken. This led some to suspect that the government was intentionally controlling the narrative, creating a facade of normalcy. After all, people had died, yet the authorities made no acknowledgement, indicating significant underlying issues. Don't speak, just follow me, Shen Yi instructed, choosing not to elaborate further to Su Wanting. His motives for bringing her along were simple. If danger truly lurked, having an additional human shield would enhance his own safety. Although this thought was somewhat cruel, it was the only method he could conceive to increase their survival chances. If possible, he did not wish for Su Wanting to perish. After all, having another person to converse with in the apocalypse was a comforting notion, and occasionally they could resolve certain matters together. Walking cautiously down the silent corridor, Shen Yi felt a sense of trepidation. He speculated that the 5th floor should be relatively safe. Otherwise, Su Wanting would not have ascended so easily. Upon reaching the stairwell, he noticed the corridor on the 5th floor was shrouded in dense black mist. Finally, he was about to confront this eerie black mist. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Su Wanting tightly grasped Shen Yi's hand, nervously following him. As they entered the black mist, Shen Yi instinctively held his breath. However, he could not resist for long and soon found himself gasping for air. The black mist swiftly infiltrated his body. However, the body exhibited no significant abnormal reactions. At most, there was a slight, unpleasant taste. As for the thirst-inducing effect, it did not manifest immediately. Indeed, if it were to induce unbearable thirst instantaneously, it would likely result in the demise of over 90% of the global population. With a sigh of relief, Shen Yi began to search for the dormitory room number amidst the black mist. Visibility was low, yet not excessively so. He could still discern objects within a few meters. 507. 508. 509, this is the one. Shen Yi tugged at the dormitory door, which was locked. However, this posed no challenge for him. The traditional wooden doors of this old dormitory had locks that had not been replaced for years, making them easy to pry open. In fact, it was unnecessary to pry. With just a meal card, Shen Yi could unlock the doors on an entire floor. This skill was honed during high school. Within a few seconds, accompanied by a creaking sound, he successfully unlocked the door. 10. The apocalypse is rather splendid. Quickly, see if there are any usable supplies in this dormitory. If found, pack them up and take them away, Shen Yi said, striding towards the first bunk to begin his search. Su Wanting also realized that Shen Yi was there to scavenge supplies, so she quickly found a nearby bunk and began to rummage. As Shen Yi lifted the bedding, he messaged Ma Tianming to inquire about the location of the drone. Department of Physical Education, Ma Tianming. It's under the bed, on the first bunk near the door. Upon receiving the reply, Shen Yi swiftly found a drone packaged in a white box beneath the bed. It appeared to be new. It was a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, it was not inexpensive. After securing the drone, Shen Yi searched for a while longer, but found no other useful supplies. With the primary goal being to retrieve the drone, Not finding additional items was not disappointing. Just as they reached the stairwell, a sudden series of loud, banging noises erupted from below, resembling something striking the walls with great intensity. What is that sound? Su Wanting gasped, gripping Shun Yi's arm tightly, nearly crying out. I don't know. Let us head upstairs. Shun Yi, devoid of curiosity, quickened his pace up the stairs. To entertain any curiosity at this moment would be sheer folly. Upon reaching the 6th floor, Shun Yi heard faint sounds emanating from some dormitories, suggesting that there were people inside. He discreetly noted the 2 dormitories from which the sound originated. In such a situation, no one could predict whether survivors might resort to attacking others for a morsel of food. Returning swiftly to dormitory 606, Shun Yi locked the door behind him and finally exhaled. It was imperative to quickly unlock supplies and discover a means to awaken his abilities. Only then could he possess the strength for self-preservation in the apocalypse. Shun Yi resolved firmly within himself. If he could unlock even a single firearm, he could amass an unlimited supply, thus relinquishing any concerns regarding his ability to defend himself. Opening the box, Shun Yi retrieved the user manual for the drone and began to peruse it, as he had no prior experience with drones and was somewhat inept at operating them. After a brief examination, he concluded that it did not seem overly complicated. Do you want to play with the drone? Su Wanting inquired curiously. Yes, but I wonder if this drone can lift 3 bottles of water. If it cannot, then I will have to send you downstairs to complete the transaction. Though there were risks involved, it was certainly preferable to venturing out himself. Yes, this drone can carry approximately 5 kilograms. And 3 bottles of mineral water would weigh no more than 1. 5 kilograms, Su Wanting replied. Is that so? Have you operated a drone before? Shun Yi asked, looking at Su Wanting. Yes, I have filmed landscapes and short videos before. I have over 100,000 followers on Douyin. Shun Yi's eyes lit up. It would indeed be prudent to allow Su Wanting to operate the drone to avoid any mishaps on his part. Then you take the controls and help me deliver a few bottles of water to a classmate. Shun Yi handed the remote to Su Wanting. Deliver water? All right. Let me check if the battery is sufficient. While Su Wanting was curious about which classmate Shun Yi intended to send water to, she did not inquire further and immediately began to calibrate the device. Her operation appeared quite adept. Meanwhile, Shun Yi took out his phone to message Ma Tianming, asking him to select a trading location. Naturally, Shun Yi would not hand over the water first. If that fellow were to deceive him, he would be at a loss. Although 3 bottles of mineral water held little significance for Shun Yi, he did not wish to suffer a loss, nor be tricked. Department of Foreign Languages. Shun, the drone is ready, but I currently only have 3 bottles of water. You must first assure me that your words are truthful. Otherwise, I cannot part with my life-saving water. After 2 to 3 minutes, a response came from the other side. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming. The method to obtain abilities is to consume something. However, I cannot disclose what that something is unless I see the water first. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming. Of course, do not think of deceiving me. If I do not tell you what it is, you will surely be unable to find it. Do not consider breaching the agreement. Department of Foreign Languages. Shun Yi. Haha. That kind of thing must be difficult to find. Otherwise, you would have consumed it long ago and would not be using it to barter with me. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming. Well, that is indeed true, but I can assure you that I am not deceiving you. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming. The value of this information is undoubtedly high. Even the authorities have not disclosed it, so you could trade it for supplies with others. You will not suffer a loss. Obtain abilities by consuming something? Shun Yi furrowed his brow. What could it possibly be? Shun Yi, I have adjusted the settings. The drone still has more than half of its battery left, which should suffice. Su Wanting's voice came through. However, the black mist outside is quite dense, and visibility is low. I cannot guarantee whether I could deliver the water if the distance is too far. Yes, just try your best. It's fine if it cannot be delivered. Shun Yi was not particularly concerned about whether the water would reach Ma Tianming. He had already acquired the gist of the information. Fly towards the gym. All right. Su Wanting approached the balcony and launched the drone, which was suspended by a towel, carrying 3 bottles of water. Shun Yi then took out his phone to snap a picture and sent it to Ma Tianming. Department of Foreign Languages. Shun Yi, the water will reach you in a few minutes at most. Now you can tell me the answer. Department of Physical Education. Ma Tianming. Wait a moment. At least let me see the drone first. Shun Yi glanced at Su Wanting, who was intently controlling the drone with the remote. Her brow slightly furrowed, and her lips pursed in concentration. How is it? Can it reach the gym? Yes. Though I did not expect the black mist to be this thick. Shun Yi leaned closer to observe the screen of the remote, which displayed the footage from the drone's camera. From the drone's perspective, the entire world was enveloped in layers of rolling black mist. The mist was at least 14 to 15 meters high, shrouding most of the lower buildings. It was truly an astonishing sight. Su Wanting sighed softly. If this were not a disaster, it would be quite artistic. Capturing it would yield a uniquely pleasing view. However, beneath this dense black mist, who knows how many mutated monsters are lurking? Shun Yi gazed at Su Wanting's delicate profile, her serious expression prompting him to steal a kiss. Well, he admitted, he indeed had a fondness for beautiful things, especially the thrill of ravaging them, such as this exquisite visage. A beauty he could never have approached in the past was now his to toy with at will. In a certain sense, the apocalypse had its advantages. Su Wanting's cheeks flushed as she glanced at Shun Yi, then resumed her focused control of the drone. Shun Yi's hands were not idle. At the same time, he sent a message to Ma Tianming. 11. The death of Ma Tianming Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi, I have arrived. If you're outside the gym, you should be able to hear the drone. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. I hear it. It's right above me. Bring it down quickly. Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi, don't rush. First tell me the answer. While messaging, Shun Yi looked at Su Wanting in his arms and instructed, lower the drone a bit, but not too low, just enough for the people under the black mist to see it. Su Wanting's cheeks reddened slightly, her lips slightly panting as she adjusted her posture and began to lower the drone. In the black mist, a robust young man licked his cracked lips, his gaze fixated on the dense mist above. He was Ma Tianming. This transaction was privately arranged with Shun Yi without informing Zhao Tao. Otherwise, he would have to share the spoils with Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was unwilling to disclose the method of acquiring abilities to others, as he did not wish for anyone else to gain such powers. But Ma Tianming was indifferent to such concerns. He was on the verge of dying of thirst. And who was going to keep secrets for him? Hurry up, Ma Tianming murmured, glancing anxiously at the gym. If others discovered him, it would spell trouble. Besides, Zhao Tao had mentioned there were monsters in the black mist. If one of them set its sights on him, it would be dire. He had to secure water quickly. Soon, the silhouette of a drone appeared in the sky, dangling several bottles of mineral water beneath it. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. I see it. Lower it a bit more. Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi. The answer. The more anxious Ma Tianming became, the more unhurried Shun Yi felt. Throughout this transaction, Shun Yi held the upper hand. He had no shortage of water. Even a few bottles lost would not affect him. Most of what he had said earlier was to make Ma Tianming believe he was in a hurry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have divulged anything. Now was the moment to exert control over him. A desperately thirsty person, upon seeing water, would only grow more frantic, perhaps even lose the ability to think clearly. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. Let me get the water first. What if you back out again? Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi. I could say the same to you. If I give you the water, what if you back out? Sports Department. Ma Tianming. You son of a. Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, clenching his phone in frustration, hesitating. He genuinely feared this fellow would go back on his word, but he was also truly parched. Glancing up at the life-saving water, so close, he gritted his teeth and began to type. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. I can tell you the answer first, but you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I will inform Zhao Tao and have him bring people to deal with you. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. Most of us here are athletes. Even if you miraculously gained powers, you couldn't possibly take on dozens of students. Foreign Language Department. Shun Yi. Rest assured, I have no desire to create enmity with you. Though he spoke these words, a murderous intent had already begun to brew within Shun Yi. To dare threaten him was to invite trouble. Such individuals must not be allowed to remain. Fortunately, he had never revealed his dormitory number to Ma Tianming. The dormitory building was so large that even if he entered, finding him would not be easy. Yet, for safety's sake, he decided to change dormitories later. Had he possessed long-range sniping capabilities, Shun Yi would have considered eliminating Ma Tianming to eliminate future threats. Although he had never taken a life, if someone truly endangered his safety, Shun Yi would not hesitate to act decisively. This was the resolve necessary for survival in the apocalypse. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. It's a type of colorful fruit that grows on non-mutated plants. Sports Department. Ma Tianming. I'm not lying. Zhao Tao ate one of those fruits, and within seconds he suddenly gained lightning abilities. Shun Yi, very well. I hope you are not deceiving me, or I will inform Zhao Tao about our transaction. I believe he would not take kindly to a traitorous roommate. Sports Department, Ma Tianming. He would threaten, and so would Shun Yi. Moreover, Shun Yi's threats were piercingly direct. Shun Yi turned to Su Wanting and said, "Lower the drone and give him the mineral water. As for the drone, retrieve it if possible. If not, so be it." He had contemplated breaching the agreement, but reconsidered. If Ma Tianming divulged the transaction to Zhao Tao, he could very well cause trouble for Shun Yi in pursuit of the secret of abilities. From Zhao Tao's furtive behavior, it was evident he wished to keep the method of gaining powers a secret. Such a greedy fellow. Very well. Su Wanting began to gently lower the drone. Before it could reach the ground, the parched Ma Tianming yanked the mineral water down and immediately twisted open a bottle, guzzling it down. His desperate thirst made him appear as though he were crazed with dehydration. It was no wonder he had been so vigilant, only to let his guard down at the final moment of the transaction, for he was too thirsty to think of anything else. Witnessing this scene, Su Wanting could not help but reflect. This must be the daily reality for most survivors. Individuals like Shun Yi, who had no worries about food or drink, were exceedingly rare. Contemplating this, Su Wanting felt a surge of gratitude. By following Shun Yi now, she need not fret over sustenance. She could simply await rescue in peace. Although Shun Yi had a penchant for touching her legs and chest, it was in truth quite a pleasant sensation. "Ah!" Su Wanting suddenly shrieked, startling Shun Yi, who had been lost in thoughts about her body. Shun Yi looked quickly. Shun Yi immediately turned to the drone screen. Suddenly, several thick vines reached out from the black mist, ensnaring Ma Tianming entirely, binding him as tightly as if he were wrapped for dumplings, and began to drag him into the mist. What was happening? 2 minutes prior, Ma Tianming had finished a bottle of water in one go. Feeling exhilarated to the point of almost shouting, glancing at the remaining 2 bottles, he contemplated hiding them, ensuring Zhao Tao and the others would not discover them. Furthermore, he needed to devise a way to obtain more water from Shun Yi. He simply could not believe that Shun Yi possessed only a few bottles. After all, if he had only 3 bottles himself, he would never share them with anyone. He was certain Shun Yi must have many more bottles stashed away. But how could he acquire the water from Shun Yi? Perhaps he could consult Zhao Tao, subtly share some information, and knowing Zhao Tao's character, he might not be able to resist the temptation to confront Shun Yi. At that moment, he planned to feign allegiance to Shun Yi, coercing him into supplying water. Then taking the opportunity to dispose of Shun Yi to prevent him from revealing their transaction. Indeed, that was the plan. A perfect scheme. How brilliant I am. As Ma Tianming reveled in his own cleverness, he failed to notice the creeping tendrils emerging from the black mist behind him, silently advancing. When he felt a chill at his back, he instinctively turned around, only to find his pupils constrict in shock. Reflected in his eyes were countless tendrils lunging towards him, ensnaring his body. It was too late to escape. "Help! Help me! It hurts! It hurts so much!" Ma Tianming screamed, thrashing violently. Yet the tendrils tightened their grip. The more he struggled, causing his skin to turn purple, his face to flush crimson, and his breath to become labored. Though he continued to resist, it seemed futile. The tendrils constricted tighter, restricting blood flow, leading to his face swelling and darkening. His flesh was pierced by the sharp tendrils, blood flowing freely, staining his clothes and dripping onto the tendrils. Even more terrifying was the fact that as his blood touched the tendrils, it was absorbed instantly, vanishing without a trace. It appeared the tendrils thrived on the blood, tightening their grip even further on Ma Tianming, gradually tearing his body apart, splattering vibrant colors of flesh and bone everywhere. Hearing Ma Tianming's agonized cries, several individuals rushed out from the gymnasium. Leading them was Zhao Tao, clad in a red short-sleeve shirt. Upon witnessing Ma Tianming bound by the tendrils, Zhao Tao and the others turned pale and hastily retreated into the gym, abandoning Ma Tianming without a moment's hesitation. In utter despair and pain, Ma Tianming met his end. Through drone footage, Shun Yi and Su Wanting felt nauseated at the gruesome scene, nearly vomiting. "That Zhao Tao!" Shun Yi cursed darkly. His anger did not stem from Zhao Tao's abandonment of Ma Tianming, for the latter's fate was inconsequential to him. Death would be preferable. His ire was directed at Zhao Tao's treachery. Indeed, Zhao Tao had sought to deceive Shun Yi, fully aware of the terrifying mutated plants outside the gym. He still attempted to lure Shun Yi into danger, claiming to protect him. How despicable! Shun Yi vowed to seize any opportunity to retaliate. As he contemplated this, he instructed, "Bring the drone back. It may prove useful in the future." Just as his words fell, as the drone ascended out of the black mist, a piercing bird call erupted from the remote control screen, as if it could shatter eardrums. On the screen, a gigantic bird dove from the sky, its claws snatching the airborne drone, lifting it into the heavens. Soon after, the drone completely lost visual and signal. What was that bird just now? So massive. Su Wanting swallowed hard, her expression filled with terror. Though she had only caught a glimpse through the drone's camera, the overwhelming presence it exuded. Was that truly a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth paled in comparison to the size of that creature's wing. It was undoubtedly a mutated monster. There were even more terrifying mutated creatures soaring in the sky. The sheer dread and oppression brought forth by that gigantic bird surpassed that of the mutated dogs and tendrils. The thought of such a fearsome creature above sent Su Wanting scurrying back to her dorm, reluctant to approach the balcony again. Though the bird flew high, what if it suddenly swooped down? There would be no time to hide. Its speed was astonishing. The drone was snatched away in an instant. It seemed even birds could mutate. Shun Yi's expression grew serious. He had assumed that only the flora and fauna on the ground, shrouded by the black mist, would undergo changes, but he never anticipated that even birds would be affected. Suppressing his complex emotions, Shun Yi turned his attention back to his chat with Ma Tianming. Colorful fruit growing on unmutated plants? Shun Yi opened Douyin, attempting to search for relevant information. He could not believe that Zhao Tao was the only one in Xiagua to have acquired such powers. He wanted to see what others had to say. As expected, there were indeed videos being posted. "Family, I have awakened my superpower. From now on, I won't eat beef." In the video, a boy of about 15 or 16 boasted arrogantly, raising his hand as numerous metal objects floated around him, suspended in the air. With a wave of his hand, all the metal flew out, embedding themselves firmly into the wall. If one of those struck a person, it would certainly result in death or severe injury. What sort of power was this? Telekinesis? Or perhaps something akin to Magneto's abilities? It appeared even more formidable than Zhao Tao's lightning power. Shun Yi continued to browse other videos, but few displayed superpowers so openly. As for the keywords regarding colorful fruit, they yielded no results. It was uncertain whether those who had gained powers were keeping it a secret or if the platform had suppressed the keywords. If only the drone had not been lost, it could have been used to search for the colorful fruit. Shun Yi lamented inwardly. For now, he decided to change dormitories. Although his dorm number had not been exposed, he would eventually need to let other women come find him. What if a woman brought a crowd? That would put him in danger. Thus, he resolved to provide a false address to women, revealing his true location only after confirming they were alone. He realized he had previously been too naive and lacked caution. However, after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Shun Yi's vigilance had skyrocketed. Henceforth, he would approach every matter with utmost prudence. Su Wanting, gather your belongings. We are changing dormitories. Huh? Why? Su Wanting, who had just taken a sip of water, asked in confusion. Do not ask, just pack your things. All right, I will do it now. Seeing Shun Yi's changed demeanor, Su Wanting dared not question further. Sometimes, she unconsciously reverted to her former self. Had a boy spoken to her in such a commanding tone before, she would have retorted angrily. Having grown up in a privileged environment, sheltered from hardship, and possessing considerable talent, she would have every right to be arrogant in a normal society. But alas, this was no longer the case. Shun Yi was far from the type to indulge in flattery. Had it not been for Su Wanting assisting him in unlocking new resources, he would have had no qualms about abandoning her. In a post-apocalyptic world, traveling with a woman was often a burden. Once their belongings were packed, Shun Yi led Su Wanting to dormitory 610, 3 rooms away from 606. This location strategically avoided potentially occupied rooms and was close to the stairwell, ensuring a swift escape in case of danger. While Shun Yi was in the midst of prying the door open, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him, prompting him to turn around. At the end of the corridor, the door to dormitory 601 suddenly swung open. He immediately became alert, gripping a fruit knife tightly while fixating on the ajar door. Dormitory 601 was indeed one of the suspected inhabited rooms. Wait, I'm a person. A male student emerged from 601, wearing glasses and of shorter stature. Upon noticing Shun Yi's knife, he quickly called out, fearful of being mistaken for a threat. Is there something you need? Shen Yi maintained his cautious grip on the knife. Although they resided on the same floor, Shen Yi did not recognize this boy. He usually worked part-time and had little time to forge friendships. Do you have any water? I can trade food for it, the boy eagerly offered. If it weren't for his dwindling water supply, he wouldn't dare risk conversing with a stranger. In such circumstances, a person could be more perilous than a monster. He was somewhat of a reclusive enthusiast, having read numerous apocalyptic novels and watched films, thus possessing a wealth of experience. Are you alone? Shen Yi scrutinized the door to dormitory 601 and inquired warily. Yes, I'm all alone, and I have no weapons, so you need not worry. Despite having consumed many apocalyptic tales, the boy had evidently learned little. His words inadvertently revealed his vulnerability. If Shen Yi were to harbor dark thoughts, he could easily coerce the boy into surrendering his food or even harm him. Just then, the door to 603 creaked open. Hello, everyone. Don't be afraid. I mean no harm. A boy emerged from dormitory 603, of similar height to Shen Yi but slightly plumper, with dyed blonde hair. I overheard your conversation and saw that you are not bad people, so I thought I might join you in forming a team. After all, in these dire times, safety lies in numbers. How about it? Shall we team up? Shen Yi and the bespectacled boy remained silent. The boy with glasses stood vigilantly at the door, ready to retreat at the first sign of danger. Who would trust a stranger enough to form a team in such a situation? Come on, we're all classmates. Surely you can find it in yourselves to trust me a little? Do you think I would dare to kill? I can't even bear to harm a chicken. I trust you wouldn't either, as that would land you in prison, the blonde remarked, his tone exasperated. It was uncertain whether his personality was simply overly familiar or if he had ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Shen Yi remained skeptical. Trusting him would be foolish. However, the bespectacled boy appeared swayed. Indeed, it was only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people still had their limits and had not descended into madness. So, do you have any water? I'd like to trade some food for a bit of water, the boy with glasses cautiously asked the blonde. Presently, Shen Yi, armed with a knife, held the upper hand with 2 against 1. The bespectacled boy was more apprehensive of him and would prefer to negotiate with the blonde, who bore no weapon. I've run out of water as well, which is why I wanted to team up and leave the dorm together, the blonde sheepishly replied. I see. The bespectacled boy turned his gaze back to Shen Yi. The tall beauty accompanying him, carrying a bag, might have water. Why was there a girl in a boys' dormitory? Could she be the student's girlfriend? She is stunning. That figure, those legs, paired with mid-calf white stockings. It's simply too enchanting. The bespectacled boy had to restrain himself from staring at Su Wanning's long legs. The blonde also stole a few glances. It was inescapable. Her figure was captivating enough to draw any man's attention. Shen Yi sensed the glances exchanged between them, and his alertness heightened. Weighing his options, he concluded that with just a knife, even if he could eliminate both of them, he might also sustain injuries. In a world like this, injuries without medical supplies could likely lead to death. Thus, there is no need to resort to violence. Moreover, they currently bore him no ill will. It might be an opportunity for him to gain an advantage. Initially, he contemplated refusing the bespectacled boy's offer, but then reconsidered. If he declined, the boy might, in a moment of desperation, join forces with the blonde against him. However, if he agreed to the exchange, as long as the bespectacled boy was not pushed to his limits, he would not likely unite with the blonde. It was essential to sow discord among potential adversaries before dismantling them one by one. With this in mind, Shen Yi addressed the bespectacled boy. My girlfriend and I have very little water left, just a bottle and a half, but I can offer you half a bottle. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, the bespectacled boy exclaimed, nodding excitedly. Half a bottle of water, if rationed, along with his own urine, could last several days. With a stroke of luck, he might even endure until help arrived. Shen Yi, knife in hand, approached. Su Wanning promptly followed. The blonde, recognizing the situation, stepped aside. Yet, watching Su Wanning's tall figure, he couldn't suppress a lick of his lips, desire glimmering in his eyes. Damn, she's stunning. Those legs. I could enjoy them for a year. Such thoughts remained unspoken. He was acutely aware of the knife in Shen Yi's hand and would not foolishly invite trouble. As they entered dormitory 601, a peculiar odor assaulted them. Su Wanning instinctively covered her nose with her hand, frowning in disgust. How could this place be so foul? Had someone relieved themselves in here? In comparison, Shen Yi's dorm was practically pristine. Honestly, not only was he unattractive, but he also kept such a disheveled space. How revolting. Su Wanting silently critiqued. Fortunately, Shun Yi was fastidious. Otherwise, she could hardly endure the state of affairs. Ahem, I haven't tidied up much in the dorm. So please don't mind, the bespectacled boy chuckled awkwardly. He was aware of the unpleasant smell lingering in the room. There was little he could do, as he hadn't washed his feet, brushed his teeth, or washed his face in days due to the water shortage, not to mention the other necessities. It was undeniably an embarrassing situation, especially with such a stunning beauty witnessing his less-than-ideal side. He felt mortified. Shun Yi remained silent, captivated by the sight of several potted plants on the windowsill. The flowers in those pots, whatever they were, had blossomed beautifully. However, what truly caught Shun Yi's attention was the sight of a small, multicolored fruit nestled within the center of one pink flower. The fruit was tiny, no larger than a pinky finger, and inconspicuous amidst the petals. Shun Yi discreetly averted his gaze, feigning interest in the dormitory while concealing his exhilaration, and inquired, "What food do you have for trade?" "I have self-heating hot pot, various flavors of instant noodles, bread, and spicy strips." "What would you like?" The bespectacled boy laid out all his supplies on the bed for Shun Yi to choose from. Shun Yi appeared to be meticulously selecting items, yet in truth, his mind was preoccupied with devising a strategy to procure that colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming had not been deceitful, consuming this fruit would likely bestow him with extraordinary abilities. Su Wanting furrowed her brow deeply, covering her nose. She genuinely could not comprehend why Shun Yi sought to barter for food. After all, possessing superpowers meant he could simply transform whatever he desired, so why engage in exchange? Moreover, the unpleasant odor emanating from him made her wonder if consuming his goods would lead to gastrointestinal distress. Having recently experienced a brief period of comfort, Su Wanting had begun to develop a disdain for junk food. "I shall take 2 packs of spicy instant noodles," Shun Yi finally declared after a lengthy deliberation. "Wanting, fetch a bottle of water." Su Wanting obediently retrieved half a bottle of water from her backpack. The bespectacled boy casually glanced over and noted that the beautiful girl's bag indeed contained only a single bottle of water, while an abundance of snacks remained. It seemed this older brother had not deceived him. What a genuine person. Despite having limited water himself, he was willing to exchange it, clearly showing kindness. The bespectacled boy's fondness for Shun Yi surged dramatically. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants look rather lovely. Could you spare me 2? My girlfriend has a penchant for them," Shun Yi suddenly remarked. "Sure, no problem. They belong to my roommate anyway. He probably doesn't want them anymore." The bespectacled boy responded generously, allowing Shun Yi to take his pick. After all, he couldn't care for them in the dormitory, as he lacked the excess water to nourish useless flowers. "Wanting, don't you adore potted plants? Select 2. We shall nurture them in our dormitory." "Huh. Oh, all right. I adore potted plants." Su Wanting, somewhat bemused, was unsure why Shun Yi had suddenly expressed a fondness for them. However, her quick-witted mind recognized that this was Shun Yi's subtle request for the plants. She complied and began to select. 14. Obtain extraordinary abilities and become handsome. After a brief period of selection, Su Wanting chose 2 flowering potted plants, at least aesthetically pleasing. She glanced back at Shun Yi, who nodded gently, confirming her choices were correct. Although she did not understand why Shun Yi desired the plants, today's experience taught her that it was best not to inquire unnecessarily. Simply obeying would endear her to him even more. "It's getting late, so we should return," Shun Yi said, suppressing his excitement and speaking calmly. Though he knew the boy likely perceived nothing unusual, he feared that any misstep would lead to regret too late to rectify. "All right, brother. If you need anything in the future, just call on me." The bespectacled boy, addressing Shun Yi as brother, clearly held him in high regard, for he was the one who shared his life-saving water. Shun Yi nodded, turning to leave with Su Wanting. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Brother, wait." The bespectacled boy scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. "Brother, I'm Wang Bingbing. Shall we exchange contact information?" "Sure." Shun Yi did not refuse and opened his WeChat to scan. The bespectacled boy quickly opened his WeChat as well and presented his code. The scanning completed successfully. "My name is Shun Yi. Contact me on WeChat if you need anything." "All right, Brother Shun." Finally, Shun Yi and Su Wanting exited the foul-smelling dormitory 601. "Hey, buddy, do you have any extra water? Could you spare me half a bottle?" asked a blonde-haired boy with a grin. "None left, just a single bottle for the 2 of us," Shun Yi replied coolly, then departed with Su Wanting. He was eager to return and investigate whether this colorful fruit could indeed grant him extraordinary abilities. As for the blonde-haired classmate, he was of no concern, as long as Wang Bingbing did not conspire with him. Shun Yi believed the blonde-haired boy would not be foolish enough to jeopardize his life while he held the proverbial knife. In fact, he could take the initiative. Arriving at the entrance of dormitory 610, Shun Yi swiftly pried the door open, since the students had not yet returned. The dormitory was relatively clean and devoid of unpleasant odors. However, Shun Yi instructed Su Wanning, "Please go to dormitory 606 and retrieve my bedding." Su Wanning preferred not to sleep on someone else's bedding. Who could guarantee its cleanliness? She was rather fastidious. As soon as Su Wanning departed, Shun Yi leaned in close to the potted plants, scrutinizing them intently to ensure neither had mutated. Subsequently, he plucked the fruit from the center of the flowers. The colorful fruit, upon contact, exuded a subtle chill that coursed through his fingers and into his being. Truly remarkable. Just this sensation alone confirmed that the colorful fruit was far from ordinary. Should he consume it? Shun Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming had deceived him? What if the fruit were toxic? Yet, with only this solitary fruit, it would be unwise to have Su Wanning tested. If she awakened her extraordinary abilities and became the master, he would be at a significant disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, Shun Yi took a photograph of the colorful fruit with his phone and began an image search online. After an extensive search, he found no related information. This suggested that such a fruit had likely never existed before or had not been documented, although the latter seemed improbable. After all, it was unlikely that a plant nurtured by an ordinary university student would be a world rarity. Considering this, the colorful fruit was likely a product of the apocalypse. Whether it was poisonous or a source of extraordinary powers remained to be seen. Although Shun Yi was cautious and prudent, lacking strength while being overly cautious only meant hoarding resources for others. He needed power. He craved formidable strength. If he possessed power, he would not need to engage in petty squabbles with Wang Bingbing and the blonde-haired classmate. It was the absence of absolute power that necessitated the use of schemes and manipulations. Reflecting on the blonde-haired classmate's lewd gaze, Shun Yi resolved to take a risk. If he could indeed awaken powerful abilities, he could return to rescue his grandmother and younger sister. After much deliberation, Shun Yi ultimately decided to consume the fruit. Ma Tianming, do not deceive me. Otherwise, I shall draw a circle and curse you to the 18th level of hell. He silently prayed. As the colorful fruit entered his mouth, it almost instantly dissolved, leaving him unable to discern any flavor. Almost immediately, Shun Yi felt a warmth spreading within him, as if a peculiar energy flowed through his body, enveloping him in a comforting embrace, akin to being immersed in legendary spiritual water. His previously weak body was rejuvenated, free from aches and pains. As this warmth coursed through his limbs, Shun Yi felt increasingly invigorated, his strength seemingly amplifying, with every muscle in his body pulsating. After a span of mere seconds, he was entirely absorbed in the exhilarating sensation of his power surging, especially as a series of crisp, resonant sounds echoed, causing his muscles and bones to tremble, his pores to open, and a layer of greasy, dark red filth to be expelled. In the next instant, Shun Yi felt as though he had suddenly transcended a significant barrier, his entire being seemingly liberated from some form of restraint, brimming with boundless strength and vitality. Upon opening his eyes and glancing down at his body, he was taken aback. The once frail figure now exhibited well-defined muscles, abdominal muscles, to be precise, a perfect six-pack. Moreover, his entire physique radiated power, instilling in him the sensation that he could effortlessly punch through a wall. Almost immediately, Shun Yi noticed a slight itch on his face. Instinctively, he wiped it, only to find his hand smeared with a foul-smelling red substance. Frowning, he retrieved a compact mirror from Su Wanning's bag to inspect his visage. To his astonishment, his face was marred with various impurities, yet after cleansing them away, his previously unremarkable features had gained a striking three-dimensional quality, verging on handsome. His attractiveness had inexplicably improved. What kind of extraordinary fruit was this? Shun Yi pondered, surprised by the enhancement of his physical strength, appearance, and abdominal definition. He mused, could consuming more of these fruits lead to further transformation? Perhaps even a significant augmentation of his power? While he deemed attractiveness less critical, he would certainly welcome becoming more handsome. However, In the face of an impending apocalypse, strength remained paramount. With sufficient power, even the most unattractive could attract admiration. What if admiration was not forthcoming? Then one would have to seize it by force. What else was power for? A smirk involuntarily crept across Shun Yi's lips, contemplating a devilish grin. Indeed, Ma Tianming had not misled him. These colorful fruits were truly extraordinary, yet it seemed that his acquired abilities were distinctly physical, contrasting sharply with Zhao Tao's electrifying prowess. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a voice echoed beside him. 15. Body Evolution. Su Wanting's little secret detected that the host possesses a qualified combat value. Personal panel has been activated. The host may view it at will. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Yi contemplated this personal panel, which evidently required a certain level of combat value for activation. He silently commanded it to open. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Shen Yi H, 20, combat value, 10, unlock supplies. Handsome Master Spring Water. Freshly roasted chicken. Acquired ability. Body Evolution LV1. Body Evolution. LV1 Your body has undergone evolution for unspecified reasons, significantly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Body Evolution. It truly was a physical enhancement ability. Although it lacked the flamboyance of Zhao Tao's lightning powers, Shen Yi could sense that his strength was undoubtedly formidable, rivaling Zhao Tao's ability to effortlessly crush a soda can. Furthermore, given the presence of a level indicator for body evolution, it was clear that this ability could be upgraded. The higher the level, the greater the strength. As for how to elevate his level, Shen Yi was uncertain. Perhaps further consumption of extraordinary fruits was required, or perhaps rigorous training. Regardless, he now had a clear objective: to gather these extraordinary fruits. He would seize every opportunity to acquire them in the future. With an abundance of abilities and elevated levels, he would dominate everything that roamed the earth or soared through the skies. However, having undergone one instance of body evolution, he possessed only a combat value of 10. He could distinctly feel an overflow of power within him. Surely this combat value was too low. Contemplating this, Shen Yi turned his gaze toward an empty bed frame. He wrapped his hand in a pillowcase, clenched his fist, and struck down forcefully. With a resounding crack, the bed frame shattered beneath his blow. Remarkably, his hand merely tingled slightly, devoid of pain. The bed frame was approximately 4 to 5 centimeters thick. Even a seasoned boxer would struggle to breach it. This was ample evidence that Shen Yi's strength surpassed that of the average person. Yet for such power, the system had awarded him a mere 10 combat value. It appeared that the scoring for combat value held significant weight. He mused quietly, wondering if extraordinary fruits could be classified as a type of supply. If so, how delightful. An endless accumulation of extraordinary fruits would render him invincible. Shen Yi? Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts. Su Wanting, clutching a blanket, gazed at him in astonishment, her expression marred by a frown as she caught a whiff of the unpleasant odor emanating from him. How could he have become so foul-smelling in just a few minutes? Moreover, had he grown taller and more handsome as well? Initially doubting her own eyes, she hesitated to call out his name. Perfect timing. I need a shower. Would you help me scrub my back? Shen Yi refrained from divulging the details of his extraordinary abilities to Su Wanting, although he could easily dominate her at this moment. The method of acquiring such powers should not be disclosed, lest she develop ulterior motives. The impurities resulting from his body evolution were indeed foul-smelling, necessitating a thorough wash. A shower? How? How do we do that? Su Wanting hesitated. Shen Yi remained silent, first locking the dormitory door, then with a wave of his hand, conjured nearly 100 bottles of spring water onto a bed. Su Wanting's eyes widened in shock. While she was aware that Shen Yi could conjure food and water, the sheer volume he produced astounded her. Initially, she believed there were limits to his abilities, such as a maximum number of bottles he could summon daily or a single roasted chicken. However, it appeared that this was not the case. This suggested that Shen Yi's powers were far beyond her initial assumptions. Furthermore, he possessed not only the ability to manifest food. The sudden enhancement of his height and attractiveness must also be a manifestation of his powers. What are you thinking? Come here and help me scrub my back. Shen Yi called out as he shed his clothing. Okay, I'm coming. Su Wanting's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet she approached with a towel in hand. After all, they had already shared intimate moments, and all had been seen. However, as she wiped away the grime from Shen Yi's body and beheld his physique, She was utterly stunned. The once frail Zhou Li now possessed a stunning six-pack. His physique was not merely muscular but aesthetically pleasing, with a strikingly defined form. No, it was not just the abdominal muscles. He also had an enviable V-shaped torso. What a magnificent physique. It surpassed even that of fitness trainers. Zhou Li's transformation from body evolution had resulted in a physique that was not overly bulky but rather elegantly sculpted, appealing in every aspect. The more she scrubbed his back, the redder Su Wanting's face became, but her excitement grew as well. Zhou Li's newfound handsomeness and strength were a delight to her. Previously somewhat dissatisfied with his looks and physique, Su Wanting now found herself exhilarated. She couldn't help but begin fantasizing about what would follow. Zhou Li, with his phone in hand, was rapidly approving friend requests, sending the same message to each. Send photos. As long as they meet the standards, food and drinks are guaranteed. He was exhilarated by the sensation of physical evolution, eager to unlock more resources, ideally the power fruit. At the very least, he would settle for some firearms. This feeling of empowerment was truly delightful, even surpassing the thrill of intimacy with Su Wanting. Suddenly, Zhou Li recalled something and turned to ask, I remember you have several friends who are quite attractive, don't you? Su Wanting hesitated. Well, they're all right, but none can compare to my beauty. She sensed something was amiss. Why not reach out to your pretty friends and see if they need food and water? Zhou Li suggested. Su Wanting had a vague memory of a few friends who were decent looking, one even more striking than her. However, she could not recall the girl's name, having only seen her when she came to visit Su Wanting, leaving quite an impression. Surely, that girl would meet the system's criteria. All right, I'll ask, Su Wanting replied, hesitant. She was not keen on sharing food, let alone her boyfriend with anyone, especially not with her close friend. The thought of her friend sharing a partner with her was mortifying. How shameless of that fickle man, she thought, her frustration boiling. Does he think he can do as he pleases just because the world is ending? How infuriating. Just wait until tonight. I will ensure you no longer dare to think of other women. As the hours passed, another night had slipped away. It was now the 6th day of the apocalypse, and rescue efforts remained conspicuously absent. Social order was on the brink of collapse, with many survivors engaging in fierce struggles over food and water, resulting in rampant violence and lawlessness that had never been seen in Xia country. In the dormitory at around 11, Zhou Li was devouring a roast chicken, completely unperturbed, while Su Wanting watched him like a child caught in the act of wrongdoing. Let me see your phone, she demanded. After finishing the chicken leg, Zhou Li took a sip of bottled water, wiped his hands with a few tissues, and looked at Su Wanting. What do you want to see? He asked. Open WeChat. I want to see how your friend responded, she said. Zhou Li intended to verify whether Su Wanting had obediently messaged her friend. If she did not comply, it would indicate potential disloyalty, and he would not tolerate a woman inclined to betray him, regardless of how pleasurable her company was. Only one person had replied to Su Wanting's messages. The rest had remained silent. Su Wanting unlocked her phone, navigated to WeChat, and handed it over. Although discomfort and jealousy gnawed at her, she dared not refuse him again. Taking the phone, Zhou Li instructed, come and eat with me, but remember, do not entertain any thoughts similar to last night. Yes, I promise I won't make you angry again, Su Wanting exclaimed, eagerly nodding as she rushed over to rummage through Zhou Li's leftover bones, desperately seeking morsels of meat, clearly having been hungry all morning. As Zhou Li browsed Su Wanting's WeChat, he noted that she had indeed messaged a dozen friends. However, only one, named Jiang Nanyan, had replied. Curious, he delved into Jiang Nanyan's moments, flipping through several pages before finding her photos. He was momentarily captivated. She was stunning. Her face exuded a mature and alluring charm, devoid of any apparent traces of Photoshop. Regarding why the system had not triggered a notification, Zhou Li recalled his previous tests. The system would not respond to mere photographs unless they were sent directly by the individual and were unaltered. This knowledge saved him from falling victim to deceptive images. After some contemplation, Zhou Li decided to reply to Jiang Nanyan using Su Wanting's account. Little Bunny, I have food and water here. Come find me. Little Bunny was Su Wanting's online alias. Meanwhile, Su Wanting peeked over, feeling quite vexed. Her boyfriend was flirting with her friend, and she was forced to assist. Wasn't this akin to self-sabotage? Really? Where are you wanting? I haven't eaten in nearly 2 days. Jiang Nanyan responded. I am in the boys' dormitory at a campus. It's quite safe here. You should come find me. Su Wanting texted back. While replying, Shun intentionally snapped a few photos of the bottled water and roast chicken to send to Jiang and Yin. Wow, you have so much water and even cooked chicken. Jiang and Yin exclaimed. Yes, are you coming? Given our past relationship, I can take care of you, Su Wanting added. The boys' dormitory. That is a bit far from me, Jiang and Yin replied. By the way, if I come to find you, can I bring 2 friends along? Are they male or female? We have only girls here. If you bring a boyfriend, my friend might mind, Su Wanting shot back, quietly scornful of Shen Yi's earlier message. How could he act so pure while clearly harboring ulterior motives? It was revolting, yet she could only voice her grievances internally, knowing that her previous jealousy and childish behavior had resulted in Shun Yi punishing her by denying her food and water that morning. The thought of being expelled terrified her, especially considering the monsters lurking outside and the lecherous gazes of the boys from the 6th floor. Despite Shun Yi's infidelity, at least he possessed superpowers that ensured her sustenance. Moreover, he had become more handsome and enduring. His abs and chest were incredibly appealing to touch. In contrast, she had no desire to interact with the 2 unpleasant boys. Just the thought of them repulsed her. Su Wanting maintained her usual haughty demeanor, her character not easily swayed. However, her arrogance was no longer directed at Shen Yi. My friends are all girls. How could I possibly have a boyfriend? I am also concerned that boys might harbor ill intentions toward us, especially since there are no laws to restrain them now, Jiang and Yin replied. Wanting, why would you even ask such a question? Such a question caught Shen Yi off guard as he glanced at Su Wanting. Did they share some secret or coded language? What did that mean? Jiang and Yin was somewhat of a light-hearted lesbian and harbored a disdain for men, so she would never seek a boyfriend. Su Wanting explained. Understanding dawned on Shun, and he continued to type, crafting his deceptive words. Regardless of her orientation or her feelings towards men, Shun Yi was merely seeking to unlock resources. He had never pursued emotional connections or affections. In this apocalyptic world, who still indulges in pure-heartedness? Little Rabbit, of course, I am aware of your preferences, but my friends are concerned about you spending time with boys, which is why I asked. Little Rabbit, since your friends are not boys, why not bring them over? Our place is quite safe. Jiang Yin, all right, let us tidy up and set off. A smile slowly crept onto Shen Yi's face. Indeed, using Su Wanting's account to deceive her friends was far more efficient than searching for a needle in a haystack. The reason was simple. Beautiful women likely have beautiful friends. Moreover, their close relationship would make persuading them much easier than with strangers. As for the friends Jiang and Yin would bring, their appearances would determine everything. If they met the system standards, Shun Yi would strike gold. It would be a buy one, get 2 deal. If they did not meet the criteria, they would be sent away. After all, they were merely 2 female college students. With Shun Yi's current strength, dealing with 2 adult men posed no challenge, let alone women. The enhancement from his physical evolution was substantial. After a night of adaptation, he felt capable of handling 4 or 5 adults with ease. Meanwhile, in an office within a teaching building, 3 girls were engaged in conversation while packing their belongings. Nan Yen, how is your friend S character? She wouldn't deceive us, would she? A plump girl asked with some skepticism. She wouldn't. Although her temperament is not the best, sometimes arrogant and selfish, she wouldn't go as far as to deceive a friend. After all, what do I have that would be worth her deceiving me? A very beautiful girl with exquisite feature side. To be honest, I didn't expect her to reach out to me and even offer us food. Perhaps I misjudged her. She may not be as selfish as I thought. In times of disaster, one's true character is revealed. I see, that's good. I'm starving. Let us set off quickly. The plump girl nodded excitedly. Then couldn't he help but complain? I just don't understand why your friend would go to such a disgusting place as the boys' dormitory. Just thinking about all those boys living there makes me feel nauseous. I don't know. Perhaps there is something dangerous in the girls' dormitory? Jiang Yin also felt a bit puzzled, sensing something was off with Su Wanting. However, her hunger left her with no energy to ponder those details. Their food had long been consumed, and they had survived the past 2 days by enduring hunger. Had it not been for Su Wanting's message last night, Jiang Yin would have prepared to venture out for food. One must not harbor ill intentions, yet one must also be cautious of others. Given the current situation outside, we should remain vigilant. At that moment, a mature woman wearing glasses spoke up. Jiang Yin turned to the woman and nodded earnestly. Yes, teacher Bai is correct. Although Su Wanting and I are close friends, we must still exercise caution. Moreover, the path from the teaching building to the dormitory is quite long, and the black mist below may conceal mutated monsters, so we must be careful. We should find some weapons to take with us, just in case we encounter danger. Indeed. Indeed. As women, we are inherently weaker, unlike those brutish men who boast about chivalry. The plump girl agreed wholeheartedly, indignantly exclaiming, "Those filthy men always claim to prioritize women, promising to protect us and children during disasters. Yet when the apocalypse strikes, not a single man steps forward to defend us. A bunch of scoundrels. I believe there should be no men in this world. Women would undoubtedly be much happier." Listening to the plump girl's incessant ramblings, Jiang Nanyan exchanged a glance with Teacher Bai, sharing a helpless smile but remaining silent. While they too were not fond of men, they had never contemplated a world devoid of them. Their aversion stemmed solely from personal preference, unrelated to existence itself. Once the three had packed their belongings, they cautiously opened the door and stepped outside. Many survivors were also hiding in other classrooms. Hearing footsteps in the corridor, several peeked out. Upon seeing beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes brightened. With no rescue in sight, emergency calls unanswered, and food and water long consumed, the majority of survivors were on the brink of collapse. They now faced a moral dilemma: either venture out for food or resort to stealing from others. Yet, it was evident that most were too afraid to go outside. Those who had ventured out in the past 2 days predominantly met their demise in the black mist. Occasionally, those who returned were visibly shaken, as though they had encountered some terrifying creature. The few who managed to return with food and water were exceedingly rare. As basic needs for food and water could not be met for all, chaos began to unfold. Moreover, due to the absence of official assistance, some individuals harbored malicious thoughts. If no one cared about the deceased, then surely no one would mind if I committed a few wrongdoings. Thus, ill-intentioned students began to take notice of the girls, even resorting to violence. Without moral and legal constraints, humanity can descend to its lowest depths. Just like Shun Yi, who sheltered girls in exchange for resources. Yet, compared to those who resorted to murder and assault, he still possessed certain boundaries. However, some survivors with no boundaries stealthily followed Jiang Nanyan and the others. "Jiang Nanyan, we are heading out now, making our way towards the dormitory." "Jiang Nanyan, I wanted to inquire. There shouldn't be any dangers near the dormitory building, right?" "Little rabbit, there are none. I've come and gone several times. There is no danger inside the dormitory. But I cannot speak for farther away." "Jiang Nanyan, all right. Little rabbit, I'm on the 6th floor. Just come up directly when you arrive." "Jiang Nanyan, okay." After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she felt a twinge of guilt. How could the area outside the dormitory be devoid of danger? She had witnessed a man-eating mutated dog firsthand. However, to lure Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to follow Shun Yi's previous statements. If Jiang Nanyan were to encounter that mutated dog, it would not be her fault. She only claimed there was no danger within the dormitory, not outside it. "Well, continue communicating with your friends. If you manage to bring a friend over, I shall reward you with 2 roasted chickens. But they must be female friends and not unattractive," Shun Yi stated with satisfaction. "All right." Su Wanting's eyes lit up instantly. The aroma of roasted chicken was indeed enticing. Yet, she often had to settle for the leftovers from Shun Yi, which were hardly sufficient to satisfy her hunger. If calling a friend could exchange for 2 delicious roasted chickens, that would be a worthwhile trade. After all, she could not refuse Shun Yi's request. So why not seize an opportunity for her own benefit? 2 roasted chickens would be enough for her to indulge comfortably for 2 or 3 days. In this manner, Su Wanting promptly seized her phone and initiated a WeChat call to other friends who had not responded to her messages. Shun Yi observed the bustling and energetic Su Wanting, and he was not surprised. This was one of the reasons he controlled the resources. Only by ensuring Su Wanting remained hungry would she be motivated to work and be obedient. If food were abundant, she would undoubtedly lack the drive she currently exhibited. In fact, she might resort to playing tricks on him, as she had done the previous night, attempting to extract every ounce from him while forbidding him from conversing with other women and even restricting his interactions with them. What a farce! Did she think they were in a romantic relationship? Did she seek to curtail his personal freedom? She truly overestimated her significance. How could Shun Yi possibly forfeit the opportunity to unlock system resources for the sake of a single tree? Thus, Shun Yi decided to punish the overstepping Su Wanting by ensuring she could only consume the remnants of bones she had gnawed on that morning. Craving meat and other sustenance? Not a chance. Shun Yi had added numerous friends today. He intended to swiftly screen several girls who met the system's criteria before the inevitable shutdown of the internet and electricity occurred. Based on the current circumstances, it seemed unlikely that the network and power supply would last much longer. After all, during an apocalyptic disaster, no one was maintaining the power-generating equipment, making malfunctions highly probable. Moreover, with various mutated plants and animals wreaking havoc, the likelihood of issues arising was even greater. Frankly speaking, Shun Yi was already quite astonished by the fact that the internet and electricity had persisted for 6 days. This could also be a reason why the survivors believed that official rescue would come. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shun Yi, are you there? Could you please respond to my message? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shun Yi, I know you can see my messages. The classmates in our class are in dire need of your assistance. I noticed you had posted several messages in numerous groups, which indicates that you must have ample water and food, correct? Therefore, could you spare some to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Of course, we won't expect you to assist us for free. I personally can contribute 500 yuan, considering it a purchase from you. After all, you have plenty of food and water, so just sell some to the teachers. While earning money, you would also be performing a commendable act for social solidarity. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Shun Yi. Counselor Wang is right. Please help us out, Shun Yi. We are all classmates. It's one thing not to assist others, but not helping your own classmates is rather stingy. Qin Haoran 1. I'm also willing to offer 500 yuan. If you have extra water, please sell us a few bottles. Jean Rue. Shun Yi, speak up. I know you're online. Wang Lily. By the way, I also saw the messages Shun Yi posted in the adjacent group. Since you're willing to take in girls, you must be a kind-hearted person. Could you assist us? Ma Hong. I remember Shun Yi used to have a good character. He wouldn't stand by and watch others suffer. Associate Professor Qi. Shun Yi, although you usually speak little, you are indeed a good child. These messages circulated in the class group. Shun Yi noticed that he had been incessantly tagged, and thus clicked to see what was happening. He discovered that the counselor inexplicably tagged him to request water and food. And then all the students began tagging him, reaching out for water and food as if they had coordinated it. Shun Yi found the moral coercion from this group of classmates amusing. Suddenly, the power went out. Another beauty has arrived. Shun Yi, you need not concern yourself with the messages in the class group. Ignore them. They are merely trying to take advantage of you. Su Wanning also saw the messages in the group. She was unwilling for Shun Yi to take risks to deliver water and food to others. The outside world was fraught with danger. What would happen to her if something befell Shun Yi? Although Su Wanning was fundamentally considering her own interests, her words were not without merit. A bunch of opportunists. I certainly cannot provide them with food and water, Shun Yi scoffed. When he was bullied by Jean Rue and his roommates in the past, he had sought help from the counselor, who had replied that they were all classmates and that there was no need to escalate such trivial matters. The counselor even questioned why his roommates only bullied him and not others. Such absurd sentiments may be a joke online, but they truly exist in reality, and not in small numbers. Shun Yi had encountered this firsthand. Thus, he held no fondness for this self-righteous counselor. Conversely, if given the chance, he would ensure the counselor experienced the feeling of why he only bullied one person and not the others. With this thought, Shun Yi retrieved several bottles of water and a roasted chicken from the system space, then laid out other snacks on the table, capturing a photograph to share in the group. Shun Yi, indeed, I have quite a bit of water and food, but I am simply wicked and do not wish to share. Does it irritate you? Jean Rue. Shun Yi, are you out of your mind? What are you pretending for? Just wait. Group member Jean Rue has been muted by the administrator for 29 days and 23 hours. Counselor Wang Jiaxing. Shun Yi, do not mind Jean Rue. I have muted him. How about this? I will offer 1,000 yuan if you deliver that chicken and those bottles of water to us. I guarantee I will not deduct any of your credits again. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu, wow. There's actually chicken, and it's still steaming. Did you just cook it? Shun Yi bro, share some with me. I have never offended you. I have always regarded you as my elder brother. Wang Lily. Jean Rue is truly despicable. Shun Yi, please disregard her. Wang Lily. About that chicken, could you spare me a little? I can come find you. Qin Haoran. Shun Yi. I believe you are not like that delinquent Jean Rue. If you help me now, when my father arrives, I will repay you tenfold. My father is a bureau chief. I am not deceiving you. Su Wanning, everyone be quiet. Shun Yi would never provide you with food. Wang Lily. Su Wanning, what does this have to do with you? You are the one who should keep quiet. Shun Yi would never be as selfish as you. Ma Hong. Su Wanning, even if someone as selfish as you is beautiful. It does not matter. Without morals, you are destined for a short life. Qin Haoran, exactly. Su Wanting was infuriated, seeing that Shun Yi had not opposed her. She shared intimate photos of herself with Shun Yi in the group, proving the depth of their relationship. How could these outsiders dare to insult her? She could not tolerate it. Wang Lily. Su Wanting, you are actually with Shun Yi? Ma Hong. This photo. Are you two in a relationship? Sun Bowen. I did not expect Shun Yi to trade a few bottles of water for our class's stunning beauty. That truly is a bargain. He must have had his fill these past few days. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Sun Bowen, mind your own business. Who Shun Yi chooses to be with is none of your concern. Sun Bowen, you pathetic sycophant. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. PSSH. Do not think I am unaware that you are with Jean Rue. Are you trying to irritate my brother Shin? Who is the real sycophant? It seems you are the one who is Jean Rue's lapdog. Group member Sun Bowen has been muted by the administrator for 29 days and 23 hours. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Shun Yi bro, do not take that fool Sun Bowen's words to heart. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will be the first to assist you. Campus heartthrob Lin Yu. Su Wanting, sister-in-law, say a word to Shun Yi and let him help his classmates. Qin Haoran, please. Shingu, take me along. Professor Qi. Shun Tongxue, considering my age, could you lend a hand? I still have children to care for at home. Shun Yi chose to ignore the fickle group and promptly exited the chat, especially Qin Haoran and Lin Yu. The two fools who had previously taken a moral high ground in other groups to criticize him now displayed a distinctly different demeanor. How disgraceful. Instead of wasting time with such garbage, it would be far more prudent to add a few more friends, perhaps even unlocking additional resources. However, judging by the drastic change in these classmates, it seemed the survivors were facing dire straits, reduced to begging for a morsel of food and a sip of water. They were practically on their knees. Even the usually stern Professor Qi appeared in such a pitiful state. It can only be said that, in the face of catastrophe, all are rendered equal. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. During this time, Shun Yi added dozens of friends, but they were either men using female accounts to deceive him or miniature tanks, none meeting the system's criteria. The most outrageous was a man in women's clothing who even sent a picture of himself in drag, claiming he could provide lubrication if not found objectionable. What the hell? Shun Yi cursed under his breath and promptly blocked him. Society had indeed declined. All sorts of bizarre individuals had emerged. There were even many inquiring about his address, both openly and covertly. Shun Yi, not being foolish, engaged in no extended conversations and swiftly blocked and deleted them in one fell swoop. What a bunch of imbeciles. What significance does extracting my address hold? Just for a few bottles of water? With that time, couldn't they simply go to a supermarket? Shun Yi grumbled, deleting yet another person who tried to pry into his address. He could not fathom why these individuals lacked common sense. Even if they obtained his address, what would it accomplish? They would be better off seeking out a convenience store where there were surely some untainted beverages and snacks. Yet, these fools insisted on prying into his address. It was evident that, on the 6th day of the apocalypse, human intelligence had taken a nosedive. Why hasn't your friend arrived yet? Shun Yi turned to Su Wanting, his brow furrowed in confusion. Even if she were at another campus, she should have been able to arrive within an hour. Could something have happened? Let me give her a call, Su Wanting said as she began dialing. Meanwhile, Shun Yi continued to accept friend requests. However, just as they were preoccupied, the lights that had been illuminating the space suddenly flickered and went out. The phone that had been charging also abruptly ceased to do so. Is this a power outage? Shun Yi and Su Wanting exchanged glances, both wearing grim expressions. A power outage meant they would lose light at night. Moreover, the more troubling aspect was that once their mobile phone batteries were depleted, recharging would become impossible. No, there were ways to charge them, but they would be considerably more troublesome. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed from outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone before looking back at Shun Yi, saying, "It seems they have arrived. I'll hang up now." Shun Yi approached the dormitory door and cautiously opened a crack to peer outside. In the dark corridor, 3 figures huddled together, cautiously navigating their way by the dim light of their phones. Since Shun Yi had not provided Su Wanting with Jiang Nanyan's exact dormitory number, they were simultaneously contacting Su Wanting while searching for the dormitory. This gave Shun Yi the opportunity to observe them discreetly. There appeared to be 3 girls, but one was remarkably overweight. How could this possibly meet the system standards? Shun Yi silently scoffed. Although the corridor was quite dark due to the power outage, he could faintly discern their outlines. It was definitely 3 women, though one was excessively plump. The other 2 looked quite appealing, particularly one whose figure resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Once he confirmed their gender, Shun Yi told Su Wanting, informed them of the dormitory number, and let them come over. Su Wanting complied and began messaging Jiang Nanyan. Meanwhile, she secretly hoped that Shun Yi had not taken a liking to Jiang Nanyan, lest he drive them away. She had no desire to share a man, nor did she wish to share food and water, even if that person were her close friend. Jiang Nanyan had been correct in her assessment. Su Wanting indeed possessed a selfish disposition. This trait became even more pronounced in the face of the apocalypse. Of course, in reality, during such catastrophic events, most individuals are reluctant to share food and water with others, which is entirely normal. If someone were to share without compensation, that would be truly strange. Jiang Nanyan had previously found it odd that Su Wanting was so generous, willing to share food and water with her, and even offering them a safe haven. In fact, with a little contemplation, she could have detected the contradictions in Su Wanting's words and realized that the invitation to come over was not entirely altruistic. In room 610, Jiang Nanyan received Su Wanting's message. At this point, she had begun to sense that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. However, having already risked so much to come here, she could not simply leave. They had narrowly escaped danger outside, having nearly been caught by a group of predatory boys. Thankfully, they had hidden in the dark mist, or else the outcome would have been unthinkable. After eluding those ravenous boys, they encountered mutated plants, which sent them scurrying in terror. Had they not lost their way while running through the mist, it would not have taken them over 2 hours to arrive. The 3 finally located dormitory 610. To their surprise, the door was ajar, and a rich aroma of meat wafted from within. The scent of chicken. The 3 girls instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Nanyan cautiously extended her hand and gently pushed the door open. Standing before her was her dear friend, Su Wanting. A wave of relief washed over Jiang Nanyan. She had feared that upon opening the door, a monster would leap out. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanting greeted her with a warm smile. Wanting, it's been a while, Jiang Nanyan replied, forcing a smile despite her parched lips. Having been both hungry and thirsty, especially after spending over 2 hours in the dark mist, her body craved hydration. She felt reassured that her dear friend must be well stocked with food and water, as her complexion remained as smooth as ever, clearly having eaten and drunk well these past few days. Wait, why is there a disgusting man here? Suddenly, the overweight girl frowned and spoke up. Jiang Nanyan froze, just now noticing Shun Yi sitting on the bed. It was indeed a boy. How could there be a boy? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friends were all girls? What did you say? Shun Yi furrowed his brow, casting a piercing glare at the plump girl. Startled, she instinctively took a step back, but upon realizing that she was flanked by 2 companions and was, after all, a woman, her confidence surged. She glared back at Shun Yi and exclaimed, "What is your problem? I merely said a few words to you. Are you really going to hit a little girl like me? Where's your dignity? Is this how easily you break down?" The plump girl had just finished her tirade when Shun Yi's fist connected with her chubby face. With a resounding thud, she was sent flying out of the dormitory, crashing heavily against the wall with a pained wail. In the corridor, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had stealthily opened the dormitory door to observe, were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. What kind of strength was this that could send someone flying with a single punch? Not only would they be unable to withstand such force if it were directed at them, but they also couldn't shake the feeling that in just one night, Shen Yi seemed to have grown taller and even more handsome. Huang Mao mused to himself. Has he gone through a second stage of development? What is happening? Why is he maturing so rapidly? And why are 3 girls in the boys' dormitory? Who are they here for? He noticed that 2 of the girls were quite beautiful, and he considered attempting to woo one of them, thinking it might help him find a girlfriend and gain an ally. The one with the mature, elegant aura was particularly appealing. He decided to observe the situation further to see if he could seize the opportunity to win one over. Wang Bingbing, however, did not entertain such thoughts. Upon witnessing Shun Yi's aggression, he hurriedly closed the door and retreated into the dormitory, prioritizing his own safety. You can't just hit people like that," Jiang Nanyan exclaimed in disbelief as she looked at Shun Yi. Meanwhile, the mature woman rushed to assess the plump girl's condition. Seeing her bloodied face and unconscious form, a look of urgency crossed her features as she hurriedly sought to staunch the flow of blood. Wasn't that hefty pig the one who provoked me? Shun Yi thought to himself. Indeed, I was provoked. My expression remained calm as I flexed my fist, having held back my strength. Otherwise, I could have easily knocked this foul-mouthed girl out for good. In a world like this, how dare she still throw punches? Now, let her learn what true strength looks like. Although the two girls before him met the system's criteria, Shun Yi was unwilling to yield. Should matters escalate, he had no qualms about expelling all three of them. Ding! Detected goddess matching system criteria. Initiating detailed scan. Name: Jiang Jun. Age: 20. Appearance: 92. Figure: 94. Inner qualities: 100. Uninitiated. Total score: 96. Evaluation: adoption unlocks a random resource. Ding! Detected goddess matching system criteria. Initiating detailed scan. Name: Bicini. Age: 29. Appearance: 90. Figure: 96. Inner qualities: 100. Uninitiated. Total score: 96. Evaluation: adoption unlocks a random resource. Indeed. The other mature woman also met the system standards. Her beauty was nearly on par with Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure was exceptionally alluring, exuding a mature charm akin to a ripened peach. If it weren't for the system panel's activation, Shun Yi might have mistaken her for a married woman. Yet, to his surprise, she was a 29-year-old untouched maiden. You've gone too far. How could you be so violent toward a girl? Bicini looked at Shun Yi, her fear of this aggressive man overshadowed by her courage to defend her student. Am I in the wrong? Shun Yi scoffed. That fat pig came in here and insulted me. Why didn't you stop her? You find her actions acceptable, yet you cast me, the victim, as the villain? But even so, you can't leave her in this state. Bicini felt embarrassed by Shun Yi's retort, but his claim of victimhood was absurd. How could the victim be the one to knock the aggressor out cold? Is he really your boyfriend? Wan Ting? I thought you said your friend was a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wan Ting, realizing she had been deceived. The man's brutal demeanor frightened her. Don't you want food and water, Xiaoyan? My boyfriend has plenty. If you agree to stay, he'll provide for all your needs. Su Wan Ting said cheerfully, seizing the moment to offer Jiang Nanyan a bottle of mineral water and a steaming roast chicken. If she managed to keep her friend around, she could enjoy 2 roast chickens. Although she didn't relish the thought of sharing her boyfriend, she recognized her inability to alter Shun Yi's mindset. It was clear he would never settle for just one woman. Accepting the inevitability of the situation, Su Wan Ting decided not to interfere. After all, if Shun Yi were angered, she might find herself starving or even expelled. Better to accommodate than to resist, she thought, shifting her strategy to help Shun Yi charm her friend. This way, she could at least reap some rewards, and, if Shun Yi were pleased, perhaps garner even more benefits. Most importantly, even if Shun Yi took other women, as long as she remained his favorite, she could secure her position. Water? And meat? Jiang Nanyan's throat moved involuntarily as she swallowed. Yet her mouth was parched, unable to produce saliva. Her instincts urged her to rush over and grab the water and meat. But reason held her back. If she charged forward, she might very well suffer the same fate as the plump girl, perhaps even worse. Nanyan, don't be fooled. We should leave now. Bicini quickly intervened. Though she too felt hunger and thirst, she would never sell her body and soul for a morsel of food. This woman was clearly luring them in to find a mistress for her boyfriend. How shameless! Jiang Nanyan shared Bicini's disdain for Su Wan Ting, feeling a deep urge to berate her. How could you betray a friend? I considered you a companion, yet you treat me like this? You want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? Yet, the aroma of the roast chicken was undeniably enticing. Just the scent made her mouth water. A single bite could be transcendent. The more she pondered, the more her resolve wavered. Compared to starving or dying of thirst, she contemplated surrendering her body and soul. 2 days prior, if someone had asked Jiang Nanyan whether she would choose starvation over selling her body, she would have fiercely rebuked them, showcasing her noble spirit. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her once proud soul had been thoroughly eroded, especially upon witnessing the liquid flowing within that bottle. She felt an insatiable hunger surging through every cell in her body. She had fallen. Teacher Bai, I am truly sorry, but I can no longer move. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks flushed slightly, and she dashed towards Su Wan Ting, yearning for water and meat. Su Wan Ting did not immediately hand her the water. Instead, she smiled and asked, Xiao Yin, you must understand what drinking this bottle of water signifies, don't you? Humiliation. Absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shun Yi, and although the feeling of being humiliated before her teacher was mortifying, The gnawing hunger and thirst overwhelmed her sense of shame, prompting her to respond to Su wanting. Even if she were to be subjected to something degrading, it mattered little now. At worst, she could merely consider it as being nibbled by a dog. Moreover, this dog seemed rather handsome, not entirely detestable. Very well. Since you comprehend, go ahead and drink, Su Wanting said with a beaming smile, handing the bottle to Jiang Nanyan as if bestowing a gift. Thank you. Thank you, Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, her hands trembling as she took the bottle of mineral water. Having been hungry and thirsty for far too long, her strength had dwindled significantly. Even twisting the bottle cap required great effort. What a young lady, yet reduced to the state of a dog. Observing Jiang Nanyan's easy capitulation, Su Wanting felt a mix of disdain and delight. She had always found Jiang Nanyan's aloof demeanor irksome. With her frosty expression, it seemed as though she held some lofty status. The number of boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan far exceeded those who sought after Su Wanting, intensifying her jealousy. However, since Jiang Nanyan's family background was not inferior to her own, Su Wanting dared not offend her. Yet now, witnessing the woman she once envied kneeling before her, submitting to her boyfriend, was a gratifying experience. Su Wanting suddenly felt that aiding Shun Yi in deceiving her friend was rather exhilarating. In the future, she would be the primary partner, commanding Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for her. How delightful. After all, in this apocalyptic world, no one would dare mock her. In fact, many women would surely envy her for having food and drink. Had she known it would be this pleasurable, she would not have thrown such a tantrum last night. Su Wanting felt a pang of regret. Because of her childish antics, not only was she unsatisfied today, but she also created a rift with Shun Yi. I must change my mindset. I cannot continue as before, otherwise a better contender may surpass me. Su Wanting thought to herself, if someone were to outshine her and she became the secondary partner, it would be utterly humiliating. She had been with Shun Yi the longest. After all, she was the one who shared his first intimate moment. She deserved to be the primary partner. To achieve that, she must first win Shun Yi's affections. Furthermore, she must keep other women in check. Shun Yi remained oblivious to the fact that Su Wanting's mindset had entirely shifted upon witnessing Jiang Nanyan's submission. Of course, this transformation was advantageous for him. He would soon enjoy superior service. Nanyan, how could you capitulate? Baisini gazed at Jiang Nanyan, who was drinking water with abandon, disappointment in her eyes as she chastised her for her moral decline. The knowledge and ethics you once learned, do they permit you to engage in such acts? Do not forget your dreams. Baisini's tone was laced with anger. Yet, Jiang Nanyan remained focused on drinking, utterly disregarding the need to respond. It was not until she had consumed an entire bottle of water that she felt rejuvenated, like a fish returning to the sea. Licking her lips, she glanced at Baisini with hesitation and embarrassment. After all, it was she who had brought her teacher and friend here, only to be deceived by Su Wanting. She bore significant responsibility. However, she truly did not wish to perish. Just as Jiang Nanyan was grappling with guilt and uncertainty on how to speak, Shun Yi approached and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, giving it a gentle squeeze. Jiang Nanyan's face flushed, and she instinctively attempted to struggle. But then she remembered something, and her movements gradually slowed, calming down. Rest assured, with me, you shall never go hungry. Upon finishing his statement, Shun Yi looked at the obedient Jiang Nanyan, nodding in satisfaction, then turning to Baisini, who was helping the overweight woman. If you, beautiful teacher, are willing to stay, I can guarantee your meals and safety. Of course, the condition is that you send this foul-mouthed woman away. Otherwise, I cannot promise I won't resort to violence. Shun Yi was exercising considerable restraint. The hefty woman had insulted him upon entering, and he had refrained from killing her only because he had never taken a life before, thus hesitating to make a firm decision. Otherwise, that punch would have shattered her skull. You wish, I, Baisini, would rather starve or die of thirst than sell my body. I would never abandon my students. Men like you, devoid of shame, are the most despicable in my eyes. Baisini retorted coldly. Then she turned to Jiang Nanyan. Nanyan, will you not come with me? Teacher Bai, I am truly sorry. Shun Yi has returned to the past before the apocalypse. Teacher Bai, I am sorry, but I cannot leave with you. Jiang Nanyan averted her gaze, unable to confront the disappointment etched on Baisini's face. In truth, Baisini was not only her teacher, but also her romantic interest. Yes, a romantic interest. They both had tendencies towards a same-sex relationship, which naturally led them to grow closer. However, due to their age and status, they had yet to define their relationship. Yet, if they continued to spend time together, it would not be long before they were together. Alas, an apocalyptic disaster struck, altering everything. There was no time for love. The primary concern now was survival. Compared to merely surviving, issues like disdain for men seemed trivial. Just like now, being held by Shun Yi, a man, Jiang Nanyan, who usually abhorred men, felt no repulsion whatsoever. Instead, the scent of meat emanating from Shun Yi provided her with a sense of security. In the apocalypse, being well-fed and hydrated was the greatest form of safety. All human emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, paled in significance compared to the instinct to survive. I understand now, Bicini smiled, though her smile was faint and devoid of vitality. Yet, she refrained from uttering any words of reproach towards Jiang Nanyan and instead assisted the overweight woman in leaving. Shen Yi naturally did not intervene. He had made an offer. If she did not accept, he would not force her. There was no need. He was not lacking in women. After all, today had already yielded fruitful results. Moreover, Jiang Nanyan, nestled in his arms, was far more considerate than Su Wanting. After making her choice, she exhibited no signs of rebellion, at least not outwardly. Unlike Su Wanting, who had been brimming with ulterior motives since the very beginning. Even today, there are still many hidden thoughts. The dormitory door was securely locked. Shun Yi released Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let us first have something to eat. Once we are satiated, we can proceed." "Thank you," Jiang Nanyan replied. Her cheeks flushed. Such straightforward words made her exceedingly bashful, especially since it was their first encounter. With her lofty expectations and lack of romantic experience, she couldn't help but feel her heart race at the thought of what might ensue. Nevertheless, she resolved to eat first. At this moment, Shun Yi was also observing Jiang Nanyan. Her beauty surpassed that of Su Wanting by a slight margin. Her features were exquisite, her skin smooth and radiant, exuding a natural glow. Although a hint of dust from not having washed her face in recent days slightly marred her appearance, she remained undeniably lovely, particularly with her delicate and elegant nose, which evoked an irresistible urge to kiss her. Jiang Nanyan's figure was also commendable, slender where it needed to be. However, her curves were modest, only barely resembling a B cup, rendering her somewhat flat. Yet, her exquisite face compensated for any shortcomings in her physique. Furthermore, Jiang Nanyan possessed a remarkable aura. This quality was hard to define, but a mere glance at her evoked a sense of something exceptional. Shun Yi did not feel the same allure when he looked at Su Wanting. Although she, too, was a beautiful and affluent woman, her haughty demeanor completely negated any charm she might have had. In essence, Shun Yi found himself quite satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He did not hesitate to reward Su Wanting with 2 roasted chickens. Promises must be fulfilled to inspire one's subordinates to act. In Shun Yi's eyes, women were also a form of subordinates. "Husband, thank you." Su Wanting joyfully pecked Shun Yi on the cheek, even daring to call him husband. It seemed she wished to make an impression on Jiang Nanyan. The scene of rivalry had quietly unfolded. Shun Yi was unconcerned. As long as his harem remained peaceful, he could tolerate minor skirmishes. Where did you get the chicken from just now?" Jiang Nanyan, her mouth greasy with food, stared at Shun Yi in astonishment. She had only seen his arm move, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While still in shock, Jiang Nanyan continued shoving meat into her mouth. It was truly delicious. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged hunger, but this chicken tasted like the most exquisite meal she had ever experienced. "This is my husband's superpower. He can conjure food and water." "Impressive, isn't it? You mustn't tell anyone else, or my husband, and I will not spare you," Su Wanting cautioned earnestly, adopting the air of a primary wife. "How imposing." Shun Yi did not mind. Jiang Nanyan exclaimed, "Superpower? Such a power exists?" "Of course. Do you think my husband lets us worry about food and drink? As long as you obey, he can conjure whatever you desire in the future." Jiang Nanyan pondered this revelation. Now that she was well-fed and hydrated, her intellect returned. Could this truly be a superpower? Conjuring food from thin air must count as such, after all. Yet, she sensed something peculiar about this ability. While summoning roasted chicken was understandable, how could it be cooked and still steaming? This did not seem like a superpower, but rather the act of storing cooked food and retrieving it when needed. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Nanyan. She recalled a post-apocalyptic novel she had read. Could it be that this man was akin to the protagonist, reborn? Perhaps he possessed an expansive space for his abilities, where he had stored ample food and water before the apocalypse struck. Because there was no concept of time in this space, the items would not spoil. If this were true, it would explain why the chicken was cooked. However, this speculation was merely conjecture, and Jiang Nanyan dared not voice it. What if she were correct, and he decided to silence her? Seeing that Jiang Nanyan had finished her meal, her hands and mouth greasy, Shun said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." Isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiang Nanyan paused. Was the water in the boys' dormitory unaffected? You're so foolish. Just use mineral water. Su Wanting retrieved several bottles from under her bed. What? Washing my face with mineral water? That seems terribly wasteful. Jiang Nanyan exclaimed in disbelief. In a post-apocalyptic setting, such resources were precious. It's fine. With my husband around, we never lack water. Su Wanting smiled lightly. Noticing that there were not many bottles of mineral water, Shun Yi waved his hand and conjured several more from his space, saying to Jiang Nanyan, "You might as well wash your hair. I don't want to get grease all over me." This, what an incredible superpower. You can even summon mineral water. Jiang Nanyan was astonished, her earlier conjectures growing more plausible. This man might indeed be the kind of character who had been reborn from a novel. Yet, this was even better. Following a powerful man who had returned from the dead ensured that she would not have to worry about starvation. Moreover, there was a chance to reunite with her parents and family. With this thought, Jiang Nanyan's gaze toward Shun Yi transformed. The disdain had vanished. Regardless of the circumstances, this transaction was not a loss for her, unless the apocalypse were to conclude at this very moment. Unlocking new resources. Type 54 pistol. Ding. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding. Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol 1, stored in system space. Type 54 pistol 1, stored in system space, upon hearing the system notification. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. A Type 54 pistol. A firearm. A weapon. How exhilarating. With a gun in hand. There were no limits to where he could go. Although Shun Yi had never used a gun, it was never too late to learn. Moreover, sometimes, merely brandishing a gun could instill fear without even firing it. Such was the deterrent power of firearms. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Yi glanced at Jiang Nanyan, who was feigning sleep and embarrassment beside him, and felt an extraordinary sense of joy. He had not anticipated that this woman could assist him in unlocking such a significant resource as a pistol. However, there was one more thing to confirm, whether the gun was loaded. If it lacked compatible ammunition, he would have to unlock that separately, which would be quite troublesome. Shun Yi's mind stirred as he retrieved a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun indeed had some weight. After weighing it in his hands, he confirmed that the safety was on, eliminating the risk of accidental discharge, and then inspected the magazine. Fortunately, it was loaded. Moreover, the magazine was filled to the brim with bullets. Shun Yi meticulously counted the rounds he extracted, totaling 8. A firearm carrying 8 bullets, combined with his possession of countless other weapons, rendered any concern about ammunition utterly obsolete. He could even discard a gun after use without the need to switch magazines. In critical moments, the speed of changing weapons far surpassed that of replacing a magazine. Regrettably, there was no rating feature. Otherwise, he would have bestowed the system a resounding 5-star review. Shun Yi delightedly toyed with the handgun. This system was remarkably considerate and precise. What was that? A gun? Jiang Nanyan, who had stealthily opened her eyes, inadvertently witnessed Shun Yi conjuring a firearm seemingly out of thin air. Her heart racing as she nearly cried out. A gun. Although she had seen her father handle a handgun, her limited exposure left her feeling a profound sense of awe. The lethality and intimidation of such weaponry were indeed chilling. His extraordinary ability was undoubtedly not merely limited to the summoning of food. Jiang Nanyan's suspicions were further solidified. If his power were simply the generation of sustenance, how could Shun Yi also manifest a gun? This was utterly illogical. Either Shun Yi possessed an infinitely expansive space for his abilities, pre-storing these resources, or his powers were even more terrifying than Su Wanting was aware of. Su Wanting. Oh, Su Wanting. How easily you've been deceived, just as before. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was soundly asleep on the adjacent bed, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. It was glaringly obvious that Su Wanting was attempting to assert her influence by leveraging Shun Yi's identity to intimidate her. Jiang Nanyan, being new to this environment and not yet familiar with the nature of Shun Yi and Su Wanting's relationship, had hesitated to offend Su Wanting. However, it now seemed that their bond was not particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting would not have been under the impression that Shun Yi's ability was limited to the conjuring of food. Since Shun Yi had not fully entrusted Su Wanting, it signified that she still had an opportunity to surpass Su Wanting. With her lofty ambitions and sharp intellect, Jiang Nanyan was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. She silently contemplated that starting the following day, she would endeavor to strengthen her rapport with Shun Yi, ensuring that he placed his trust in her above Su Wanting. To begin, she needed to ascertain Shun Yi's preferences. Understanding his likings would be the most expedient approach. Surely, he must have an inclination towards women. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the traces on her body, her cheeks flushing slightly. Almost without further thought, she concluded that Shun Yi favored women, particularly those of striking beauty. Hence, if Su Wanting could deceive her, why couldn't she manipulate others as well? Teacher Bai. The figure of Teacher Bai suddenly flashed through Jiang Nanyan's mind. Although she was somewhat older, her physique remained commendable. Surely Shun Yi would take a liking to her. Right? Teacher Bai, I apologize. Time flowed on. A night passed. The following day, the sun slowly ascended. Meanwhile, in the male dormitory 606, the once vibrant figure of the plump girl gradually succumbed to lifelessness. Although Shun Yi had tempered the force of his punch, the blow to her head was sufficient to be fatal. Bai Exen gazed upon her student's lifeless body, unable to suppress her tears. Guilt, sorrow, and fear intermingled, leading this well-educated teacher to emotional collapse. Indeed, Bai Exen had not departed the male dormitory. Exhausted and famished, burdened by an unconscious student, she lacked the strength to leave. Upon discovering that the dormitory door was unlocked, Bai Exen had sought refuge inside. Yet, she had never anticipated that her student would meet such a tragic fate. Had she known, she would have exerted every ounce of her strength to take the student to the hospital. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? At that moment, a familiar voice pierced through the air. Jiang Nanyan entered, holding a half bottle of water and a chicken leg. You, what are you doing here? Bai Exen looked up at Jiang Nanyan, hastily wiping the tears from her eyes, unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side in front of student. I brought you some food and wanted to ask if you plan to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are heading out. Jiang Nanyan offered the chicken leg and water. Husband? Bai Exen was taken aback. After just one night, why had she begun to address him so intimately? Furthermore, she seemed entirely unperturbed by it. Bai Exen scrutinized Jiang Nanyan closely. She noted that Jiang Nanyan exuded a newfound radiance, her complexion vibrant, as though she had acquired a more feminine allure, appearing even more attractive than before. Most strikingly, Jiang Nanyan had washed her hair and applied makeup. Where had she procured water and cosmetics? Yes, my husband is quite a decent person, Jiang Nanyan smiled, her eyes devoid of any hint of shyness. Bai Exen could hardly believe it. In just one night, how could Jiang Nanyan, known for her rational demeanor, undergo such a transformation? Unbeknownst to her, it was precisely Jiang Nanyan's rationality that allowed her to swiftly weigh the pros and cons and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to cling to Shun Yi's support. After all, he currently wielded a firearm. Even amidst mutated creatures and flora outside, a gun sufficed for protection. He is decent. He has taken a life, and you dare to claim he is a good person? Bai Exen questioned incredulously. Jiang Nanyan glanced at the now cold corpse of the plump girl, her brow furrowing slightly. Though she felt a twinge of fear towards the dead, she nonetheless asserted, if it weren't for Wang Mei's inability to control her tongue, how could my husband have resorted to violence? Besides, he showed restraint. Had he truly intended to kill her, she would have perished long ago. After all, Shun Yi did not even utilize his firearm. Otherwise, one shot would have ensured Wang Mei's demise long before now. Indeed, it is not Shun Yi's fault. All blame lies with Wang Mei. Had she not spoken so carelessly, she would not have met such an end. You are insane. Jiang Nanyan, you have completely lost your mind. Bai Exen exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. She could not fathom that the usually astute and rational Jiang Nan Yin, would utter such words in defense of a murderer? Jiang Nan Yin merely smiled faintly and replied, Teacher Bai, I am aware of your good intentions as an educator, yet you must understand Wang Mei Mei's character. While her previous tantrums were tolerable, what era are we in now? She continues to behave as before. Is she not inviting trouble upon herself? We are living in apocalyptic times. So many have perished outside with no law enforcement to intervene. Even when we left the teaching building yesterday, we were tailed by several boys. Their lascivious gazes, Teacher Bai, can you not discern their intentions? If they were to capture us, our fate would undoubtedly be far worse than Wang Mei Mei's. In a world like this, do you still wish to impose the moral and legal standards of the past upon my husband? Furthermore, even if my husband had not harmed Wang Mei Mei, she would eventually meet her demise at another's hand or perish from starvation. Moreover, my husband merely struck her once. Her actual cause of death was her failure to seek medical attention, which cannot be attributed to him at all. It is the apocalypse that is to blame. It is this world that is at fault. Listening to Jiang Nan Yan's well-reasoned arguments, Bai Xianyi's lips, pale and cracked, moved but could not form a rebuttal. Wang Mei Mei's character was indeed far from admirable. In times of peace, she often took to the internet to criticize men, but back then, the law offered her protection. Now, however, alas, although she is reluctant to admit it, Bai Xini has lost her confidence to refute. At most, she can only utter that Wang Mimi did not deserve to die. Yet, she's already gone. What purpose does that serve? Bai Xini feels that the man's words yesterday were quite accurate. Everything is her fault. She feels responsible for the death of her student. If she had been able to manage Wang Mimi, she would not have spoken so disrespectfully, nor would she have met her demise. Jiang Nanyan, observing Bai Xini's despondence, sighed softly and said, Let's not dwell on this anymore. Bai Laoshi, would you care for this chicken leg? I requested it from my husband out of gratitude for your past care towards me. How would he waste my time for anyone else? Thank you. Bai Xini pressed her lips together, accepting the chicken leg. Though Jiang Nanyan had compromised her body, she still harbored a good heart. In truth, selling oneself for survival doesn't seem so reprehensible. As she gnawed on the chicken leg, Bai Xini's mindset gradually shifted. Jiang Nanyan placed half a bottle of mineral water before her, observing her hurried consumption, and continued, Bai Laoshi, we are about to leave. Would you like to join us? The boys' dormitory isn't safe. I just heard noises from other rooms in the hallway. If you stay alone, you might attract unwanted attention. Bai Xini swallowed her mouthful of meat and could not help but ask, Can I come with you? She had offended that man yesterday, and given his brutal and selfish nature, he might not be inclined to take her along. Of course, as long as you are willing. I can speak to my husband on your behalf. His character is actually quite amiable, and he wouldn't mind you, especially since you are merely trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan quickly responded, sensing Bai Xini's interest. Before leaving, she had promised Shun Yi that she would deceive Bai Xini into returning and ensure that Bai Laoshi would comply. If she succeeded, there would be additional rewards. Otherwise, given Shun Yi's temperament, he certainly wouldn't take Bai Xini along. He wouldn't care if she starved. A disobedient woman only adds burden. All right, thank you. Bai Xini felt a sense of unease. Yet, that chicken leg was truly delicious. Then, Bai Laoshi, please come with me. When you meet my husband, do not anger him. Otherwise, I will also face consequences, Jiang Nanyan cautioned. I won't cause you any trouble. Bai Xini nodded earnestly. Upon returning to dormitory 610, Shun Yi and Su Wanning had already packed snacks and chargers, preparing to depart. With nearly 100,000 handguns in the system space, coupled with the strength gained from physical evolution, Shun Yi felt a sense of self-preservation. Even when encountering that mutated earth dog, he could rely on overwhelming firepower to eliminate the threat. Bai Laoshi, aren't you quite the virtuous one? Didn't you claim you would never sell your body? How is it that you're now following along like a lapdog? Su Wanning began to mock as soon as she saw Jiang Nanyan return with Bai Xini. She sensed a looming threat. This Bai woman had an excellent figure and seemed to share a close bond with Jiang Nanyan. If she stayed, Su Wanning's position would be jeopardized. You what nonsense are you spouting? Bai Xini's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Yet, she found herself at a loss for a retort. Just yesterday, she had proclaimed lofty ideals, and now she was following along, leaving her feeling awkward and ashamed. Am I speaking nonsense? I wonder who stood at the door yesterday and declared she would rather starve than sell her body or abandon her students, only to now cast aside her students? Su Wanning's sharp tongue launched a fierce attack. Except for her reluctance to show disrespect to Shun Yi, she harbored hostility towards everyone else. Bai Sini felt her face grow warm from the confrontation, momentarily overwhelmed by the urge to end her existence right there. Su Wanting, do not go too far. Bai Laoshi merely wishes to care for her students. She does not intend to oppose her husband. Jiang Nanyan interjected, interrupting Su Wanting's onslaught. As for Bai Laoshi coming over now, it is because she has come to terms with her situation and is willing to serve her husband. Are you going to deny her husband that? Stop your nonsense. I never said I would make decisions for my husband. I simply cannot tolerate this shameless woman. Su Wanting hastily retorted, fearing to upset Shani, then refrained from such biting remarks. After all, we shall all be family in the future. We should coexist peacefully without conflict, Jiang Nanyan calmly stated, as if she had prepared this response in advance. Su Wanting scoffed, but she found no further reason to speak. This exchange was clearly a victory for Jiang Nanyan. At that moment, the most bewildered individual was Bai Sini. What did I say I would serve Shani? When did we become family? Jiang Nanyan's words left her utterly perplexed. She attempted to voice her objections several times, but the sharp exchange between Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting left her unable to interject. All right, it's time to depart. At this juncture, as the head of the group and the primary beneficiary of the women's quarrel, Shun Yi spoke. He deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle Bai Sini, as her behavior the previous day had displeased him. Thus, letting Su Wanting scold her was a means of relieving his frustration. Furthermore, a woman with such a strong sense of pride must first have her dignity shattered and her character insulted to be more easily subdued. If Bai Sini could not withstand the humiliation and chose to leave, Shani would not be concerned. After all, he did not lack for women. Contrarily, he had developed a newfound respect for Jiang Nanyan. She was indeed clever, having deftly manipulated Bai Sini while also confronting Su Wanting. From the moment Jiang Nanyan awoke that morning, she began to refer to him as her husband with remarkable ease, as if they were a long-married couple. She even took the initiative to help him secure Bai Sini, ensuring that Bai Sini would comply without harboring ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shun Yi had no reason to refuse. He was curious to see Jiang Nanyan's capabilities. As they prepared to leave the school, a terrifying mutated plant awaited them. With Shun Yi's command, neither Su Wanting nor Jiang Nanyan dared to continue their quarrel. Bai Sini found her explanations caught in her throat. She longed to declare her lack of intention to serve as Shun Yi's woman. No, she did not wish to become Shun Yi's woman at all. Yet, those words remained unspoken, held back by her concern for Jiang Nanyan. Previously, Jiang Nanyan had mentioned that if she angered Shun Yi, there would be repercussions for her. Jiang Nanyan had kindly provided her with food and water. If she caused Jiang Nanyan to suffer for her sake, could she still consider herself human? Thus, Bai Sini could only endure in silence. Had she known it would come to this, she would have preferred to starve in the dormitory rather than follow along. Yet, having received help without offering any return to Jiang Nanyan was not her nature. Thus, Bai Sini silently trailed behind Shun Yi and the others. In order to spare her kind-hearted friend Jiang Nanyan from punishment, she refrained from rebutting Su Wanting's disparaging remarks about her character. Unbeknownst to her, the naive teacher Bai had long been manipulated by Jiang Nanyan, serving as a mere pawn in her quest for affection. Darling, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan whispered to Shun Yi as she drew closer. Yes, I see them. Let them follow. If we encounter any danger, they can serve as a human shield. He replied, patting the gun at his waist before continuing down the stairs. Even without a firearm, Shun Yi's physical strength would suffice to handle the follower, who happened to be the classmate with the yellow hair. The yellow-haired student had exhausted his food and water the previous day and was contemplating whether to risk venturing out for supplies. He happened to see Shun Yi and the others preparing to leave, and a spark of opportunity ignited within him. If danger arose, he could safely escape by staying behind them. Perhaps, if something unfortunate were to befall Shun Yi, he could take advantage of the situation to claim a woman for himself. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, the yellow-haired student's mentality had transformed dramatically. With no one to monitor him and no police to apprehend him, he mused that he could do as he pleased. If he could eliminate Shun Yi, then those 3 women would be his for the taking. He envisioned a scenario where he could have his way with them, perhaps even indulge in wild fantasies. Excited by these thoughts, he hesitated to act, however. Recalling the scene from the previous day when Shun Yi had effortlessly sent someone flying with a single punch. If only a monster would appear to devour him, he thought, fixating on Shun Yi's silhouette. Where you all headed? Vicini cautiously inquired after much deliberation. She wished to return home, but hesitated to voice it directly. Let's South go to my place first. It's a high-end community, safer and more comfortable, Jiang and Yin suggested, as they had agreed upon earlier that morning. Shini's primary objective was to return to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the rural area was 70 to 80 kilometers away from the city, making a direct return impractical. Thus, they needed to find a temporary place to stay and devise a plan to go home. Vicini hesitated before speaking again. Can I? Darling, it seems there are sounds outside. Su Wanting interjected suddenly. By this time, they had reached the first floor of the dormitory. The black mist had engulfed the area, reducing visibility to just a few meters. The group paused, straining to listen. Indeed, there were noises, reminiscent of something slithering against the outer wall. Strange indeed. The sound is a bit far from the door. Let us step outside and keep our voices down, Shani declared, his hearing having sharpened after his bodily evolution. After listening intently for a moment, he decisively took out his handgun and led the way outside. Vicini's eyes widened upon seeing the firearm. He actually has a gun. What kind of student is he? In Xia country, where gun ownership is strictly prohibited, ordinary people cannot acquire firearms. Jiang and Yin and Su Wanting were less surprised, having already seen the gun that morning. Thus, they cautiously exited the dormitory. The previously faint sounds persisted, yet they posed no threat, seeming instead to move upward. Instinctively, the group glanced back and beheld the dormitory, now shrouded in black mist, covered in a dense growth of climbing ivy. The vines were unusually thick, the slenderest as robust as an adult's thumb, and appeared to be alive, continuously climbing in all directions. The group was astounded. The once diminutive ivy had transformed into an overwhelming mass. Moreover, its growth rate was astonishing. Had they lingered in the dormitory a few more days, these vines might have reached the 6th floor, engulfing the entire building. It seemed nearly impossible that they could grow so rapidly without any sustenance. Vicini murmured in shock. After observing for a moment, Shun Yi instructed Jiang Nanyan, set the navigation to your home. We'll stop by any supermarkets we encounter along the way to scavenge for supplies. All right. Jiang Nanyan quickly programmed the navigation. There was no time to ponder the mutated ivy. They needed to move swiftly before dawn broke. Although visibility during the day was still poor due to the black mist, it was far better than at night when the path would be nearly invisible. The group hastened their pace, remaining vigilant. Along the way, they faintly heard other people moving in the black mist, unsure whether they were students searching for supplies or attempting to escape the school. However, as they continued, they suddenly heard cries for help and screams emanating from a mist. The sounds were unmistakably human, indicating that someone was attacking others. Disturbingly, they could even hear the sounds of men and women engaging in unspeakable acts, as if several men were forcibly taking advantage of women within the black mist. The world had descended into utter chaos. Upon hearing the cries of women pleading for mercy, Jiang Yin and Su Wanting instinctively drew closer to Shani, fearful that they too might be abducted. They felt a surge of relief, grateful to have a man capable of protecting them. Otherwise, they feared their fate would be no better than that of the women in the mist. Vicini bit her lip tightly, torn between the desire to help the helpless girl and the realization that Shun Yi was indifferent, forcing her to suppress her compassion. She could not let Jiang Nanyan be endangered, yet she could not fathom how, in just a few days, these law-abiding students had devolved into such savagery. To assault women in broad daylight was akin to the behavior of beasts. Shen Yi merely listened for a moment longer, choosing not to intervene. The law of the jungle now dictated survival. After spending several minutes navigating through the school, the group emerged into the outside world, and their eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before them. The main road outside was lined with abandoned vehicles, all entwined with thick mutated plants, while the ground was carpeted with greenery. The trees that had once stood only a few meters tall now towered over them, reaching heights of over 10 meters, their branches lush and sprawling. Ah, there's a monster! Su Wanting suddenly exclaimed. A massive mutated orange cat appeared not far away, baring its sharp teeth and emitting a threatening growl, regarding Shun Yi and his companions as prey. Without hesitation, Shun Yi raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat, and pulled the trigger. The gunfire echoed loudly. While Shun Yi's marksmanship was lacking, the sheer volume of shots ensured that some would find their mark. After firing 7 or 8 rounds, one bullet struck the orange cat's front leg, eliciting a piercing scream as it leaped to a nearby tree trunk. Despite its mutation, it retained the instinct to seek refuge in higher ground at the first sign of danger. Zhou Li switched to another firearm from his system space, re-aiming and preparing to unleash a barrage of firepower. At that moment, several branches suddenly shot out, piercing through the body of the mutated orange cat, eliciting a series of agonizing cries as various fluids and viscera spilled onto the ground. The feline struggled with its limbs, attempting to flee, but soon lost the ability to move due to the fatal wounds. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Li could not help but swallow hard. These mutated plants seemed to possess a life of their own, exhibiting ferocity even surpassing that of the mutated animals. As Zhou Li looked up, he noticed that some branches were adorned with the lifeless bodies of mutated cats and dogs, and faintly, he seemed to glimpse human corpses as well. The air was thick with a faint metallic scent of blood, evoking a sense of dread. Zhou Li observed for a moment, noting that these plants did not appear to have any inclination to attack them. He then retrieved a bottle of water from his space and threw it to probe the way ahead. The bottle struck the ground with a sound, yet the mutated trees lining the path remained unresponsive. He tossed another bottle at the branches, and upon contact, several stout branches swiftly pierced through the bottle. Indeed, just like the mutated climbing vines outside the dormitory, the trees exhibited no desire to attack unless provoked. Understanding this, Zhou Li felt a sense of relief and instructed the others not to stray too far and to continue onward. The three women, still visibly shaken by the earlier encounter with the mutated orange cat, followed closely behind. The tree that had slain the cat had terrified them to their core. Had it not been for Zhou Li, who stood protectively in front with his firearm, they would have likely fled in panic. They now comprehended the peril that lurked within the black mist and clung tightly to Zhou Li, unwilling to lag behind. Bai Xin, in particular, refrained from mentioning the desire to return home, realizing that without Zhou Li, she might not even survive for 10 minutes. However, after only a short distance, Zhou Li suddenly halted, grasping Su Wanting, who nearly fell into a pit. Beneath their feet lay a chasm several meters wide, stretching endlessly into darkness, from which thick black mist was slowly billowing forth. What is this? How can there be such a wide crack in the road? Is all this black mist emanating from here? Su Wanting exclaimed in shock. This profound fissure seemed unfathomably deep, evoking a sense of terror. Zhou Li stared at the chasm for a moment, cautioning, "Be careful where you step. Do not fall in. Continue walking." Even though he understood the black mist was emerging from the crack, and that the apocalypse might stem from it, he felt powerless to investigate the cause. After all, if the nation could not resolve such issues, how could an individual do so? Prioritizing the search for a safe refuge over contemplating the apocalypse's origins seemed far more prudent. Regardless, if the sky were to collapse, there would be those tall enough to bear the burden. It would not crush him immediately. As they made their way toward Jiang Nanyan's residence, Zhou Li was astonished to find that this fissure extended for several hundred meters, with one crack following another at intervals, each deep and exuding black mist. Intriguingly, all the fissures were confined to the roads or open spaces, avoiding any buildings. No structures were damaged by the cracks, which was peculiar. If these fissures were naturally occurring, why would they intentionally circumvent houses and mutated plants? Yet, if they were not natural, who was manipulating them? To alter terrain in such a manner surpassed ordinary capabilities. If a nation possessed such a grotesque weapon, global domination would likely have been achieved long ago. "We're almost at the neighborhood," Jiang Nanyan remarked, glancing at her navigation device. Due to the dense black mist, navigation was essential to avoid losing their way. "Keep moving. Quicken your pace," Zhou Li called back suddenly. The girls paused momentarily but quickly accelerated when they heard the chaotic sounds of footsteps behind them. Without further thought, they hastily entered the neighborhood, swiftly arriving at the entrance of a tall building under Jiang Nanyan's lead. The building was also overrun with plants, yet they displayed no signs of hostility. Jiang Nanyan hurriedly approached to conduct facial recognition, while Zhou Li tightened his grip on his firearm, scanning the surroundings warily. The neighborhood might be even more perilous than the outside. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a nearby garden. Throughout their journey, they had encountered a lush expanse where all the plants had mutated, becoming towering and robust, or exhibiting aggression. Even the weeds by the roadside had swelled to several times their original size. Yet, in this garden, all the weeds and flowers remained unchanged, retaining their normal size and colors, reminiscent of the world before the apocalypse. The flowers appeared to be roses, and within one of the blooms, Shun Yi spotted a colorful fruit. To confirm his sight, he approached the garden for a closer inspection. Indeed, it was a vibrant fruit, identical to the ability fruit he had consumed previously. Shun Yi felt a surge of excitement. Whether it was sheer luck or the fact that most people were unaware of the fruit's properties, he had encountered a second ability fruit so swiftly. Seizing the opportunity while the others were distracted, he stepped into the garden and plucked the colorful fruit. It seemed that only plants bearing ability fruits remained unmutated. What could be the reason behind this? Shun Yi pondered, recognizing that there must be an underlying cause. Understanding this might enable him to cultivate ability fruits himself. Darling? Jiang Jun cautiously called out. She had already opened the unit door, but Shun Yi had yet to enter, causing her some concern. I'm coming. Shun Yi snapped back to reality, stowing the fruit away as he stepped inside the building, subsequently locking the unit door behind him. As a result, the classmate with the yellow hair, who had been quietly trailing them, was locked outside. In such a high-end neighborhood, entry to each unit required a password or facial recognition, making it impossible for outsiders to gain access. Open the door. Please let me in. The yellow-haired student pounded on the door, nearly in tears, as if something sinister were pursuing him. Shun Yi peered through the glass window, offering a friendly smile before ascending the stairs with Jiang Jun. Did he think he could take advantage of him? He would not let that happen. The black mist parted to reveal a group of 7 or 8 men, armed with various weapons, grinning maliciously as they emerged. Their weapons were stained with dark red blood, clearly indicating their nefarious intentions. Hey kid, if you have any food, hand it over. Tell me, are you one of the wealthy residents here? Open the door for me. I want to have some fun with a few rich women today. Damn, I've only been playing with old hags these past couple of days. It's too easy. Wang Xiongdi is absolutely right. Wealthy women are well-groomed, and indulging in their company is truly delightful. During my previous visit to fix a toilet, I noticed several youthful matrons residing in this building. Today, I simply must experience their charms. Big brother, spare me. I am not a resident here. I am but a university student. The frightened Huang Mao fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. These individuals, brimming with obscenities and brandishing weapons, were clearly not to be trifled with. Damn, Shun Yi. Why did you lock me out? Why won't you let me in? Not a resident here, huh? Huh. Then you'd better find a way to open this door for me, or I swear I'll take your life right now. The imposing leader of the group threatened with menacing intensity. Their objective today was to ruthlessly plunder this affluent neighborhood. The homes they could never afford and the women they could never pursue would be thoroughly indulged today. Due to a power outage, Shun Yi and his companions were compelled to ascend the stairs. By the time they reached the 20th floor, the women were gasping for breath, their legs trembling. Shun Yi, however, felt no fatigue. He merely warmed up. The first level of physical evolution was astonishingly potent. Shun Yi marveled internally. His endurance was now beyond human capabilities. Ascending 20 flights of stairs without even breaking a sweat was remarkable. If he were to level up several more times, would he not evolve into a figure akin to Captain America? Perhaps even a paragon of his homeland. Of course, with greater power comes greater consumption. Shun Yi's appetite had increased threefold. Nonetheless, these were minor concerns, as he possessed an inexhaustible supply of resources that he could never fully consume. The potential of his abilities far exceeded his expectations, yet the challenge remained: how to elevate his level. Shun Yi pondered, glancing at the recently harvested fruit. Would consuming another ability fruit grant him a new power, or could it enhance his physical evolution? Ding! With the sound of the password lock disengaging, the door swung open. They entered Jiang Nanyan's residence. Shun Yi surveyed the spacious flat. The black mist had yet to reach the 20th floor, allowing them to bask in the long-awaited sunlight. The room boasted over 200 square meters of space, adorned with minimalist yet chic decor that exuded an air of sophistication and luxury. Shun Yi recalled that the price per square meter in this upscale neighborhood was around 30 to 40,000. This meant that this lavish flat, inclusive of renovations, was worth over 6 million. Had this been before the apocalypse, he would never have dared to dream of affording such a place. The disparity between individuals is greater than that between man and dog. However, all of this now belonged to him. Shun Yi lounged comfortably on the exquisitely expensive sofa, savoring the luxury that likely cost upwards of 100,000. This was the level of a true sanctuary. The dormitory was utterly inferior. Alas, it was a pity that the cake in the fridge had spoiled. Only the fruits wrapped in plastic film seemed edible. Jiang Nanyan stood before the fridge, retrieving items. Su Wan Ting feigned assistance, while by Exine he curiously examined the apartment, feeling the impact of wealth. Though she was aware of Jiang Nanyan's affluence, today was the first time she had truly witnessed it. This apartment was beyond her means, even if she labored her entire life. She sighed inexplicably. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. As an outsider, would it be inappropriate for me to linger? By Xin, he felt somewhat restless. Darling, you should eat some oranges while I wash the other fruits, Jiang Nanyan said, placing a plate of oranges on the table. Shen Yi absently acknowledged her while replying to a WeChat message. It was from Xiao Cha, Zhou Wan heir. She could no longer hold out and was craving food. Shen Yi did not engage in idle chatter. He simply provided her with Jiang Nanyan's address, instructing her to come over. Zhou Wan heir, aren't you in the male dormitory at campus? How did you change locations? It's so far. Shen Yi, whether you come or not is up to you. In a few days, I may not be in the city. Shen Yi, by the way, if you decide to come, remember to steer clear of the trees by the roadside. Zhou Wan heir, huh? Not in the city? Where are you going? Is there a shelter? Shen Yi chose not to respond to her inquiry. The previous two messages would suffice to instill a sense of urgency in her, compelling her to arrive promptly. If she hesitated further, he would have no choice but to abandon her. Shen Yi had more pressing matters at hand, consuming the ability fruit. He eagerly anticipated whether ingesting the new fruit would unlock a new power. Therefore, while feigning to eat an orange, he consumed the ability fruit as well. As the fruit settled in his stomach, a wave of refreshment washed over his mind, and then it was gone. Compared to the transformation he experienced after consuming the first ability fruit, this one seemed utterly lackluster. What ability did he gain? Was it weak? Shen Yi promptly opened his personal panel to check. Instant teleportation. LV1U can teleport up to 20 meters. Since your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can disregard any terrain, control, or binding skills during the movement. As long as your stamina is sufficient, you can continuously execute teleportation without any limitations. Holy moly! Upon reading this ability, Shen Yi was utterly astonished. Instant teleportation. Moreover, it allowed him to ignore terrain and any controlling or binding effects. This was undoubtedly a divine-grade ability. And most impressively, teleportation could be executed continuously. As long as his stamina held up, he could teleport indefinitely. How fortuitous that Shen Yi's first ability was physical evolution, which perfectly enhanced his endurance. And endurance equated to stamina. Thus, the combination of physical evolution and instant teleportation rendered him virtually invincible. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. With this instant teleportation ability, even if he encountered adversaries he could not defeat, he could certainly escape without anyone being able to stop him. Having acquired a new ability, Shen Yi felt elated. In this apocalyptic world, he finally possessed genuine means of self-preservation. The maximum distance of teleportation was 20 meters. No one could catch up to him. As long as his reflexes were sharp enough, he could evade bullets. Furthermore, instant teleportation could continue to be upgraded. Darling, didn't a lot of people follow us in the neighborhood just now? Jiang Nanyan asked, sitting beside Shen Yi after washing the fruits, peeling an apple for him with a worried expression. Yes, they've been tailing us the entire way. Shen Yi's hearing was far superior to that of Jiang Nanyan and her companions, allowing him to detect the presence of followers long ago. However, the individuals stalking them were not Huang Mao and his companions, but rather others. It might be more accurate to say they had not been following. They had suddenly appeared. Perhaps their original intent was also to target this neighborhood, but they coincidentally crossed paths with Shen Yi and the others, leading to malicious intent. There was no longer any semblance of order. The school had descended into chaos. The outside world would undoubtedly be even more tumultuous. Could they be hiding downstairs, waiting for us, planning to attack us when we descend? Jiang Nanyan fed a peeled orange to Shen Yi, reclined on the sofa, taking a bite of an orange as he spoke. If they were not benevolent individuals, they would not be waiting for us downstairs. Instead, they would be attempting to force their way in. Then, are we not in grave danger? Vicini could not suppress her anxiety. Having witnessed students turning against one another upon leaving the school, she had already grasped the collapse of societal order. If a group of marauders were to storm the building, everyone would suffer. She longed to call the police, yet the emergency line was completely unreachable. Su Wanting's focus diverged. Upon seeing Jiang Nanyan attending to Shen Yi, she immediately reacted with a silent curse, set aside her half-eaten orange, and approached Shun Yi to massage his shoulders. The rivalry between the two women only served to enhance Shen Yi's comfort, which was precisely why he did not intervene in this chaos. Darling, just as you mentioned, they are indeed breaking down the door. Jiang Nanyan glanced at her phone, her expression grave. The screen displayed a video from the community chat, showing a group of men brandishing various weapons as they violently assaulted the entrance. The glass windows had already been shattered, and the door was warped from their assaults. These ruffians made such a cacophony, seemingly unafraid of attracting monstrosities. Jiang Nanyan noted this and questioned, is it possible that there are no mutated creatures in our community? Or do these individuals possess the means to confront such beasts? I believe they are simply mad. A group of lunatics surely knows no fear. Su Wanting scoffed while continuing to massage Shen Yi. She was not particularly worried about the marauders breaching their sanctuary, for Shen Yi was armed. Even if they did intrude, they could not possibly confront a gun with mere knives and clubs, could they? Lunatics are not fools. They fear death. Or else they would have long since taken their own lives rather than waste time living. Jiang Nanyan countered, her brow furrowing slightly, sensing something amiss about the group. Their audacity to create such a ruckus without fearing the mutated creatures suggested they had confidence. Why had no help arrived after so long? Not a single police officer was on the streets. Baisini was filled with dread, longing to return to the peaceful times of yore. She found herself utterly unprepared to adapt to this lawless, chaotic world. Shen Yi's gaze shifted to Baisini, the mature woman, contemplating unlocking her rewards today. With that thought in mind, he spoke, I am hungry. Let us dine first, for I must venture out afterwards. With a wave of his hand, 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roasted chickens appeared on the table. His physique had become robust, and although he rarely fatigued, he required substantial sustenance to replenish his energy. You two should eat as well. Upon receiving the command, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dared to partake. As for Baisini, she remained in a state of shock. What just transpired? Shen Yi merely raised his hand, and food and water materialized from thin air. Was this some sort of magic? Why were Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting unperturbed by this? Was it only she who was astonished? Baisini was indeed flabbergasted, yet dared not voice her inquiries, choosing instead to feign interest in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach growled audibly. Over the past 2 days, she had consumed only a single chicken leg and felt far from satiated. The aroma of the chicken, now wafting through the air, sent her stomach into a frenzy, urging her to eat. However, Baisini felt too embarrassed to request food. After all, she was not Shun Yi's woman, and not even friend. Darling, where are you going? Jiang Nanyan inquired after swallowing her morsel of meat, her concern evident. Why would I go deal with them? They pose no threat to me. Shun Yi replied with an indifferent expression. This was his nature. He was cold. In the past, when he was bullied, no one had come to his aid. Thus, he would not assist others now. Moreover, there was a more significant reason. He could exploit these marauders to create a crisis for the survivors, facilitating his subsequent actions. Jiang Nanyan found this reasoning sound. They were on the 20th floor, and even if the marauders managed to break in, the first to suffer would be the residents below. Furthermore, even if the marauders reached the 20th floor, he possessed a firearm to confront them. Then what are you going out for? Is there a possibility of danger? Su Wanting expressed her concern for Shun Yi's safety. If he were to perish, the women would be utterly defenseless and likely meet the same fate as the bully girls at school. She did not wish to become like that. Better to take her own life than to endure such humiliation. It has nothing to do with you. Refrain from speaking so much during meals. Shen Yi continued to focus on his food, disinterested in providing explanations. Oh, Su Wanting felt somewhat displeased, sensing Shun Yi's demeanor towards Jiang Nanyan was warmer than towards her. She then glanced at Baisini, standing by the window, pretending not to be hungry, and felt a sense of satisfaction. That pretentious woman should go hungry. It would be best if she could not endure it and perished. Su Wanting wished to unleash all her negative emotions upon Baisini. After satisfying their hunger, Shen Yi prepared to leave. While I am away, remember to lock the door and do not open it for anyone. If those marauders breach the building, contact me immediately. They will not be able to break through this security door in a short time. Shen Yi instructed. As for why he did not leave a firearm behind, it was primarily due to his lack of complete trust in Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. Should either woman harbor ulterior motives, it would be difficult for Shen Yi to ensure his own safety in the face of a handgun. Watching Shen Yi depart, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchanged glances. neither inclined to engage in conversation. Once close friends, they now stood as adversaries. Jiang Nanyan felt a twinge of resentment, for Su Wanting had deceived her. Although this had granted her protection, it had cost her innocence. To claim she bore no hatred would be disingenuous. Yet it was not pure animosity. Her primary reason for ignoring Su Wanting was their competitive relationship. Su Wanting aspired to be the main consort, as did she. Currently, her chances were greater, for she had Bai Laoshi as an ally. If Bai Laoshi were to become Shun Yi's woman, it would then be 2 against 1, and with Su Wanting's naive disposition, she would be left at her mercy. Bai Laoshi, what are you pondering? Jiang Nanyan approached Bai Sini, her concern evident. My father is home alone. I am uncertain of his current state. Bai Sini gazed down at the world shrouded in darkness, filled with trepidation. Bai Laoshi, do you wish to save your father? Jiang Nanyan suddenly inquired. Bai Sini looked at her in confusion. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the outside world is so perilous now. You certainly cannot return alone. However, if you are willing to serve as my husband's woman, then he will undoubtedly take care of your family. With his assistance, you could save your uncle. Bai Sini's face flushed slightly as she pressed her lips together. She wanted to refuse, but upon reflection, it seemed there was some truth to this reasoning. Shun Yi possessed remarkable physical strength and firearms, along with extraordinary abilities akin to magic. If he truly wished to protect her, there was a considerable chance of returning home to rescue her father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she would be unable to return home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Moreover, Bai Laoshi, do you intend to continue starving yourself? As long as you are with my husband, you will have access to the meat and water we just consumed. Jiang Nanyan approached Bai Sini from behind, whispering close to her ear. Her voice was enchanting, filled with temptation. It was the whisper of a devil. Bai Sini, once resolute, began to waver. Her gaze instinctively flickered to the chicken bones left on the table, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. When Shun Yi descended the stairs, numerous people were hurriedly making their way up. Some were laden with bags, as if they were moving. Hurry, hurry! If those thugs break in, who knows if they will rob us? I fear they will do more than just rob. I saw bloodstains on the weapons those people are carrying. They must have killed. What? Quick! We need to go upstairs and seek refuge with the neighbors. The residents heading upstairs had witnessed the thugs breaking down doors and were frightened, seeking safety on higher floors. Some noticed Shun Yi as he descended, their expressions puzzled, but they merely brushed past him without interaction. The residents of this building had yet to lose their moral compass. There remained a semblance of kindness among them. Perhaps it was because there were not many residents in the building, and food supplies were sufficient, allowing for such a situation to persist. During this time, Shun Yi also glanced at other floors. Not everyone was rushing upwards. Most residents chose to stay hidden in their homes. Of course, Shun Yi was indifferent to whether they ascended or descended. He was in search of beauties that met the system's standards. Unfortunately, he found none. There were few residents visible, and he was disinclined to knock on each door to investigate. After all, once the thugs broke in, these scattered residents would inevitably be forced to unite, making it easier for him to find allies later. There was no need to waste time now. Shun Yi mused, casting a glance at the building number. This was the 14th floor. Just as he prepared to continue climbing the stairs, he suddenly paused. Wait, since my teleportation can disregard terrain, can I also pass through the floors below? With this thought, Shun Yi began testing. Focusing on the corridor beneath him, he concentrated, and his entire body vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the 13th floor hallway. It truly worked. Amazing, I am a genius. Shun Yi immediately began to teleport rapidly. His speed increased dramatically. In mere seconds, he arrived at the first floor. This is teleportation. How exhilarating. Experiencing the sensation of vanishing and reappearing, Shun Yi was elated. Of course, there was a cost. After teleporting a dozen times and needing to control the distance to avoid getting stuck in walls, he felt at least 1/5 of his stamina deplete. Thus, with his current stamina, he could teleport at least 70 times in a day. 70 teleports should allow him to escape even the most formidable monsters. Furthermore, the expended stamina would gradually recover, meaning he could teleport over 100 times in a day. How delightful! Shun Yi glanced at the thugs frantically smashing the unit door, disregarding them, and moved to the back wall, teleporting directly outside. In an instant, he was outside the building, then retrieved his phone to search for the nearest supermarket and began navigation. Shun Yi did not continuously teleport. For the most part, he walked. Teleportation was quicker for overcoming obstacles, But if he used it solely for travel, his stamina recovery would not keep pace with the expenditure. In the event of encountering a monster, he might lack the strength to resist. Thus, Shun Yi made his way in a straight line toward the supermarket indicated by his navigation. Whenever he encountered obstacles or mutated plants, he would use teleportation to evade them. Within less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of a moderately sized supermarket. The doors were tightly shut. It was uncertain if anyone was inside. However, Shun Yi did not waste time observing. He teleported directly inside. Regardless of whether anyone was present, he intended to gather supplies first. After all, there were no police monitoring the situation. The darkness inside was slightly less oppressive, with a broader field of vision, but due to the power outage, it remained quite dim. Shun Yi took out a fully loaded handgun from the system space and cautiously scanned the first floor. He saw no one and heard no sounds. Confirming it was safe, he approached the shelves and began collecting items. Most packaged goods such as instant noodles, spicy snacks, bread, and sausages were uncontaminated. Shun Yi collected them all into the system space. He also gathered shampoo, body wash, and other toiletries. He inspected and collected all the way through. Even various pots, pans, slippers, and towels were gathered. Given the current societal circumstances, these were non-renewable resources that would only become scarcer with use. So it was prudent to stockpile as much as possible. Unfortunately, the supermarket was rather small, and the selection was limited. Additionally, some food and drinks had been contaminated. Thus, Shun Yi's haul was not substantial, leading to some dissatisfaction. As he prepared to leave after collecting what he could, he spotted something he urgently needed: shared power banks. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power supply and gathered all the shared power banks into the system space. Dozens of power banks, likely charged, would be sufficient for a considerable time. Just as Shun Yi finished packing and was about to exit, a sudden noise erupted behind him. It was the sound of something heavy crashing down. Shun Yi's reflexes were swift. Upon hearing the noise, he instantly used teleportation to evade the ambush. Kill to silence. An ability user. Shun Yi dodged the ambush with teleportation and clearly saw his assailant. It was a man in his 30s gripping a baseball bat, staring at Shun Yi in terror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers? Huh? Originally prepared to shoot the man, Shun Yi paused for a moment upon hearing this. Superpowers? This person knew about superpowers? Did he also know about the colorful fruits? Shun Yi leveled the gun at the man and coldly inquired, "Have you seen others with superpowers?" I have. Please don't kill me." The man gulped in fear, nodding vigorously. He was uncertain whether the firearm in front of him was authentic. Yet upon witnessing the other party's extraordinary ability, he realized he stood no chance. Who was he? What kind of power did he wield? Shun Yi continued to interrogate, hoping to glean information about the fruit of extraordinary abilities from other ability users. She's a female police officer," the man replied, his voice trembling with fear. "A police officer? Have you ever encountered one?" Shun Yi furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had heard of the existence of police in this post-apocalyptic world. Logically, one would assume that the authorities would have initiated a rescue by now, yet he had not seen a single officer. He even questioned the reality of this apocalypse. How could the police and military neglect the plight of ordinary citizens? "Yes, I saw many police officers just a few days ago." The man hastily nodded, explaining, "On the very first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door, and I called the police. Officers arrived to handle the situation, but there seemed to be a multitude of calls that day, and they left shortly after." He continued, "In the following days, I often heard police sirens and even the sound of helicopters. Out of curiosity, I went to see, and there were 2 police helicopters equipped with machine guns. They seemed to be firing at something, but it was too far away for me to see clearly. I swear I'm not lying." Later, one of the helicopters suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wang Fujing department store. "If you don't believe me, you can go check it out. I am absolutely not deceiving you." As the man explained, he gradually retreated towards the staircase leading to the second floor. Shun Yi frowned. So it was not that the authorities had failed to rescue, but rather that they had acted promptly, only to be annihilated? Helicopters had been shot down. What kind of monster had they encountered? It seemed even machine guns had been ineffective against it. Shun Yi recalled the gigantic bird he had seen at the school a couple of days prior. If it was that terrifying creature, it could indeed have brought down helicopters. As for whether it could withstand bullets, he was uncertain. After all, a mortal body could not possibly be that resilient. Yet considering his own physical evolution ability, which was merely at level 1 and already so formidable, he imagined that if it reached level 10 or even 100, it might withstand bullets as well. Clearly, the post-apocalyptic world was more perilous than he had anticipated. He would need to exercise greater caution in the future. Shun Yi did not believe he could contend with that giant bird or any similarly powerful mutated creature. So he could not afford to be overly arrogant simply because he possessed a handgun. You mentioned the female police officer with extraordinary abilities. Where is she now? Is she still alive? Shun Yi inquired again, disregarding the man's retreating movements. I don't know. She just came here the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. The man's eyes darted as if he were attempting to communicate a signal towards the second floor. As Shun Yi approached him, he asked, what is her ability? She can turn her hands into steel and possesses immense strength. The man replied, his gaze fixed on Shun Yi, who was slowly advancing, seemingly eager for his approach. However, after taking a few steps, Shun Yi abruptly halted and looked at the man, asking now for my final question, have you ever seen any colorful fruit? Colorful fruit? What? What is that? I've never seen it. The man's eyes displayed a clear sense of panic. He had undoubtedly seen it. Understanding dawned on Shun Yi. He nodded, and in the next moment, he pulled the trigger. A sharp sound echoed, and a blood hole appeared on the man's forehead as he fell, his face etched with disbelief. He was dead, his eyes wide open in eternal shock. He had not anticipated that the gun in Shun Yi's hand was real, nor did he expect Shun Yi to pull the trigger without hesitation. After dispatching the man, Shun Yi's form vanished from the spot. Time passed. After several minutes, another man cautiously peeked his head from the staircase, surveying the first floor. He has gone? The man exhaled a sigh of relief, glancing at the corpse with a shattered head. Who on earth was this person? He had a gun. Could he also be a police officer? Or perhaps a member of the military? But there doesn't seem to be any military presence near our mountain city. Furthermore, this guy had extraordinary abilities as well. Boss, you didn't die unjustly. While muttering to himself, the man turned around, only to be startled as he saw a figure standing in the shadow behind him. What the hell? Instinctively, he swung his fist in a desperate attempt to strike. His fist transformed into an iron gauntlet in that very moment, and his body began to steel itself. This was clearly an extraordinary ability, yet it was too slow. Bang! Shun Yi pulled the trigger. At such close range, there was no room for doubt. A bullet pierced through the man's head before it could fully transform. To ensure the man was dead, Shun Yi fired 6 more shots, each one finding its mark in the man's head, emptying the gun of bullets and leaving the man's face mutilated. Dealing with ability, users required utmost caution. This was Shun Yi's first encounter with an ability user, and he was quite nervous. Earlier, while on the first floor, he had sensed something was off about the middle-aged man, who had been trying to lead him towards the staircase to the second floor. Thus, Shun Yi speculated that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Hence, he chose to strike first, preferring to mistakenly kill than to leave any threats alive. After eliminating the middle-aged man, Shun Yi instantly teleported to another location, quietly awaiting the appearance of the individual from the second floor. He waited for over 10 minutes. When a man on the second floor could no longer contain himself and revealed himself, Shun Yi teleported behind him, listening to the man ramble on for quite some time before he finally shot him down. Had he not been curious about whether the man would divulge any useful information, Shun Yi would not have wasted time. As for the fact that the man was an ability user, Shun Yi was not surprised. From the outset of their conversation, he had sensed the middle-aged man was quite knowledgeable about extraordinary abilities. He had even assumed the man himself was an ability user. Thus, he had deliberately moved closer to ensure he could take him down with a single shot. Shun Yi, after all, had little experience with firearms, at distances exceeding 10 meters. He risked missing the target. Handguns were not easy to control. Phew! After taking a life for the first time, Shun Yi felt his heart racing, adrenaline surging. Yet, he did not feel fear. Rather, he was exhilarated. Perhaps deep down, he was never meant to be a docile and compliant individual. Casting a glance at the man's lifeless body, he observed that with death, the iron had dissipated and the extraordinary ability had been nullified, confirming the man was completely dead. Shun Yi exchanged his firearm for another fully loaded one and commenced his search of the rooms on the second floor. Having committed to killing, he intended to leave no loose ends. Hearing noises emanating from a room at the end of the corridor, he approached with caution, gripping his gun tightly. As he carefully pushed the door open, the scene within caused him to frown and lower his weapon. To his dismay, he discovered a male corpse alongside a middle-aged woman. Stark naked, covered in wounds and tethered to the bed by a dog chain. The woman appeared to have endured severe torment, her breath shallow and weak. Those two individuals were indeed not the proprietors of the supermarket. Zhou Li had long harbored suspicions. A legitimate shopkeeper, when faced with an ample supply of food, would never resort to lethal measures against a stranger, even if that stranger had stolen from his establishment. Just as Zhou Li refrained from taking the life of the foul-mouthed individual, a common person could hardly entertain thoughts of murder. Only those who have committed heinous acts, or have blood on their hands, possess such ruthlessness. For instance, now that Zhou Li has crossed that line, should he encounter the same insolent individual again, he would undoubtedly act without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are cast aside, it becomes exceedingly difficult to rein them in. These two men must be criminals or fugitives, devoid of any ethical boundaries. It is unclear how they gained entry into the supermarket. Nonetheless, they had eliminated the true owner, usurped his domain, and even claimed his wife. Zhou Li approached the still unconscious proprietress, unshackled her, left some snacks and water, and then departed. Even if this unfortunate woman were to awaken, her survival would be fleeting. Her body bore the marks of cigarette burns and blunt force trauma. One of her arms had been broken. Only immediate medical attention could save her. However, Zhou Li's benevolence extended only to freeing her from her chains. Beyond that, he felt no obligation. He pitied her, yet would not extend himself further. He was no paragon of virtue. After all, initially, amidst uncertainty regarding the middle-aged man's status as the supermarket owner, Zhou Li had been prepared to kill him to eliminate a witness. It was merely a stroke of fate that he ended up dispatching two villains instead. As for the veracity of the information relayed by that miscreant, Zhou Li could not be entirely sure, but he could trust it to a degree. For instance, when the black mist first emerged, law enforcement had swiftly mobilized to restore order, even deploying helicopters to combat the monsters. This was likely true. To verify the authenticity of this information, he could visit Wang Fujing department store to check for fallen helicopter wreckage, but the likelihood was that it was indeed factual. After all, there was no incentive for him to fabricate such elaborate tales to deceive himself. As for the woman with supernatural abilities, she might be a mere figment of imagination. For the power to steal one's body belonged to the man on the second floor. Nevertheless, these rumors were of little consequence to him. Their truthfulness mattered not, as they merely served to augment his knowledge. Upon exiting the supermarket, Zhou Li's phone vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out to discover a call from Jiang Jun. After connecting, her voice came through. "Darling, a group of thugs has invaded. They are breaking down the doors of other residents." "I see. Is there anything else?" Zhou Li was unconcerned about the safety of others. "I have persuaded teacher Bai. She is now willing to serve you. When will you return?" "I'll have her bathed and waiting for you in bed." Jiang Nanyun's tone was lively, seemingly seeking praise. "I'm on my way home. Let her clean up, and don't skimp on water. Make sure she is presentable." "All right, please take care." After ending the call, Zhou Li reflected on Baisini. A rush of warmth flooding through him. New resources awaited him. Coupled with the imminent arrival of Zhou Wan'er, he could potentially unlock two types of resources at once. However, this pace was still rather slow. Zhou Li pondered whether, now equipped with teleportation skills, he could venture out to rescue beautiful women. The internet was rife with dangers. And given the recent power outages, most people likely had no means to charge their phones, making it increasingly difficult to navigate the online labyrinth. He considered what resources Baisini and Zhou Wan'er might unlock, if they possessed supernatural fruits or other firearms. He would take the risk to venture out and offer refuge to women. Zhou Li mused, quickening his pace as he headed back. Along the way, he observed several survivors teaming up to scavenge for supplies. Unfortunately, lacking proper weapons, they quickly attracted the attention of a mutated feral cat, leaving them with little chance of survival. Home and the supermarket, the very supermarket Zhou Li had just ransacked. At this moment, several figures appeared at the entrance. Each wielded a weapon. Notably, the two leaders, a man and a woman, brandished firearms and donned police uniforms. They were officers. Following the two police officers were several men armed with clubs. Although these men evidently lacked combat experience, their faces betraying expressions of fear. "Wait, there's a scent of blood. Everyone, be cautious." Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, the female officer immediately called out and disengaged the safety on her firearm, aiming it at the supermarket door. The male officer swiftly positioned himself in front of the civilians, vigilant for any impending attack, while inquiring of his partner, Captain Chin. "What should we do?" Should we retreat? Officer Qin Xiang wrinkled her nose, detecting the scent in the air, and peered through the supermarket's glass windows for a moment before frowning and stating, "Our food supplies are dwindling. We must take the risk to investigate. Wang Jiqiang, you stay here with the others to guard. I will enter the supermarket to assess the situation. Once it is deemed safe, you may follow." "Captain Qin, I can assist you. You should take this risk alone," Officer Wang Jiqiang implored. "No, you must remain. Your duty is to protect the civilians." Qin Xiang firmly rejected, then softened her tone slightly, assuring him, "Do not worry. With my abilities, I will not encounter danger. Moreover, I have been to this supermarket before. The owner is trustworthy. Perhaps this scent of blood does not indicate a perilous situation." "All right," Wang Jiqiang acquiesced, understanding that safeguarding the public was paramount. Subsequently, Qin Xiang approached the supermarket door and knocked. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. She furrowed her brow. Could something truly have gone amiss? With that thought in mind, she disregarded any concerns for damaging public property, gazing at the tightly locked supermarket door. Taking a deep breath, she delivered a powerful punch. The locked door shattered upon impact. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at this display of strength. What terrifying power! This woman, seemingly delicate and slender, possessed a force that was entirely incongruent with her appearance. Holding her firearm, Qin Xiang stepped into the supermarket. Soon, she stumbled upon a corpse on the first floor, one with a shattered skull, eyes wide in death. It was the body of the supermarket owner. Was this a gunshot wound? How could anyone possess a firearm? Could it be another surviving colleague? No, that was impossible. Qin Xiang frowned, her expression grave. If it were one of her colleagues, they would never fire upon civilians. Even if they were compelled to shoot, they would aim for other parts of the body, not execute a headshot. This was a fundamental principle they learned after joining the force. Only thugs and villains would resort to such brutality. A shroud of black mist enveloped the area, leading to the mutation of flora and fauna. Many colleagues lost contact on the very day they were dispatched, leaving their fates uncertain. Subsequently, the remaining officers and special police received orders from their superiors, informing them of the emergence of gigantic mutated plants wreaking havoc throughout the city, growing at an alarming rate and toppling several buildings. Immediate action was required to halt this destruction. Thus, all available police forces were mobilized to eradicate the mutated vegetation. However, the mission ultimately ended in failure. The entire city, spanning dozens of kilometers, succumbed to chaos, with multiple neighborhoods falling into despair. Most of the officers sent for rescue perished in the attempt, their bodies never recovered. Should a civilian inadvertently stumble upon the corpse of a fallen colleague, there was a real possibility that they might seize the officer's firearm, which would spell trouble. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, she proceeded to the second floor, where the scent of blood grew more pronounced. Upon ascending the stairs, she encountered yet another body, a corpse with its head brutally shattered. Gunshot wounds were evident. How could he have so many bullets? Qin Xiang's expression darkened. The scene suggested that the assailant had fired at least 7 or 8 shots, each aimed at the head. She could only hope that the assailant was out of ammunition. Otherwise, a person willing to indiscriminately shoot could pose a grave danger to the already chaotic city. Qin Xiang understood all too well how terrifying it was for someone devoid of legal constraints to acquire a firearm. Suddenly, a faint cry for help echoed from a room at the end of the corridor. Qin Xiang paused, then hastened towards the sound. Pushing the door open, she immediately spotted a corpse alongside a severely wounded woman on the brink of death. "Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer, and I will find a way to save you." Qin Xiang rushed forward to assess the woman's injuries. They were dire, extremely severe, and many of the wounds appear to be inflicted through torture. Damn it, who could have done this? Qin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, she noticed a photograph on the bedside table, depicting the woman before her with a man who had already been dead for a day or two. This indicated that the supermarket owner she had seen 2 days prior was not the actual proprietor of the establishment. This unfortunate woman and the deceased man were the true owners. Realization dawned upon her, and her fury intensified. "Damn it," she exclaimed, striking the ground with such force that it left a dent. She could not contain her rage. It became clear to her in an instant that those 2 impostors had imprisoned the woman and murdered the innocent owner. They were the true villains. No wonder her colleagues had met their demise in such a brutal manner, even shooting one of the scoundrels in the head. Even she would have acted similarly upon witnessing such a scene. These 2 beasts did not deserve to live. Perhaps it was not her colleague who dealt with the two fiends, but he must have been a good person, for he would not have spared this innocent woman otherwise. Yet now, Qin Xiang had no time for further contemplation. She covered the woman with a blanket and swiftly carried her downstairs. Regardless of whether she could save her, it was worth a try. As long as there was breath left, it signified a will to live. Wang Jiqiang, take your team inside to gather supplies. I will escort the injured back to the shelter. Be extra cautious, Qin Xiang declared hastily before departing. She was uncertain how much longer the woman could hold on. Their temporary shelter had a doctor who had been rescued 2 days prior. Perhaps he could save her. Wang Jiqiang received the order and quickly led the remaining officers to scour the supermarket. However, after their search, they discovered that nearly all the snacks and goods were contaminated, as if someone had raided the place beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and some sausages remained, barely edible. What could have happened? Wang Jiqiang furrowed his brow, then glanced toward the second floor. Everyone, let's check upstairs. Be careful not to disturb the bodies on the ground. Meanwhile, Shun Yi returned to the building, ignoring the marauding thugs, smashing doors, and instantly teleported upstairs. Let them wreak havoc and instill fear in the residents. It might even gather everyone together, thus saving them the trouble. Within moments, Shun Yi arrived on the 20th floor, bypassing the need to knock and directly entering the apartment. Jiang Nanyan, engrossed in her phone, was startled by the sudden presence of Shun Yi, nearly dropping her device. Husband? How did you get in? She exclaimed in shock. At that moment, Su Wanning, hearing the commotion, also rushed out of the bedroom. Husband, you're back. Yes, that was my newly acquired superpower, Shun Yi replied, offering a brief explanation to Jiang Nanyan. He appreciated her pragmatic attitude, which led him to treat her with more favor. Newly acquired superpower? Su Wanning echoed, astonished. You can actually gain superpowers? In the future, I can help you all obtain extraordinary abilities, Shun Yi casually remarked, having already contemplated this idea. He desired for his loved ones to possess the means for self-defense. However, he recognized that his own strength was still insufficient, necessitating a focus on enhancing his own abilities first. Once he became powerful enough, he could empower those dear to him as well. Really? I can also gain superpowers? Su Wanning exclaimed in excitement. Jiang Nanyan could not contain her enthusiasm either. Extraordinary abilities. If I could possess them, I wouldn't have to fear the monsters outside. Indeed, I have discovered a method for ordinary people to gain such powers, though it is challenging and requires some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan were even more exhilarated. Ordinary people can gain extraordinary abilities. Uzbo. Teacher Bai is in the bedroom, Jiang Nanyan interjected, regaining her composure. This was her opportunity. Well done. I will commend you for this, Shun Yi nodded. Heading towards the bedroom, Jiang Nanyan beamed at the prospect of receiving praise, feeling closer to obtaining extraordinary abilities. Observing this, Su Wanting silently cursed her as she promptly took out her phone to contact her long-lost friend. She absolutely could not fall behind Jiang Nanyan. As Shun Yi entered the bedroom, he found Bai Sinny sitting on the edge of the bed, her face flushed with shyness. Come here and help me undress. Meanwhile, downstairs, chaos continued to unfold. Brother Wang, this security door is ridiculously tough. I can't open it. Huang Mao cursed vehemently. He had recently joined this gang of thugs. Although he had endured a brutal beating, his cries for mercy had earned him shelter within this small group. He had also consumed half a bottle of water and a small piece of jerky, the origin of which remained a mystery. Despite the half bottle of water having turned slightly murky and the jerky emitting an unusual odor, at least there was something to eat. Many people longed for such provisions, yet they were scarce. Continue to strike. I refuse to believe we cannot break down this wretched door, declared Brother Wang, his arms heavily tattooed. Upon hearing this, the crowd of thugs erupted with enthusiasm, redoubling their efforts to batter the door. Although the security door of this complex was of excellent quality, it could not withstand the fervent assault of a group of armed, frenzied marauders. At that moment, a man with yellow hair, his eyes darting about, leaned closer to a burly figure. Brother, don't stand so close to me. The brawny man retaliated with a swift slap that left the yellow-haired man dazed. Yes, I apologize, brother. I forgot, he stammered, recovering slowly but too intimidated to retort. He was acutely aware of the vicious nature of such individuals. Provoking them was ill-advised. What do you wish to say? Brother Wang shot him a glance. Well, brother, I was previously with a few students from our dormitory, and among them were several lovely female university students. each one more beautiful than the last. Those long legs, slender and shapely, and their figures, especially their alluring curves. Their faces are simply stunning. The yellow-haired man excitedly elaborated, already envisioning himself with those enchanting women. Suddenly, the burly man struck him again, causing him to see stars and abruptly interrupting his daydream. "Why do you keep hitting me, brother?" He managed to inquire. "Why am I hitting you? Didn't you just claim to have come from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students there? Do you assume I've never attended university?" The burly man glared at him menacingly, ready to strike again. "No, brother, I swear I'm not lying. Those female university students aren't from our dormitory. They came from outside. They're the girlfriends of other boys." The yellow-haired man, his face swelling, rushed to clarify. The burly man's temper seemed dangerously volatile, akin to someone unhinged, quick to resort to violence. It was evident he lacked intelligence, explaining his absence from higher education. Yet the yellow-haired man dared not voice such thoughts. Fearing for his life, with no warning, the burly man slapped him once more, leaving the yellow-haired man utterly bewildered, nearly losing a tooth. "Brother, why do you keep hitting me? Your demeanor seems off. Are you harboring ill thoughts about me? Are you dissatisfied with my actions?" No, brother. I'm innocent." The burly man, undeterred, retaliated again. "Dare to speak back to me? I'll strike you whenever I desire. Do you have a problem with that?" "Of course not. I yield." The yellow-haired man's face was so swollen he could barely articulate. "Now, tell me in detail about those female university students. I've yet to encounter one myself. If what you say is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat." The burly man smacked the yellow-haired man's shoulder with such force that it nearly knocked him over. "Wichiasi." The yellow-haired man stammered, his mouth swollen and vision darkening. "Have you lost your tongue? Speak." The burly man, incensed, struck him with such intensity that the yellow-haired man lost consciousness. "Damn, he is out cold? University students are truly fragile." The burly man spat disdainfully. "Someone, wake him up. Don't waste water. Use urine. Everyone else, keep hammering at that door. I remember there's a newlywed wife inside. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to claim her." The band of thugs, undeterred by the fate of the yellow-haired man, continued their fervent assault on the door, the mention of a newlywed wife invigorating their spirits. Inside the besieged apartment, a husband and wife trembled in fear. The man clutched a kitchen knife tightly, while his other hand frantically dialed emergency services. The young woman, in a state of panic, sent messages for help in their community group. Yet, while many expressed concern, none offered tangible assistance. The newlywed couple could only watch in despair as the door was relentlessly battered. Eventually, after hours of torment, the lock succumbed and the door was forced open. 6 or 7 men with vicious smiles entered. "Beep. Detected that you have successfully taken a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a resource. Beep. Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Grade A5 stake. Grade A5 stake 1. Stored in system space. Grade A5 stake." Shun, he pulled out his phone to search for more information. Grade A5 stake, the highest rated stake, varies in price from 1,500 to 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The fat-to-meat ratio is high, evenly distributed, yielding tender meat that is delightful even with just salt. Several thousand yuan per kilogram? How exorbitantly priced. Shun, he lamented. In his previous part-time job, he earned just over 2,000 yuan a month. The cost of a kilogram of steak exceeded his entire monthly salary. Truly absurd. I would love to experience the taste of such an expensive steak. A thought struck Shun as he retrieved a piece of steak from the system space. The beef was beautifully marbled, a perfect balance of fat and lean, and it appeared exceptionally fresh, albeit raw. Shun sighed. He would need to cook it himself, which felt rather tedious. However, raw meat was more versatile. Should he not desire steak, he could stir-fry or boil it. His current meals consisted solely of chicken, which, though delicious, could become monotonous. An additional steak resource would be a welcome change. As for cooking the steak, surely that task could be delegated to the women in his growing harem. Now that he had 3 women in his household, it would be unreasonable to expect him to cook. Could I perhaps have a bottle of water?" Timidly asked by Cindy, wrapped in a blanket and blushing. Shun-Yi glanced at her and casually retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Tossing it to her. "Thank you." Bai Cindy quickly accepted the water and began to drink. "We'll have a meal shortly," Shun-Yi remarked as he donned his clothes and exited the bedroom. "Husband, A door on the first floor was broken into. Those thugs not only violated the woman inside, but also recorded it and shared it in the group. Upon seeing Shun Yi, Jiang Nanyan promptly reported the situation. She had been monitoring the news from the building as instructed by Shun Yi. I'll take a look. Shun Yi took Jiang Nanyan's phone and scrolled through the chat records. He then clicked on a video that displayed several naked men tormenting a young woman. Filled with insults, screams, and pleas, truly unbearable to witness. In the video, a young man, his face battered and bruised, with several chunks of flesh mutilated, is bound to a chair, forced to witness the humiliation of his wife. Even more depraved, the assailants display the couple's wedding photos before the woman, compelling her to watch as her cherished memories are desecrated. The residents of the community, having viewed the video, are filled with righteous indignation, with some angrily denouncing the perpetrators for their inhumanity. Yet the assailants remain unperturbed, threatening all inhabitants to descend quickly. Otherwise, they would break down the doors, ensuring every woman meets a similar fate. Such brazen arrogance, such utter lawlessness. Yet this is the apocalypse. Silence envelopes the community. All residents cower before these thugs. They are merely ordinary individuals, perhaps slightly wealthier than the average person, yet they have never encountered such grotesque brutality. It is only when the accounts used by the assailants are expelled from the group chat that messages begin to flood in. Resident 0501 exclaims, "These lunatics! They are utterly deranged. They possess no moral compass." Resident 0501 continues, "Where are the police? What has happened to them? Why is no one answering the emergency calls? Can anyone even reach the police?" Resident 0201 replies, "I've been unable to get through for days." Resident 0901 asks, "What should we do? We must think of a way. If these thugs storm in, we are doomed." Resident 1001 demands, "What about the property management? Where are they? And the security guards? They are supposed to protect us, earning 4 to 5,000 a month, and this is how they do their job?" Resident 0901 adds, "If I'm not mistaken, I saw 2 security guards among those thugs, still clad in their uniforms." Resident 1001 curses, "These scoundrels, taking my money while plotting my demise. Once the police arrive, I will file a complaint against them." Resident 1001 further asserts, "And those bandits are all just a bunch of impoverished individuals. Truly, the most uncultured are the poor. They can only steal or rob. It's revolting." Resident 1402 laments, "The property management has vanished. They delivered supplies just 3 days ago and have since been unreachable." Resident 0902 cries, "What? How can the management be unreachable? My food and water have run out. What are we to do now? Where can we obtain supplies?" Resident 0801 retorts, "How did you consume so quickly? The management allocated 3 days' worth of supplies to each household just 2 days ago." Resident 0902 explains, "My family is large, and didn't the management say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they would promise and not deliver? Now what are we to do without food?" Resident 0801 responds, "What can we do? Starve, I suppose. It's the apocalypse. We can't expect to rely on others." Resident 0902 snaps, "Are you out of your mind? Did I offend you? What is wrong with eating my own food? Mind your own business." Resident 0501 interjects, "Can everyone please stop arguing? Let us focus on stopping the thugs downstairs." Resident 1402 proposes, "I have a suggestion. Each household in our building should send 1 representative, and together we can confront the assailants. Strength lies in numbers. Surely those thugs won't dare to face us directly. What does everyone think?" Resident 1501 hesitantly replies, but I'm the only one in my house, and I'm a woman." Resident 1502 counters, "What of it? Gender equality. Every household must send at least 1 person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we cannot guarantee your safety, nor that of other households that fail to contribute." Resident 1502 insists, "If you wish to be protected, then unite. Do not seek excuses or try to take advantage." Resident 1001 agrees, "I second that." Resident 0801 adds, "Then my household will send a man as well." Resident 1402 announces, "Since everyone is willing to send someone, let us gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons. Baseball bats or golf clubs will suffice. Anything that can serve as a weapon is welcome." Resident 1402 asserts, "Surely our entire building cannot be bullied by mere 6 or 7 individuals. We must assert our dominance." Resident 0501 exclaims, Yes, I'm fired up. We must confront them and show these ruffians our strength. The residents of Building 6 begin to organize a counterattack. To protect their families and ensure their safety, even the most timid must step forward. The assailants are too frenzied, especially the gruesome videos they have released, which have terrified everyone. The original intention of the assailants was to intimidate the remaining residents into submission. Yet they fail to realize that even the most timid individuals, when faced with threats to their families and their own safety, will fight with fervor. Thus, the assailants' brutal videos inadvertently backfire. It is no wonder that this community has remained orderly. 3 days ago, the property management distributed supplies to every household, demonstrating commendable service. Su Wanting murmurs to herself. She recalls that the school ran out of food the following day, which led to chaos. In this community, people still adhere to moral standards, even assisting one another. However, that was in the past. Now, with the management gone and food supplies dwindling, coupled with the threat of the assailants, the last vestiges of civility may soon collapse. Not only the other residents, but even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, under the protection of Shun Yi, have been shaken by the brutality of the assailants. That woman suffered terribly. Fortunately, they made the right choice to align themselves with Shun Yi. Observing the plight of the other women, both cast glances at Shun Yi, their expressions revealing increased reliance on him. Although Shun Yi had initially coerced them with supplies, he had not mistreated them and provided them with food, drink, and security. Moreover, he promised to help them acquire abilities. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that Shun Yi has treated them with great kindness. With this thought in mind, the two women instinctively approached Shun Yi, offering to massage his legs and feet, eager to attend to him. Serving Shun Yi is their rightful duty, rather than engaging in daily schemes against one another. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding blossoming between them. Su Wanting no longer harbors animosity toward Jiang Nanyan, for they are now akin to family. If Shun Yi were to be absent, they would need to support one another. Compared to the brutal thugs outside, their previous animosities seem trivial. Jiang Nanyan too realizes that it is unnecessary to harbor resentment towards Su Wanting. Though she had been deceived by Su Wanting, it now appears to have been a fortuitous turn of events. Otherwise, she might have starved or faced harassment from the boys at school. Contemplating this, her bitterness towards Su Wanting gradually dissipates. Who among you knows how to fry steak? Shun Yi inquires, relishing the gentle massages from two delicate hands. The two women pause, exchanging uncertain glances before stumbling over their words. Clearly, neither possesses such skills. After all, before the apocalypse, they were pampered young ladies, untouched by the demands of daily life. I can fry steak. A soft voice suddenly comes from the direction of the bedroom. Bicini, with a slight blush on her face and an awkward gait, has now somewhat integrated into this familial circle. Well then, let's fry a few pieces for dinner, Shun Yi remarked, retrieving 7 or 8 steaks from the system space, each weighing approximately half a pound. Can we still fry them since there's a power outage? Su Wanting asked uncertainly. It's possible. I checked earlier, and we still have gas, Bicini replied, harboring no significant animosity towards Su Wanting, especially given the circumstances of her own relationship with her. Feeling a bit bashful, Bicini added, all right, let's do it. Su Wanting, feeling awkward and completely out of her element in the kitchen, feared she might embarrass herself in front of Shun Yi. Would this diminish his regard for her? No, that simply wouldn't do. Seeing Bicini enter the kitchen, Su Wanting promptly followed, determined to learn culinary skills. Jiang Nanyan, meanwhile, knelt on the sofa, massaging Shun Yi's thighs. The atmosphere in the household was harmonious, and Shun Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The outside world was fraught with pressures, and at home, he longed to unwind, especially after the events of the day. The so-called top-tier A5 steaks indeed boasted remarkable flavor. Shun Yi found them more delectable than any beef he had previously tasted, perhaps owing to the superior quality provided by the system. Furthermore, Bicini's culinary skills were commendable. Each steak was perfectly seared, crisp on the outside and tender within, emitting an enticing aroma. During this delightful dinner, Shun Yi consumed no less than 5 steaks, perhaps as a result of the energy expended through constant teleportation throughout the day. However, it mattered not. Resources were abundant, and steaks were plentiful. After satisfying his hunger, Shun Yi replied to Zhou Wanner's message. Indeed, she had finally resolved to come over, bringing along 2 roommates. Shun Yi welcomed the idea wholeheartedly. As the more women present, the greater the potential for unlocking additional resources. After sending his response, he distributed several power banks among the three women, advising them to charge their phones fully and use them sparingly for future communication. After all, there were times when he left home, and he remained unaware of any occurrences while he was away. Once these mundane tasks were completed, the hour grew late. Due to the power outage, Zhou Li and the others retired to bed earlier than usual. Before falling asleep, he glanced at the messages in the group chat for Building 6. The residents had congregated, their spirits high as they gathered on the 18th floor. With their presence, he felt assured of a more restful night. Tomorrow would be the day to confront the thugs. "Good night, darling," Su Wanting murmured sleepily as she nestled closer to Zhou Li. "Good night," he replied softly. That night, Zhou Li enjoyed a remarkably comfortable sleep, one he had not experienced even before the apocalypse. Perhaps he was truly suited for this new world. Conversely, the other residents of the building were faring poorly. A group had amassed on the 18th floor, consisting of over 20 individuals, mostly men, with only a few women among them. Each wielded various weapons like golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives, emboldening their spirits. Although the thugs were fierce, they numbered only 6 or 7, while the residents boasted twice their numbers. Thus, the advantage lay with them. Led by a middle-aged man in a suit, the group descended the stairs, brimming with bravado to negotiate with the thugs. Indeed, negotiation was preferable. No one desired a violent confrontation, as it could lead to fatalities. Unfortunately, the thugs lacked any semblance of ethics and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack during the negotiations. Caught off guard, the residents found themselves in disarray, swiftly overwhelmed. In the end, 3 residents were killed, 2 were severely injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 sustained minor injuries, while the thugs emerged unscathed, suffering only slight wounds. It was a devastating defeat. Those accustomed to office life in their suits stood no chance against the ruthless thugs. In an instant, they had lost all capacity for resistance. Zhou Li learned of these events through the group chat, where residents lamented the loss of loved ones and others pleaded for assistance in rescuing their captured family members. Yet, no one dared to speak up again. The previous night's violence had quelled their spirits. Now, each individual sought only to protect themselves, too fearful to venture outside. Ordinary people were no match for those desperate criminals. The thugs were unyielding and genuinely willing to kill. Resident 1501, is there anyone with bandages or medical supplies? My leg is in great pain. The wound from last night keeps bleeding intermittently. Please, I beg you for help. Resident 1501 sent an image. Zhou Li opened the image to find that the injured resident was a woman. His curiosity was piqued, as the first thing he noticed was her fair and delicate leg, albeit stained with blood from her injury. Nevertheless, the shape was quite appealing. He wondered what her face looked like and whether it met the system standards. Noticing the lack of responses to Resident 1501's plea, Zhou Li replied using Jiang Nanyan's account in the chat. Resident 2001, I have medicine. If you need it, please message me privately. But you must first send a full-body photo without any beautification. Resident 1501, a photo? Why do you need my picture? Resident 0901, what else could it mean? It's quite obvious. Resident 0901, wait, didn't the resident on the 20th floor fail to show up for the gathering last night? Resident 1401, indeed. The 20th floor did not contribute last night. Everyone remember the resident from 2001. Such a selfish individual does not deserve our help. Resident 0501. Resident 2001, get out. It's your fault. You caused my husband's death. What right do you have to stay in this group? Resident 0501. Scoundrel. Trash. Unrefined scum. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You should be dead. You selfish garbage. Resident 0501. You and your family should perish. Resident 1401. Well said. Such a selfish person should not remain in this group. Resident 1602. Boo-hoo. My husband died when he went out with you all yesterday. You must protect us widows and orphans. In an instant, Zhou Li, who had not contributed, became the enemy of the entire building. It seemed as though his absence was the root cause of all their misfortunes. Some people, unwilling to confront the strong, resorted to bullying the weak. However, Zhou Li was not the weakling they presumed him to be. He teleported directly to room 501. At that moment, in a dimly lit room, a middle-aged woman clad in pajamas sat on the sofa, incessantly tapping away at her phone, unleashing a torrent of insults directed at Zhou Li in the group chat. It seemed that only through this release could she alleviate the anguish of losing her partner. She was so engrossed in her outpouring of emotions that she failed to notice Shun Yi's arrival until he deliberately made a sound. Upon turning to him, her face contorted with terror. "Who are you? How did you get into my home?" Shun Yi glanced at her phone screen, confirming that she was indeed maligning him. "I acknowledge that losing a partner is profoundly painful, as he was your sole support," he said nonchalantly, raising his hand to reveal a handgun. The sight of the weapon sent a wave of fear across the woman's face. How could he conjure a gun out of thin air? Was he even human? Yet, she thought, what did that have to do with her? "You dare curse my family, and I will end your life," Shun Yi declared, pulling the trigger and ending her life in an instant. Even in death, she could not comprehend what had provoked such a monstrous reaction. After dispatching the woman who had insulted his family, Shun Yi felt a sense of relief and promptly used his teleportation ability to return to his room. As for the others in the group chat who had called him selfish, he chose to ignore them for the time being. Once he dealt with the ruffians, he would take his time with them. "Do not think that I am easy to provoke. If you anger me, I will come after you through the very wires of the internet." At that moment, the resident of Unit 1501 added him as a friend. "My phone is down to one battery, so I can't take photos," the resident messaged. "If you have any medicine, could you please bring it over? I have photos." After sending those two messages, the contact abruptly disappeared, likely due to the phone dying. Shun Yi contemplated the situation and decided it would be worthwhile to make the trip. After all, he had nothing pressing to attend to, and if the resident of Unit 1501 met the system's criteria, he could unlock new resources. Even if she didn't qualify, it was merely a matter of exerting some effort, which was hardly a burden. With that thought, Shun Yi teleported out of his room. Shun Yi, he just vanished. Baisini, who had just emerged from her bedroom, exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring the danger, she rushed to the spot where Shun Yi had disappeared, anxiously searching the crevices of the sofa. How could a living person simply vanish into thin air, especially right before her eyes? "Calm down," by Laosher, Jiang Nanyan, and Su Wanting chuckled at by Cindy's frantic behavior. How could such a large person hide in the sofa cushions? They were aware that this was Shun Yi's new superpower, so they were not particularly shocked. They took the opportunity to explain it to Baisini. Upon hearing their explanation, Baisini's face flushed with embarrassment, and she silently acknowledged that she truly could not adapt to the post-apocalyptic world. With a swift teleportation, Shun Yi found himself on the 15th floor. Given that this upscale complex had 2 units per floor, locating Unit 1501 was not a challenge. He approached the door and politely knocked, eager to assess the appearance of the resident. Should she not meet the system standards, he would simply turn around and leave. After a brief wait, the electronic lock emitted a sound, and the door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a girl clad in a mint green short-sleeved shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts. Her complexion pale. She was strikingly beautiful, with soft chestnut hair styled in gentle waves, one side tucked behind her ear to reveal a delicate pearl earring, while the other cascaded down, framing her face. Her long, straight legs exhibited a healthy vigor, indicative of someone who exercised regularly. However, her left leg was almost entirely soaked in crimson, the fabric wrapped around it doing little to stem the flow of blood. It appeared that the girl was either incapable of tending to her wound or had suffered significant blood loss, rendering her pale, even her lips tinged with white. At that moment, the system triggered. Beep. Detected a goddess meeting system criteria. Commencing detailed scan. Name, Chu Xiao Xiao. Age, 24 years. Appearance, 91 points. Figure, 95 points. Inner quality, 100 points. Rich self-defense experience. No combat experience. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation. Taking her and may unlock a random resource. Shun Yi's gaze shifted to her inner quality rating. This was the first time he had encountered such an assessment. Proficient in self-defense. So, she must be a practitioner of martial arts? Regardless, she met the system standards. Are you the resident of Unit 2001? Chu Xiao asked cautiously. She had verified through the peephole that Shun Yi was not a ruffian from downstairs, which was why she opened the door. Yes, and her leg is bleeding profusely. We need to stop the bleeding first, Shun Yi replied, swiftly lifting her into his arms and carrying her into the room. Chu Xiao was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist due to the fluidity of Shun Yi's actions, which felt as if they were a couple. However, it was just a fleeting moment, as she quickly regained her composure and blushed, struggling and protesting. Please, don't do this. We've only just met, and I'm injured. We can't. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In truth, Chu Xiaoxiao had found Shun Yi quite handsome at first glance, his tall stature aligning with her standards for a partner. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a reliable man could be advantageous. However, the thought of engaging in intimacy upon their first meeting was too much for her to accept. They should at least exchange names first. Sensing her turmoil, Shun Yi did not engage in conversation, but gently placed Chu Xiaoxiao on the sofa. He then retrieved the gauze and high-proof liquor he had acquired during his supermarket scavenging and began disinfecting and bandaging her wound. Shun Yi refrained from explaining his actions, as Chu Xiaoxiao was already exhibiting signs of distress from blood loss. In this apocalyptic landscape, medical care was scarce. He could not afford to let her suffer complications from excessive blood loss. He was counting on her to unlock resources and could not allow his trip to be in vain, wasting a roll of gauze and liquor, especially the liquor, which he had scoured the supermarket for and had only managed to find 2 bottles of uncontaminated high-proof liquor, initially intending to save it for his own injuries. After all, in this new world, there were no doctors to rely on. Chu Xiaoxiao winced in pain, instinctively gripping Shun Yi's thigh tightly, letting out a cry. Even Shun Yi felt discomfort from her grip. Disinfecting with liquor was not a pain that most could endure. Nevertheless, although his actions were somewhat rough, he worked with impressive speed. After disinfecting, he wrapped her wound tightly with the gauze, successfully staunching the bleeding. Very well, you should rest now. I will return tomorrow to assist you with the disinfection and replace the bandage, Shun Yi stated before preparing to depart. This woman had sustained grievous injuries and was undoubtedly unable to unlock any rewards at this moment. Thus, she should be allowed a couple of days to recuperate, as it would not deplete too many resources. Leaving behind a roasted chicken, Shun Yi vanished with a flicker of instantaneous movement. He made no demands nor sought anything in return, for he had already deemed Chu Xiaoxiao as his own. There was no need for further explanation. What if Chu Xiaoxiao were to refuse? Then her life would be forfeit. Had Shun Yi not rescued her, she would have certainly perished today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao had witnessed her own extraordinary abilities. Should she refuse to submit, silence would be imperative. Shun Yi had no desire for his instantaneous movement to be exposed, for that would surely lead to complications in the future. This is what is referred to as the hidden price of fate's gifts. The moment Shun Yi intervened to save Chu Xiaoxiao, she was left with only 2 choices, to submit or to perish. Could he possibly be the Prince Charming sent by heaven to rescue me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, lost in reverie about how Shun Yi had treated her wounds and left food for her. As she pondered, her cheeks gradually flushed with color. She recalled how Shun Yi had summoned bandages, liquor, and food with a mere wave of his hand. Such feats seemed almost divine. Surely, he is the prince of my dreams. As she contemplated this, Chu Xiaoxiao happily began to savor the chicken. Upon leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's abode, Shun Yi made his way directly to the first floor. It was time to deal with the gang of thugs. Their usefulness had come to an end. When Shun Yi arrived on the first floor, he beheld several thugs roasting meat, which they had evidently carved from corpses. It was no wonder these individuals had not starved. They were brimming with strength, even capable of battering down doors. "Who is that?" one of the thugs exclaimed, spotting Shun Yi. Instantly, someone brandished a knife, glaring at him with a ferocity akin to that of a beast. "Shun Yi, it's you." Suddenly, a swollen-faced student with yellow hair emerged from the shadows, casting a venomous glare at Shun Yi. It was all because Shun Yi had abandoned him that he had fallen to such a state. Everything was Shun Yi's fault. He is the one who led to my downfall. "Brother, that's him, the scoundrel who was with several female university students." The yellow-haired thug quickly informed the tattooed giant. After enduring so much suffering, he was determined to make Shun Yi experience the same. Hearing this, the tattooed giant regarded Shun Yi with intrigue, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "What kind of person do you take me for?" "Just this." The giant spat, then growled, "TZ, break one of his legs and force him to reveal which floor he resides on. We will pay his home a visit and have our fun with his women." "All right." A tall, slender man clad in a security uniform responded, approaching with a baseball bat. The other thugs dismissed Shun Yi entirely, believing him to be an ordinary person incapable of inflicting harm. They had dispatched several individuals the previous night with ease. However, in the next instant, a deafening gunshot rang out. The man in the security uniform froze in place, collapsing to the ground with a bullet hole in his forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, Shun Yi raised his firearm and unleashed a barrage of shots at the remaining thugs, who were still in shock. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the first floor. Once he had emptied one gun, he swiftly switched to another. In the briefest of encounters, 4 thugs fell victim to his relentless onslaught. There were no idle words. He had come to kill. Thus, after confirming the number of thugs present, he opened fire without hesitation. What the hell? How does he have a gun? Run. Everyone. Run. The remaining thugs were now gripped by terror. Their prior arrogance and brutality stemmed solely from having never encountered someone stronger than themselves. This was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Most individuals had yet to descend into the depths of desperation, afraid to confront the thugs. This misconception had led them to believe they were invincible. But now, as Shun Yi methodically slaughtered them, they finally understood the meaning of fear, the fear of death. Damn it, you yellow-haired bastard. Didn't you say he was just a student? How the hell does he have a gun? The tattooed giant swiftly retreated into a room, seething with rage directed at the yellow-haired thug. A gun. This is a damn gun. Knowing that firearms are prohibited in Xia country, we dared to act with such impunity. If we had known someone possessed a gun, only a fool would have provoked him. With the pathetic knives we have, what use are they? The yellow-haired thug was already paralyzed with fear, trembling as he hid behind a closet. Shun Yi actually had a gun. Moreover, he shot to kill without a hint of hesitation. Was he truly just an ordinary university student? Overcome with terror, the yellow-haired thug was left in a state of panic. What should I do? What should I do? Having offended Shun Yi, he knew that once the others were dealt with, he would surely meet the same fate. Soon, the gunfire outside ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the area. Not even a cry of distress remained. It seemed as though everyone had been eliminated. The tattooed giant gripped his knife tightly, hiding behind the door, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This was his only chance. He would strike when the opponent entered, catching him off guard for a lethal blow. Holding his breath, the tattooed giant fixed his gaze upon the entrance. However, he failed to notice the figure that had suddenly appeared behind him. The yellow-haired thug, seeing Shun Yi materialize out of thin air, widened his eyes in disbelief, stammering, "Be brother. He has come in." The tattooed giant paused, instinctively turning his head, but Shun Yi's gun had already discharged a bullet, striking him in the back of the head. Following that, Shun Yi fired several more shots, eliminating the giant, whose eyes were filled with terror. "Spare me, brother. Please spare me. Please spare me. Have mercy. We are classmates from the same school." Huang Mao, tears streaming down his face, knelt on the ground begging for his life. However, Shun Yi remained unfazed as he nonchalantly retrieved a firearm from the system space and promptly shot him dead. Inside the room, a man bound to a chair lay lifeless, while a woman cowered in the corner, completely naked and trembling uncontrollably. Her mental state had utterly shattered. Even witnessing Shun Yi commit murder, she remained ensnared in her own terror, showing no response. Shun Yi raised his hand and granted her a swift end to her suffering with a bullet. Stepping out of the room, Shun Yi spotted a thug, whom he had shot 4 or 5 times, still clinging to life as he struggled to crawl outside. Shun Yi was unhurried, standing still, aiming his gun at him and firing. The first shot missed. It seems my marksmanship leaves much to be desired. I can't even hit such a large target. Shun Yi muttered, continuing to pull the trigger. He treated the desperate thug as a target for practice. His shooting skills had always been lacking, which was why he typically only fired when within 10 meters of his enemies. Yet, with an abundance of bullets and firearms, he could afford to improve gradually. Thus, from a distance of 30 to 40 meters, Shun Yi kept firing at the crawling thug, managing to hit only once in 4 or 5 shots. Truly disappointing. The thug's vitality was astonishing, driven by an intense will to survive as he crawled despite his injuries. As Shun Yi switched weapons and approached slowly, he aimed again, this time targeting the thug's head. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, suddenly, a thick white line shot out and ensnared the thug, lifting him off the ground. Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback, immediately looking upward with heightened alertness. What was that? He observed for a moment, but could see nothing due to the dense foliage on the upper floors and the thick black mist. Remaining vigilant, Shun Yi casually picked up a thug's corpse and tossed it out the window. To his astonishment, as soon as the body hit the ground, a thick white line identical to the previous one shot down, snatching the corpse away. What on earth is that? Shun Yi exclaimed in shock. He had always believed this building to be secure, but it was evidently not. A monster lurked above, whether it was attracted by the gunfire or the corpse. He could not tell. This was unacceptable. He needed to understand what this creature was. Otherwise, venturing outside would be perilous. Shun Yi picked up another corpse and hurled it out, immediately using teleportation to appear outside, fixating his gaze on the building. From the depths of the black mist, a massive black spider, 2 to 3 meters in size and covered in dark fur with multiple legs, descended from the building. Its pincers expelled a thick white line, ensnaring the corpse and dragging it upwards. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Yi aimed his gun at the mutated black spider and fired 7 or 8 shots. This creature must be eliminated. Otherwise, future outings would be fraught with danger. However, to his astonishment, the bullets barely penetrated the spider's body, causing minimal damage and instead provoking its wrath. The mutated black spider dropped the corpse and lunged at Shun Yi, spraying a thick white silk. 36. Female police officer meeting system standards. Shun Yi had been prepared, instantly teleporting 20 meters away to evade the black spider's assault. Damn, not even a handgun could slay it. Shun Yi cursed under his breath. His most formidable attack was utterly ineffective against this mutated spider. At that moment, the black spider locked onto Shun Yi's position, seemingly holding a grudge for being shot. With rapid movements of its hairy legs, it leaped down from the building, pouncing towards Shun Yi. The sight of the massive spider charging at him sent a chill down Shun Yi's spine. He quickly used teleportation, drawing the black spider away. Yet, the creature halted after pursuing for only a few dozen meters. Its myriad of dark eyes fixated on Shun Yi, emitting strange sounds as it spun in circles before turning back. Why did it stop chasing? Shun Yi frowned. After pondering for a moment, he cautiously followed, only to discover the black spider had returned to the upper floors, not forgetting to take the thug's corpse with it. Shun Yi's expression darkened. The black spider clearly intended to remain here. Just moments ago, he had hoped to lure the spider away with teleportation, but it had not taken the bait. Frustration welled within him. Having finally found a satisfactory refuge, he now faced such a threat. Shun Yi felt an urge to curse. If he did not eliminate this black spider, not only could his woman be in danger, but he himself might also fall prey. Yet, resolving the issue proved daunting, especially since even bullets could not vanquish it. How could a mere spider be so terrifyingly mutated? Shun Yi furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating. He took out his phone to contact Zhou Li. If she had just left the campus, he could go pick her up. Otherwise, even if she miraculously survived and entered the neighborhood, the black spider would surely kill her. Where are you? Shun Yi asked. We just left the campus. It's very dangerous out here, brother. Zhou Li replied. How much battery do you have left on your phone? Almost full. I have a power bank. Share your current location. Zhou Li has initiated location sharing with you. Shun Yi accepted the location share and saw that he was over 800 meters away from Zhou Li, which was not too far. Without his teleportation ability, he would never have considered fetching her. It was too risky. However, with teleportation, he could ensure his own safety even when facing mutated creatures. With his safety assured, Shun Yi had no qualms about pursuing advantageous endeavors, such as scavenging for supplies or seeking women that met the system standards. Walking through the fog-laden streets, Shun Yi remained vigilant of his surroundings. The mutated black spider heightened his alertness significantly. Some mutated animals could not be killed by handguns. The trees lining the road appear to have grown significantly taller and thicker. At this rate, humanity's habitable areas would soon be severely constricted. Though plants would not attack humans directly, if they grew too large, they would inevitably pose a threat. Moreover, the fissures in the ground, although not expanding, continued to emit a steady stream of black mist. Shun Yi wondered where all this mist was coming from. He was tempted to jump down to investigate, but such thoughts were futile. If he leaped down, he would surely meet a grim fate. Once his strength was sufficient, he might dare to explore further. Shun Yi mused silently. Continuing to follow the navigation towards Zhou Li, he noticed through the location share that she had remained stationary. This caused him to furrow his brow further. The little green tea is aware of her presence and astonishingly begins to wait in place, not moving an inch. After walking several hundred meters, Shun Yi discovers that Zhou Li has not shifted her position. His expression darkens. Such a woman, who pushes her luck, is infuriating. Had he not already walked this far, Shun Yi would have turned back home without a second thought. Nevertheless, he resolves to unlock the reward first. If Zhou Li's schemes are indeed so profound, he shall claim the reward and then eliminate her. Shun Yi continues forward as the surroundings gradually grow quiet. A glance at his navigation reveals that Zhou Li's location is at a convenience store ahead, completely stationary. He draws his gun and approaches cautiously. Although the convenience store is small, it contains a fair amount of supplies, making the trip worthwhile for a quick scavenging. As he nears the convenience store, Shen Yi senses something amiss. The air is thick with the stench of blood. Due to frequent killings in recent days, he immediately identifies it as human blood. Moreover, he observes numerous dragging marks on the ground nearby, alongside a woman's shoe left behind. The scene suggests that a murder has just occurred. Shen Yi's instincts kick in, and he becomes vigilant. However, he sees no mutated monsters around. The unseen poses a greater danger. Without hesitation, Shen Yi uses teleportation to arrive at the entrance of the convenience store and then again to step inside. Checking the map, he realizes Zhou Wan is very close. Zhou Wan, Shen Yi calls into the dark convenience store, uncertain if she is still alive. If she has perished, it would have been a fruitless journey. Shen Yi, is it you? Brother Shen Yi? A voice emanates from the innermost room of the store. The door swings open, revealing 3 figures who cautiously step out. Among them, the tallest woman wears a police uniform and holds a gun. The female officer leads the way, raising her weapon defensively upon spotting Shen Yi's firearm. Yet, Shen Yi is even more on edge. This policewoman possesses a gun. He prepares to teleport away immediately. How could Zhou Wan not mention she was with the police? And especially that the police were armed? Otherwise, there would be no way he would come to fetch her. After all, a gun poses a threat to his safety. Brother Shen Yi, it really is you. You actually came to get me. Whoa, Wan is so moved. Zhou Wan, petite and charming, feigns tears in her excitement. Yet, rather than rushing to Shen Yi, she hides behind the policewoman. Though she professes her gratitude, her body betrays her lack of trust in Shen Yi, that little green tea. Shen Yi can hardly be bothered with her. Comrade, are you also a police officer or a soldier? The attractive policewoman inquires cautiously, aiming her gun at him. Neither. Then where did you get your gun? I found it. All right, could you please lower your weapon? I mean no harm. The policewoman, sensing Shen Yi is not a threat, lowers her gun, signaling her goodwill. Seeing this, Shen Yi also lowers his weapon, though he does not disengage the safety. Even though she is a police officer, he remains on guard. In this apocalyptic world, who knows if the police are friend or foe? There may even be malicious individuals masquerading as officers. In any case, he will not trust anyone or anything that poses a threat to his safety, unless he possesses the ability to discern others' true intentions. However, to Shen Yi's surprise, this policewoman meets the system's criteria. Ding. Detected a goddess meeting system standards, commencing detailed scan. Name, Su Yun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Figure, 94 points. Inner qualities, 100 points. Pure and unblemished. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, unlock a random item upon acceptance. A score of 90 points is the minimum threshold currently triggered by the system for women. Yet, even at the lowest score, this policewoman's beauty ranks her among the most stunning individuals Shen Yi has ever encountered, a caliber beyond his previous experiences. Especially her spirited demeanor, which sets her apart from other women. As for the long-haired girl beside Zhou Wan, although Shen Yi finds her not unattractive, even somewhat pleasing, she does not trigger a system notification, indicating she does not meet the requirements for unlocking supplies. Hello, comrade. My name is Su Yun. I work for the municipal police department. May I inquire how you entered? After her introduction, Su Yun asks seriously. In her view, although Shen Yi may not be a police officer, he does not appear to be a villain either, for he would not risk venturing out to save someone in such dire times. I am Shen Yi. He pauses, glancing toward the entrance before continuing. I simply walked in. Is there a problem? The policewoman is momentarily taken aback. Zhou Wan and the long-haired girl are equally astonished, unable to suppress their exclamations. Brother Shen Yi, you just walked in like that. Is there a problem? Shen Yi feigns ignorance, unwilling to divulge his true capabilities to strangers who have yet to become his allies. Brother Shen Yi, you are quite fortunate. There's a large snake outside that can become invisible, and it did not attack you. Zhou Wan clutches her chest, appearing relieved, though her every movement is rather enticing. Childlike face, ample bosom, this is precisely the type. Zhou Wan adeptly utilizes her advantages. Noticing Shen Yi's gaze upon her, she silently rejoices, realizing her assumptions were correct. If she could secure Shen Yi's protection, her safety would be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, he could venture out to find food and water for her. A snake that can become invisible? Shen Yi's heart races at the revelation. No wonder he only saw dragging marks and blood, without any sight of people. Now even mutated animals possess abilities? This is absurd. That should not be a snake. I saw it had 4 legs. It is likely a gecko. The long-haired girl interjects. Officer Su Yun nods in agreement. Yes, it is a gecko, though its size exceeds 1 meter, longer than an ordinary snake. Its invisibility is not true invisibility. It merely camouflages itself by blending its body color with the surrounding environment, aided by the black mist, making it difficult to detect. Several survivors I saved were ambushed and killed by this color-changing gecko, so I am quite familiar with it. Color-changing? Isn't that a chameleon's ability? Shini's expression grows peculiar. Is it a hybrid, or has it merely mutated to gain such powers? I have speculated it might be a mutated chameleon, but from what I have observed, it resembles a gecko more, Su Yun responds. This policewoman's survival in the apocalypse suggests she possesses some skill. Shin ponders. Regardless of whether it is a chameleon or a gecko, a creature that can change its color is indeed troublesome. If one had not entered through teleportation, it is likely that they would have been caught off guard and ambushed. It is no wonder that these 3 women are terrified, hiding in the small room of the convenience store, utterly incapable of dealing with this gecko. Comrade, if you were not attacked upon entering, it is possible that it has already departed. You should seize this opportunity to leave promptly, lest it returns. This gecko is exceedingly cunning, suggested Su Yun. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair nodded in agreement. Their roommate had fallen victim to this treacherous gecko, and had it not been for Su Yun's timely intervention, they too might have met the same fate. Through their conversation, they learned that Officer Su Yun was not merely passing by, but had been relentlessly pursuing the gecko. This creature had claimed several lives, including that of a child whom Su Yun had valiantly saved, which is why she was determined to confront it at all costs. Let's wait a moment. I heard strange sounds when I entered. It may still be lurking nearby. Shun fabricated a reason. He could leave at any time, but taking Zhou Wanner with him would be a challenge. As for Officer Su Yun, he had not considered recruiting her for now, unless she was willing to surrender her weapon or he could ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, having a ticking time bomb by his side would render him unable to sleep soundly. How about this? Su Yun said, furrowing her brow after some contemplation. I will go out first and attempt to lure it away, then you can escape. What? Sister Su Yun, what if you encounter danger? Zhou Wanner expressed her concern. I am a police officer. It is my duty to protect you. Su Yun replied earnestly, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes as she continued coldly. Moreover, I must kill it at any cost. I cannot allow it to harm innocent civilians any longer. With that, she began checking the ammunition in her gun, preparing for action. She was a woman of decisive action. Sister Su Yun, you truly are a commendable officer. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair gazed at Su Yun with admiration. Yet their emotions did not deter them from her plan. Shun Yi was also taken aback, not expecting such noble character from this female officer. However, this was fortuitous. With the officer distracting the gecko, he could safely escort Zhou Wanner away. After a brief moment of contemplation, he inquired, Officer Su, is there any rescue operation still ongoing in the city? Upon hearing this question, Su Yun's expression darkened, her voice low as she replied, although I should not say this. There is likely no rescue left. Just days ago, all my colleagues at the municipal police department perished. I am unaware of the conditions at other stations, but I suspect they are similar. There may be a few surviving officers, but not many. They alone cannot combat such a disaster, nor rescue the citizens of this city. As she spoke, her mood visibly declined. Hearing this, Shuni felt a sense of relief, but was also curious. What exactly transpired? How could so many perish? Logically, ordinary people had survived, so how could trained officers armed with firearms fall so quickly? It seemed unreasonable. Alas, Su Yun sighed deeply, her brow furrowed as if hesitating before she elaborated. This matter is highly classified and should not have been disclosed, but at this point, it hardly matters. On the very first day of the apocalypse, a colossal monstrous tree appeared in the city center, seeming as if it were alive, growing at an astonishing rate. Within mere hours, it reached dozens of meters in height. Moreover, it continually encroached upon the surrounding land. During its growth, it toppled 2 skyscrapers in the city center, resulting in the deaths of thousands of citizens. Dozens of meters? Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair exclaimed simultaneously. Shunyi's expression mirrored their astonishment. A tree that could grow to such heights in just hours was far more terrifying than the mutated trees on streets. Furthermore, nearly 10 days had passed since the apocalypse began. If it continued to grow at this rate, how monstrous had it become by now? What would happen if it were allowed to grow unchecked? Would the entire mountain city be engulfed, or even overturned. It possesses intelligence. Su Yun observed the shock on their faces, reminiscent of her own disbelief upon hearing the news, and sighed. Experts speculate that at its current growth rate, within 3 months, it could cover half the city. Therefore, to protect the mountain city, most police forces were redirected to address that tree. However, this tree is alive. It retaliates, killing anyone and anything that approaches it, including helicopters that were struck down by its branches. Then why not use fire? Zhou Li queried. Surely, the tree must fear flames? Indeed, some experts propose a fire attack, Su Yun acknowledged, but the tree's roots are situated in a densely populated area of the city center. If fire were employed, the resulting collateral damage would be immense. Thus, higher authorities delayed orders until civilians could be evacuated. But it was already too late. Its growth accelerated drastically. Within a single day, it had expanded exponentially. By the time we initiated a fire assault, no one anticipated that the tree could sever its own branches to extinguish the flames and would extend its limbs to prioritize attacking threatening weapons. Su Yun's expression conveyed her helplessness. Only those who witnessed that battle could comprehend the terror of that tree. It possesses intelligence. Zhou Li and the girl with long hair gasped in shock, severing branches to survive, differentiating friends from foes. Could a tree truly possess such intellect? Su Yun nodded, her eyes heavy with sorrow. By the time we sought alternative methods, it was too late, as most of the police force had perished in that operation. Upon hearing this, an unprecedented tension surged within Shun Yi. If this colossal tree continued to grow unchecked, it could engulf the entire mountain city within 6 months. At that point, everything in the city would become nourishment for the tree, including humanity. Shun Yi's expression grew grave as he pondered. Is there no military intervention? Surely, missiles or similar weaponry could eliminate it. I am uncertain. I only know that someone from above contacted the military, but they seem preoccupied with some mutated entities. Su Yun gently shook her head. As she was not a high-ranking official, her knowledge was limited. Yet, even this information imparted a tremendous sense of crisis to Shun Yi. At present, the most perilous threat to the mountain city was that ever-growing tree in the city center. If it remained unresolved, no matter how well he managed to survive, he would eventually be consumed, becoming its sustenance. However, finding a solution seemed nearly impossible. The police had deployed untold resources, even helicopters and armored vehicles. Yet they had achieved nothing. What could he accomplish with just a small handgun? It seems prudent to make early plans and swiftly depart from Shancheng, heading towards other cities. Although this apocalyptic scenario looms over the entire world, it is reasonable to assume that other cities do not harbor such terrifying trees, lest humanity face extinction. Moreover, since the military has not come to rescue Shancheng, it is evident that they are prioritizing closer or more significant cities, such as Mo-Du and Di-Du, the economic and political capitals of Xiagua, which are undoubtedly under heightened protection. Given the military's firepower, surely they can secure several cities and establish safe zones. If such measures are absent, then Shun Yi would truly be at a loss for self-preservation, unless he could unlock more resources, including the extraordinary fruit of abilities, thereby acquiring formidable powers that might enable him to address the ever-growing tree. With this thought, Shun Yi cast a glance at Su Yun. It appears he must also claim her reward. Previously, Shun Yi had merely wished to survive, to have sustenance and rest. However, the flames of danger have now reached him, instilling a sense of urgency. Even if he cannot obtain the means to resolve the tree issue, he at least requires the capability of absolute self-defense. Although instantaneous movement is powerful, a mere distance of 20 meters is still too close. Are you all prepared? I will proceed to the door now. Once I divert that gecko, you must leave promptly. Do not waste any time. Su Yun drew her firearm, bracing herself for battle. Sister Su Yun, please be careful. Zhou Li and the long-haired girl expressed their reluctance. Despite their selfish sentiments, they sincerely appreciated Su Yun's efforts. Su Yun understood she might not survive, yet she nodded in response to the 2 young girls, then turned to Shun Yi, earnestly stating, Comrade Shun Yi, I hope you will look after them. In this world, humanity can only endure through mutual assistance. I understand. Now prepare yourselves. Upon hearing the signal, leave immediately. Do not waste a moment. After speaking, Su Yun approached the door, cautiously opening the convenience store's entrance. Outside, only a thick black mist and the sound of wind could be discerned, with no visible threats. Su Yun inhaled deeply, stepping out with caution, scanning her surroundings. No trace of the gecko was found. This chameleon-like creature, once hidden in the black mist, is exceedingly difficult to detect with the naked eye. Su Yun glanced back at the convenience store, then stepped into the black mist, deliberately making noise to lure out the gecko. Brother Shun, should we go out now? Zhou Li inquired anxiously. The long-haired girl tightened her grip on her backpack, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Shun looked at her and said, "You two should continue to hide in the inner room. Wait for my signal before emerging." Huh? Why? Isn't it better for us to leave quickly while Sister Su Yun draws away that creature? Zhou Li urged. Be quiet. If you refuse to listen, you may leave now, but do not follow me. Shun dismissed her with irritation, stepping out of the convenience store. If Zhou Li complied, he might consider saving her life. If she did not, it would be a path to her demise. Zhou Li, chastised, fell silent, and once Shani departed, she stomped her foot in frustration. How infuriating! That obnoxious straight man. After venting her anger, she exchanged glances with the long-haired girl, ultimately shutting the door and obediently retreating to the storage room. Without protection, they would have no chance of surviving in such a perilous world. Although they did not comprehend Shun Yi's intentions, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Shun Yi was armed, and only by following him could they hope to survive. Despite her frustration, Zhou Li was not foolish. Within the black mist, Su Yun held her gun aloft, moving her long legs cautiously, deliberately creating noise beneath her feet while vigilantly surveying her surroundings, hardly daring to breathe. She was acutely aware that the mutated gecko could ambush her at any moment. She must react swiftly. Even if she were attacked, she had to eliminate this creature. Su Yun advanced slowly, her footsteps echoing loudly. This undoubtedly stirred the gecko's predatory instincts. At that moment, within the black mist, a pair of cold, vertical pupils silently fixed their gaze upon Su Yun. The owner of those pupils blended seamlessly into the mist, remaining utterly still, biding its time for prey to approach. The advancing Su Yun was its quarry. Silence ensued. Just as the prey neared a distance of approximately 2 meters, it sprang into action. The colors that had melded with the surroundings were suddenly revealed in that instant. It was a colossal gecko. Its speed was astonishing. Even if the prey had sensed danger, it would be incapable of mounting an effective defense in time. Moreover, Su Yun was positioned sideways, entirely unaware of the impending threat. By the time she became aware, it was already too late. Bang, 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 bang. Suddenly, a series of gunshots reverberated through the black mist. Su Yun was startled, spinning around sharply. She beheld a massive gecko sprawled mere centimeters away from her. The creature bore several bullet wounds, blood seeping forth, its vitality rapidly waning. Without hesitation, Su Yun fired 2 more shots into the gecko's head, ensuring its demise. Only then did she exhale deeply, gasping for breath, her back drenched in sweat. Her hands, clutching the gun, trembled slightly. She had come perilously close to death moments ago. To claim she felt no fear would be a lie. She was human. Yet, donning this uniform came with responsibilities she could not shirk. Retreat was not an option, nor did she wish for death. She truly did not want to die. Thank you. Su Yun gazed at the man emerging from the mist, gun in hand, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Unlocking new resources, extraordinary fruit. The individual who saved Su Yun at a critical moment was none other than Shun Yi. He had followed closely behind Su Yun as she left the convenience store. Regarding Su Yun, the resource-unlocking policewoman, Shun Yi thought that if he could save her, he would do so, thereby unlocking an additional resource. Of course, had the gecko truly been capable of invisibility, Shun Yi would not have wasted time. He would have immediately used instantaneous movement to escape. However, given that the gecko exposed such a significant flaw while attacking its prey, Shun Yi felt no hesitation, teleporting behind it and delivering several shots that ultimately killed the creature. Though the mutated gecko appeared dangerous, it posed no real threat to bullets. Without the black mist, it would merely be a larger animal. The dense mist severely impaired visibility, making the color-changing gecko a formidable adversary. Comrade Shun Yi, thank you. Su Yun expressed her gratitude, astonished that he would risk himself to save her. To understand, once one fails to lure out the mutated gecko, Shun Yi is likely to become the prime target of the gecko's attack. Thus, Shun Yi is literally putting his life on the line to save himself. Su Yun is genuinely grateful and deeply moved. Compared to those she saved not long ago, Shun Yi is indeed far superior. Some of those individuals abandoned her at critical moments. Others sneaked away to avoid sharing food, and some even harbored ulterior motives towards her. In short, within the brief span of the apocalypse, Su Yun has witnessed the dark side of human nature. It is precisely because of this that she is so touched by Shun Yi's selfless act of coming to her rescue. The disparity between people is truly vast. Is mere verbal gratitude all that is required? Shun Yi inquired, gazing at Su Yun. Huh? Su Yun was taken aback, not comprehending the intent behind Shun Yi's words. Did he want money? Shun Yi found it somewhat amusing that this policewoman could not grasp such an obvious hint. No wonder she remained so innocent at her age. I mean, do you wish to offer yourself as a token of gratitude for saving your life? Shun Yi stated candidly. Huh? This. Su Yun's cheeks flushed crimson, stumbling over her words and unable to form a coherent response. Even though she usually possesses an open demeanor, she suddenly felt too shy to look at Shun Yi. You, how old are you? I am nearly 30. How could I? As she spoke, Su Yun felt her face burning with embarrassment. It was mortifying to discuss such matters with someone so much younger than herself. We are merely a few years apart. And in this world, does age really matter? Shun Yi countered, stepping closer to Su Yun. He reached out, attempting to take her hand. Who knows? We might meet an untimely end tomorrow. Do not overthink it. Living in the moment is what matters most. Su Yun's face grew even redder as she instinctively withdrew her hand from Shun Yi's grasp, turning her head and exclaiming, No, we just met. It cannot be like this. Although she was thankful for Shun Yi saving her and felt a certain fondness for him, that fondness did not equate to love, but rather a contrast to the selfish individuals she had encountered during the apocalypse. However, the thought of entering a romantic relationship with Shun Yi felt too sudden. The age difference was one reason, but primarily it was simply too soon. They had known each other for less than an hour. Deep down, the conservative Su Yun struggled to accept such rapid emotional development. Yet Shun Yi was unconcerned with such matters. His sole focus was on unlocking new resources. Moreover, he could not allow himself to waste a few bullets in vain, could he? Noting that Su Yun's resistance seemed to wane, he stepped forward, embraced her, and kissed her passionately. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. It was so abrupt. She momentarily forgot to resist. My first kiss. While kissing, Shun Yi stealthily removed the gun from Su Yun's waist, lest she retaliate out of anger. However, it seemed he had overthought it. Su Yun showed no intention of resisting, merely struggling a little before she even returned his embrace. Indeed, the more conservative a woman, the more fervent she becomes once unshackled. This must be the allure of contrast. However, she surely had not brushed her teeth in quite some time. The taste was rather unpleasant. Thus, Shun Yi wasted no time, holding Su Yun and teleporting to an abandoned shop, where he immediately began to unlock resources. Su Yun, dazed from the kiss and feeling flushed, only realized what was happening when she found herself unclothed. Her face turned scarlet as she attempted to resist, but Shun Yi's enhanced physique rendered her powerless. And so, the new resources were unlocked. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking resource. Ability, sensory fruit. Ability, sensory fruit 1, stored in system space. Ability, sensory fruit 1, stored in system space ability. Wow. Immersed in the realm of women, Shun Yi was jolted upright with excitement upon hearing the system's notification. Ability fruit. He had indeed unlocked the ability fruit. What happened? Su Yun, covering her body with her hands, blushed as she looked at the ecstatic Shun Yi. Why was he suddenly so happy? Could it be because he knew it was her first time? At this thought, Su Yun's face reddened even further. Who would have imagined that after preserving herself for so many years, she would end up on the floor of an unfinished shop with a boy so much younger than herself? She felt utterly embarrassed. Does this count as an older cow eating tender grass? Surely it does. Although she had somewhat acquiesced, Su Yun did not particularly mind. Otherwise, even half-heartedly, Shun Yi would not have been able to so easily have her. After all, she was a police officer professionally trained, and if it came to a fight, she was no pushover. It's nothing, just happiness. Shun Yi exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Su Yun. It appears that my daring plan was indeed correct. Su Yun had unlocked the ability fruit. Moreover, it could be infinitely stacked. Goodness, with so many fruits, I am practically invincible. Furthermore, this proves that the ability fruit is indeed a type of resource. In the future, As long as I unlock a sufficient variety of resources, I should be able to unlock other ability fruits as well. You are truly wicked. Although Su Yun felt shy, the boat had already sailed, and she no longer resisted too vehemently. Shun Yi's prior words held some truth. In this world, one should not overthink, nor worry about the future. Tomorrow they could face unforeseen circumstances. Living in the moment is what is truly important. Leaning against Shun, she traced circles on his body with her fingers and softly inquired, "What is your relationship with those two girls?" The one who called you Shun Yi Gij seems to have a rather special connection with you. A woman who has just experienced intimacy tends to be sensitive. Even a spirited policewoman is no exception. Shun Yi hesitated slightly, pondering how to respond. He had not initially intended to take in Su Yun. Under current circumstances, he could only say it was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although the outcome was favorable, if not handled properly, given Su Yun's character of daring to confront mutated geckos, he would likely need to resort to drastic measures. To be honest, he was somewhat reluctant to resort to such measures. Had they not engaged in intimacy, Shun Yi would have unhesitatingly discarded Su Yun, perhaps even eliminated her. However, given the current situation, he found himself hesitating. Of course, if Su Yun truly chose to be with him, everything would be dictated by him. Otherwise, even having been intimate, he would not hesitate to take action. This is the apocalypse. Thus, it now rests on Su Yun's choice. If I were to say that I have other women, what would you do? 40 acquired the third ability, telepathy. If I were to say that I have other women, what would you do? Finished speaking and gazed quietly at Su Yun. To his surprise, Su Yun appeared unfazed, merely letting out a soft sigh. I knew it. You, a young lad, are so adept even when it comes to kissing me. It's evident that you have had many girlfriends and possess considerable experience. If this were in the past, had you dared to take advantage, I would have ensured your failure. No, I would have broken your third leg. As she spoke, Su Yun playfully bared her teeth at Shun Yi, though her demeanor was more endearing than fearsome. Subsequently, she sighed, expressing her helplessness. Yet in this world, where even the law has vanished, one cannot expect morality to prevail. The fact that you have survived this long and dare to venture out to save others proves your strength. If you desire women, I'm certain many would willingly follow you. Therefore, your admission of other women does not surprise me. It merely unsettles me a bit, for I had hoped you were mine alone. Upon reaching this point, Su Yun looked at Shun Yi with a hint of lingering hope, inquiring, given your candid attitude. You wouldn't wish to abandon your other women to be with me solely, would you? Indeed, Shun Yi replied, neither lying nor feeling the need to. He had no intention of forsaking the other women, and in fact, he would be welcoming more into his fold in the future. Such was the necessity of the situation. To unlock more resources and survive in this apocalyptic world, it was imperative to act thus. Of course, Shun Yi's thoughts were not merely a justification to the system. He himself harbored such desires. Who would not relish a life surrounded by many wives and concubines? However, the current world was perilous. Setting aside the mutated giant tree in the city center, which could obliterate the entire city, he was currently at a loss regarding the mutated black spider in the neighborhood. The priority was to grow stronger. Hence, he would not sacrifice a forest for Su Yun. I knew it. Su Yun, resigned, lay back in Shun Yi's embrace, closing her eyes and softly murmuring, however, if you were to abandon your other women for me, I would hold you in even lower regard. For in doing so, you might casually discard me for another woman. Shun Yi remained silent, gently patting Su Yun's shoulder. The virtue of a mature woman is that extensive explanations are unnecessary. She comprehends many truths. Even if she does not fully understand, she can still grasp the essence. After a moment of tender intimacy, they donned their clothing, preparing to return to the convenience store to meet Zhou Li and the others. Naturally, Shun Yi took the time to explain the teleportation incident to Su Yun. Another reason Su Yun did not resist immediately was that Shun Yi had startled her when he teleported them to the shop. This, indeed, was the manifestation of supernatural abilities. Upon learning that humanity could still acquire such powers, Su Yun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If everyone could gain such miraculous abilities, the chances of survival would undoubtedly increase. Meanwhile, Shun Yi felt fortunate that the first supernatural ability he had acquired was physical evolution. Otherwise, after unlocking in recent days, he would have been drained of strength, leaving him unable to combat mutated creatures. Upon returning to the convenience store, Shun Yi first surveyed the inventory. Unfortunately, It was merely a small convenience store, and much of the stock had been contaminated, leaving little edible supplies. This visit's greatest treasure was indeed Su Yun. Because of her, Shen Yi was able to unlock supernatural fruit. Is this another of your abilities? Su Yun exclaimed, watching in awe as he waved his hand to gather numerous resources. Shen Yi affirmed her observation. He then called out Zhou Wan'er and the other girls who had been hiding in the storeroom. These two girls were truly cautious. Even when Shen Yi and Su Yun returned, they did not emerge at once. Previously, when Su Yun mentioned luring away the gecko, their faces showed emotion, yet inwardly, they secretly wished for Su Yun's sacrifice, solely focused on preserving their own well-being. Such self-preservation was almost as extreme as Shen Yi's. That's wonderful. Brother Shen Yi. Sister Su Yun, I'm so relieved you're safe. Zhou Wan'er exclaimed, her hand pressed against her chest in gratitude. The girl with long hair remained more reserved, lacking the scheming nature of Zhou Wan'er. All right, let us go, Shen Yi replied indifferently. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved 2 fully loaded guns from his system space, handing them to Su Yun for her protection. Su Yun's character was trustworthy, even more so than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. The personalities of individuals vary greatly. Although Shen Yi had known Su Wanting and the others longer, he did not trust them half as much as he did Su Yun. He actually has guns. Zhou Wan'er marveled at Shen Yi's ability to conjure 2 handguns, her mind racing with thoughts of securing his affection to ensure her survival in this apocalypse. Holding the 2 pristine Type 54 handguns warmed Su Yun's heart. She understood this was a sign of Shen Yi's trust in her. The 4 of them exited the convenience store, proceeding with caution. Having experienced the color-changing gecko's ambush, Shen Yi was compelled to exercise additional vigilance. The abilities of some mutated animals were exceedingly peculiar, and even a moment of carelessness could lead to peril. Contemplating this, Shen Yi quietly retrieved a piece of supernatural fruit from the system space and consumed it. Securing new abilities might enhance his combat prowess. As the fruit entered his mouth, a gentle coolness spread throughout his body, but it was fleeting. Besides the significant change he felt upon consuming the physical evolution fruit for the first time, the effects of the other 2 supernatural fruits were rather minor. He was unsure whether this was due to the greater potency of physical evolution or the novelty of his initial fruit consumption. Likely the latter, as Shen Yi believed the teleportation ability was certainly not inferior to physical evolution. With these thoughts, the fruit was fully digested. He promptly accessed the panel to check his status. Host, Shen Yi H, 20, Combat Power, 30, not including any external enhancements, unlocked resources, Schweischer Fu Mineral Water, freshly roasted chicken, Type 54 handguns, Grade A beefsteak, supernatural fruit, telepathy acquired abilities, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV1, physical evolution LV1. Your body has undergone evolution due to certain reasons, greatly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Teleportation LV1. You can instantly move up to 20 meters. As your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can disregard any terrain, control, or binding skills during the move. As long as you have sufficient stamina, you can teleport continuously without any limitations. Telepathy LV1. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 20-meter radius through your mind, and you can perceive your surroundings within that distance without using your eyes, unhindered by any obstacles. Is this what telepathy is? Truly marvelous. The moment Shen Yi finished reading the skill introduction, he immediately embarked on a personal experiment. In a state of telepathy, even with his eyes closed, he could distinctly perceive everything within a 20-meter radius, including buildings, various plants, and more. Moreover, he viewed it from a 360-degree overhead perspective, with even the black mist unable to obstruct his vision. This was akin to having X-ray vision. Additionally, in this state, Shen Yi noticed a flowing white aura around the 3 women beside him. Although there were no textual explanations, he instantly understood the meaning of the white aura upon seeing it. White symbolizes trust and loyalty. The whiter it is, the more loyal it proves to be. Su Yun emanated a pristine, jade-like white. In contrast, Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl radiated a faint white hue, interspersed with nearly half gray. Gray represents neutrality, indicating a lack of trust. Within Shen Yi's 20-meter vicinity, numerous entities exhibited a pure gray disposition. For instance, the mutated trees lining the road and the grass below all exuded a gray essence. This meant that as long as Shen Yi did not provoke these plants, they would not attack him. for they bore no hostility towards him. As for black, it was absent for now. Black represents absolute enmity. Should an individual possess a black aura, it signifies their intent to attack Shen Yi. The moment any hostile presence appeared within the 20-meter radius, Shen Yi would be instantly aware, no matter how well they concealed themselves. This was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, Shen Yi discovered that the combination of telepathy and instant teleportation was nothing short of phenomenal. Telepathy allowed for 360-degree oversight, X-ray vision, and precise enemy location locking, while instant teleportation enabled him to approach adversaries directly. These two abilities, when combined, produced an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Simply astounding. With this power, even if he encountered ambush-loving foes like color-changing geckos, he would be able to detect them at once. Shen Yi felt exhilarated. This ability was extraordinary. Henceforth, he would no longer need to worry about being ambushed by others or monsters. Furthermore, if any woman nearby harbored hostile intentions towards him, he would also be able to sense it instantly, preventing any surprises in the night. Although his current sensing range was limited to 20 meters, it sufficed. Besides, there were plenty of perception fruits in the system space. If consuming these fruits could upgrade his abilities, he would soon maximize the level of his telepathy. The overhead perspective was an active skill that required his conscious release, while the ability to sense goodwill and hostility was a passive skill that activated automatically. How convenient! Shen Yi was immensely satisfied. Thus, as long as an enemy approached and exhibited hostility, he could instantaneously detect it without the need to maintain his divine perspective at all times. Otherwise, it would deplete his stamina. Indeed, activating active skills consumed stamina. Had Shen Yi's physical constitution not been robust, he would struggle to withstand the simultaneous consumption of both skills. The evolution of the physical body was paramount. It appeared that most abilities drained stamina, akin to a blue bar. Shen Yi pondered. He began to comprehend the universal significance of the ability to evolve physically. Physical evolution could enhance constitution and increase stamina limits, while other abilities would consume stamina. If stamina were insufficient, even the mightiest abilities would be constrained. For instance, the instant teleportation ability, which was akin to a cheat, would be impressive only if Shen Yi's physical body had been fortified. Using it 10 times in succession would be remarkable, not to mention using it in conjunction with telepathy, which would further escalate stamina consumption, possibly limiting him after merely 7 or 8 uses. Hence, the importance of physical evolution became apparent. In this light, it was evident that Zhao Tao's lightning ability was relatively weak, not solely due to its low level, but also likely because of his inadequate stamina, which could not sustain continuous use. This realization dawned on Shen, a revelation that others might take years to uncover. My combat power has surged from 10 to 30. A twofold increase. Remarkable. It appears that the combination of instant teleportation and telepathy indeed substantially enhances combat prowess. Shen Yi examined his panel and noted that this combat power did not account for any external factors. In other words, if he wielded a firearm, his combat power would increase significantly, merely unaccounted for. Next, he intended to test whether the ability fruits could upgrade. Shen Yi closed his eyes, activated his telepathy, and retrieved a large handful of ability fruits from the space, consuming them one by one as if they were candies. Regardless of whether they could upgrade his abilities, the sensation of the fruits entering his body sent a thrilling chill through his internal organs and limbs, akin to an electric shock, truly exhilarating. Even if the ability fruits did not facilitate upgrades, Shen Yi would gladly consume them as a form of medicine. After all, these fruits bore no side effects, merely pure delight. Especially when several ability fruits entered his system simultaneously, the sensation was incomparably pleasurable, leaving him utterly exhilarated. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV2. Telepathy. LV2, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 40-meter radius and perceive all surroundings within that distance without the use of your eyes. Unaffected by any obstacles. Shen Yi was unaware of how many ability fruits he had consumed in one go, but he suddenly experienced an upgrade. The range of his telepathy had doubled to 40 meters. In that instant, he perceived a richer environment, his vision expanding further. The number of fruits, indeed, facilitated the upgrade. With this revelation, Shen Yi did not hesitate to consume more ability fruits, relishing the dual sensation of physical pleasure and upgrading. After all, Consuming one fruit per second was hardly exhausting. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV3. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV4. Ding! Your telepathy has upgraded to LV5. When Zhou Li returned to the community with the 3 women, he had reached level 5. However, it seemed that due to his excessive consumption, he felt a chilling sensation throughout his internal organs. His limbs were particularly icy. Alas, it appeared he needed to take a breather before consuming more. While indulging in the fruits was delightful, moderation was key. Reflecting on his cold hands and feet, Zhou Li decided to temporarily store the remaining fruits in the system space. Telepathy. LV5. You can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 250-meter radius and perceive all surroundings within that distance without the use of your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. A remarkable range of 250 meters. It felt as though he were truly cheating. Moreover, due to the upgrade to level 5, Zhou Li discovered that the stamina consumption when actively activating the skill had slightly decreased. Logically, one would expect that higher skill levels would entail greater consumption. Yet the consumption had diminished. This was immensely gratifying, as it indicated that Zhou Li could use it more liberally without worrying about excessive stamina depletion. Thus, he thought. Paused his steps, employing his psychic ability to scan the vicinity of Building 6. Soon, he pinpointed the location of the perilous mutated black spider. The oppressive black mist that permeated the air was rendered transparent under his psychic vision, offering no hindrance. From his vantage point, he swiftly identified the mutated black spider's whereabouts. It resided on a mid-level floor of Building 6, weaving an extensive web concealed by various mutated plants, as if it had made itself at home. Surrounding the web were several elongated objects ensnared in white silk, unmistakably human corpses. Did the black spider appear larger than it did before I left? Is this merely an illusion brought on by my keen psychic perception? Furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain whether it was the angle of his view, considering the prior obscuration by the black mist. What's wrong? Zhou Li cautiously inquired from behind Su Yun, had abruptly halted upon entering the community, and the surroundings were thick with eerie black fog, intermittently accompanied by the sounds of chirping insects, which heightened the tension among the 3 women. It's nothing. Let us proceed, replied. After observing the black spider for a while, noting its feeding behavior and central positioning within the building, he decided to test the waters. At a distance of several meters, as long as they remained quiet, the black spider should not detect them. Refrained from using teleportation, intending to assess the spider's attack range for better preparedness. Move quickly and keep your voices down, advised the 3 women, aware that should anyone inadvertently attract the mutated black spider's attention, he had no fear, as he could teleport away in an instant. However, they would be the ones in peril. His teleportation could accommodate only one person at a time, likely due to its low level. Moreover, bringing an additional person would triple his energy expenditure, making it far more taxing than teleporting alone. Although was physically robust, he generally preferred not to carry others. The 3 women nodded gravely, wary of any missteps. They even tempered their breathing. Thus, the 4 of them entered the building unscathed, without drawing the mutated black spider's attention. Also gleaned that the mutated black spider would not attack individuals entering or exiting when situated in its web, provided they remained quiet. However, upon stepping inside and witnessing the blood-soaked floor and several corpses, Su Yun instinctively raised her gun in alarm and disengaged the safety. There has been a conflict here. These bodies bear gunshot wounds, and the walls are riddled with bullet holes. At least 3 or more shooters have fired here, Su Yun deduced, drawing on her extensive criminal investigation experience. The bullet holes on the first floor were scattered chaotically. Zhou Li and the long-haired girl clung to each other in fear, trailing closely behind Su Yun. Don't concern yourselves with this. Let us head upstairs, said calmly, moving towards the staircase. Su Yun paused, her expression shifting slightly. She sensed something in his demeanor, but chose not to voice it. Did you kill those people on the first floor? Su Yun could not suppress her curiosity and asked as they ascended the stairs. Yes. Su Yun fell silent. She had sensed that was not a bloodthirsty individual. Yet the gruesome scene they had just witnessed weighed heavily on her mind. Her lips pressed together, her emotions convoluted. Upon hearing's unhesitating admission of murder, both Zhou Li and the long-haired girl trembled, the fear and respect in their gazes towards intensifying. Given the bloody scene on the first floor, it was evident that had single-handedly slain multiple individuals without sustaining any injuries, maintaining an impassive countenance even in the presence of the deceased. What fortitude must he possess? Is he truly just a college student? Anxiety gripped Zhou Li and the long-haired girl. Yet, as they climbed 20 flights of stairs, fatigue soon drowned all their thoughts. Exhausted, they struggled to catch their breath. The elevator was out of service, and living on the upper floors was sheer torment. Upon reaching the 20th floor, frowned, observing two men loitering suspiciously in front of his door. Their presence exuded a predominantly dark aura, imbued with an air of hostility. The two men's gazes were immediately drawn to Su Yun, who was clad in her police uniform, and their faces lit up with surprise as they approached her excitedly. Police! Finally, a police officer has come to rescue us. One of the men exclaimed. Officer, I want to report a crime. There's a murderer downstairs. You must act swiftly to apprehend those thugs. The two men animatedly recounted their grievances to Su Yun. Thugs? What happened? Su Yun inquired, puzzled. They're the cannibalistic thugs from the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them on your way up? They are less than beasts. They immediately began detailing the heinous acts committed by the thugs. Rape, murder, abduction, cannibalism. Simply diabolical. Zhou Li and the long-haired girl turned pale upon hearing this. Su Yun's expression grew grave. To think that less than 10 days into the apocalypse, such thugs were already present. Suddenly, a realization struck her as she instinctively glanced at. Could this be the reason had killed those individuals? Because they were thugs? Indeed, was not the kind of unscrupulous killer devoid of moral boundaries. As Su Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, her gaze towards softened with affection. If not for the presence of others, she would have embraced him and bestowed a fervent kiss upon him. Are you finished? If so, please leave and don't block my doorway, said, indifferent to Su Yun's expression as he cast a languid glance at the two men. Who do you think you are to tell us to leave? We require police assistance too. You cannot monopolize the rescue resources. This officer should serve us all. The bespectacled man retorted defiantly, misconstruing his intention as an attempt to hoard the assistance. Yes, in the eyes of these two men, the female police officer has come to their aid. The thugs downstairs have been eliminated, and you are now safe. Furthermore, I am not here to serve you. I am not the one who vanquished the thugs. Leave this place at once. Su Yun's tone grew cold as her demeanor towards the bespectacled man shifted drastically. Setting aside whether she should serve everyone or not, the man's attitude towards irked her immensely. Was her partner, while this man was merely an outsider. Were she not a police officer, she would have berated him without hesitation for his insolence. Su Yun, who had finally found a young boyfriend, was fiercely protective of him, fearing he would be taken advantage of due to his youth. Little did she know that had nearly drawn his gun just moments ago. Taken advantage of? That was utterly impossible. Given the two unfamiliar men loitering at his doorstep with a hint of hostility, it was clear they harbored ill intentions. Thus, even if he were to slay them, he would harbor no remorse whatsoever. In this apocalyptic era, there exists no notion of crimes deserving of death in Shunyi's eyes. Should you dare to covet my home, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. How can you, as a police officer, utter such words? Are you and he not lovers? How outrageous! As a police officer, you fail to protect the common folk and instead shield your own man. How can you justify wearing that uniform? Through Su Yun's demeanor, the bespectacled man seemed to perceive the connection between her and He, instantly igniting his fury as he took to the moral high ground to condemn her. Indeed, officer, you cannot forsake us. We are taxpayers, and your salary is funded by our contributions. How can you abandon the ordinary citizens in times of crisis? Another man in a suit stepped forward to voice his agreement. You ought to safeguard us, be accountable for our safety, and provide us with sustenance and water. This is your duty as police officers. Furious, Su Yun found herself at a crossroads. The two men, intimidated by the thugs, dared not raise their voices. Yet they confronted the police with an audacity that demanded Su Yun serve their wishes. They might be unable to contend with the wicked, but they could certainly challenge those who uphold justice, for the latter would not resort to violence against them. Su Yun's countenance turned icy. The tribulations of the apocalypse had irrevocably altered her character, particularly after she had chosen to sacrifice herself to save Zhou Li and others. Only to be rescued by Yi, her mindset had shifted dramatically. She had already given so much. From the very first day of the apocalypse, she had tirelessly assisted those in distress, saving no fewer than 100 individuals in recent days. Yet, what of her own well-being? Each day, she suffered from hunger and thirst, and on multiple occasions, she had narrowly escaped being devoured by monsters. The more she contemplated, the more anguish she felt. She no longer wished to be burdened by the so-called responsibilities. She was no longer willing to sacrifice herself in the name of duty. She had already given enough. Now, she had family, and she did not wish to perish. Having grown up in an orphanage, Su Yun had known neither parents nor kin, and had always relied solely on herself. This absence of security and reliance was also why she had shunned romantic relationships. She feared that any bond she formed would ultimately lead to painful separation. Rather than face the agony of parting, it was preferable to remain apart from the outset. Were it not for the apocalypse, Shun Yi would have found it nearly impossible to pursue Su Yun, let alone win her over in just an hour or two. Yet, beneath her seemingly aloof exterior, Su Yun's heart burned with warmth. Once she had committed to someone, she regarded them as family, vowing never to harm them. Thus, how could Su Yun remain indifferent upon learning of Shun Yi's actions? Were she still her former self, she would have apprehended him without hesitation. Yet, she clearly refrained from doing so, even neglecting to inquire why he had taken a life. It was only when the two men spoke of the slain in the first floor being irredeemable villains that she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Even contemplating kissing Shun Yi passionately, for he had not engaged in indiscriminate slaughter. Despite straying from the unwavering sense of justice she had upheld, she had committed no wrongdoing. Her man was not a villain. Though his methods were ruthless, he targeted only those deserving of death. In light of all this, upon hearing the two men attempt to moralize her actions, Su Yun raised her firearm, aiming it squarely at their heads, and coldly admonished them to be silent. "You are correct. I am indeed his girlfriend, and he is my man. I shall protect him. What of it? As for your taxpayers' money, I earn my living through my own efforts. What concern is that of yours? Speak another word, and do not blame me for pulling the trigger." Su Yun was no mere innocent flower. With her presence fully commanding the space, she instilled a tremor of fear in both men. It was only when the gun was pointed at their heads that they realized this female officer was no longer the meek police officer she had once been before the apocalypse. Should they dare to retort, they might indeed find themselves facing the barrel of her gun. Despite the anger and frustration bubbling within them, the two men ceased their moralizing. I understand. We shall leave at once." The bespectacled man stammered, hurriedly pulling his companion away. Su Yun let out a cold huff, choosing not to pursue the matter further. She had merely sought to intimidate the two men. Though displeased, her fundamental moral compass prevented her from resorting to murder, especially against those who could not be deemed truly wicked. Su Yun's innocence remained intact. In Shun Yi's eyes, however, the aura surrounding the two men had darkened significantly. Though they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment had been sown within their hearts. The path to their demise had begun. When did they become involved? Zhou Li furtively observed Su Yun and Shun Yi. Had they not only met a few hours prior? How could they be deemed lovers? Moreover, was Shun Yi not searching for her? How could he have become entangled with a female officer? An inexplicable discomfort settled within her, akin to feeling betrayed. At that moment, Shun Yi knocked on the door, greeted by Su Wanting. "Darling, you've returned." "Darling?" Upon hearing this term of endearment, Su Yun froze, her expression shifting to one of discomfort. She had confidently proclaimed that Shun Yi was her man, only to turn around and find a beautiful woman addressing him as such. How utterly awkward! While she had long accepted that Shun Yi had other women and had prepared herself for this encounter, the reality of the situation was still quite embarrassing. It was unclear who had betrayed whom. Su Wanting, however, paid no heed to the thoughts of the three women outside. She placed slippers at Shun Yi's feet, prepared to assist him in changing shoes. Her demeanor was gentle and gracious, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. She understood that feeling jealous was futile, so she opted to showcase her virtues rather than engage in a quarrel with the newcomer, knowing that such behavior would only reflect poorly upon her. Su Wanting's approach proved remarkably effective. Her graciousness left Su Yun feeling even more awkward. In that moment, she felt akin to a rat in a gutter. Although she was one of three, she had nonetheless accompanied Shun Yi home. Moreover, before arriving, she had resolved to maintain her composure upon meeting Shun Yi's other women, vowing not to appear weak. Should they chastise her or object to her relationship with Shun Yi, she would not allow herself to be undermined. She would fight back when it mattered. Su Yun had envisioned numerous scenarios in her mind, yet she had never anticipated that during their first meeting. Su Wanting would not challenge her, nor would she even direct a hostile glance in her direction. Everything had been a product of her overactive imagination. Zhou also felt a twinge of awkwardness. However, since she had not been involved with Shun Yi, the discomfort was not as pronounced. You all may enter. Do not feel too constrained, as if it were your own home, Shun Yi remarked, turning to descend the stairs with a flash of movement. He had matters to attend to concerning those two men. Those who dared to covet his home and harbored intense animosity towards him would certainly not be spared. Ladies, please make yourselves comfortable. With Shun Yi's departure, Su Wanting graciously invited the three women inside. Her gentle and gracious demeanor would astonish even Shun Yi. In just a few fleeting days, Su Wanting has remarkably transformed from an arrogant young lady prone to jealousy into a tender wife. Although Su Yun and her companions felt somewhat awkward, they still changed their shoes and entered the room. Upon their entrance, they beheld two beautiful women seated on the sofa, indulging in fruit and engrossed in their phones. These two women, or rather three, appeared impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust upon their bodies or faces. How could they possibly resemble survivors of an apocalypse? In contrast, Su Yun and her companions, having not washed their faces or hands for an extended period due to a lack of water and having fled from a lizard, were disheveled and dirty. With their hair matted together, they felt as if three rustic villagers had ventured into the city to encounter a lady of grace. And an overwhelming sense of inferiority surged within them. You three should take a shower. My husband prefers cleanliness, Jiang Nanyan remarked after appraising them for a moment. The mention of husband sent a jolt through Zhou Wan'er and the girl with long hair. This stunning beauty was also one of Shun Yi's women. Was the mature woman seated on the sofa also? Could it be that this room was filled with Shun Yi's women? He possessed such a multitude of women, and astonishingly managed to care for them all so well. Frankly, beyond shock, Zhou Wan'er found herself feeling envious, envying a life free from worries of sustenance, where cleanliness was easily attainable. Showering? How much water would that require? Su Yun couldn't help but furrow her brow. It seemed an extravagant use of resources. Even though Shun Yi possessed extraordinary abilities, venturing out for supplies was perilous. It was prudent to conserve water. Fear not, there is an abundance of mineral water in the bathroom. You may use that for your showers, and if it runs low, I shall inform my husband, Jiang Nanyan replied nonchalantly. As a pioneer, she felt compelled to assert her presence, refusing to be overshadowed or belittled by these later arrivals. Using mineral water for bathing? The three women were instantly filled with disbelief. Such extravagance seemed absurd. Even if there was an ample supply of mineral water, it could not justify such wastefulness. Despite their astonishment, they eventually followed Su Wanting's lead to the bathroom to cleanse themselves. As women, they too cherished cleanliness and longed for daily showers. Yet, given the scarcity of water resources, where even drinking was a challenge, who would dare squander it on bathing? Upon entering the bathroom and witnessing the stacks of mineral water, they were rendered speechless. So much. Had Shun Yi emptied an entire supermarket of its mineral water? No wonder the suggestion to use mineral water for bathing had been made. With such a surplus, there was no fear of depletion anytime soon. Surely, this mineral water must be drinkable? The girl with long hair cautiously inquired. Zhou Wan'er, however, had already opened a bottle, drinking eagerly. Shun Yi, having utilized his teleportation to catch up with two men, wasted no words, swiftly shooting them dead and disposing of their bodies out the window. Once his mind was clear, he teleported back to the room. Husband, Jiang Nanyan and Bai Sini exclaimed, startled by Shun Yi's sudden appearance, though their surprise quickly morphed into joy. Su Wanting promptly emerged from the kitchen to greet him. Shun Yi surveyed the three women, noting their pristine auras with satisfaction. As long as there was no hidden agenda, all was well. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Shun Yi settled onto the sofa, retrieved his phone, and opened the Gouda map to search for his hometown. With his newfound telepathic abilities, he no longer feared the dangers lurking in the dark mist and could return home to fetch his younger sister and grandmother. It had been several days since he last contacted his sister, and her phone might be out of battery. Nevertheless, Shun Yi felt no particular anxiety, for his sister was clever, and his grandmother was no fool. Given their personalities, unless faced with insurmountable peril, they would likely remain safe. 73 kilometers was not a daunting distance, but he needed to find a vehicle and fill it with fuel. Shun Yi contemplated the distance displayed on the navigation, devising a plan. This outing would also allow him to search for supernatural fruits. Husband, are you heading here? Jiang Nanyan inquired, noticing the navigation on Shun Yi's phone. Yes. Shen Yi affirmed. However, it seems that ordinary cars won't suffice for the current road conditions. At least a powerful SUV will be required, Jiang Nanyan analyzed. Do you have any thoughts? Shen Yi asked, turning to her, sensing she had something to say. As she massaged his shoulders, Jiang Nanyan explained, well, I have a friend who is into modified cars. She owns a property in our neighborhood and has several modified vehicles parked in her garage. We could borrow one of her cars to venture out. She had used "we," indicating her desire to join him. This woman was indeed astute, recognizing that accompanying Shen Yi was the safest choice. Shen Yi was unconcerned with her subtle intentions. As long as it aided him, he continued. Can you contact your friend now? Jiang Nanyan shook her head. I cannot reach her. Her phone may be dead, or she might have. However, she added, no matter, I know which building she resides in. We can simply go and retrieve the keys to the car. Very well then, Shen Yi replied. His earlier inquiry aimed to gauge the attractiveness of Jiang Nanyan's friend, pondering if he could also acquire some resources. However, since she was unreachable, retrieving the vehicle and returning home took precedence. With a car, the round trip of over 70 kilometers would only take a few hours. Once he brought his grandmother and sister back, he could seek a safer location to establish a shelter. Indeed, Shen Yi harbored aspirations of creating a refuge. After all, one could not live like a vagabond, constantly changing residences, could they? Moreover, by establishing a haven, it would facilitate the search for beautiful women and unlock more system resources. Just as Shen Yi contemplated this, the bathroom door swung open. 3 freshly washed women, now clad in pajamas, emerged. Shen Yi appraised them and nodded in approval. Truly, the system had made an excellent selection. Their beauty and figures were remarkable. In the pre-apocalyptic world, both Zhou Li and Su Yun would have been regarded as goddesses. Even the girl with long hair, who did not fit the system standards, could be considered a petite beauty. Let us have a meal, Shen Yi declared, feeling somewhat famished after several hours outside. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 10 steaks and several cups of instant noodles from the system space. It had been ages since he had savored instant noodles, and today he would indulge in them alongside steak. Sister Bai and I will cook the steaks, Su Wanting volunteered, displaying remarkable initiative. Shen Yi glanced at her, feeling pleased. Su Wanting, devoid of ulterior motives, was genuinely endearing. Once the steaks were cooked and the noodles ready, Shen Yi also produced 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of cola. Let us eat. With the presence of more women, the resources consumed during a meal had certainly increased. However, for Shen Yi, it remained a trivial matter. Steak and chicken, how extraordinarily sumptuous. As the delectable aroma wafted from the table, Su Yun and Zhou Li, the 3 newcomers, could not help but swallow hard. Since the apocalypse descended upon them, they had not tasted fresh food, let alone fresh meat. How generous of Shen Yi to present such a bounty of fresh provisions. Could this be a warm welcome for them? Yet, observing the expressions of the others, there seemed to be no excitement whatsoever. After all, this was meat. The 3 women were blissfully unaware that this meal was a rare delicacy for them, while to Su Wanting and the others, it was merely a routine repast. Although Shen Yi did not provide unlimited supplies, he ensured that his women would not go hungry. Whatever he consumed, they would partake in as well. Hence, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan had grown accustomed to meat over the past couple of days. After indulging in a delightful and lavish lunch, Shen Yi took Jiang Nanyan outside. They arrived at Building 13. Jiang Nanyan gazed up at the towering structure and said, Darling, my friend's home is on the 15th floor. Shen Yi immediately activated his telepathic abilities, scanning the entire building to eliminate any potential dangers. What was this? Shen Yi's brow arched in surprise. During his meticulous examination, he unexpectedly discovered that the 18th floor was rather peculiar. The lights were on. This indicated that the residents of the 18th floor had electricity, a generator, or some other power-producing device. Moreover, the glass on the 18th floor was obscured from the outside, seemingly replaced with privacy glass. Additionally, the outer walls appeared to be reinforced with special materials, resembling a formidable steel fortress. It was highly likely that this was a doomsday enthusiast-constructed sanctuary, perfectly suited for survival. Shen Yi was not overly astonished. He had come across numerous related videos in the past, and had even seen wealthy heirs spend billions to transform villas into doomsday retreats. Shen Yi had fantasized about building a safe haven for the apocalypse himself, but alas, such luxuries were the domain of the affluent. However, now a ready-made sanctuary lay before him. It had electricity, was highly secure, and boasted excellent defenses, a flawless abode. How delightful. It would soon belong to me. Darling, I've forgotten the password, Jiang Nanyan said, attempting various codes at the entrance, all of which proved futile. Shun Yi had not expected her to unlock the door. Thus, he stepped forward, embraced Jiang Nanyan, and utilized teleportation to enter the building. Meanwhile, on the 18th floor, behind the highly private glass, a tall, lithe figure held a snow-white fox in her arms, intently watching the scene below. Her crimson eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, fixated on the spot where Shun Yi had vanished. After a prolonged observation, her expression turned grave, her gaze flickering. Her ruby lips moved softly, a spatial ability user. 45. Murong Shui, a reincarnator. At this moment, a spatial ability user had appeared outside my building. How could this be? I recall that in my previous life, no ability users emerged in our community at all. The fastest one to gain powers did not appear until over half a month later. Could my reincarnation have triggered some butterfly effect around me? In the spacious, well-lit apartment on the 18th floor, a curvaceous and stunning woman murmured to herself with a serious expression. Her name was Murong Shui, a reincarnator. Indeed, she was the kind of reincarnator often depicted in apocalyptic novels. In her previous life, when the apocalypse suddenly struck, Murong Shui was utterly unprepared. Initially disbelieving in the so-called apocalypse, convinced that rescue would arrive promptly. The reality was, no rescue ever came. Due to her lack of preparation, she suffered severe hunger and had to remain wary of the male neighbors in her building. Eventually, she struggled to survive for over half a year, achieving a relatively stable existence, only to have a colossal tree engulf the entire mountain city. Murong Shui was consumed in that disaster, filled with resentment and fury. To her astonishment, when she next opened her eyes, she found herself reincarnated to a month before the apocalypse. Initially, Murong Shui thought she had merely experienced a nightmare related to the apocalypse. However, through subsequent events, she confirmed that it was no dream. Thus, she began to prepare in advance. She sold her business interests, liquidated all real estate, and invested heavily in upgrading her home, installing solar panels, generators, and stockpiling vast amounts of food and water. She also accumulated a variety of weapons. At first, when she undertook these actions, her friends and family failed to comprehend. Even believing she had lost her mind, her parents, in a fit of anger, severed ties with her, and several close friends ceased their associations. But it mattered not, for Murong Shui was well aware of the vile nature of those friends. In her previous life, she had kindly taken them in, only to have them betray her, nearly leading to her demise. Thus, in this life, she would no longer play the martyr. On the very first day of the apocalypse, she lured her friends over and then eliminated them without hesitation. Killing was of no concern to her. After struggling for over half a year in the apocalypse, she had grown accustomed to it. In this manner, Murong Shui hoarded supplies, eliminated foes, and led an exceedingly comfortable life once the apocalypse commenced. Furthermore, due to her experiences in her previous life, she had identified numerous opportunities and secured them in advance. For instance, the beautiful white fox in her arms possessed a special ability that could assist her at critical moments. Additionally, she had obtained the ability fruit right from the onset of the apocalypse and had stockpiled many plants unlikely to mutate, but likely to bear ability fruits. These plants were all transplanted based on her memories from her previous life, though she was unsure when they would yield their fruits. The maturation time for ability fruits varied. According to Murong Shui's plan, her home possessed water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities, thus negating the need to venture outside for perilous encounters. She intended to patiently await the maturation of the ability fruits, acquire additional powers, and enhance her strength, allowing her to escape the mountain city before that terrifying tree engulfed it. She had even determined the destination city. Yet, her current strength was insufficient to venture outside, lest she perish en route. However, all these plans were disrupted with the sudden appearance of a spatial ability user who had begun to fixate on her. Indeed, Murong Shui had realized that Shun Yi was spying on her. Her abilities allowed her to see through the black mist, and her heightened perception, bolstered by her mental prowess, made it easy for her to detect anyone attempting to pry into her affairs. This was precisely why she had sought to acquire this ability at the earliest opportunity. In the apocalypse, this ability was immensely vital for survival. Her longevity in her previous life owed much to this protective power. I hope he doesn't come to my home. I have no desire to confront a spatial ability user, not even one who has just acquired their powers, as they are likely to be troublesome. However, if he truly dares to come, I shall not fear him. Murong Shui sat gracefully upon the sofa, the crimson hue in her gaze fading away. With her delicate hands, she gently stroked the head of the white fox nestled in her embrace, softly uttering, "Shall by. You must also be prepared, should that person dare to intrude. Let them witness your prowess." The white fox's tail flicked momentarily, its understanding uncertain, yet it obediently let out a sound. Though Murong Shui felt a twinge of anxiety, it was not overwhelming, for the spatial ability wielder, while formidable, was merely at the onset of the apocalypse. She was certain that this spatial ability user was far from powerful. How strong could someone newly endowed with abilities truly be? They might not even comprehend the functions of their own powers. As a reincarnated individual with battle experience, weaponry, and several traps set in place, how could they possibly contend against her? Moreover, Murong Shui was convinced that this spatial ability user possessed no other abilities. After all, even she, with her past life's memories, had only recently acquired a single ability. How could others surpass her? Presently, most individuals were oblivious to the very existence of ability fruits. Furthermore, even if this person were to fortuitously acquire two abilities, they would be unable to wield them freely. Murong Shui was well aware that the more potent the ability, the greater the consumption it demanded. Take teleportation, for instance. An ordinary person would be breathless after a few uses, their stamina significantly depleted. If they attempted to use another ability, they might tire themselves out before they could even inflict harm on their adversary. Thus, after careful evaluation and drawing from her extensive experience, coupled with the powerful traps she had meticulously designed within the room, Murong Shui felt no trepidation. Rather, she was filled with confidence. The advantage lay with her. This woman's white fox had not undergone mutation. Evidently, not all animals were destined to transform. To her surprise, she had stocked up on so much rice, flour, oil, and various canned fruits, beverages, and red wine in her room. Splendid, it was all hers now. Furthermore, there was even a dedicated entertainment room. Truly, she was an ardent enthusiast of the apocalypse, and this house had been impeccably modified. Oh, there were so many traps set up. Even the entrance had a crossbow trap. Any ordinary person would surely fall victim to it. Meanwhile, in a room on the 15th floor, as Jiang Nanyan went to find the car keys, Shun Yi was keenly using mental perception to observe the arrangements within the 18th floor room. It had to be said that this woman was undoubtedly a professional apocalypse aficionado. The modification she had made to this house, alongside her extensive food supplies, would allow for a secure survival through the apocalypse for at least half a year, if not longer. Shun Yi was particularly fond of this. At that moment, the system, as he anticipated, was triggered. 46. An extraordinary anomaly ding. Detected a goddess that meets system standards. Commencing detailed information scan. Name, Murong Shui. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Figure, 97 points. Inner quality, 100 points. Pure and immaculate. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation, adoption will unlock a random resource. Indeed, she met the system standards. Shun Yi was not surprised, for this woman was undeniably beautiful, her figure exceptional, and her aura remarkable. What a stroke of luck today. Not only had he discovered a top-tier refuge, but he had also come across a stunning lady who could unlock rewards. This was simply exhilarating. She must be acquired. Without fail. "Darling, I found the car keys," Jiang Nanyan announced as she emerged from the bedroom. "Then let us return home," Shun Yi replied, retracting his mental perception. Time was of the essence, and there was no rush to pursue this woman just yet. He would first return home to unlock the rewards for Zhou Li. Then, after bringing his younger sister and grandmother over tomorrow, he would return to win over this woman, with the meticulously renovated house in place. Murong Shui would undoubtedly remain within the community. "Darling," Jiang Nanyan leaned into Shun Yi's embrace as he wrapped his arms around her, teleporting them away from the building. Simultaneously, on the 18th floor, Murong Shui suddenly felt the sensation of being watched dissipate. Had they left? A subtle sigh of relief escaped her, yet she remained vigilant. Was that feeling of being observed a result of the girl's ability? It was quite peculiar. It had only been a few days into the apocalypse, and she had already encountered two ability wielders. The butterfly effect was indeed terrifying. It seemed she must exercise greater caution in the future. Disguising herself as an ordinary person would be prudent, Otherwise, too many changes might strip her of the advantages her past memories provided. Murong Shui spoke, as if to herself, or perhaps to the white fox in her arms. The fox, however, was disinterested. Yet, Murong Shui remained unfazed, instead picking up the notebook on the table and flipping it open for review. The notebook contained her records of significant future events and the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various regions. To prevent forgetting over time, she periodically reviewed the notebook to reinforce her memory. The most prominent feature within the notebook was a series of names. These names belonged to renowned, powerful ability wielders from her past life. Each of them possessed unique abilities or formidable personal strength. Of course, Murong Shui had not personally encountered all of them. Most were hearsay, their authenticity yet to be verified. Among them, the name marked with a red pen stood out as the first on the list, belonging to a powerful ability wielder she had witnessed firsthand. No, to say powerful would be an understatement. She was truly abnormal. Murong Shui even speculated that, even if that terrifying giant tree were to obliterate an entire mountain city, it would never manage to kill her, for her abilities were exceedingly bizarre. Regrettably, after a month's investigation upon her reincarnation, she found no trace of this individual in the city. It would be a while before she could locate her. Otherwise, if she had established a rapport with her in advance, she could have avoided the looming giant tree predicament. Murong Shui lamented. However, the impact was not too great. As long as she refrained from altering too many events, in 2 months, that person would arrive at Shanqing University. At that time, she would have the opportunity to approach her and forge a friendship, leveraging her past memories. With that thought, Murong Shui once again scrutinized the name with earnestness, embedding it deeply in her memory. Shun Su. Upon returning home, Shun Yi and Jiang Nanyan briefly discussed their plans for the following day. The women expressed their concerns, especially Su Wanting by Xin Yi and Su Yun, all of whom wished to accompany Shen Yi. However, he declined each request. He had returned home to fetch family members, and bringing a group of women along would be impractical should any dangers arise along the way. They would merely be a burden. Ultimately, Shun Yi resolved to take Jiang Nanyan alone. She was intelligent and could drive, making her somewhat useful. As for Su Yun, being the most formidable among the women and skilled with firearms, she would remain behind to safeguard the home. Given the 2 men loitering at their doorstep yesterday, Shun Yi surmised that the residents of the building might be harboring ulterior motives regarding his family. Thus precaution was necessary. Darling, please be careful on the road tomorrow. It's over 70 kilometers away. Su Wanting expressed her concern. The other women echoed similar sentiments of worry, except for Zhou Wan'er and the long-haired girl. After all, they were not Shun Yi's women, and it would be inappropriate for them to casually involve themselves in his personal affairs. Shun Yi responded simply to the women, then turned to Zhou Wan'er and said, "Tonight, we shall share a room. As for the others, they can make their own arrangements. But one room must remain vacant for tomorrow's plans." Zhou Wan'er was taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head, unable to utter a word. She had not anticipated Shun Yi's directness, openly stating his intention to share a room with her in front of so many women. It was quite mortifying. However, the other women did not express anger or resentment. Perhaps they felt a hint of envy and shyness. After all, they understood Shun Yi's purpose in bringing Zhou Wan'er back. It certainly was not a mere game of Ludo. Conversely, if Shun Yi were simply extending a kind-hearted gesture to rescue Zhou Wan'er and provide her with food and shelter without any cost, the other women would feel somewhat displeased. They had all paid a price to gain protection. If Zhou Wan'er could enjoy the same treatment without any effort, it would create a sense of imbalance among them. This is the nature of humanity. Discontent arises not from scarcity, but from inequality. In NYN, let's share a room. I wish to discuss something with you. Upon seeing Shun Yi and Zhou Wan'er enter a room, Su Wanting also called Jiang Nanyan aside for a private conversation. They had once been good friends, and their relationship had recently warmed, naturally making them more affectionate than the others. By Xin Yi glanced at the remaining 2 women, hesitated for a moment, and then said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, shall we share a room tonight?" "Sister Bai, there's no need to call me Officer Su. Just Su Yun will suffice." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling the title was too peculiar. It was not merely a matter of address, but due to their current relationship, using that title would seem quite odd, just like when Shun Yi called her Officer Su in bed. It was for the sake of intimacy. By Xin Yi and Su Yun entered a room together, having topics to discuss. The accommodation consisted of 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, leaving only 1 vacant room, and Liu Yu behind. Liu Yu was the girl who did not meet the system standards and had long hair. Shen Yi had not expelled her, temporarily considering the feelings of Zhou Wan'er and Su Yun, and since he was not lacking in provisions, he decided to shelter her for a few days. After all, she was a person whom Su Yun had risked her life to save, and sending her away would also hurt Su Yun's feelings. Although Shen Yi was cold by nature, he would care for the emotions of his women as long as they did not encroach upon his bottom line, especially women like Su Yun, who were extremely loyal and obedient to him. Liu Yu understood she had not yet joined this family, and she recalled Shen Yi's earlier statement about keeping a room vacant. Thus, she sensibly chose to sleep on the sofa for the night. Although it was a sofa, it was a far more secure and comfortable place compared to the perilous world outside. The following day, after waking up, Shen Yi had breakfast with the women. After leaving them half a day's worth of provisions, he set off with Jiang Nan. Before departing, he specifically instructed the women not to venture outside, especially not to go downstairs, as there were mutated monsters out there that even he could not contend with. The women were startled, but complied obediently. Later, Shen Yi, employing his mental perception and instant teleportation to evade hidden dangers, took Jiang Nan to the underground garage. After a few minutes, he quickly located the garage belonging to Jiang Nan's friend. There, Shen Yi beheld 3 vehicles, 2 modified off-road vehicles, and a modified red sports car. One could not help but admire the wealth of Jiang Nan's friend. 3 luxury cars worth millions were parked in a mere garage. Fortunately, they were now his. Shen Yi chose the higher performance Mercedes-Benz G-Class. This particular G-Class had evidently undergone extensive modifications, with an aluminum alloy exterior and seemingly upgraded seating and engine components. In short, after a few moments behind the wheel, Shen Yi was thoroughly satisfied. He possessed a driver's license, albeit with a few months of experience and less than stellar skills. However, given the current state of the world outside, as long as he did not drive into a wall, he could drive however he pleased, without the fear of being caught by cameras or pursued by traffic police. The fuel tank was full. Excellent, time to set off. After confirming everything, Shen Yi pressed the accelerator and drove out. He sped out of the community and onto the main road. The streets were riddled with black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shen Yi skillfully navigated around them using his 360-degree mental perception, with a vantage point akin to that of a divine observer. He had no concern of a car accident. It was exhilarating. Shen Yi swiftly accelerated to over 100 miles per hour, weaving left and right with reckless abandon. Jiang Nan's face paled with fright. She even regretted accompanying Shen Yi. Who would have thought that such a composed and cautious individual would drive so wildly? In this thick fog, with fissures appearing on the road, what would happen if they fell in? Yet, Jiang Nan was overthinking it. She was unaware that Shen Yi possessed a godlike perspective, leading her to believe he had suddenly become reckless. In reality, Shen Yi was acutely aware of the road conditions. He would never jeopardize his own life. As Jiang Nan continued to feel scared, her astonishment gradually grew. No matter how fast Shen Yi drove, he adeptly avoided obstacles and cracks on the road. Even when a few abandoned cars suddenly appeared, he seemed to predict their presence and dodged them effortlessly. Jiang Nan's heart began to settle. She thought to herself, Shen Yi must not be so reckless after all. As she quietly sighed in relief, she observed the focused expression on Shen Yi's face. It could not be a mere illusion. Perhaps he truly could see through the fog. Otherwise, avoiding obstacles once or twice could be attributed to chance, but evading them consistently was indicative of foresight and preparation. Could this newfound ability to see through the fog be yet another superpower he had acquired? As Jiang Nan pondered this, her heart raced with excitement and anticipation. If Shen Yi had indeed mastered the method of obtaining superpowers, her chances of gaining abilities would increase significantly. After all, she was the only woman whom Shen Yi had acknowledged thus far. As her heart fluttered, she looked at Shen Yi, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Just then, as Shen Yi was driving, he inhaled sharply, glancing down at Jiang Nan with a look of surprise that gradually transformed into delight. Excellent. Shen Yi felt a sense of accomplishment, from a highborn young lady who knew nothing to now possessing eloquence. Her journey from ignorance to enlightenment was a process he had meticulously guided. This sense of achievement was immensely gratifying. In his excitement, Shen Yi nearly caused an accident. Fortunately, he possesses a god's eye perspective, allowing him to clearly perceive the external circumstances even with his eyes closed. Today's journey, accompanied by Jiang Jun, proved to be a sagacious decision. In his reflections, Shen Yi couldn't help but accelerate. 3 hours later, the off-road vehicle gradually approached a rather secluded village entrance. Shen Yi reduced his speed. Although he had not encountered significant troubles during the journey, minor inconveniences had affected his pace. For instance, the loud noise of the vehicle attracted numerous mutated creatures that pursued him from behind and even obstructed his way ahead. However, Shen Yi did not indulge in hesitation. He simply pressed the accelerator and dispatched them with force. Stopping was out of the question. In the wilderness, even with telepathic abilities, he feared encountering terrifying monsters like the mutated black spider. After all, the vehicle was modified, and as long as he didn't encounter particularly formidable mutated beasts, he could easily break through without the need to halt. Thus, after spending over 3 hours, he arrived at his destination, his hometown, Shanjia village. Yet, the once bustling Shanjia village now lay in eerie silence. There was not a soul in sight, save for the occasional chirping of insects, rendering the village akin to a ghost town. The flora surrounding the village thrived remarkably, with some grasses reaching heights of 2 to 3 meters. Shen Yi drove slowly towards the eastern end of the village, the direction of his home. Upon entering the village, he could still hear faint sounds emanating from some households. Perhaps the surviving villagers were hiding within. Nevertheless, Shen Yi paid them no mind and drove straight to his doorstep. He then utilized his telepathy to scan the surroundings. After surveying the area, the only discernible threat was a mutated large yellow dog lounging in the neighbor's yard. Stay in the car, and unless I call for you, do not come out, Shen Yi instructed. Jiang Jun licked her lips and nodded earnestly. Subsequently, Shen Yi instantly teleported from the vehicle and hurried towards his backyard. The cellar was located there. If his younger sister and grandmother were still alive, they would surely be hiding in the cellar. Meanwhile, taking advantage of Shen Yi's absence, Jiang Jun quickly opened the window for ventilation. Her cheeks flushed as she thought to herself, the online teachings had indeed proven useful. According to the current trajectory, she would undoubtedly be the first to acquire supernatural abilities. However, her immediate priority was to tidy her attire and adjust her state to perfection, for she was soon to meet Shen Yi's family. A mixture of anticipation and anxiety swirled within her. She wondered if Shen Yi's family would accept her or harbor disdain for her presence. Jiang Jun was experiencing for the first time the anxiousness of meeting her boyfriend's family. Simultaneously, Shen Yi teleported into the cellar and beheld his younger sister, Shen Su, who was roasting potatoes over a fire, along with their grandmother, who had crossed the threshold of 60. Grandma, I think I saw my brother return. Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No. I must be seeing things. My brother can't possibly be this handsome. Shen Su stared at Shen Yi with wide eyes, blinking in disbelief. Although she voiced her skepticism, her eyes had already reddened. Upon hearing the commotion, Grandma instinctively turned to offer comfort, only to be met with the sight of her grandson, who had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. At first glance, she too thought she was experiencing a mirage, for Shen Yi had grown considerably taller, his skin had lightened, and he appeared more handsome than before. Is it you, Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, her disbelief evident. Yes, it's me, Shen Yi replied with a smile as he approached. Grandma, you've lost weight. Clearly, they had not been eating well or sleeping soundly in recent days. Brother, you've finally returned. The petite Shen Su suddenly leaped into Shen Yi's embrace, holding him tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. She was crying, overwhelmed with joy. Shen Su had lost count of how many days had passed since the emergence of the dark mist. With her phone dead, she had been unable to contact her brother and had been deeply worried about his safety. Had it not been for Grandma's presence, she would have long ventured out of the village in search of Shen Yi. It's good to be back, it's good to be back. Grandma kept repeating these words, a warm smile adorning her aged face. Brother, tell me how you managed to return. Didn't the buses stop running? Also, how come you suddenly look so handsome? And do you have abs now? Let me touch. After a moment of warmth, Shen Su could no longer contain her curiosity and began to prod Shen Yi's body. I drove back. Shen Yi patted his sister's head, chuckling as he explained. As for the abs, it's probably because I've been exercising regularly at school. I've undergone a second maturation, I suppose. You drove? You actually bought a car? What kind? Shen Su's eyes lit up. She had always dreamed of having a car for her family, which would make outings so much more convenient. As for the mention of second maturation, she chose to overlook it. As long as her brother returned safely, nothing else mattered. Yes, I bought an off-road vehicle. Shun Yi casually confirmed, noting that his sister, although not foolish, still asked such naive questions. It was understandable, for she had been confined to the cellar and had not witnessed the tremendous changes in the outside world. Naturally, her perspectives remained rooted in the pre-apocalyptic era. Zhou Li, you must be hungry after your long journey. Come over and eat something, Grandma said as she peeled the roasted potatoes, revealing their golden insides. The steaming golden potatoes emitted a delightful aroma. Shun Yi accepted the roasted potato and took a bite. Wow, Grandma, you're biased. That was my potato you roasted. You gave my roasted potato to brother and even peeled it for him. I haven't received this level of care from you in days. Shen Su pouted, feigning indignation. In truth, she harbored no jealousy. She simply enjoyed indulging in playful antics with Grandma. She had always been this way since childhood. Dude, shall I roast you a couple more? Then I want the ones peeled by Grandma. All right, I'll peel them for you after roasting. Grandma smiled kindly, humorously indulging her granddaughter's playful whims. Satisfied with the response, Shen Su flashed a triumphant smile at Shun Yi, as if to say, see, Grandma still dotes on me more. Shen Yi chuckled helplessly and, noticing that Grandma was about to roast more potatoes, interjected, Grandma, let us hold off on that for now. I have other food available. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pots had been unlocked from Zhou Li's heir the previous night. Beep. Detected that you successfully sheltered a goddess, beginning the random unlocking of a resource. Beep. Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource, a luxurious self-heating hot pot. Luxurious self-heating hot pot 1, stored in the system space. Luxurious self-heating hot pot 1, stored in system space. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is distinctly different from those sold in stores. This particular hot pot is rich in ingredients, featuring an array of fresh meat rolls, seafood, and various vegetables, all appearing as if they were just plucked from the earth. If this hot pot were to be sold outside, it would easily fetch several $100s. Wow, brother, when did you learn this magic? How incredible. You can conjure food out of thin air. Shen Su displayed a look of astonishment, scanning Shun Yi from head to toe, as if trying to discern where he could possibly hide such an abundance of food. Grandma was equally astonished, having lived for so many years. She had never witnessed such a miraculous feat. Shun Yi then provided a rough explanation regarding the extraordinary abilities, most of which were fabricated. The gist was that he was fortunate enough to gain the power to conjure food just as the apocalypse began, ensuring that their family would never again worry about sustenance. Hearing this, Grandma felt a sense of relief, while Shen Su was thrilled, exclaiming how impressive her brother was. Shen Yi proceeded to heat the self-heating hot pot, allowing Grandma and his little sister to eat first. He then took a moment to step outside, where he secretly dealt with the mutated dog from the neighboring house, disposing of the body far away to avoid scaring Grandma upon her emergence. After they had eaten their fill, Shun Yi brought Grandma and his sister outside and explained his intention to take them to the city. In his view, life in the city would be far more convenient. Due to the mutations affecting various flora and fauna, rural areas had become more perilous than urban ones. Naturally, Grandma and his sister did not resist, for a true home is where the family resides together. Zhou Li, wait a moment. Grandma needs to pack the bedding and clothes, she said, intending to bring along the household bedding to avoid spending money on new ones in the city. Shen Yi quickly interjected, Grandma, there's no need for the bedding and clothes. I've already purchased new ones. If you have any valuable jewelry, you may wear that, but truly, there's no need for anything else. Otherwise, the new items I bought would go to waste. After some hesitation, Grandma ultimately agreed. Although she came from a different era, she was not stubborn and was willing to consider her grandchildren's opinions. As Grandma went inside, Shun Su suddenly glanced around, akin to a thief, and leaned toward Shen Yi, whispering, Brother, I, too, have gained superpowers just like you. What? Shun Yi was taken aback, gazing at his sister with surprise. He did not expect that the second extraordinary individual he encountered would be his own sister. The story unfolded as follows. A couple of days ago, while Grandma was asleep, Shen Su sneaked out of the cellar, intending to return to her room to charge her phone. As she passed through the yard, she spotted a colorful fruit glowing atop a blade of grass, which was not only beautiful, but also emitted a delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, she picked and consumed it, thereby acquiring superpowers. Listening to Shun Su's explanation, Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. A glowing, fragrant fruit? This seemed quite different from the 3 extraordinary fruits he had previously consumed. What superpower did you obtain, Su? Hee. My superpower is running exceptionally fast. I feel like I could outrun the 100-meter dash champion at our school several times over. I can sense that this isn't even my top speed. If I run with all my might, I could rival the Flash from the movies. With me around, you could just relax, brother. Su proudly raised her head, resembling a child seeking praise. Clearly, she was quite proud of her abilities. As for her comparison to the Flash, that was undoubtedly an exaggeration. Otherwise, her powers would be excessively formidable. A speed-enhancing ability? That isn't too shabby. Shun-Yi patted his sister's head in affirmation. Indeed, another new ability had emerged. Could it be that the variations in powers also resulted in differences in the fruits? For instance, glowing fruits that emit enticing scents? However, my superpower has a drawback. Every time I run for a while, I become extremely fatigued and thirsty. So I dare not use it freely or run at full strength. I fear I might exhaust myself. Su pouted, appearing somewhat distressed. It was akin to possessing a treasure trove, yet being unable to spend it. Despite having superpowers, she could not utilize them at will. Shun-Yi understood that this was due to his sister's poor stamina, which prevented her from fully harnessing her newly acquired speed ability. In such circumstances, she would either need to fortuitously consume a physical evolution fruit to enhance her limits, or elevate the level of her power, which might reduce the energy expenditure when using her abilities. Do not disclose your superpower to others, Shun-Yi advised. Of course, I'm not foolish, and most of the time, I'm quite clever. Shun-Su chuckled. If you were my brother, I wouldn't have shared this with you. After all, this is a superpower akin to what is depicted in movies. If a villain discovers it, I would surely be captured for experiments. All right, you're the smartest. Shun-Yi ruffled her hair, saying, when the opportunity arises, I'll see if I can help you address the issue of feeling so fatigued when using your powers. Is that possible? Shun-Su's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. Shun-Yi nodded. Yes, but it requires a stroke of luck. We need to find a physical evolution fruit to resolve this, which would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It indeed requires fortune. Alternatively, we could seek out fruits similar to the one you consume to enhance your powers. However, I estimate that at least 7 or 8 fruits would be necessary to elevate your level. That is even more challenging, not to mention finding 7 or 8 similar fruits. Even securing 7 or 8 different types would be quite a task. Yay, I believe you can do it, brother. Shun-Su gleefully clung to Shun-Yi's arm. Shun-Yi merely shook his head at her enthusiasm. At that moment, Grandma emerged from the house, having finished her packing. She carried only a small bag, the contents of which were unknown. Shun-Yi did not inquire further and led Grandma and his sister toward the vehicle. However, just as they stepped out of the small courtyard, he noticed several elderly neighbors gathered around his car, appearing both curious and sneaky. Upon seeing Shun-Yi and the others, the elderly folks greeted them with smiles, saying, Grandma Shun, is this car belonging to your relatives? It looks splendid. Did your relatives come from the city? Grandma replied warmly, as they were all neighbors who frequently crossed paths. Still, she emphasized that this was her grandson's car, purchased by him, and she took the opportunity to introduce Shun-Yi briefly. For the elderly, having capable descendants is a matter of pride and a cause for celebration. Due to the significant change in Shun-Yi, several neighboring aunts and uncles failed to recognize him at first. It was only after being introduced by his grandmother that they recognized him and promptly greeted him. In a good mood from the presence of his grandmother and younger sister, Shun-Yi responded with relative warmth. The neighbors continued to speak. Shun-Zi, are you planning to return to the city? If you do, could you possibly take my grandson along? I've heard it's much safer in the city now. Also, my grandson's parents are in the city. Could you assist in delivering him? The neighbors clamored, essentially seeking favors. Shun-Su's brows knitted in displeasure. These neighbors were always inclined to take advantage, and she was astonished that they would expect her brother to risk himself to assist them. Some were even audacious enough to suggest that Shun-Yi take their entire family to the city. What kind of people were they? Their relationships were not that close. Even relatives should not be so unreasonable, let alone mere neighbors. The expression on their grandmother's face also turned sour. At that moment, Shun-Yi coolly stated, There is no room in the car. I cannot take anyone. After saying this, he pushed through the crowd, opened a back door, and let his grandmother and sister enter the vehicle first. However, an observant villager noticed there was still ample space in the back and squeezed forward with his 10-year-old child, saying, "Shenhuazi, there's still space in your car. Just let uncle and your nephew hop in. We can squeeze together." They insisted that as fellow villagers, they should help one another in times of trouble. "Your father had a great relationship with uncle when he was alive. I even carried you when you were little. You must not forget your roots. Get lost. Don't block the way," Shun Yi retorted coldly, glancing at the man as he pushed him aside and entered the vehicle, starting the engine. The villager, taken aback by the insult, began to curse Shun Yi vehemently. Realizing they could not gain any advantage, they dropped their pretense. A few perceptive villagers, understanding they would not be able to catch a ride, returned home early. However, many others cursed Shun Yi's family for being ungrateful, recalling how kind they had been in the past, while lamenting that now, when Shun Yi's family had the means to escape to the city, they refused to assist their neighbors. Amidst the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare. Shun Yi's gaze hardened as he prepared to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of intense hostility. Activating his mental perception, he instantly spotted a thick, dark aura in the grass about 200 meters away. It was an extraordinarily large, mutated snake, several meters long, rapidly approaching. Shun Yi immediately shifted into reverse and pressed the accelerator, speeding away. If anyone dared to obstruct his vehicle, he would run them over without hesitation. As Shun Yi accelerated away, several villagers were still berating him. They remained oblivious to the fact that a massive snake had already emerged from the grass. When someone finally noticed, the mutated serpent launched a deadly assault on the crowd. The man who had been shouting the loudest while holding his son was the first to be targeted. The mutated snake opened its jaws, wider than a human, and swiftly swallowed 2 living people whole, chewing vigorously before swallowing. "Ah, a big snake. There's a big snake." The villagers screamed in terror, fleeing toward their homes. Yet, the mutated serpent was faster, expelling clouds of green toxic mist from its mouth, quickly engulfing all the villagers with haunting cries echoing through the air. The harrowing scene was one Shun Yi could no longer see, but he could easily imagine it. The sheer size of the mutated snake left him in awe. It was certainly not something an ordinary person could contend with. Even he felt uncertain about facing it. Indeed, mutated creatures in the mountain village were far more perilous than those in the city. However, if one were to speak of danger, the atmosphere within the vehicle was even more perilous. Upon entering the car, Shun Yi's younger sister noticed a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, and her adorable face instantly lost its smile. "Hello, Grandma. Little sister, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I am Shun Yi's girlfriend." Jiang Nanyan nervously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, introducing herself with an air of trepidation. She was anxious, fearing that Shun Yi's family might not take a liking to her. Shun Yi had many women in his life. If his family disapproved, it would surely affect her relationship with him. As she greeted them, her palms were clammy with sweat. "Ah, so you're little Yi's girlfriend. What a lovely girl," the grandmother expressed with mild surprise. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, she bestowed a warm and gentle smile upon Jiang Nanyan. "Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Nanyan sighed in relief, allowing a smile to blossom on her face. How wonderful! Grandma liked her, and she had been recognized as the future daughter-in-law. Did this mean she was now the officially acknowledged partner of Shun Yi? How delightful! Soon after, Jiang Nanyan turned her gaze toward Shinsu, who was as exquisitely beautiful as a porcelain doll. A flicker of admiration flashed in her eyes. Shun Yi's sister was absolutely adorable, even without much grooming. Her natural beauty was undeniable. Although still young and her face retained a hint of childishness, she would undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty in the future. Yet, Jiang Nanyan was puzzled as to why Shun Yi's sister maintained a stoic expression after getting into the car. Was it simply her inherent nature? She was completely different from Shun Yi. The disparity in their personalities was striking. As she pondered, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister, may I know your name?" "Humph." Shinsu scoffed lightly, turning her head to gaze out the window, entirely ignoring Jiang Nanyan's attempt at conversation. This aloof demeanor rendered Jiang Nanyan somewhat awkward. She was clueless as to what she had done wrong to earn Shun Yi's sister's disdain. The grandmother shook her head with a sigh, but refrained from saying anything further. Shun Yi, too, was disinclined to speak on Jiang Nanyan's behalf. In his eyes, his sister was far more important. He understood the reason for her displeasure. It was merely sibling affection, a common trait. She would mature, and it would be fine. The off-road vehicle traveled along the route home. As Shun Yi drove, he nibbled on snacks while scanning the vegetation along the roadside with his mental perception, searching for any extraordinary fruits. Unfortunately, after traveling several dozen kilometers, he had yet to find a single one. This was largely because most of his focus was on driving, thereby failing to observe his surroundings closely. Perhaps there were hidden treasures he had missed. After another half hour, feeling the urge to relieve himself, Shun Yi found a secure spot to park the vehicle and stepped out to use the restroom. If you need to go as well, do not wander too far from the car. There may be dangers lurking in the black mist. Shun Yi cautioned before exiting. Wait for me, I'm coming too. Shinsu opened the car door and followed closely behind Shun Yi. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Nanyan was awkwardly engaging in small talk with the grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan possessed a high intelligence quotient, her emotional intelligence left much to be desired, especially considering that she had never been in a romantic relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders. She found herself at a loss for conversation starters. Meanwhile, her grandmother subtly inquired about the family matters of Jiang Nanyan. Hey, bro, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As Shun Yi began to relax, he was interrupted by his sister's discontented murmurs from a short distance away. Susu, what are you doing? Shun Yi hurriedly finished his business, shook off a bit, and pulled up his trousers. At that moment, Shun Su emerged from the shadows, her adorable face etched with unhappiness and grievance, on the verge of tears. Shun Yi sighed helplessly, wanting to ruffle her hair, but hesitating at the thought of not having washed his hands after using the restroom. However, this scene made Shun Su's eyes well up. She felt as though her brother had utterly betrayed her. Ignoring Shun Yi's protests, she stubbornly pressed her head into his palm and rubbed against it several times. Brother, could you please break up with her? Shun Su looked up, pouting, her eyes red and filled with a pitiful gaze directed at Shun Yi. Su, stop throwing a tantrum. Shun Yi frowned, his tone serious. Shun Su's face puffed up in dismay, seeing no smile on Shun Yi's face. She dare not be petulant any longer. Although her brother had always indulged her, this expression meant he was genuinely serious. I understand. Well, I have a few other women in my life, so Su, please help me keep it from Grandma. Shun Yi added as an afterthought, also intending to inform his younger sister in advance to prevent any further sulking later. What? Shun Su was instantly stunned, staring incredulously at her brother. What did he mean by having a few other women? Was he starting a harem? Her brother. Was he actually beginning a harem in reality? Shun Su believed such mind-boggling events only occurred in novels. Yet, it was happening right beside her, and it was her brother. Even after they returned to the car, Shun Su remained in shock and disbelief. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan in the passenger seat and couldn't help but wear a strange expression. Though reluctant to admit it, this woman was indeed beautiful and well-dressed. Clearly a wealthy young lady from a city. But why would such a lady be with her ordinary brother? Moreover, she didn't mind her brother having a harem. Was it all because of this ominous black fog outside? Shun Su's emotions became complex, her young heart experiencing tremendous turmoil. She found it hard to accept, and it weighed heavily on her. However, when Shun Yi's vehicle entered the city, the dismal sights before her struck her heart once more. The once vibrant and bustling mountain city now appeared nearly devoid of life, with only haunting screams occasionally piercing the black fog. While driving, mutated animals occasionally attempted to leap onto the vehicle. Strange, absurd, terrifying. Shun Su couldn't help but swallow hard. Was this the apocalypse? Why were there no police officers or soldiers to save people? During this time, Shun Su had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother. Knowing little about the outside world, assuming this disaster was akin to an earthquake or flood that would eventually be resolved by the government. However, it seemed now that a quick resolution was utterly impossible. Even a new first-tier city with over 30 million inhabitants like the mountain city had succumbed. It was just like the apocalyptic scenarios depicted in films. Most likely, there would be no rescue. Jiang Nanyan softly replied to Shun Su's question. She had already lost hope in government assistance, especially since the newly added policewoman to their group had said there would be no rescue. Clinging to fantasies of salvation was utterly meaningless. Fortunately, she felt safe and had no worries about food and drink, apart from some concern for her parents' safety. Jiang Nanyan did not feel her current life was particularly bad. It was merely lacking in many entertainment activities. During their conversation, Shun Yi drove back to the community. Along the way, through his telepathic abilities, he noticed that there were still many survivors on the streets. After all, the mountain city was a metropolis with millions of residents. Even if more than two-thirds of the population had perished in recent days, there were still at least over 10 million survivors. Upon entering the community, Zhou Li parked the car in the designated spot of Building 13, where the doomsday enthusiast Mu Rongshui resided. After parking, Zhou Li instructed his sister and Jiang Jun to remain in the vehicle while he used his teleportation ability to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it was the 15th floor, and it would be impossible for his 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Indeed, Zhou Li had not brought his grandmother back to his own home, but rather arranged for her to stay at Jiang Jun friend's house. Since her friend was currently unaccounted for, the vacant house was better utilized this way. Once he resolved matters with the woman on the 18th floor in the next few days, he would move his grandmother up there. Thus, Zhou Li made 2 trips, settling both his grandmother and sister on the 15th floor. He reassured his grandmother that he lived in the adjacent building, just a short distance away, and would frequently check in, instructing her to contact him anytime if needed. But brother, my phone is dead. Shen Su longed to live with Zhou Li, but realizing she couldn't leave their grandmother alone, she abstained from mentioning it. Zhou Li retrieved several power banks from the system space for his sister to use. He then left behind some bottled water and food, sufficient for 3 to 4 days for his grandmother and sister, to ensure they had provisions during times when he might be out for a day or two without the opportunity to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other essentials, everything in the house was new. He also cautioned his sister not to wander outside carelessly, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even throwing out the trash could be managed by simply tossing it from the balcony without stepping outside, let alone going downstairs. At present, most residents in the community had run out of water and food, and for the sake of survival, they would undoubtedly abandon their moral boundaries. As he prepared to leave, his grandmother reminded Zhou Li to stay safe. Though she understood her grandson possessed abilities beyond her comprehension, the elderly woman could not help but worry. Zhou Li smiled reassuringly, encouraging her to rest easy before teleporting away, returning to the underground garage in mere seconds. Darling, what's wrong? Zhou Li noticed Jiang Jun expression appeared somewhat off. The internet is gone. The phone lines are down too. Jiang Jun's voice was tinged with gloom. The network is down? Zhou Li paused momentarily. While it was somewhat expected, it still felt rather abrupt. It might have gone down a few hours ago, but I didn't check my phone and missed it. There was a hint of worry etched on Jiang Jun's brow. Without the internet, the only means of contacting her parents had been severed. Well, let's head home then. Zhou Li took Jiang Jun back to their residence. By this time, it was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Zhou Li suddenly recalled something. What about Xu Xiao from 1501? Her leg was wounded. Originally, Zhou Li had promised to help her change the dressing this morning. But after a day filled with activity, he forgot. Reflecting on this, he once again utilized his teleportation ability to reach room 1501. The continuous use of teleportation, especially while carrying 3 others, left him slightly breathless. He needed to find a way to enhance the level of his teleportation to reduce physical exertion or to elevate his physical evolution level. As he pondered, he consumed several more ability fruits. The only method he currently knew for upgrading his abilities was to consume fruits of the same type. There might be other ways to enhance his powers, but he was not yet aware of them. Regarding the telepathy fruit, Zhou Li had been consuming it consistently over the past few days. Due to the fruit's nature, consuming too many at once could chill his internal organs. So he took a few whenever he had the chance, gradually upgrading his abilities. There was no rush. After consuming over 100 fruits today, the system notification chimed again. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 7. Indeed, it was now at level 7. He had just reached level 6 yesterday. Telepathy. LV7, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a radius of 1,000 meters through your mind. And you can see all scenes within that radius without using your eyes, unaffected by any obstacles. 1,000 meters. A full kilometer. Activating his level 7 telepathy, Zhou Li felt as though his perspective had elevated significantly. It was as if he were poised above the world, surveying the entire community and beyond. Everything within a kilometer was laid bare before him. Furthermore, as long as Zhou Li concentrated, he could examine any individual within that kilometer, from a building to a person, even to an insect. For instance, Mu Rongshui, the doomsday enthusiast residing in Building 13, or the women he cared for in Building 6. Not to mention the several vigilant survivors walking in the dark mist outside the community. Everything was visible. The sensation of such omniscience was exhilarating. Recalling the telepathy, Shun Yi couldn't help but murmur with excitement. At level 7, I possess a kilometer of vision. If I continue to upgrade, could extend to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If so, I would be truly invincible. With this ability akin to a full map perspective, he would no longer be in the dark regarding information, whether someone intended to plot against him or if he wished to scheme against another. This ability was virtually unbeatable. As for the ability fruits needed for future upgrades, Shun Yi was far from lacking. He had over 200,000 stored. Prince Charming, you have arrived. Just as Shun Yi was lost in thought, a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiao Xiao, limping out of the bedroom. Well, let us get those pants off. I'll help you with your dressing. Meanwhile, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Murong Shui was alert, wielding a crossbow, scanning her surroundings. Just moments ago, as she prepared to take a shower, she suddenly felt someone spying on her. Immediately, Murong Shui suspected it might be the space ability user from yesterday, accompanied by another female ability user, intending to ambush her. Thus, she swiftly armed herself and searched her home for traces of the intruder. After a thorough search and finding no signs of an intruder, she slowly lowered her weapon. Her expression was grim. The sensation of being watched had vanished. What did those two mean? Why were they suddenly spying on her? Had they discovered that her home had electricity and decided to target her? Murong Shui's expression shifted continuously. She had prepared for the possibility of being targeted. After all, in a world where others had lost power, her home was brightly lit, making it conspicuous and likely to attract the attention of those with ill intentions. This was not a reckless decision to keep the lights on. Rather, based on her memories from her previous life, she believed that, at this time, no ability user should have emerged in the community. Thus, as the only ability user in the area, she felt secure using electricity, confident that her weapons and equipment could handle greedy, ordinary people. Who would have thought that it would attract the attention of ability users instead? Moreover, this ability user had spied on her twice, clearly fixating on her. No, I must set up more traps, just in case. Furthermore, my ability level must be promptly elevated to level 2, even if it involves some risks. I must enhance my powers. Having been reborn, Murong Shui had no desire to face death again. With this determination, she energetically began to arrange new traps in her room. As long as there were enough traps set, even an ability user could be defeated. After all, this was still the early days of the apocalypse, and ability users were not overly powerful yet. Shun Yi, oblivious to the chaos he inadvertently triggered by merely glancing at Murong Shui, caused this sensitive woman to take action. Even her plans for upgrading her abilities were hastened. Of course, even if he knew, Shun Yi would not care. At that moment, he had just finished changing Chu Xiao Xiao's dressing. After a brief conversation, he learned that Chu Xiao Xiao was a major streamer in the Bilibili animation community. She had purchased this spacious apartment with her own loan. However, now she no longer needed to repay it, which was the only advantage the apocalypse had brought her. Although Chu Xiao Xiao earned around 7 to 800,000 a year, maintaining a 6 or 7 million apartment still imposed considerable pressure. After discussing some trivial matters, Shun Yi left behind food and water and departed. He initially intended to unlock resources, but noticing the severity of Chu Xiao Xiao's leg injury, he decided to hold off for now. He wanted to avoid any excessive movements that might reopen the wounds that had just begun to heal. It was essential to procure some medical supplies from a hospital. With medication, recovery would undoubtedly be quicker. Ideally, he should also bring back a doctor. That way, any future sickness or injury would be more manageable. On his way home, Shun Yi contemplated deeply. He resolved to visit the affiliated hospital of Shanqing University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital was not far from the community. While it was not a top-tier hospital, it was adequately equipped and capable of performing several surgeries. Therefore, Shun Yi decided to scour the affiliated hospital for medical supplies tomorrow. Along the way, he would also search for ability fruits. As the apocalypse progressed, the number of ability users would inevitably increase. At that point, more people would become aware of the ability fruits. If he did not seize the opportunity to gather them now, it would only become more challenging later. With his level 7 telepathy, granting him a divine perspective of a full kilometer, the area he could search had significantly expanded. If he could find a highly offensive ability fruit, it might just solve the problem of that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no real threat to him, One should never allow a monster to sleep beside them. There is a saying, one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Upon returning home and having dinner, due to a power outage and internet disruption, everyone prepared to retire for the night rather early. Shun Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him this evening. Over the past few days, Su Wanting's character had undergone a significant transformation. Whether feigned or genuine, her demeanor pleased Shun Yi immensely. Following a recent battle, he rewarded her with a supernatural fruit, which, once consumed, would endow her with extraordinary abilities. Upon eating it, the initially fatigued Su Wanting became invigorated, eagerly accepting the vibrant fruit and consuming it without hesitation. This attitude further delighted Shun Yi. Su Wanting had transitioned from her earlier arrogance to a state of compliance, finally demonstrating maturity. Her loyalty now rivaled that of Su Yun, her aura radiating purity akin to exquisite jade, even more immaculate than Jiang Nanyan's. This was one of the reasons Shun Yi bestowed upon her the supernatural fruit. Capability was one aspect, but he valued loyalty above all. As long as she did not betray him, he would not mind nurturing her, even if she were merely a decorative figure. Moreover, he possessed the means to elevate the worth of such a figure. Was this indeed the nature of supernatural abilities? How wondrous! After digesting the fruit, Su Wanting looked at Shun Yi in astonishment, noticing a white aura circulating around him. Through her innate perception, she realized this was an expression of Shun Yi's goodwill and fondness for her. Her heart swelled with joy, intensifying her affection for him. Su Wanting had always believed Shun Yi despised her, only to discover he harbored such high regard for her. Unbeknownst to her, Shun Yi had previously held a lukewarm sentiment towards her, at best, but her recent conduct had significantly enhanced his feelings. Recently, Su Wanting had been diligently learning culinary skills from Bicini and had even absorbed lessons from other women on how to serve Shun Yi. She seemed like a different person, though it remained unclear what had prompted this change. Regardless, the current version of Su Wanting was quite admirable. Now, close your eyes and concentrate. Try again. Shun Yi offered gentle guidance on how to harness her newfound abilities. Su Wanting obediently complied with the exercises and soon discovered she could perceive her surroundings from a 360-degree perspective, even achieving a form of X-ray vision. However, activating this vision required considerable effort. Wow, how incredible! Su Wanting exclaimed, exhilarated and amazed. Ordinary individuals, upon acquiring such abilities without guidance, would require time to fully develop them. Yet Shun Yi was different. He could effortlessly grasp the full scope of the powers through the system, allowing him to unlock them with ease. This was yet another reason for his decision to reward Su Wanting with the supernatural fruit. He sought to observe how others would experience the process of acquiring extraordinary abilities. Thus, with her newfound powers, the jubilant Su Wanting began to serve Shun Yi in various delightful manners. Meanwhile, in the living room, Liu Yi found herself restless throughout the night. She had anticipated that it would be her turn this evening, especially after Zhou Wanner had been chosen the previous night. Liu Yi had even gone to great lengths to prepare, donning bold lingerie she had never worn before. Yet, Shun Yi did not summon her. Why was that? Did he find her unworthy? Anxiety gripped Liu Yi, preventing her from finding solace in sleep. She feared that without becoming Shun Yi's woman, she would be cast out. And without this secure refuge, she felt utterly incapable of surviving. As the night passed, the following morning saw Shun Yi unusually rising past 9 o'clock. A stark contrast to his usual early rise at 6 or 7. However, he had been sleeping later and later recently. He needed to elevate the level of his physical evolution, or he would be unable to endure the strain. After stretching and casually consuming a supernatural fruit, he felt invigorated. The delightful effects of the fruit not only revitalized him, but also promised to enhance his abilities. A true twofold benefit. After completing his morning routine and having breakfast, Shun Yi greeted the women before departing. His first stop was to change the bandages for Chu Xiao Xiao, followed by a visit to scour the affiliated hospital. These were his plans for the day. Meanwhile, at home, Su Wanting was joyfully experimenting with her supernatural abilities, proudly sharing her experiences with the other women. Su Yun and the others were astounded by Shun Yi's ability to grant ordinary individuals supernatural powers and eagerly inquired about Su Wanting's journey to acquiring her abilities. Jiang Nanyan, on the other hand, felt a twinge of envy and even jealousy, having believed she would be the first woman to gain such powers. only to find it was the seemingly foolish Su Wanting instead. Despite her perceived shortcomings, Su Wanting had outshone her. As Jiang Yin wrestled with her feelings, she also sought to learn from Su Wanting about the secret to her newfound powers, questioning whether her boldness the previous night had won Shen Yi's favor. Thus, within the household, the women became increasingly animated, fueled by the implications of the supernatural fruit gifted by Shen Yi. In particular, the scheming Zhou Wanner, with her clever eyes, appeared to be plotting something. Simultaneously, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in uniform, accompanied by a male officer, confronted a mutated golden retriever. Once docile, the creature now exhibited fierce aggression. Its blood-stained teeth bared ominously. This mutated golden retriever was an imposing 3 meters in length and had multiplied in weight, comparable to a full-grown tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go in a hospital to find supplies while I hold off this mutated dog. Officer Qin Xiang promptly devised a strategic plan. Understood. The male officer responded without hesitation, knowing that staying behind would only hinder his captain. As the mutated golden retriever lunged for the fleeing prey, Qin Xiang reacted swiftly, delivering a powerful punch that sent the 3-meter-long beast flying several meters. However, the resilient creature quickly regained its footing, shaking its head violently as it glared menacingly at Qin Xiang, growling ferociously before charging her again. Unfazed, Qin Xiang drew her service weapon and aimed at the creature's head. Pulling the trigger, bang, 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 bang. Several bullets pierced the mutated retriever's skull, causing it to crash to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. As its breath grew shallow, the once mighty creature succumbed to its injuries. It had never imagined that a human would wield a gun, an egregious violation of its expectations. What was anticipated to be an exhilarating hand-to-hand combat turned into a swift resolution. As Qin Xiang reloaded her magazine and approached the fallen beast, she kicked its head to confirm its demise before exhaling in relief. The vitality of mutated creatures was indeed formidable. Even after sustaining multiple gunshot wounds to the head, it had still exhibited the strength to struggle. As Qin Xiang holstered her firearm and made her way towards the hospital entrance, a sudden rustling sound emerged from the inky darkness behind her. The eerie noise prompted her to turn around, and to her horror, she beheld a mutated cockroach, the size of an adult's palm, darting forth from the black mist. No, it was not merely one. There were countless others, indistinguishable in number, certainly exceeding 100. These aberrant cockroaches flapped their wings, emitting a cacophony of unsettling sounds. They exhibited a clear division of labor. Some began to devour the corpse of a mutated golden retriever on the ground, while others surged towards Qin Xiang, screeching menacingly. The sight of the mutated cockroaches caused Qin Xiang's complexion to drain of color. She had never anticipated that her most loathed creature would undergo such a transformation, let alone appear in such overwhelming numbers. It was utterly revolting. Without hesitation, she raised her gun, quickly retreating while firing at the advancing horde. The sharp reports of her weapon echoed, bang, bang, bang. Her marksmanship was impeccable, with each shot striking true to the heads of the cockroaches. However, she was taken aback when the slain cockroach collapsed, oozing a yellow liquid, and moments later, its shell ruptured, releasing a throng of smaller cockroaches that swarmed forth. These newly emerged cockroaches, though smaller in size, were astonishingly numerous, rapidly converging towards Qin Xiang once more. At this rate, the more she shot, the more they multiplied. Her expression grim. She could no longer afford to waste ammunition. She turned and bolted into the hospital, securing the door behind her. Yet, the cockroaches showed no signs of retreat, relentlessly battering against the glass door, while smaller ones attempted to slip through the gaps. Qin Xiang's face tightened with concern as she crushed the intruding smaller cockroaches beneath her foot, desperately contemplating a solution. If these mutated cockroaches were not dealt with, she and her subordinates would undoubtedly perish within the hospital, potentially jeopardizing any survivors that might remain inside. Though she was uncertain if any survivors were left at all, the thought of those repulsive cockroaches haunted her. Meanwhile, Shen Yi, utilizing his psychic ability, had yet to enter the hospital when he witnessed a valiant female police officer engaging a mutated golden retriever in combat, followed by her fierce battle against the swarm of mutated cockroaches. It was undeniable that these cockroaches were formidable. Upon being slain, they instantaneously hatched into a multitude of smaller cockroaches, a truly nauseating phenomenon. Shen Yi had no desire to encounter these mutated creatures. Thus, he opted for an alternative route into the building. Were it not for the medications housed within, he would have preferred to avoid the location entirely, not out of fear, but purely due to disgust. However, he observed the female officer, who exhibited remarkable strength, capable of sending a 3-meter-long mutated golden retriever flying with a single punch. Could this be an indication of her own powers? Shen Yi speculated, for it seemed improbable that a woman weighing merely 115 pounds could possess such terrifying explosive force. His prolonged observation of the battle against the cockroach army was fueled by the officer's exceptional nature, especially as she triggered a system notification. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards. Initiating detailed scan. Name: Qin Xiang. Age: 29. Appearance: 93 points. Figure: 96 points. Inner qualities: 100 points. Untested. Total score: 95 points. Evaluation: adoption unlocks a random resource. A 29-year-old police officer. Had it not been for the system prompt, Shen Yi would not have discerned her alignment with the system as criteria, for her visage was marred with dirt, and her hair was unkempt, rendering her beauty virtually invisible. On the surface, she possessed a commendable physique and formidable combat prowess. Who would have imagined her beauty rating to be as high as 93, placing her in the realm of goddesses? Should she survive, perhaps he would encounter her again. Shen Yi murmured to himself, diverting his focus from the officer to scavenge for medical supplies. He remained uncertain about the influence of the black mist on the medications. Employing his psychic ability, he swiftly located the storage room filled with supplies and teleported there, beginning to collect items into his system space. He gathered both familiar and unfamiliar medications, as long as they were untainted by mutation. During his scavenging, Shen Yi also scanned the entire building with his psychic ability, hoping to find a doctor to bring back. However, for reasons unknown, the entire structure was devoid of any doctors or nurses, with only a few dozen bedridden patients trapped on the top floor. This realization left Shen Yi feeling regretful. Without a physician in his team, any illness or injury could pose a significant problem. He resolved to visit the city hospital in a couple of days, hoping to find a doctor still present. After thoroughly pillaging the entire storage room for medications, Shen Yi teleported away. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he also collected several medical instruments. Although these devices required electricity, they could function normally with a generator. Having thoroughly scoured the premises to his satisfaction, Shen Yi departed the building. Next, he employed his psychic ability to locate the female officer, who, along with a male counterpart, had exited the hospital and was sprinting through the black mist. Behind them, a swarm of mutated cockroaches pursued relentlessly. They had managed to divert the cockroaches away from the hospital, an act of kindness that seemed excessive given their own dire circumstances. Shen Yi followed the pair from a distance, munching on some fruit. Thanks to his psychic ability, as long as he remained within a kilometer, he could pinpoint the officer's location. While tracking the female officer, Shen Yi also surveyed the flora within a kilometer radius, seeking out any anomalous fruit. He discovered that such fruits were indeed rare, making them exceedingly difficult to find. If elevation in powers necessitated the consumption of numerous fruits, it was nearly impossible for others to advance. After all, his own psychic ability had required nearly 10 fruits to progress from level 1 to level 2, with the 3rd level demanding an even greater quantity. The higher the power level, the more fruits were required. Contemplating this, Shen Yi found himself in disbelief. Were it not for his system, capable of unlocking powers through these fruits, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Perhaps there existed alternative methods of enhancement, but none would be as convenient as consuming the fruits, which bore minimal side effects. For instance, the only drawback of the psychic fruit was the need to consume it slowly. As long as one avoided overeating in a single sitting, they could continue without adverse effects. What is this? Shen Yi followed the female police officer for 2 kilometers when, suddenly, from a vantage point akin to divine perspective, he noticed that on the woman's path lay a group of over a dozen armed individuals, besieging 2 mutated domestic cats. Among them, the leading man brandished a handgun. Shen Yi found himself puzzled by their reckless engagement with these mutated creatures. Were they driven by the prospect of meat? He remained uncertain about the edibility of mutated animal flesh. Yet as he closed the distance, he began to suspect he had misjudged the situation. For behind the 2 mutated cats, he discerned several normal plants. their roots bearing two vibrant, colorful fruits, extraordinary fruits of power. Astonishingly, there were two. As the realization struck him, Shun Yi immediately recognized that the intentions of this group were far from trivial. Could these individuals possess knowledge of the extraordinary fruits? Shun Yi pondered. Through his divine perspective, he observed that not all of these people appear to be ordinary. Among them was a young woman who could conjure and manipulate flames out of thin air. An extraordinary individual. Indeed, this made sense. They must be aware of the fruit's capabilities, which explained their fierce struggle against the mutated domestic cats. However, now that he had witnessed it, the fruits would rightfully belong to him. Shun Yi swiftly concealed his presence and stealthily approached. Meanwhile, the female officer Qin Xiang and her partner, male officer Wang Jiqiang, had just managed to shake off a swarm of mutated cockroaches. Cautiously advancing, they began to hear faint sounds emanating from the black mist ahead, accompanied by a subtle scent of blood. Caution, there are others, Qin Xiang declared, drawing her weapon and disengaging the safety. In this apocalyptic world, encountering others did not guarantee safety, particularly when the sounds were tinged with the stench of blood. Captain Qin, I think I hear sounds of struggle. They might be fighting among themselves. Should we intervene? Wang Jiqiang's sense of justice compelled him to consider stepping in. After all, in this dire world, humanity must aid each other to survive. Internal conflict would only serve to squander their strength. No, it seems they are not battling amongst themselves. I hear the cries of cats. It could be mutated animals. Qin Xiang listened intently, her acute hearing catching nuances that eluded Wang Jiqiang. What? If they are mutated creatures, then we must offer our assistance. Wang Jiqiang responded immediately. Qin Xiang nodded, stating, let us quietly approach and assess the situation. If necessary, we shall intervene. Indeed, even amidst the apocalypse, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang remained steadfast in their duties as police officers to rescue and protect the innocent. During this time, they had already saved many lives. Their visit to the hospital for anti-inflammatory medication was also to aid the severely injured woman they had rescued days prior. Suddenly, as they stealthily advanced, a resounding gunshot shattered the air. A gun? They have firearms. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with heightened alertness. Gunfire signified peril. Yet, alongside their caution, Wang Jiqiang felt a flicker of hope. Could it be that other surviving colleagues were nearby? Be careful, regardless of who they are. Anyone wielding a gun is dangerous, Qin Xiang warned sternly. Understood. Wang Jiqiang tightened his grip on his firearm as they inched closer to the source of the sound. The closer they drew, the clearer the sounds of combat became, intermingled with the anguished cries of cats. The city was rife with stray cats and dogs. And in this apocalyptic scenario, mutated felines and canines had become the most common aberrations. However, for reasons unknown, these mutated creatures had shed their docile nature and begun to attack humans, even turning against their owners in an instant. Who goes there? Show yourselves. Suddenly, someone spotted Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Instantly, several armed individuals turned their attention towards them. Due to the obscuring mist, the two had only been discovered upon getting quite close. You are police officers. Initially, the group had appeared menacing, but upon recognizing the uniforms of Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, their expressions shifted dramatically. Wang Jiqiang, seeing only ordinary civilians, relaxed his guard and smiled. Indeed, we are from the Xiaxia criminal investigation team. We are here to assist you. However, upon hearing the term criminal investigation, the crowd's demeanor changed, some trembling inexplicably, their eyes betraying panic. Something felt amiss. With her seasoned experience, Qin Xiang recognized that this group posed a significant threat. Ordinary individuals, upon encountering the police in such dire circumstances, would instinctively seek help rather than display fear and trembling. Stealthily, Qin Xiang disengaged the safety on her firearm, preparing for a confrontation. Wang Jiqiang, however, let his guard down, even smiling as he inquired whether they needed assistance. Suddenly, a piercing gunshot sliced through the air. The enthusiastic Wang Jiqiang had no time to react before a bullet ruthlessly pierced his chest. He looked down at his rapidly blood-soaked uniform. Disbelief etched across his face. As strength ebbed away, his body slowly crumpled to the ground, as if time itself elongated, rendering everything around him blurry and distant. Damn it! Qin Xiang shouted in fury, aiming her weapon in the direction from which the ambush on Wang Jiqiang had come, firing incessantly. The bullets flew, yet none struck their target. The assailant hidden in the mist was cunning, retreating after each shot. Just as Qin Xiang exhausted a magazine and swiftly reloaded, a loud voice erupted from the shadows. "What the hell are you all doing? Hurry up and kill this bitch. If she escapes, we're all dead. Remember, you all have blood on your hands too." With this incitement and threat, the previously terrified individuals suddenly fixed their gazes on Qin Xiang, malice gleaming in their eyes. "Let us all rush her. At this distance, knives are surely faster than guns." Someone shouted, raising a kitchen knife and charging forward. Others, emboldened, brandished various weapons and encircled Qin Xiang from multiple directions. In that moment, Qin Xiang had successfully reloaded her magazine. She immediately raised her weapon and fired. Boom! The first man to charge at her was shot through the cheek, struggling momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining assailants recoiled in shock. Yet, rather than continue firing, Qin Xiang swiftly took cover behind a wall. A shooter was targeting her from within the mist. Any hesitation could lead to an ambush. Damn it! Qin Xiang glanced at the distant Wang Jiqiang, who was coughing up blood, her fists clenched in anger. These beasts! To kill without provocation was the act of desperate rogues. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang severely underestimated the treachery of human hearts in the face of apocalypse. They approached with good intentions to assist, fully aware of the potential dangers, and maintained a vigilant stance. However, they never anticipated that their adversaries would suddenly fire upon them from the shadows. Without a word of communication, the unexpected gunshot rendered the upright policeman Wang Jiqiang defenseless. "Everyone, charge! Don't hesitate! I have a gun too. If that witch dares to show her face again, I will take her down." The voice of the man echoed through the murky darkness. He was the assailant who had fired and evidently the leader of this band of outlaws. Qin Xiang tightened her grip on her firearm, surveying the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she could not neutralize the shooter concealed in the darkness, she would be unable to unleash her full potential. It was imperative to eliminate him first. "Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on," Qin Xiang silently urged, then swiftly retreated, melding into the shadows. When the other outlaws finally gathered the courage to charge forward, they found the wall behind them deserted. "Boss, she is gone. Boss, that female officer actually escaped. Should we pursue her?" The outlaws clamored, relaying their report from the depths of the black mist. Meanwhile, not far from them, a middle-aged man exchanged glances with a young woman. "Liga, we must pursue. We need to eliminate this policewoman to ensure our safety. If she returns and finds reinforcements, we will be in peril," the woman suggested with a malevolent glint in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, since we have started, we must see it through to the end." He then shouted to his subordinates ahead, "All of you, pursue her. Don't falter. I am right behind you. If that witch dares to show her face, I will take her down. This woman is simply inhuman." The henchmen, intimidated by their leader's orders, cautiously began to scour the area. At that moment, concealed within the shadows, Qin Xiang pinpointed the shooter's location through sound. She lowered her footsteps, taking a wide detour to avoid the other thugs, and maneuvered towards the position of the gunman. "Lily, do you think that witch might be hiding in the mist, waiting to ambush us?" The middle-aged man abruptly halted, cautiously analyzing the situation with the young woman beside him. The woman paused, frowning. "She shouldn't dare to do that. Besides, as long as we stay behind these henchmen, we can detect any danger immediately." "That's true, as long as we maintain a safe distance. She won't be able to spot us." The man nodded in agreement, recalling how he had just ambushed a policeman in a similar manner. After the ambush, he had immediately hidden behind a building, ensuring that even if the opponent fired, he would remain unharmed. With the cover of darkness, carrying out nefarious deeds felt secure. Casting a glance at the male officer lying on the ground, still breathing but glaring fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, ultimately silencing Wang Jiqiang for good. "Damn it, this group of filthy detectives had the audacity to pursue me every day. They even dared to apprehend my brother." After committing the murder, the man spat angrily, seemingly filled with resentment. The young woman looked at the police officer's lifeless body, furrowing her brow. "Liga, you wasted a bullet. A knife would suffice." "No worries. I still have over 10 bullets left. That's more than enough." The middle-aged man dismissed her concern. Yet, unbeknownst to him, that very gunshot had allowed Qin Xiang to completely lock onto his position. From a distance of several meters, Qin Xiang raised her gun, discerning the location by sound, and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 3 consecutive shots struck their mark, followed by the anguished cries of both a man and a woman. Even without visibility, the distance of mere meters allowed Qin Xiang, with her wealth of experience, to determine the direction of her targets through sound. Noticing the absence of footsteps in the darkness, Qin Xiang advanced slowly, her footsteps nearly silent. It was only when she beheld the 2 bodies on the ground, a man and a woman, that she paused. The man had been shot twice in the chest, blood pouring from his mouth, his breath shallow, unable to lift his hands. He clutched a gun, evidently the assailant who had ambushed Wang Jiqiang in the shadows. Li Batian? Damn, it's you, the murderer. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man's features, Qin Xiang, enraged, approached and delivered a heavy kick, instantly ending his life. This Li Batian was a fugitive on the run, having been implicated in robbery and murder even before the apocalypse. And he was notoriously cunning, evading capture for a long time. Moreover, he had accomplices. His gang comprised at least 3 other murderers, confirming Li Batian's death. Qin Xiang turned her gaze to the woman, who had also been shot and was feigning death. She drew her dagger, preparing to deliver a finishing blow, as she had only 1 bullet left and could not afford to waste it. However, at that critical moment, the young woman, who had been pretending to be lifeless, suddenly flipped over, conjuring a ball of blazing fire in her hand and launching it at Qin Xiang's face. Despite maintaining high alertness, the sudden fiery assault caught Qin Xiang off guard. She swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding most of the fiery impact, but a few tongues of flame grazed her body, leaving scorching wounds. An ability user. Qin Xiang's gaze sharpened. She had not anticipated that this young woman possessed extraordinary powers. Simultaneously, due to the earlier gunfire, the remaining outlaws had gathered around. "Boss, are you still back there? Boss, was it you who fired?" Hearing her comrades' voices, the young woman quickly called out, "I'm here. Come quickly." Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed, and with the swiftness of lightning, she hurled her dagger, which accurately pierced the woman's neck. Blood gushed forth, and the woman's eyes widened in shock, writhing in pain before collapsing, the flame she had just conjured extinguishing alongside her life. Concurrently, the surrounding outlaws, armed with various weapons, swiftly closed in. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiang raised her gun and shot dead the foremost thug. Then, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to another thug's chest. With a crack, the man's chest caved in, and he flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing to the ground, lifeless. 1 kick, and a living person was dead. Is she even human? The remaining outlaws stood frozen in terror, their faces pale with fear. The boss is dead. They were paralyzed by the realization that even the powered woman had been slain. This policewoman is terrifying. She is not human. Absolutely not human. Without a moment's hesitation, as Qin Xiang prepared to strike again, the outlaws turned and fled into the darkness. Qin Xiang frowned. Had it not been for the lack of bullets in her gun, she would have ensured the demise of every last one of them. Allowing such unprincipled outlaws to live would undoubtedly lead to countless innocent lives being lost. She hurriedly approached Wang Jiqiang, who had been shot, only to discover that he had succumbed to yet another gunshot wound and was entirely devoid of life. Qin Xiang's face was etched with sorrow. Another colleague had perished, a young man of remarkable righteousness and kindness. Now, it seemed that she might be the sole survivor of the entire criminal investigation unit. Yet, she could not afford to succumb to despair, for many other survivors awaited her. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiang suppressed her grief and removed Wang Jiqiang's service pistol and ammunition. She then moved to the body of Li Batian, thoroughly searching for his gun and bullets as well. To her astonishment, it was a police-issued handgun. Qin Xiang furrowed her brow. Could it be that other colleagues had also fallen victim to Li Batian? However, such questions were bound to lead nowhere. She had to regain her composure and withdrew her dagger from the neck of the female esper, preparing to hastily bury Wang Jiqiang's body before departing. The numerous corpses surrounding her exuded a metallic scent of blood that would undoubtedly attract mutated creatures, which would spell trouble. Just as Qin Xiang was about to dig a grave, she suddenly heard faint footsteps emanating from the dark fog ahead. Who could it be? Qin Xiang immediately became vigilant, positioning her dagger defensively. The footsteps appeared remarkably abrupt, as if they had materialized out of thin air. "Relax, I am not with them," a voice rich with magnetism emerged. Subsequently, a handsome man stepped forth. He had just arrived not long ago. He had refrained from utilizing teleportation throughout the journey, as it would deplete his stamina excessively, rendering him vulnerable in such a perilous situation. However, he had observed the prior events from a god's perspective, witnessing the ambush against Qin Xiang and her colleagues, followed by her triumphant counterattack. It was undeniable that Qin Xiang possessed formidable strength, and her suspected esper abilities made her a formidable opponent, even unarmed. As long as her enemies were unarmed, a group of desperate rogues would not stand a chance against her. Shen Yi pondered briefly and concluded that, even without resorting to a sneak attack, he might not be able to best Qin Xiang. Thus, he decided to reveal himself. For the two esper fruits were currently nestled in the pockets of the young woman. Indeed, she had plucked the fruits, but before she could consume them, Qin Xiang had ended her life. Acquired new esper ability, shadow binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang inquired, her brow knitting with suspicion, her vigilance unwavering. In fact, she had already disengaged the safety on her weapon. I am Shen Yi, and I am here to retrieve something that she stole from me. He casually gestured towards the corpse of a young woman. Qin Xiang's frown deepened, clearly skeptical. The coincidence was too uncanny, having just killed the woman. This man appeared, claiming to seek her out. However, upon observing that he bore no weapon, she deemed him not a significant threat. You may retrieve it yourself, Qin Xiang replied, stepping back to ensure a safe distance. Thank you, Shen Yi nodded, advancing to take two esper fruits from the deceased woman's pocket. He did not conceal his actions from Qin Xiang, deliberately allowing her to see. He sought to ascertain whether she was indeed an esper. If she were, she would undoubtedly recognize the fruits. Of course, while performing this risky maneuver, Shen Yi remained prepared to teleport away should Qin Xiang harbor any avarice for the esper fruits and attempt to harm him. Fortunately, Qin Xiang proved to be a principled officer. Upon seeing the esper fruits, her expression shifted significantly. Yet she exhibited no intent to resort to violence for the sake of treasure. Are these yours? She hesitated to inquire. Yes, I discovered these esper fruits long ago. But this woman, relying on her numbers, stole my possessions, which is why I came looking for her. In fact, I owe you my gratitude for eliminating her. Shen Yi explained, producing 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from his system space and placing them on the ground. Consider this supply a token of appreciation for your righteous intervention, officer. With that, he promptly employed teleportation and vanished from the scene. Having obtained what he sought, he deemed it unwise to linger. As for recruiting this female officer, it was currently out of the question. He felt he could not overpower her. If he were to recruit a woman stronger than himself, it would not only depend on her willingness but also on his own confidence. Therefore, it was better to leave a favorable impression and revisit the matter once he had grown stronger. If she remained alive by then, he could seek her out. If not, he would not lament the loss, for his cost was merely a small supply of resources. Qin Xiang stared at the spot where Shen Yi had disappeared, her eyes betraying her astonishment. This man was also an esper. Moreover, his abilities were formidable. Had he harbored ill intentions, she might not have been able to react in time. Qin Xiang swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down her spine for the first time. She had not anticipated the existence of such elusive powers in the world. Thankfully, he was a good person. Otherwise, she would not have returned home today. From the outset, Qin Xiang had remained cautious of a young man who had appeared so suddenly, especially when she noted his calm demeanor upon encountering the corpses. Devoid of fear or disgust, she understood that he was no ordinary individual. It was only when she witnessed him extracting the 2 esper fruits from the woman's pocket that it clicked. Having consumed esper fruits herself, she recognized them as the means by which ordinary individuals could acquire esper abilities. No wonder he had risked appearing. As for the veracity of his claims, Qin Xiang could not be certain, but she believed there was a high probability of truth. After all, how could he have precisely retrieved the fruits from the corpse's pocket? Furthermore, if he were a villain, he could have easily ambushed her and killed her without needing to reason with her. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Xiang glanced at the supplies left by Shen Yi, particularly the generously sized self-heating hot pot. 1 box was sufficient for 2 or 3 people's meal. This man, Shen Yi, was indeed commendable. Without hesitation, she collected everything into her backpack, as resources were currently scarce. Afterward, she dug a grave to conceal Wang Jiqiang's body, marking it simply before hastily departing, for she had already heard the sounds of several mutated creatures drawing near. Shen Yi found a safe location and observed Qin Xiang's departure from a goddess perspective. Only after she vanished from his sight did he retract his gaze. He then retrieved the 2 esper fruits he had acquired earlier, a truly unexpected delight. Initially, Shun Yi's purpose had merely been to ascertain the possibility of unlocking Qin Xiang's resources, yet he had inadvertently obtained 2 esper fruits. Without hesitation, he consumed one on the spot. As the fruit settled in his stomach, a warm sensation enveloped Shun Yi, though it dissipated swiftly. Instantly, he accessed his panel to explore the newly acquired ability. Shadow Binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thereby restraining them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, they're rendered incapable of any action. The strength of the target influences your stamina consumption. The stronger the target, the more stamina you expend, while weaker targets require less. How extraordinary! Shun Yi marveled at the description, his expression radiating delight. The power to manipulate the shadows of any 2 targets. By controlling their shadows, he could inhibit their every movement. Was this not a rudimentary form of time-stopping ability? Filled with excitement, Shun Yi focused his mental energy to locate the nearest mutated creature and promptly teleported to its vicinity. Before him lay a modest household. In the living room, a mutated teddy dog loomed, its size magnified 6 or 7 times that of a typical teddy. Blood stained its mouth, and the air was thick with a metallic scent of gore, with a dismembered female corpse sprawled on the floor. The moment the mutated teddy caught sight of Shun Yi, it lunged at him with ferocious barking. Shun Yi remained motionless, his gaze fixed on the shadow of the teddy illuminated by the window's light. With a mere thought, he seized control of its shadow. Instantly, the once-charging creature was immobilized, as if transformed into a statue. No matter how it howled and thrashed, it could not move. Indeed, this was a potent control skill. Shun Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With the shadow binding ability, even an experienced ability user like Qin Xiang would be no match for him. Subsequently, Shun Yi continued to test this newfound power. He discovered that the limitations of shadow binding were minimal. Even if a target's shadow was incomplete, perhaps only an arm or a leg, he could still bind them. Moreover, during the binding period, Shun Yi was free to move about and draw weapons to attack the target, with minimal impact on his stamina. Binding the mutated teddy dog did not significantly drain his energy. Thus, he concluded that he could easily restrain most mutated creatures. Delighted with the potency of shadow binding, Shun Yi utilized teleportation to return to the safety of the rooftop. He then consumed another fruit of ability. Another fruit settled in his belly, and Shun Yi felt warmth radiate through his organs and limbs, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Vaguely, he sensed a slight increase in his physical power. This sensation was reminiscent of his first experience consuming the physical evolution fruit. He murmured softly. He checked his panel, only to find no new abilities added. Host, Shin H, 20, Combat Power, 45, excluding external enhancements. Unlocked resources, Shui Shifu bottled water, freshly roasted chicken, 54 type pistol, 5 at grade steak, ability fruit, telepathy. Deluxe, self-heating hot pot. Acquired abilities, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV7, shadow, binding LV1, physical evolution. LV1 your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, resulting in significant enhancements in strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Teleportation. LV1 you can teleport a distance of 20 meters. As your teleportation is a spatial skill, you can disregard any terrain and resist any control or binding skills during the process. As long as your stamina allows, you can repeatedly teleport without restriction. Telepathy. LV7 you can sense any hostility or goodwill within a 1,000-meter radius and perceive all scenes within that range without the need for sight, unaffected by obstacles. Shadow binding. LV1 within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thus restraining them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, they are rendered incapable of any action. The strength of the target influences your stamina consumption. The stronger the target, the more stamina you expend, while weaker targets require less. No new abilities emerged. Nonetheless, Shun Yi felt a noticeable increase in his strength. This indicated that the second fruit he had consumed was indeed the coveted physical evolution fruit. He considered it somewhat wasteful. Had he given it to his younger sister, it would have resolved her stamina issues. Although it had benefited him, his stamina increased by approximately 1/10, allowing him to utilize teleportation and other abilities more frequently. Advancing the physical evolution to level 2 would require at least 8 or 9 similar fruits. Thus, he felt a tinge of regret. Primarily, Prior to consuming the fruit, Shun Yi could not discern its abilities and had no means to reserve it. Overall, however, the outcome was favorable. Shun Yi's combat power had surged by a remarkable 15 points. This was splendid. He was immensely satisfied with his gains for the day. Therefore, he activated his telepathy, searching for any potential ability fruits along the way home while making a conscious effort to traverse an untraveled path in hopes of discovering them. After walking several kilometers without locating any fruits, he stumbled upon a group of soldiers resting within a building. Indeed, soldiers. This squad, comprising a dozen individuals clad in dark military attire, wielded rifles and submachine guns, along with sidearms and grenades. They were undoubtedly an elite unit. Though few in number, their firepower was exceptionally formidable. Alongside the soldiers, Shun Yi observed several elderly individuals, alongside a few youths and women. These non-combatants were being shielded by the soldiers, indicating their significance. Where had these soldiers come from? Was it not said that no rescue teams were available? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the scene. Given the nearly 1 kilometer distance and his concealment in the shadows, it was improbable that they would detect him. Regrettably, his telepathy allowed only for visual perception, devoid of the ability to overhear their conversations. Observing the engaged group, Shun Yi sensed that the elders bore an unusual significance. Otherwise, how could such a fully armed squad be protecting them amidst the near collapse of the mountain city? There was certainly something amiss. After observing for a while and noting the encroaching dusk, he prepared to depart. This squad was likely planning to spend the night there, returning tomorrow to assess the situation. As for why they would return, it was primarily driven by curiosity regarding the identities and intentions of these individuals. The second instance involves a cultured woman in a white lab coat and glasses who triggers a system alert. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system criteria. Initiating detailed scan. Name: Lin Jue, age 31. Appearance: 91 points. Figure: 92 points. Inner qualities: 100 points. Pure and emotionally aloof. Total score: 93 points. Evaluation upon acceptance. A random resource can be unlocked at 31. She is unexpectedly pure. However, upon reading the additional description of her emotional detachment, Shun Yi understands the reason for her purity. After briefly surveying the area and noting the nearby location, he departs. Meanwhile, soldiers within the building are establishing defenses. A soldier resembling a commanding officer is conversing with several elderly men, his face subtly flushed. Old Wang, Old Zhou, my mission is to ensure your safe exit from the mountain city. Nothing is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain's expression is grave, leaving no room for negotiation. No, I will not leave. The invaluable research data and samples in the laboratory are crucial. They have been preserved at the cost of many lives and must be brought out. Otherwise, I will not go with you. You may leave me behind. I will remain in the laboratory. A stubborn old man is throwing a tantrum. Old Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue. But if you perish, no amount of data will matter. Captain Zhao pleads earnestly. You do not understand the importance of those research samples. Old Wang refuses to yield. At this moment, another elder speaks gently. Captain Zhao, we appreciate your good intentions. Professor Wang is not angry with you. It is simply that the research data is indeed of utmost importance. If those materials and samples are not retrieved, saving us so-called experts and professors would be futile. We need those samples. The nation requires them as well. They contain the genetic samples of the earliest mutated animals and plants from the mountain city, including the crucial genetic sample of the mutant number 001. Only by bringing back these samples can we continue our research. Otherwise, once mutant number 001 fully matures, it will endanger the lives of millions in this mountain city. We cannot stand by and let this happen. It concerns the lives of tens of millions. Hearing old Zhou's near plea, Captain Zhao furrows his brow. He has received strict orders to rescue these scientists and viral genetic experts. However, venturing to the laboratory now would undoubtedly pose significant risks. Captain Zhao hesitates. How to choose between the lives of millions and those of a dozen experts? Previously, he would have unhesitatingly chosen the former. Yet, in this apocalyptic scenario, the expertise of these distinguished individuals is evidently more vital for the future of humanity. We must return to the laboratory. I will accompany you. At this moment, a rational voice, devoid of much emotional fluctuation, speaks. The group instinctively turns to the speaker, a cultured woman clad in a white lab coat and glasses. But your safety. Captain Zhao hesitates. I insist we return. The woman's tone brooks no dissent. Dr. Lin, my orders prioritize your safety above all else. Captain Zhao attempts to dissuade her, hoping the old professors might assist in persuading her. After all, Dr. Lin is one of those explicitly designated for safe retrieval. To his surprise, the old professors all seem to agree with Dr. Lin's stance. It even appears to Captain Zhao that these venerable professors hold her in high esteem, as if she were their student. But how can this be? While Dr. Lin has an impressive background, she pales in comparison to other esteemed professors like Old Wang and Old Zhou, who enjoy global recognition. However, in this moment, even the obstinate Old Wang nods in silent agreement. Captain Zhao recalls the strict orders he received upon taking this mission, emphasizing the importance of protecting Dr. Lin Jiwei and the necessity of avoiding any coercive measures. In critical moments, he could request aerial support, but above all, he must ensure Dr. Lin's safety. It seems Dr. Lin's status is quite significant. Thus, under pressure, Captain Zhao reluctantly agrees to make another trip to the laboratory. However, he refuses to take all the experts and professors along, as their annihilation would represent a loss for all of Xia country, and indeed, for all humanity. Therefore, the group divides. One team, led by Captain Zhao, will go to the laboratory to retrieve genetic samples and research data, while the other remains to safeguard the elderly professors. Yet, Dr. Lin Jiwei insists on risking her life to accompany them. Despite Captain Zhao's repeated attempts to dissuade her, they are in vain. This assertive Dr. Lin leaves Captain Zhao feeling quite helpless. The key issue is that the other professors stand firmly with Dr. Lin. Every time he utters a word of refusal, the professors react with urgency before she even responds. I was right yesterday. This mutated black spider is indeed growing. Today, it is larger than yesterday. Upon returning to the community, Shun instinctively uses his telepathic abilities to observe the black spider occupying the 6th floor. Finding its size has indeed increased yet again. Yesterday, he thought he might have been mistaken, but that is evidently not the case. The mutated black spider is growing rapidly, expanding in size within a mere day. The growth rate of this black spider is alarmingly swift. Is it due to incessant feeding? Or is it a result of mutation? Shun furrows his brow. It seems he must devise a solution to address it swiftly. If this black spider continues to grow, it will undoubtedly pose a threat to his safety. Retracting his gaze, Shun teleports to Building 13 to check on his grandmother and younger sister, leaving behind some food and water. Afterward, he returns to the 6th floor, first visiting room 1501 to change Chu Xiaoxiao's bandages and apply medication. Today, he procured numerous pharmaceuticals from the hospital, including some suitable for treating external injuries. During the bandage change, Shun casually inquires if Chu Xiaoxiao knows any other residents in the building. However, Chu Xiaoxiao replies that she has only recently moved in, and, due to her usual habit of staying home for live streaming, she rarely goes out, thus she does not know her neighbors. She does not even know the name of the person living next door. Consequently, Shun refrains from asking further questions and teleports home. Honey, you're back. The women in the living room greet Shun, who appears out of thin air, no longer surprised as they once were, but instead warmly welcoming him. Their enthusiasm today exceeds the usual warmth. This is because Shun has bestowed superpowers upon Su Wanting. They all wish to acquire superpowers and thus begin to devise various ways to please Shun. This is precisely what Shun desires to see. After a long day spent outdoors, he felt somewhat fatigued and planned to rise early the next morning to seek out those soldiers. Thus, Shun resolved to indulge in a peaceful slumber. If he could procure the submachine guns and grenades from the soldiers, perhaps he could eliminate the mutated black spider. Initially, Shun curiosity about the soldiers' purpose was innocent, but after experiencing the threat posed by the black spider once more, he began to contemplate the soldiers' weaponry. Surely, a grenade would be effective against the mutated black spider, if not a handgun. As Shun lay in bed, contemplating his plans for the following day, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Darling, are you asleep? It was Jiang Ninyan's voice. Not yet. Come in if you have something to discuss. He replied. Jiang Nan entered and carefully closed the door behind her. Darling, I have a friend who is also seeking refuge. Would you consider providing her shelter? Jiang Ninyan inquired. A woman? Shun furrowed his brow. Yes, indeed. She is exceptionally beautiful and has a splendid figure. Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Understanding Jiang Nanyan's intentions, Shun Yi's expression relaxed. It appeared her motives were not purely altruistic. Rather, she sought to find a companion for herself. As anticipated, since Su Wanting had acquired special abilities, other women were becoming restless. This was somewhat expected, as Jiang Nanyan had initially compromised her teacher to win his favor. The ensuing competition among these women could prove advantageous for Shun Yi. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Isn't the network down now? How can you still contact your friend?" "I had conversed with her previously and know her current whereabouts," Jiang Nanyan replied. If possible, she did not wish to take risks to fetch her friend, but felt a twinge of envy at Su Wanting's newfound powers. "Darling, I could drive to pick her up. It should be fine," Jiang Nanyan added. Shun Yi contemplated this for a moment. Allowing Jiang Nanyan to retrieve her friend seemed a bit perilous. Uncertain of whether resources would cease upon a woman's demise, he was reluctant to put Jiang Nanyan in harm's way. The outside world was becoming increasingly treacherous, and even Shun Yi required his abilities to navigate it safely, let alone an ordinary person. Furthermore, there was no need to recklessly endanger Jiang Nanyan, as he valued her life. As long as she remained loyal, even if she was merely ornamental, he did not wish to carelessly dispose of her. After all, he possessed ample resources to support women and had some emotional ties as well. Regrettably, aside from his own partner, Shun Yi lacked subordinates he could command without concern for their loss. Wait a moment. Why could he not have such subordinates? It was entirely feasible. Even ordinary individuals had numerous followers willing to serve them. With just a small distribution of resources, he could gather a multitude of individuals to work for him. Moreover, he was not short on supplies. The warehouse housed millions of portions of water and food combined. The more he considered it, the more sense it made. Furthermore, with his ability to perceive hostility, any subordinate harboring ill intentions could be swiftly dealt with. Without the fear of betrayal, he could recruit individuals to assist him. Surely, he could not manage everything by himself. Such subordinates, even if they perished, would not elicit much sorrow from him, as their relationship was merely transactional. "I provide you with food and water, and you serve me." With this thought in mind, Shun Yi looked at Jiang Nanyan and said, "Recently, I have considered establishing a shelter to accommodate survivors. Given the current circumstances, national rescue efforts are unlikely. We can take in a portion of survivors, particularly female survivors, to assist us. Indeed, establishing a shelter would also allow for the inclusion of female survivors, enticing them to come forward. It would be inefficient for Shun Yi to search for suitable women one by one according to the system standards. However, if he had a shelter where everyone worked for him to find women that met the system's criteria, the process would be expedited significantly. A streamlined operation would undoubtedly be more efficient than a solitary effort. Darling, if you make this decision, I will begin preparations tomorrow." Jiang Nanyan exclaimed eagerly. She was eager to contribute to Shun Yi's endeavors and, in turn, reap the rewards of enhanced abilities. "Yes, begin preparations tomorrow. First, assess the residents of this community. We will use this neighborhood as our initial base for the shelter," Shun Yi instructed. This neighborhood had sufficient housing, spacious layouts, and a broad view, making it an ideal location for a base. However, they must first deal with the mutated black spider. With this in mind, Shun Yi retrieved several ability fruits from the system space. Having invested so much time, it is time to reap the rewards. Consuming these will grant me abilities. He presented the ability fruits, recognizing that Jiang Nanyan deserved compensation for her efforts. Moreover, her prior deception of by Xin warranted additional fruits as a form of recompense. For those who had already acquired abilities, consuming extra fruits had limited effects. Abilities only underwent transformation upon leveling up. "Thank you, darling." Jiang Nanyan's eyes sparkled as she received the 5 ability fruits, astonished at the quantity. She had received 4 more than Su Wanting. It was clear that collecting women for Shun Yi brought him joy. Believing she had discovered the key to success, Jiang Nanyan was determined to excel in the construction of the shelter, aiming to attract numerous female survivors and select the most attractive among them for Shun Yi. This way, she could secure even more rewards. With that thought, she consumed several ability fruits. Instantly, a cool sensation coursed through her body, akin to an electrifying thrill, and she reveled in the experience. Was this what it felt like to gain abilities? Subsequently, Shun Yi instructed Jiang Nanyan on how to wield her newfound powers and informed her that abilities could be upgraded. For instance, after consuming 5 ability fruits, if she consumed roughly 5 more, her ability level would increase, resulting in even greater strength. Upon hearing this, Jiang Nanyan's expression brightened with excitement. No wonder she felt a slight enhancement with each fruit consumed. However, the sensation was not pronounced. It turned out that leveling up was the key. Her resolve to work diligently strengthened, as only through hard work could she acquire more ability fruits and elevate her ability level. As long as her ability level surpassed that of Su, Wan Ting, and the other women, she would hold the most influence. Moreover, a higher ability level indicated greater value to Shun Yi, ensuring he would not abandon her. With this newfound clarity, Jiang Nanyan established a definitive goal. Who acquired abilities first was irrelevant. The focus was on achieving the highest ability level. After all, as Shun Yi had said, each upgrade would exponentially enhance the effects. A level 2 ability would vastly overshadow a level 1. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shun Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. Utilizing the concept of ability levels to inspire women, thereby enabling oneself to receive superior service, seems a prudent strategy. After all, since telepathy is not a combat-related ability, even elevating all the women to levels 7 or 8 would not pose a threat to oneself. Rather, it could be advantageous. For instance, when recruiting survivors, possessing telepathy would allow one to discern individuals with ulterior motives or hostility. In summary, as long as Jiang Nanyan diligently fulfills her responsibilities, Shun Yi is prepared to make her the first individual to ascend to level 2, aside from himself. Jiang Nanyan has proven her reliability in executing tasks, and her loyalty now rivals that of Su Wanting, making her a worthy candidate for development. Husband, I am here to serve you. Upon mastering her abilities, Jiang Nanyan blushed and slowly unfastened her pink nightgown. Shun Yi initially intended to decline, but upon glimpsing the purple fabric beneath, he fell silent. The purple exuded a certain charm. Indeed, it is only human nature. This night was destined to be devoid of peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Yi found herself in distress. Her mind was awash with chaotic thoughts, leading to yet another sleepless night. Shani, why did you not seek me out again tonight? Am I truly so unappealing? Although she recognized that her beauty paled in comparison to Shun Yi's other partners, she could not accept being labeled as unattractive. Throughout her years in middle school and university, she had garnered her fair share of admirers. Had she not been so focused on her studies, she believed she could have easily attracted numerous handsome suitors. She was certainly not ugly. In fact, she considered herself quite beautiful. However, the women surrounding Shun Yi were all of goddess-like caliber, making her feel somewhat inferior. Ultimately, the primary reason for Shun Yi's lack of interest in Lu Yi was that her affection did not unlock resources. Thus, he naturally felt little inclination. Otherwise, he would have acted long ago. The reason she remained in his company was that Shun Yi had contemplated forming a shelter and thought he might require assistance. Hence her continued presence. After all, he could not manage everything alone. The following day, upon awakening, Shun Yi shared his vision for establishing a shelter during breakfast with the women. This idea was met with unanimous support. Since aligning with Shun Yi, their basic needs had been met, and they no longer had to worry about safety. Their days had become monotonous, filled only with eating and sleeping. So they yearned for something meaningful to engage in. Furthermore, by establishing a shelter, they could mobilize its members to search for their families. Naturally, none of the women considered asking Shun Yi for assistance in finding their families, fearing that it might displease him and lead to unfortunate consequences. In addition to their desire to locate family members, the women were further motivated upon learning that Jiang Nanyan had received 5 ability fruits as a reward and discovered that abilities could indeed be upgraded. Consequently, their enthusiasm was ignited. As for the number of individuals to recruit for the shelter, as well as matters regarding food and accommodation, I entrust you to devise a reasonable plan and present it to me, Shun Yi instructed. He had no desire to concern himself with such trivialities, nor did he possess expertise in management. In contrast, Jiang Nanyan, from a family with business experience, was likely more knowledgeable, at least more so than he. Professional matters should be delegated to those with expertise. He merely needed to remain the ultimate decision-maker, with the authority to veto any unsatisfactory proposals. Once the logistical details were arranged, Shun Yi departed from home, leaving behind 5 firearms for Su Yun to manage and distribute. Given the necessity of arming his women for the shelter, it was crucial that they could defend themselves against potential threats. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of our home, Su Yun replied earnestly. Though she still felt discomfort regarding Shun Yi's harem arrangement, her loyalty to him remained unwavering. Shun Yi reciprocated this trust, even rewarding Su Yun with an ability fruit. This reward was justified, as the ability fruit had been unlocked through Su Yun, and it would not be deemed unfair to the other women. Moreover, Shun Yi was indifferent to notions of fairness. He would reward whomever he chose. Any woman harboring resentment over such matters was not worthy of his consideration. After leaving home, Shun Yi first visited room 1501 to change the bandages of the two-dimensional streamer. Chu Xiao Xiao. After a few days of care, her wounds had begun to heal. She appeared ready to engage in light activities. After investing so much time, it was time to reap some rewards. Do not retire too early tonight. I shall seek you out. Remember to be clean. Shun Yi instructed Chu Xiao Xiao after tending to her. He left behind several bottles of mineral water and some food before teleporting away. He needed to hurry to locate the soldiers he had observed the previous day, as acquiring high lethality weapons such as grenades would become increasingly difficult once they departed. As for Chu Xiao Xiao, if she could recover during the day, it would be time to reclaim his investment that evening. Were it not for Shun Yi's abundance of resources, he might have already engaged in bloody conflict without concern for Chu Xiao Xiao's safety. However, he had not yet reached a point of desperation, and he still maintained his principles. Well, he says he will come tonight. What does that mean? Chu Xiao Xiao mused, lying on the sofa, seemingly unaware, yet her charming face gradually flushed with color. She certainly understood Shun Yi's intentions. Finally, they were approaching that pivotal moment. Over the past few days, Chu Xiao Xiao had been filled with trepidation. She felt both eager and excited, yet also a hint of fear and anxiety. What if, after they crossed that final threshold, he no longer cared for her? What if he abandoned her? Yet, with Shun Yi's inherent kindness, he could not possibly be the type to forsake her like a heartless villain. Could he? Regardless of her anxieties, she found herself lacking both reason and the will to refuse. Alas, it had come to this. She would first cleanse herself thoroughly. Chu Xiao Xiao glanced at the numerous bottles of mineral water that the prince had left for her, ample enough for a meticulous cleansing. Shun Yi, relying on his memory, swiftly arrived at the location where the soldiers had camped the previous day. While consuming ability fruits, he discreetly observed, contemplating how to acquire grenades and submachine guns. Should he resort to violence? That seemed unwise. Although his teleportation could provide an element of surprise to eliminate a few soldiers, they numbered over 10. And if they were all seasoned fighters, he might find himself at a disadvantage. The risk did not justify the potential reward, prompting Shun Yi to abandon that reckless notion. Thus, he resolved to pursue a trade, offering food and water in exchange for submachine guns and grenades. As long as the soldiers were lacking in resources, they would likely be amenable to such an exchange. However, even this approach carried risks. What if the soldiers, upon seeing his abundant supplies, attempted to rob him? In this apocalyptic scenario, soldiers were not necessarily trustworthy. Shun Yi felt the situation was becoming quite precarious. It would be splendid if a monster could eliminate them all, allowing me to reap the benefits. Alas, after a thorough search, Shun Yi discovered that there were no particularly ferocious mutated creatures within a kilometer radius. Are they about to leave? As Shun Yi silently contemplated his plans, he suddenly noticed 7 or 8 soldiers escorting 2 men and 1 woman clad in white lab coats, preparing to exit the building. Are they splitting up? Although he did not fully comprehend the soldiers' intentions, Shun Yi recognized that this was his opportunity. He munched on a fruit, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow the departing soldiers. His first intention was to observe their objectives and perhaps seize an opportunity to acquire their weapons. Secondly, he noticed that the knowledgeable mature woman who had triggered the system prompt was also among this group of soldiers. If fortune favored him, he might be able to capture both the weapons and the individuals. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 8. Telepathy, LV8, you can sense all hostility and goodwill within a 3,000-meter radius and perceive the surrounding scenes without the use of sight, undeterred by any obstacles. At last, an upgrade. Just as Shun Yi finished another fruit, the system prompt rang in his ears. The higher the ability level, the more arduous it became to ascend. From level 7 to level 8, he felt as though he had consumed 200 or 300 fruits, perhaps even more. If he were an ordinary person, he might never find such a quantity of ability-enhancing fruits in his lifetime. Thus, Shun Yi was genuinely curious whether other ability users could upgrade their powers or if there were alternative means of enhancement. Level 8 grants him a 3-kilometer field of vision, which was exhilarating. Shun Yi sensed that his visual range had doubled. However, there was a downside. If he wished to observe targets at the farthest distance, it would slightly increase his physical exertion. Nonetheless, this was manageable. With his current stamina, he could cope without difficulty. As long as he refrained from excessively using teleportation to traverse distances, even with his telepathy active, the stamina he expended could be replenished. They are heading toward the city center? Shun Yi's brow furrowed. Through his omniscient perspective, he discovered that this group of soldiers was indeed making their way toward the city center. The city center. Shun Yi recalled that Su Yun had mentioned a terrifying mutated tree located there, a tree that seemingly possessed intelligence. He had no desire to encounter it. As his current strength was insufficient, he decided to follow them for a while longer. If they intended to confront that tree, he would observe from a distance and retreat if the situation grew dire. With his 3-kilometer field of vision, he could maintain a significant safety distance without fear of being implicated. Thus, he trailed the soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers, maintaining the maximum distance allowed by his telepathy. The soldiers demonstrated formidable combat prowess, dispatching every mutated creature they encountered with ease. Additionally, they collected the remains of certain mutated animals, though Shun Yi was uncertain whether they intended to consume them or for some other purpose. It was as if he were watching a film as he observed the soldiers' every action. Eventually, the soldiers arrived at the entrance of a virus research facility. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow in realization. It turned out that the individuals in white lab coats were not doctors, but researchers involved in virology. No wonder there were so many fully armed soldiers providing protection. From his observations along the way, Shun Yi understood that these soldiers were not ordinary. Their reflexes and response times were exceptional, suggesting they were elite troops, perhaps special forces. He was fortunate not to have attempted a reckless ambush, as that could have led to dire consequences. However, what was the situation within this research facility? There were an alarming number of mutated plants and animals. Had they been conducting research on these mutated entities since the onset of the apocalypse? With a casual glance, Shun Yi noted numerous mutated creatures and plants within the facility, alongside the dismembered bodies of researchers and security personnel. This indicated that the soldiers would soon encounter attacks from mutated flora and fauna upon entering. While they might manage initially with their weapons and equipment, prolonged engagement would undoubtedly lead to significant trouble. Through his enhanced perception, Shun Yi could see that within the depths of the facility, in a subterranean chamber, lay an enormous mutated green dog, towering at 5 or 6 meters. Indeed, it was a green dog. Its fur resembled leaves, so much so that one might mistake it for a creature clad in foliage if not scrutinized closely. This mutated dog was decidedly peculiar. While other mutated animals typically exhibited enlarged forms and enhanced ferocity, this green dog had undergone transformations in both appearance and fur. Moreover, its size was extraordinary. Just as Shun Yi prepared to observe it more closely, the mutated green dog abruptly opened its eyes, revealing iridescent green pupils. It seemed to perceive something, scanning its surroundings and emitting a menacing growl. Shun Yi's heart raced. Could it be that this mutated green dog could detect his presence from kilometers away? If so, it posed a tremendous danger. Meanwhile, the soldiers had already entered the research facility. They swiftly dispatched the mutated flora and fauna, making their way to the elevator to descend into the depths. Their target appeared to be none other than the mutated green dog. Crisis. The virus research facility was equipped with an independent power supply, ensuring that even if the entire city experienced a blackout, it would still remain operational. All the lights remained lit, and the elevators functioned normally. At that moment, within one of the elevators, Lin Zhuwei, who had remained mostly silent throughout the journey, suddenly addressed the soldiers. "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained authoritative. The soldiers paused, instinctively furrowing their brows. In such a perilous environment, to be instructed to disarm seemed tantamount to courting death. Even Captain Zhao, who had been compliant thus far, was reluctant to heed Lin Zhiwei's command at this critical juncture. After all, this concerned everyone's safety. Disarming would delay their response to any potential threats, and, in most situations, mere seconds could determine life or death. Therefore, Captain Zhao addressed the soldiers. "Everyone focus. Do not accidentally discharge your weapons. There may be important items in the underground laboratory." "Understood." The soldiers replied, their unease somewhat alleviated. They could exercise caution to avoid accidental discharges, but completely putting away their weapons was out of the question. Otherwise, they would lack a sense of security. "Dr. Lin, You can trust my men. None will discharge their weapons due to unforeseen circumstances. Captain Zhao reassured Lin Jiwei. Since she had said nothing, he speculated that perhaps there were precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory that necessitated the weapons being stowed to prevent any accidents. However, Captain Zhao has faith in his soldiers. They are all professionally trained and unlikely to discharge their weapons in such circumstances. Captain Zhao's approach to the situation is one of neutrality. He neither aligns himself with his soldiers nor with Lin Jiwei. No, I'm not concerned about the genetic samples. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, addressed the soldiers. I am worried about you. The soldiers were taken aback. Worried about us? Who are fully armed. Several even felt a hint of amusement. If it weren't for the insufficient ammunition, they could easily overpower this virus research facility. Who could withstand a barrage of gunfire from rifles or grenades? Their caution stemmed primarily from a lack of firepower, not from fear. Ding! At that moment, the elevator halted at the third basement level, and the doors opened. Before them lay a long corridor, high and wide, illuminated by glaring white lights. The soldiers immediately raised their weapons, scanning their surroundings. The walls were stained with dark crimson blood, and there were numerous drag marks on the floor. Yet, no corpses or mutated creatures were in sight. All soldiers heightened their alertness. Such a scenario often indicated a high level of danger. Two soldiers ventured out of the elevator to investigate. Before they could report back, Lin Jiwei followed closely behind. As always, she exhibited no signs of fear, as if everything were under control. Dr. Lin, Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he hurried after her. Lin Jiwei remained silent, making her way toward the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers had no choice but to follow quickly. Captain Zhao's expression was grim. This Dr. Lin was far too reckless. She completely disregarded their arrangements. Should a mutated creature appear, they would be unable to rescue Lin Jiwei in time. Upon reaching the laboratory door, Lin Jiwei stood before the coded entrance, turning to the soldiers behind her and saying once more, "Put away your weapons. Do not display hostility, or I cannot guarantee your safety." Her words were few, yet laden with significance. However, to the soldiers, they sounded harsh. Put away our guns and show no hostility to ensure safety? Sorry, we only trust the weapons in our hands. Not a single soldier heeded her advice. Captain Zhao, please have them lower their weapons, or it could become truly dangerous. There's a formidable mutated creature inside. Ordinary weapons cannot harm it and may provoke it. A male researcher in a white lab coat urged. Dr. Lin is merely reserved and not good at expressing herself. She is looking out for us. Another male researcher chimed in. They understood Lin Jiwei's character and her intelligence. Despite being a woman and relatively young, she was a genius highly respected even by older professors. When they first arrived at the research facility, they too underestimated her due to her gender. They had paid a significant price for that mistake. Hearing the two researchers, Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. Like his soldiers, he placed greater trust in the safety provided by their weapons. However, he did not want to offend Dr. Lin and her colleagues, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their weapons, instructing them not to fire unless absolutely necessary. While they did not put away their guns entirely, it was a concession to Dr. Lin. That should suffice. Lin Jiwei, however, paid no heed to Captain Zhao's reservations. After reminding everyone a second time, she began inputting the password and proceeded with facial and iris recognition to unlock the laboratory door. As for what was to follow, she had already indicated. Click! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. A foul odor wafted from within, causing everyone to instinctively frown and heighten their vigilance. Woof! Suddenly, a deep, resonant bark emanated from the laboratory. The sound was piercing, prompting the soldiers to instinctively raise their weapons, preparing for combat. Lin Jiwei, however, frowned. Something is amiss. How could awaken? This door hasn't been opened. No one has entered. She murmured, quickly closing the just-open laboratory door and turning to shout. You all must leave. Get out of here. Everyone was taken aback, confused. Dr. Lin, what is wrong? The test subject is malfunctioning. Only I can resolve this. You all must evacuate the laboratory immediately. Lin Jiwei's voice was tinged with urgency for the first time. Captain Zhao tightened his grip on his weapon, staring at the laboratory door, showing no intention of retreating. He intended to cover Lin Jiwei and the two researchers during their withdrawal. Dr. Lin, you cannot take risks. Retreat with the two researchers, he commanded calmly to the others. The soldiers disengaged their safeties, their eyes fixed on the now-closed door. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, intense breathing sounds echoed. Then came a tremor that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something was rising and moving towards the door. The soldiers' expressions turned grave. The commotion suggested that this was no ordinary mutated creature. Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of a laboratory was struck violently, becoming dented and deformed. The soldiers' eyes widened in horror. Such a thick iron door had been distorted with a single blow. What kind of power was this? Bang! Bang! 2 more heavy strikes followed, and the iron door looked as if it would not withstand much longer. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, anxiety coursing through them. What kind of monster possessed such terrifying strength? Moreover, what was the point of this iron door if it could not hold back the creature? Bang! Another crushing blow. The iron door, unable to bear the strain, was smashed open. Immediately, a massive green creature appeared before them. Open fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Captain Zhao issued the command and pulled the trigger on his submachine gun. Lin Jiwei, blocked from behind, tried to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets rapidly struck the green creature. The sound of gunfire echoed as the soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets, the barrage piercing the creature's body. Blood erupted from the monster, splattering against the walls and floor. The bullets could indeed harm it. Instantly, all the soldiers felt a surge of hope. If their weapons could injure this creature, it meant they could kill it. The monsters that can be slain are hardly terrifying. The soldiers swiftly divided into 2 groups, their crossfire nearly unceasing. They skillfully reloaded their weapons while steadily advancing, attempting to drive the creature back to the laboratory or eliminate it outright. Concurrently, as gunfire erupted, a cacophony of sounds resonated from the laboratories flanking the corridor, as though something within was struggling, disturbed by the gunfire, yearning to break free. Dr. Lin, you must leave at once, Captain Zhao shouted, pulling the trigger with one hand while glancing back. Yet, he found Lin Jiwei's expression remarkably intricate. Her visage was a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, and perhaps a hint of delight. This was the first time Captain Zhao had witnessed such a plethora of emotions on Lin Jiwei's typically composed face, as if she were in command of everything. How could she display such a reaction upon seeing the enormous creature? Before Captain Zhao could contemplate further, a piercing cry erupted from ahead. He turned abruptly, his pupils constricting in shock. The massive green creature surged forth, defying the hail of bullets, swatting aside the 2 leading soldiers with a single claw, instantly staining the ground with blood. The remaining soldiers were momentarily paralyzed by the sight, their firearms faltering in their grasp. After enduring such a barrage, how could the creature retaliate? Even more terrifying was its apparent acceleration. At that moment, the creature's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as if ensnared in a bloodthirsty frenzy. Attacking mercilessly, this accursed beast. Everyone retreat immediately. Captain Zhao, witnessing his comrades fall, was engulfed in rage and promptly issued the order to withdraw. Simultaneously, he retrieved a grenade from his waist, his gaze reflecting resolve. The surviving soldiers and researchers, upon hearing the command, turned and dashed toward the elevator, their footsteps echoing down the corridor. Seizing the opportunity, Captain Zhao pulled the pin from the grenade and hurled it at the green monstrosity before sprinting away. A thunderous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire laboratory. Dust filled the corridor, and several light fixtures shattered, leaving visibility obscured. The grenade's power exceeded that of any cinematic portrayal. Could it have been specially designed? From a distance, observing the chaos, Shen Yi's expression turned to one of astonishment. The explosion's magnitude was staggering. If only he had such grenades, he could easily vanquish the mutated black spider. How could this mutated green dog still be alive? This was unfathomable. With the lights extinguished and dust swirling, he couldn't discern the creature's exact state, yet he could vaguely perceive a dark form amidst the haze, exuding a palpable hostility. Such intense animosity could only emanate from the mutated green dog. Only living beings could radiate such an aura. Yet after such an explosion, it still survived? Shen Yi felt incredulous. After the relentless gunfire followed by the grenade's detonation, how could it still draw breath? What extraordinary vitality was this? If such mutated beings were rampant across the globe, one could comprehend the government's inability to respond swiftly. Finding a concealed spot, Shen Yi continued to observe silently, eager to witness the resilience of this mutated creature. Meanwhile, Back on the ground floor, Captain Zhao clenched his fists, his countenance dark with fury. Although the mutated green dog had been obliterated, 4 of his comrades had perished. The remaining soldiers were equally bereaved, their eyes brimming with rage and discontent. Their gazes toward Lin Jue and the other 2 researchers became complex, tinged with reproach. If they had not insisted on returning, perhaps such sacrifices could have been averted. Logically speaking, as soldiers, sacrifice was inevitable, yet emotionally, they found it hard to accept. Dr. Lin, we have secured all other data. It seems impossible to retrieve the underground files now. Can we leave? Captain Zhao, suppressing his emotions, inquired with an effort to maintain a calm tone. You may return, Lin Jue replied, her gaze fixed on her notebook, her pen racing across the pages as if nothing had transpired. Captain Zhao nearly lost his composure. What did she mean by you may return? To protect her. They had sacrificed so many, yet she refused to leave? What was the purpose of their sacrifices? Dr. Lin, what do you mean? Captain Zhao could not restrain his voice, which rose with suppressed anger. Lin Jue remained engrossed in her notebook, not lifting her head as she replied, my research has made significant progress, and I need to refine it further. If I can complete it, I can demonstrate that my previous research direction is correct. No, perhaps it can already be validated, for the dog has revived and retains remarkable vitality. This represents a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution? Captain Zhao was taken aback. He seemed to grasp a crucial piece of information. Could it be that the enormous mutated creature on the 3rd floor was an experimental subject? Was this woman responsible for creating it? Captain Zhao, you should take the data back. I will remain here to assist Dr. Lin. If her research direction is indeed correct, humanity will usher in a new era. One male researcher exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Captain Zhao regarded the 3 scientists, enraptured in their research, with a tumult of emotions. They appeared to entirely disregard the recent tragedy, their focus solely on the so-called research advancements. He inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Dr. Lin, we cannot gamble with your life. I hope you'll come with us. The helicopter to retrieve us arrives in no more than 5 hours. If we miss this flight, you may not have another chance to leave the mountain city. Captain Zhao's tone was grave as he endeavored to persuade her. Finally, Lin Jue raised her head, her gaze calm and unwavering. Science has never been a smooth endeavor. While death is undoubtedly sorrowful, if my research can yield sufficient value, then all sacrifices are justified. Therefore, I will not leave the mountain city, and you need not waste time trying to convince me. Instead, take the others and leave quickly. Captain Zhao fell silent. He glanced at the surviving soldiers, then back at Lin Jue and the 2 fervent researchers, ultimately gritting his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you refuse to leave, we shall not retreat. We will stay to safeguard you, even if it means facing death. Lin Jue, however, paid no heed to Captain Zhao's impassioned declaration, remaining immersed in her notebook, her expression shifting intermittently as if lost in thought. She appeared almost like an emotionless automaton. Captain Zhao let out a silent sigh, turning to direct his soldiers to establish a defensive line. His emotions were in a state of tumult. On one hand, he empathized with the scientist's fervor. On the other, he found it difficult to accept such an almost mad venture. However, as he calmed down and contemplated the words of the male researcher, he sensed something peculiar. What did it mean for all humanity to enter a new era? Captain Zhao furrowed his brow. If the monster in the basement was indeed created by Lin Jue, what did that signify? Did it prove her capability for mischief, or did it illustrate her power to alter the world? Another male researcher, noticing Captain Zhao's perplexed expression, elucidated the mutated creature you encountered on the 3rd basement level is, in fact, a husky, which is simply a dog. Husky? Captain Zhao and the other soldiers recalled that the creature did emit canine sounds, yet its size and form bore no resemblance to an ordinary dog. Indeed, it had once been a pet of Dr. Lin, but had undergone mutation following the apocalypse. The researcher paused briefly before continuing. Dr. Lin injected this mutated pet with a special gene extracted from the 001 gene sample, resulting in a secondary mutation. No, rather, an evolution. Thus, it evolved into the form you witnessed. However, it should technically be in a dormant state, considering the sedative administered was 5 times the usual dosage. Yet, strangely, it has awakened prematurely. As the researcher spoke, he too became engulfed in confusion, muttering to himself, "Why has it awakened ahead of schedule? This defies logic." Could it be that a new mutation has rendered it immune to sedatives? Or perhaps someone has roused it. But the laboratory door is locked. Who could possibly enter? Captain Zhao, having listened to the explanation, found his mind even more bewildered. However, he was more concerned with another query. What do you mean by if the research direction is correct, all of humanity will enter a new era? I am not privy to the specific research details. Only Professor Wang, Professor Zhou, and Dr. Lin, who is responsible for this research, are fully aware. Yet, I can affirm that Dr. Lin's research has the potential to alter certain human genes, enabling humanity to acquire powers and speed comparable to those of mutated animals, as well as enhanced vitality, the male researcher remarked, his gaze shifting to Lin Jiwei, who was diligently recording data, his eyes brimming with reverence and admiration, as if he were gazing upon a deity. Should Dr. Lin truly succeed, she would undoubtedly become the architect of humanity's destiny. Captain Zhao and the surrounding soldiers were left in a state of confusion. Altering human genes? How could such conclusions be drawn from an experiment involving a mutated dog? Could the genes of dogs and humans truly be analogous? Yet, they at least grasped the literal meaning. If this research were to succeed, ordinary individuals would gain strength rivaling that of mutated creatures. If that were indeed the case, it could herald an entirely new era for mankind. Instantly, the soldiers' gazes towards Lin Jiwei transformed. This doctor was nothing short of a prodigy. Imagine if they too could possess the strength and speed of mutated animals. Complemented by modern weaponry, mutated flora and fauna would pose no threat whatsoever. Moreover, if they could inherit the formidable vitality of the mutated creature from the underground laboratory, able to withstand gunfire without succumbing, they would be invincible. Superhuman indeed. Suddenly, a cacophonous banging resonated from below. It seemed as if something were attempting to ascend from the depths. The soldiers momentarily froze, instinctively glancing towards the elevator. What was happening? The creature was indeed still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant could merge with living beings. Lin Jiwei sprang to her feet, fixated on the elevator with excitement. Captain Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly realized, Dr. Lin, are you implying that the sound is coming from the mutated dog in the basement? His tone was laden with incredulity. How could it still be alive after such an explosion? Even if it did survive, how could it possess such terrifying strength? Lin Jiwei closed her eyes, attuning herself for a moment, then slowly replied, indeed, it is. Its injuries have mostly healed. What remarkable vitality. Her expression bore no trace of fear, only exhilaration. However, the faces of the other soldiers turned pale. The creature not only survived, but had recovered. Did this mean they would have to start from square one again? Confronting such a monster, to claim there was no fear would be disingenuous. Yet, even in the face of fear, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what shall we do now? Captain Zhao urgently sought her counsel. Previously, he had trusted solely in his weaponry. Yet, following the recent battle in the underground laboratory, where his misjudgment had led to the demise of 4 soldiers, he had come to recognize his own fallibility. Professional matters are best left to professionals. You all should leave the research institute. I will tame it alone from here, Lin Jiwei stated without elaboration. Or perhaps she simply found no need to explain. Just as she had previously advised everyone to holster their weapons in the basement, she had only offered a few words of counsel. If they chose to disregard her, then so be it. Dr. Lin, how do you plan to tame that creature? Captain Zhao questioned in disbelief. Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and calmly responded, it is my pet, but it has mutated now. What if it does not recognize you? Then I shall meet the same fate as the others. Lin Jiwei replied nonchalantly. There was no fear of death in her eyes, only an almost frenzied desire. Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin herself seemed to lack complete assurance. The risk was too great. If Dr. Lin were to perish, their expedition would be a tremendous loss. Bang! Suddenly, a violent crash echoed from below, as the mutated dog appeared to have reached the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei cast a glance back at the others, stating, leave quickly. You cannot assist me here, and your presence may incite it into a frenzy. Captain Zhao fell silent for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and nodding. Dr. Lin, we shall wait outside the research institute for you. If anything arises, you must call for us at once. Lin Jiwei did not respond, but instead proceeded towards the elevator. Captain Zhao cast a long, lingering gaze at her retreating figure before turning to command, retreat. Bring them along. Yes. The soldiers obeyed the order, forcibly escorting the two unwilling male researchers away. Meanwhile, a deafening roar erupted. The mutated green giant dog, using sheer brute force, had forcibly carved a passage from the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was utterly destroyed. Debris scattered everywhere. Those who had just exited the research institute heard this tremendous commotion. Concern etched across their faces. The mutated giant dog emitted heavy, labored breaths, its body riddled with numerous wounds. Yet these injuries were visibly healing at a slow pace. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, radiating a menacing light. And despite its lopsided gait, it advanced toward Lin Jiwei. One of its forelegs had been blown off, a gruesome sight, but faintly, new granulation tissue could be discerned, slowly developing. The mutated giant dog panted heavily before finally halting before Lin Jiwei, lowering its head to gaze at her. Xiaoha! Lin Jiwei stood her ground, displaying no hint of fear, nor did she retreat. She simply locked eyes with the colossal creature. After a few seconds, the mutated giant dog gradually raised its paw and pressed it down towards Lin Jiwei. Is it still not possible? Lin Jiwei sighed softly. In the next moment, the gigantic paw, which was about to descend upon her, suddenly froze in mid-air, suspended above her head as if firmly restrained by an invisible force. Is this a psychic ability? Observing this scene through telepathy, Shun pondered. It appeared that this woman harbored considerable secrets. To dare confront a mutated giant dog alone, she must possess some confidence. However, just as Shun contemplated this, the mutated giant dog seemed to be provoked, opening its massive jaws and lunging towards Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei's expression shifted. She realized that the current state of the dog was one of sheer rage. Was the only option to detonate the bomb and kill it? No, that was not acceptable. This was the only successful experimental subject. It could not perish. In the blink of an eye, Lin Jiwei had made her choice. She would rather sacrifice herself than allow her experimental subject to die, for she had glimpsed a certain potential within this creature. To put it more bluntly, not for the nation, not for humanity, nor for any grand cause, Lin Jiwei simply did not wish for her scientific achievement to vanish. The line between genius and madness is thin, and Lin Jiwei was clearly teetering on the edge of insanity. She abandoned the idea of detonating the bombs in the laboratory, relinquishing the chance to eradicate the very monstrosity she had created. She closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. She believed firmly in the validity of her research direction. Even if the monster she had produced lacked stable cognition, she felt justified in her actions. If given another chance, she would act the same way, even intending to integrate several more genes into the mutated giant dog, enhancing its potential for evolution. After several seconds of waiting, Lin Jiwei discovered she was still alive, prompting her to open her eyes. Above her, a colossal dog head loomed, its mouth wide open as if it intended to devour her, yet remained inexplicably frozen in mid-air. Lin Jiwei was momentarily stunned, then turned her gaze to a figure that had appeared several meters away, seemingly out of nowhere. A man. Did he do this? Do you also possess a psychic ability? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Shun Yi. Although it was a question, her tone was decidedly assertive. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, sensing that this woman was not to be underestimated. Rather than cowering in fear after nearly being bitten to death, she remained composed enough to engage in conversation with him. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shun Yi and inquired, "What kind of psychic ability do you possess? How were you able to control the mutated animal? Can you immobilize other objects as well, such as vehicles or aircraft?" Shun Yi was taken aback. He had not contemplated this question before. He furrowed his brow in thought and replied, "I haven't tried, but should be possible." He recalled the introduction to his ability, shadow restraint, which could immobilize any two targets, without specifying that the targets must be living beings. In other words, as long as there was a shadow, even an aircraft could be restrained. Upon this realization, the efficacy of shadow restraint was far more impressive than he initially thought. Wait, why am I here discussing my abilities with this woman? He suddenly realized he had been led astray. Shun Yi turned his attention back to Lin Jiwei, who was brimming with curiosity and felt a bit exasperated. This woman possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Sensing his rapidly depleting energy, Shun Yi directly asked, "Do you wish to live?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Jiwei did not appear surprised. Instead, she countered, "What price must I pay?" Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. recognizing her intelligence. She was indeed a researcher, displaying a keen understanding that no free lunch exists in this world. He responded plainly, "Your body." "Only my body?" Lin Jiwei frowned, seemingly unimpressed by the cost. "And your loyalty? Do not betray me. If you wish to leave, you may tell me. I will not force you to stay. However, should you betray me, I will kill you," Shun Yi continued. "Very well, I can agree to that. I assure you I will never betray you and will offer any assistance I can provide. However, I hope you can agree to 2 conditions of mine." Lin Jiwei readily consented, showing no hesitation. This surprised Shun Yi. It seemed this woman was not one to fear death. Why would she barter her body for her life? Yet, he had no time to ponder further, as using shadow restraint on the mutated giant dog consumed considerable stamina. He could not afford to waste time. "State your conditions," Shun Yi said. If her demands revolved around basic sustenance, he could easily acquiesce. However, if they were excessively challenging, he would simply release the mutated giant dog. "First, I have never engaged in such activities, nor am I interested in them, so I expect it to be once a month. I do not wish to waste time on such matters." Lin Jiwei articulated her requirement. "That is acceptable." Shun Yi had no reason to refuse. 1 occurrence per month was trivial. Once the rewards were unlocked, he could forego it entirely. After all, he had plenty of women and did not lack for Lin Jiwei. Furthermore, he had already learned through system notifications that Lin Jiwei was frigid, which he could comprehend. "Secondly, I wish to study your genes and continue my own research and experiments. You must not obstruct me, and in critical situations, I hope you can provide me with assistance," Lin Jiwei added, then immediately supplemented. "As compensation, you shall have first knowledge and rights to use all gene serums I develop. Without your consent, I will not share them with anyone. This means that as long as you provide me with research samples, my personnel and research outcomes will belong to you." Shun Yi contemplated this for a moment, deeming the condition not too difficult, and agreed. His reasons for intervening to save Lin Jiwei were twofold. First, to unlock resources, and second, out of genuine interest in her genetic research. He needed to assemble a sanctuary, and naturally, he sought to recruit talent in the scientific field. Yet he was unaware that the mutated giant dog before him was the very product of Lin Jiwei's work. Otherwise, he would certainly harbor doubts. In fact, he might even refuse to support her genetic research. What if she inadvertently created a monster within his domain? That would be catastrophic. It can only be said that telepathy cannot perceive sound, rendering the information it provides somewhat opaque. He mistakenly believed that Lin Jiwei was merely a naive researcher, perhaps just exceptionally intelligent. However, Lin Jiwei was not only astute but also quite deranged. "Let us depart," Shun Yi stated, preparing to utilize his teleportation ability. He had no desire to encounter the soldiers outside. His belief in the veracity of Lin Jiwei's words stemmed from the fact that through telepathy, he sensed no malice in her aura. This indicated that although she was clever, she did not engage in any scheming. Otherwise, Shun Yi would not have squandered such time and energy. "Wait a moment. I need to retrieve some documents," Lin Jiwei said, turning to collect the papers from the desk. Naturally, if she could evade death, she would prefer to do so. The reason she had not fled earlier was simply that she could not do so under the watchful gaze of the mutated giant dog. Furthermore, her agreement to trade with Shun Yi was driven by her fascination with his extraordinary abilities and physique. Lin Jiwei observed that this man possessed a remarkable strength, entirely different from that of an ordinary human, even surpassing the physical prowess of elite soldiers. He represented an invaluable specimen for research. "So, how shall we escape?" Lin Jiwei inquired, approaching Shun Yi with a stack of documents and a notebook in hand. She sought to understand his strategy for evading the soldiers outside and ensuring her own safety. If Shun Yi lacked the capability, the soldiers would surely restrain him, allowing them to conduct thorough examinations on him. Shun Yi did not immediately teleport. Instead, he posed a sudden question. "Why aren't you fleeing now or summoning the soldiers outside to rescue you?" "You wouldn't allow me to escape," Lin Jiwei replied, gazing steadily at Shun Yi with an unruffled demeanor. "Had I not agreed to your terms earlier, you might have killed me outright, or perhaps released the dog to do so." "I understand," she added, "so do not harbor any ulterior motives." Shun Yi smiled faintly. She was indeed a clever woman. Thus, he was equally forthright with her. Either comply or face death. Shun Yi was not adept at playing games of intrigue. "Is that its name, the dog?" Before departing, Shun Yi glanced at the mutated giant dog. "Yes, it is my pet," Lin Jiwei replied, her eyes gleaming with pride as she regarded the creature. Shini frowned, puzzled. How could one take pride in having raised a pet to such a monstrous state? He then stepped forward, embracing Lin Jiwei, and used teleportation repeatedly to leave the research facility. As for the mutated giant dog, Shini neither addressed it nor had the means to do so. Lin Jiwei had no intention of dealing with it either. She had strategically allowed the mutated giant dog to survive, planning to return for further study later. Of course, she would not divulge this to anyone else. Once Shun Yi departed, the shadow binding lost its effectiveness, and the mutated giant dog regained its mobility. It emitted a furious howl and began wreaking havoc within the shelter, seemingly venting its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the chaos and realized that something might have gone awry. Two fervent male researchers attempted to rush in to save Lin Jiwei, but were forcibly restrained by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression shifted, and ultimately he had no choice but to issue a retreat order. He understood that Dr. Lin had failed and had paid the ultimate price for it. Is this teleportation? Such a wondrous ability. What does it feel like to utilize this power? Do you enter another dimensional space or a wormhole when you teleport? Moreover, how many abilities do you possess? As soon as they exited the shelter, Lin Jiwei bombarded Shun Yi with questions, her insatiable curiosity overshadowing her survival instinct. Her keen insight allowed her to immediately deduce that Shun Yi had employed teleportation. Shun Yi regarded the intellectual beauty, who had seemingly turned him into her research subject, and felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have saved her. She was rather loquacious and incessantly probed for details, which was quite irksome. Was this an inherent trait among scientists? He could only hope that Lin Jiwei possessed some competence that would yield significant research outcomes. Otherwise, his time would be wasted. After a brief pause, Shun Yi stated, "Before I address your inquiries, allow me to pose one of my own." "What question?" "We can exchange." Lin Jiwei replied without hesitation. 65. The impact of black mist and the limits of abilities. Observing Lin Jiwei's evident scientific acumen, Shun Yi inquired about a long-standing curiosity since the apocalypse began. "I have been intrigued by a particular matter, and you, being a professional, could clarify it for me. With the emergence of the black mist, animals and plants have undergone varying degrees of mutation. Yet why have we humans remained unchanged? Despite inhaling the black mist, humans only experience thirst. There seem to be no other symptoms. At least, none of the humans I have encountered have exhibited any mutations." Lin Jiwei responded almost instantaneously. Without hesitation, it is due to the genetic differences between humans and animals. The black mist may have been engineered to specifically affect animal genes, with minimal impact on human genetics. Of course, a low effect does not mean no effect at all. It is currently established that the black mist does influence human physiology, albeit subtly, and can be mitigated by simply drinking more water. "I see." Shun Yi mused, finally receiving an answer to his long-held question. He continued to probe. "Why do mutated animals attack humans? Even loyal pets may turn against their owners?" Lin Jiwei first offered a cautionary note before continuing. "Firstly, mutated animals do not exclusively target humans. They also attack one another. This explains why we rarely observe multiple mutated animals cohabiting. However, it is not to say that there are not social animals or insects that collectively mutate without preying on one another. I have yet to study that, so I cannot comment. As for why mutated animals lose their rationality, it is due to hunger." "Hunger?" Shun Yi paused, taken aback. This answer had not crossed his mind. It was too simplistic. So simple, in fact, that he had dismissed it without consideration. Yes, it was hunger. Lin Jiwei nodded and elaborated. After mutation, animals grow larger, their cells divide more rapidly, and their energy consumption increases. Currently, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible, leading to extreme hunger in mutated animals, which may drive them to attack their owners as well as their kind. To survive, mutated animals must replenish the energy rapidly expended due to their mutations. Otherwise, they will starve to death. The only way to replenish this energy is through consumption. Additionally, beyond hunger, the cognition of mutated animals may change, potentially causing them to fail to recognize their owners or even forget them. For instance, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me, and at other times does not. It is indeed enlightening, Shun Yi thought. Having an expert around is quite convenient. Although he had pondered these questions before, he had no inkling. Now, it seems he has gained some understanding. Perhaps Lin Jiwei's assertions are not entirely true, but they certainly resonate with a semblance of reality. It appears that the faster mutated animals evolve, the better it is for them. As long as there is insufficient food, they will inevitably turn against one another or perish from starvation. Who would have imagined that humanity's path to victory could be so straightforward? All one must do is wait for the mutated creatures to extinguish themselves. After all, animals do not cultivate crops or produce grain. Eventually, their food supply will dwindle. Regarding mutated plants, from Shun Yi's current encounters, it seems that apart from few exceptions, most do not actively pose a threat to humans. Of course, while this sounds simple, waiting for all mutated animals to perish may not be as easy as it seems. Should mutated animals undergo secondary mutations and adapt to hunger or their environment, humanity's troubles would be exacerbated. Can you answer my questions now? How many abilities do you possess? How did you acquire so many? Lin Jiwei gazed intently at Shun Yi, her eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge. If Captain Zhao were to witness this scene, he would surely be astounded. When in their company, Dr. Lin would scarcely utter a word. Yet at this moment, she bombarded Shun Yi with inquiries, chattering away like a conversationalist. This was primarily because Shun Yi's questions revolve around scientific research, a subject that she found particularly intriguing. In areas of interest, she becomes quite loquacious, but in topics that do not captivate her, her responses are succinct, leading one to mistakenly believe she suffers from social anxiety due to her high intelligence. In reality, she simply lacks the inclination to engage. I currently possess 5 abilities, Shun Yi stated. This could be considered a half-truth. The abilities total 4. However, if the system counts as an ability, then it indeed makes 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Lin Jiwei's expression transformed into one of disbelief. How could a normal human body contain 5 abilities? What does that imply? Am I not a normal person? Shun Yi furrowed his brow, bewildered by Lin Jiwei's incredulous demeanor. What is wrong with having 5 abilities? Let me clarify. Did you also consume a type of colorful fruit to obtain your abilities? Lin Jiwei replied, somewhat off topic. Indeed, Shun Yi nodded, internally acknowledging that this woman was well aware of the existence of ability fruits. It made sense, being a researcher at a genetic research facility that houses mutated animals. She undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of the apocalypse and was aware of ability fruits. How many of those fruits did you consume? Lin Jiwei inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Perhaps 6 or 7 fruits, including some that were duplicates, which is why I only acquired 5 abilities, Shun Yi fabricated. Since he was not well acquainted with Lin Jiwei, he felt free to concoct any narrative he wished. Impossible. In my empirical research, a typical human gene can accommodate a maximum of 3 distinct abilities. Consuming a 4th would lead to bodily rejection, resulting in a breakdown. This means that upon consuming the 4th fruit, your body would react adversely, instinctively deterring you from consuming it. Lin Jiwei murmured, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Shun Yi. She began to question whether her research direction was flawed or if her own genes were defective. No, it cannot be my fault. My research has undergone rigorous validation. It is this man before me who possesses the anomaly. His body and genes are the issue. What did you say? Shun Yi felt a slight shock. A normal person can only acquire 3 abilities? Consuming a 4th would lead to bodily collapse? He had assumed that as long as one consumed the fruits, a person's abilities could accumulate indefinitely with no upper limit, perhaps only an increase in energy expenditure. Perhaps each individual's genes differ. Some may have mutated due to the black fog, allowing them to accommodate more abilities, such as you, Lin Jiwei remarked, her gaze piercing as she fixated on Shun Yi. That fervent look in her eyes clearly indicated her desire to dissect Shun Yi for research. This woman is undoubtedly an unstable element. You previously promised to allow me to study your genes. Do not worry. I only require your blood, hair, and a small sample of flesh. Lin Jiwei, sensing Shun Yi's reluctance, quickly reassured him. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse. A vague hypothesis began to form in his mind. Perhaps his capacity to harbor such abilities was not due to the mutation from the black fog, but rather from the fruit that evolved his physical form. The evolution of his physical body might have altered Shun Yi's genes, enabling him to possess 4 abilities effortlessly and without discomfort. If his hypothesis were correct, then physical evolution was indeed the essential ability humanity needed to acquire. As they conversed, they strolled along the path home. As for seizing soldiers' weapons, that could be set aside for the moment. There were several resources awaiting unlocking and Shun Yi planned to return and unlock them first, hoping to discover some useful weaponry. The first, he decided, would be the intelligent beauty Lin Jiwei, who was intrigued by his physical capabilities. He wondered what resources this astute researcher could help him unlock. On the way home, Lin Jiwei continued to inquire about the specifics of Shun Yi's 5 abilities. Shun Yi grew somewhat impatient with her persistent curiosity. He felt an urge to put this inquisitive woman in her place. Ultimately, he responded with a simple, "Wait until after we sleep to discuss." At that, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shun Yi initially assumed she was shy. To his surprise, she boldly requested to expedite their sleep. Shun Yi was left speechless. Upon returning to the community, he led Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's home. "Shun Yi, why have you arrived so quickly?" Chu Xiaoxiao, reclining on the sofa, was lost in her thoughts about what might transpire that evening. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the room, startling her and causing her to feel a wave of embarrassment as if she had been caught watching an adult film. However, upon noticing that Shun Yi had brought a beautiful woman with him, Chu Xiaoxiao instinctively swallowed hard, her face flushing even deeper. Could it be the legendary 3? No, this cannot be. How could I allow my first time to unfold in such a manner? As these thoughts raced through her mind, her cheeks reddened like ripe cherries, yet she showed no inclination to refuse. "Continue with your rest. Do not mind us," Shun Yi said to Chu Xiaoxiao, before leading Lin Jiwei into the bedroom as if it were his own home. This level of audacity left Chu Xiaoxiao utterly dumbfounded. What does this mean? "Do not take me along." She was left speechless. It turned out that reality was not as she had imagined. However, it didn't take long for Chu Xiaoxiao to realize something was amiss. Why was her Prince Charming bringing a strange woman into her bedroom? Was she being betrayed? Was she being betrayed in her own home? In an instant, all her fantasies of Shun Yi as a gallant prince collapsed. This was no prince. He was a heartless merchant. No, he was even worse than a heartless merchant. "Even if I am not your girlfriend, you cannot bring a strange woman into my home and use my bedroom, can you?" This scene felt eerily reminiscent of certain movies she had seen in the past. Chu Xiaoxiao never imagined that the plot from those films would one day unfold in her own life. Betrayed. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Lin Jiwei sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Shun Yi, asking, "Aren't you afraid your girlfriend will be angry?" "She's not my girlfriend." Given this, Lin Jiwei no longer pressed further and began to loosen her clothing. To her, what transpired between her and Shun Yi was merely a transaction devoid of any emotional entanglement. She had no intention of meddling. On the contrary, she was far more curious about Shun Yi's physique and genetics. She was determined to study his body thoroughly. She wanted to uncover the mutations that had occurred within his genes. Thus, a ceremony of exploration commenced. In the living room, Chu Xiaoxiao transitioned from gritting her teeth in anger to blushing furiously, even covertly eavesdropping. She increasingly felt that this scene mirrored the movies she had watched. How infuriating! Had she known, she would have refrained from watching so many films. At least her thoughts wouldn't be so salacious. Chu Xiaoxiao was quite vexed, unable to comprehend why Shun Yi would act this way, why he would bring another woman into her home and allow her to witness it. If you must engage in infidelity, at least put on a performance. Could you not be discreet? Pouting in anger, Chu Xiaoxiao continued to berate Shun Yi. Yet, upon hearing the sound from the bedroom, she found it difficult to resist. Slowly, she retrieved her phone, opened Xuanlei, and clicked on the film she had downloaded. Ding! Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess, beginning to randomly unlock a type of resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on unlocking the resource. Supernatural fruit, mental connection. Supernatural, mental connection fruit 1, stored in system space. What the heck, another supernatural fruit. Shun Yi sat up excitedly. He never expected the second supernatural fruit to unlock so quickly. He immediately retrieved a mental connection fruit from the system space and placed it in his mouth. As the fruit entered, it was instantly digested. A faint coolness spread throughout his brain, providing a refreshing sensation. Delightful. This must be what a cerebral climax feels like. Shun Yi promptly opened the panel to review his new ability. Mental connection. LV1, you can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing perspectives through this connection. Currently, the maximum number of individuals connected is 3, with a maximum distance of 50 meters. If you connect with a target who possesses the mental connection ability, the maximum distance doubles and does not count toward the number of connections. Conveying messages and sharing perspectives. Wasn't this the essence of the internet? Shun Yi mused. Although he perceived this ability as not particularly powerful, its practicality was undeniably high. With the current state of disconnection from the internet and power, he found it challenging to communicate with the women at home whenever he stepped outside. In the event of a burglary, he might remain oblivious. Thus, possessing a means to convey messages and share perspectives was incredibly convenient. It was akin to carrying a mobile phone without the need for charging or paying bills. Its practicality was unquestionable. As for the current maximum distance of only 50 meters, that was inconsequential. As his level increased, the range would undoubtedly expand. Moreover, the ability's distance could double. He simply needed to ensure that the women in his life also acquired the mental connection ability. It must be said that the timing of this ability's arrival was impeccable. Just as Shun Yi was contemplating the establishment of a sanctuary, he was pondering what means of communication would be most effective. Relying solely on human messengers was far too laborious. Thus, the mental connection was exceedingly practical. Even when the internet returned, this ability would remain valuable, as messages conveyed through mental connection would be impervious to eavesdropping. Just this feature was enough to satisfy Shun Yi. In any case, he was determined to elevate this ability's level. Once the level increased and the connection range expanded, even if he were not at home, he could remain informed about everything. Furthermore, consuming this fruit could induce a cerebral climax, which was immensely pleasurable. While lost in thought, Shun Yi took out a dozen more fruits and began to consume them one by one. He recalled the lesson learned previously and was cautious not to consume too many at once to avoid harming his brain. "You have so many supernatural fruits?" Lin Jiwei, finally regaining her composure, was astonished to see Shun Yi continuously stuffing his mouth with the precious supernatural fruits. Even in their research institute, they had only a handful of supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei had long sought the opportunity to study the supernatural fruits in detail, but they were far too rare. Yet, here was Shun Yi treating these supernatural fruits like candy. Lin Jiwei was perplexed. Where did Shun Yi acquire such an abundance of supernatural fruits? Was this also part of his abilities? It was evident that Shun Yi had certainly lied to her before. He could not have consumed only 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, for he was currently devouring more than that. Thus, it could be inferred that he possessed more than 5 abilities. He had concealed many secrets from her. Lin Jiwei's gaze was intense as she stared at Shun Yi, as if she wished to uncover all the secrets he held. "Would you like to have one?" Shun Yi offered a fruit to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman was quite talkative and had expressed a desire to dissect him, she had shown him considerable goodwill. Especially after their previous encounter, Lin Jiwei's goodwill had inexplicably increased significantly. It seemed that even the most intelligent of women had their vulnerabilities. "I already possess 3 abilities and cannot accommodate any more," Lin Jiwei stated. Yet without hesitation, she accepted the supernatural fruit, curiously inspecting it. "You have 3 abilities?" Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, astonished. An ordinary person with no enhancements had gained 3 abilities in just over 10 days. How could an enhanced individual face such a reality? Well, after our research institute discovered the existence of supernatural fruits, we dispatched all available officers to search, scouring nearly 2 districts. And we only managed to find 5 supernatural fruits, Lin Jiwei explained, glancing at Shun Yi, who was still busy consuming the supernatural fruits. He consumed such an abundance of extraordinary fruits, yet his body exhibited no signs of rejection. Just how many extraordinary abilities does he possess? I see. This allows Shun Yi to comprehend the situation better. This person has gathered the strength of an entire department, possibly tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of individuals, to seek out extraordinary fruits. In contrast, he is but one man who has not diligently searched, yet he already possesses 5 extraordinary abilities. Comparatively, his luck indeed seems quite favorable. After a brief pause, Shun Yi suddenly turned to Lin Jiwei and inquired, "What are your 3 extraordinary abilities?" 67. Gravitational manipulation. Despite sensing no hostility from Lin Jiwei, her possession of 3 extraordinary abilities caused Shun Yi to feel a twinge of caution. With 3 abilities? If one were to possess a particularly aggressive trait, he would need to exercise caution to avoid misfortune. However, alongside his wariness, he felt a measure of surprise. If their research institute had only managed to find 5 extraordinary fruits, and this woman had consumed 3 of them, it indicated her significant standing within the institute. She alone claimed 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a treasure? Initially, Shun Yi held little hope for Lin Jiwei's research. As long as she did not betray him, he would be content. Yet now it appeared that this woman possessed genuine merit. As he pondered, munching on the fruit, Shun Yi's mental connection ability had already reached level 3. Your mental connection has been upgraded to LV3. Mental connection, LV3, you can establish a mental link with others, conveying messages and sharing perspectives. The maximum number of connections is currently 9, with a maximum distance of 300 meters. If you connect with a target possessing a mental connection, the maximum distance doubles, and the connection count does not apply. At a distance of 300 meters, when doubled, that amounts to 600 meters. A few more levels, and he would match the range of a typical walkie-talkie. How about I reveal my extraordinary abilities to you, and in return, you share yours? Lin Jiwei suggested, adjusting her glasses and maintaining a calm gaze upon Shun Yi. She seemed to be the only woman who did not harbor any awe or fear towards him. This was because Lin Jiwei was not a subordinate, and she did not fear death. Even if Shun Yi were to dismiss her, she would not leave. It was not that Lin Jiwei feared for her life. Rather, she was intent on uncovering Shun Yi's secrets. She wished to study him. In a short span of a few hours, Lin Jiwei discerned that the secrets Shun Yi harbored were far more numerous than she had anticipated. The sheer quantity and potency of his extraordinary abilities left her astounded. In comparison, the mutated giant hound she had created seemed trivial. The research value of this man surpassed that of the mutated giant hound. Very well, you may go first, Shun Yi replied. He was certainly open to exchanging secrets, as he had an abundance of abilities to disclose. As for the potential consequences of Lin Jiwei discovering his deception, he was indifferent. Did she dare harbor malicious intent? If so, he would promptly resolve that issue. To validate our claims, we must each demonstrate our abilities at least once, Lin Jiwei insisted, evidently suspecting that Shun Yi might attempt to deceive her. Shun Yi did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed her eyes and stated, my first extraordinary ability allows me to perceive my surroundings within 100 meters without the use of my eyes. Even in the absence of light, I can see clearly, akin to the night vision of animals, but with greater clarity. At this very moment, your girlfriend on the couch is watching a film, and her pants are already off. Lin Jiwei spoke with an air of nonchalance, detailing what she perceived through her ability. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow, instinctively employing his mental sensing to verify her claim. Indeed, it was as she described. This Chu Xiaoxiao truly was adept at self-defense. However, returning to the matter at hand, Lin Jiwei's ability resembled mental sensing, albeit with differences. Mental sensing lacked night vision capabilities, but included the function of discerning hostility and goodwill from a target. Shun Yi still found mental sensing to be more practical for his needs. Nonetheless, the night vision ability was quite impressive, especially when paired with her ability. It proved extraordinarily useful even in darkness. Do you not wish to step outside and verify my ability? Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and gazed at Shun Yi. No need. I just utilized my other extraordinary ability, which is also a form of perception. However, unlike yours, mine lacks night vision capabilities. In return, I can discern the hostility and goodwill of my targets. Shun Yi briefly explained his abilities. There was no need to conceal anything, as she would inevitably share this ability with other women, making attempts at secrecy futile. To discern hostility and goodwill, what principle governs that? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jiwei pondered, her curiosity piqued. Please continue with your second extraordinary ability, Shun Yi interjected, feeling weary from conversing with someone so inquisitive. The moment she caught a whiff of something intriguing, she would delve deeper, seeking clarity. The problem was that Shun Yi did not fully grasp the underlying principles and could not articulate them clearly. Being with Lin Jiwei felt akin to attending a lecture. She effortlessly discussed various complex concepts, leaving Shun Yi, who typically performed well academically, feeling like an illiterate. It can only be said that even geniuses have their disparities. My second extraordinary ability is gravitational manipulation, Lin Jiwei stated, gesturing towards the extraordinary fruit in Shun Yi's hand. The fruit began to levitate, seemingly unbound by gravity, gliding gracefully through the air. Moreover, with a flick of her finger, the fruit floated directly into her palm. Wait, your gravitational manipulation even allows you to pilfer my fruit? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Is that all you can do? My current control over the area and weight is limited. Had he not interfered, I could have levitated your entire being as if we were in outer space. However, at present, I lack the stamina, Lin Jiwei explained. Yet she showed no intention of returning the pilfered fruit. Shun Yi nodded in understanding. This ability was indeed remarkable. The potential of gravitational manipulation surely extended beyond what she had demonstrated. As for the stolen fruit, it was inconsequential. It would be replenished in a mere second. Lin Jiwei's pursuit of extraordinary fruits was for research purposes, and should she make any breakthroughs, Shun Yi would also stand to benefit. As for my third extraordinary ability, I cannot demonstrate it, as it enhances my mental fortitude while bestowing me with heightened insight and an increase in intelligence. Lin Jiwei elaborated. I now possess an exceptional memory. I can recall events from when I was merely 1 year old with great clarity. Additionally, my observational skills have significantly improved. The most straightforward manifestation of this is my ability to perceive whether you harbor intentions of harm towards me, along with the myriad emotions others feel towards me, such as dislike, affection, admiration, infatuation, and so forth. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Although this ability served as a supportive skill, it was indeed formidable. Its practicality was exceptionally high. Enhancing one's mental fortitude is something that Shun Yi yearns for as well. He has always felt that his mental strength is somewhat lacking. The evolution of his physical form is prominently manifested in his corporeal aspects, while the enhancement of his mental faculties, though present, does not compare in magnitude to that of his physical prowess. At best, it places him above the average person. When encountering individuals with enhanced mental abilities, Shun Yi finds himself uncertain if he can measure up. In summary, Lin Jiwei possesses 3 commendable abilities, particularly her third, which aligns perfectly with her profession and passions. Therefore, may I inquire about your other abilities now? Lin Jiwei scrutinized Shun Yi's expression, seemingly attempting to discern whether he was being deceitful again. No rush. Let us first attend to the matter at hand, Shun Yi stated as he positioned himself over Lin Jiwei. Momentarily taken aback, she did not resist and even appeared cooperative. Initially perceiving such activities as a waste of time, she unexpectedly discovered it to be quite pleasurable. Although this enjoyment consumed time and energy, indulging occasionally was permissible. As dusk approached, Shun Yi finally emerged from the bedroom, only to find Lin Jiwei fast asleep, utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to inquire about his abilities. The once aloof Lin Jiwei had evidently begun to relish the experience. Earlier, she had been quite proactive, even insisting on multiple encounters. Ah, the complexities of women, their words often contradicting their hearts. Shun Yi chuckled to himself, noting that while they had agreed on a monthly rendezvous, she had effectively exhausted several months' worth in one day. He then turned his gaze toward the sofa, where Chu Xiaoxiao was blushing red while secretly watching a video, clearly oblivious to Shun Yi's presence behind her. He approached and embraced her from behind. Ah, you, how did you come out? Chu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, startled, her face flushing as she hurriedly turned off her screen. Yet, the audio from the ongoing video was anything but discreet. No worries, let us watch together, Shun Yi replied, intrigued. Chu Xiaoxiao's cheeks burned as she attempted to firmly reject him, yet inexplicably, she remained silent. Thus, yet another reward was unlocked. Ding! Detection confirms that you have successfully taken in a goddess, initiating the random unlocking of a resource. Ding! Unlock successful. Congratulations on acquiring mature black-skinned watermelon. Black-skinned watermelon 1 stored in system space. Black-skinned watermelon 1 stored in system space. Shun Yi reclined on the sofa, contemplating the rewards with satisfaction. Previously obtained resources had primarily been meat, thus a fruit addition offered nutritional balance. Moreover, he recalled seeing news of the black-skinned watermelon online, a rarity that produced only a few dozen globally each year, with individual fruits fetching thousands of dollars. Given that the system's rewards always represented the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon would undoubtedly be exceptional. Suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open, and Lin Jiwei, barefoot and yawning, stepped out. Casting a glance at the still, slumbering girl on the sofa, she stated plainly, "You should return to the bedroom. I have matters to discuss with Shun Yi." Chu Xiaoxiao, who initially hoped to feign sleep to escape the awkwardness, had no choice but to awaken. Upon seeing Lin Jiwei, her heart raced, feeling that this woman exhibited no sense of modesty. Having just engaged in intimate activities and with a third party present, Her lack of embarrassment was astonishing. Unlike Lin Jiwei, Chu Xiaoxiao was not so brazen, and she hurriedly covered herself and dashed back to the bedroom. Lin Jiwei, unperturbed, clad only in a thin undergarment, sat beside Shun Yi and earnestly remarked, "I have been contemplating a matter. Your genes must have undergone some beneficial mutation, enabling you to accommodate multiple abilities. Weren't you just overwhelmed earlier? How could you be thinking?" Shun Yi seized upon her words. Lin Jiwei cast him a glance, her expression laced with exasperation, yet she replied, "Even in slumber, I can maintain clarity of thought, allowing me to process issues without squandering time on rest. My body may require rest, but my mind does not. As long as my body recuperates well, I can continue my work." The phrase innate resilience sprang to Shun Yi's mind. However, it was astonishing that someone could remain alert even while sleeping. Once or twice might be manageable, but would such a state not drive one to madness if persisted? Returning to the matter at hand, Lin Jiwei continued, "If your genes have indeed undergone a beneficial mutation, you might be able to utilize a gene evolution serum I previously researched." Shun Yi's interest peaked at the mention of her serum. It had only been a short time since the apocalypse, yet this woman had already developed a gene evolution serum. Was she truly that remarkable? Perhaps her third ability enhanced her intelligence, granting her such capabilities? Or perhaps she was simply inherently clever. Regardless, Shun Yi was keenly interested in the gene serum. If Lin Jiwei could indeed produce a formidable gene evolution serum, her value would significantly increase. Indeed, but the serum is housed at the research facility. We shall need to retrieve it, Lin Jiwei confirmed. What I mean is, please inform me of the effects and potential side effects of the serum you have developed. You are not intending to use me as a test subject, are you? Shun Yi scrutinized Lin Jiwei. Certainly not. My gene serum has undergone multiple live tests and has shown preliminary success. Live tests? Elaborate, please. The creature you encountered is my mutated pet dog. It serves as a remarkably successful test subject. Lin Jiwei's expression turned earnest, her eyes shimmering with pride. Shun Yi was taken aback. You mean to tell me that was a successful test subject? What on earth makes it successful? It is a monstrosity. Wait, that creature was your creation? Shun Yi's gaze toward Lin Jiwei shifted dramatically. This woman was far more perilous than he had initially assumed. He had thought her merely an unstable element with a keen interest in research, yet it turned out she possessed the capability to create monsters. This revelation brought forth memories of numerous science fiction films he had watched, where most disasters stemmed from the reckless experiments of mad scientists, prompting him to remain vigilant. My dog, after undergoing evolution, has developed a physique superior to its initial mutation, along with enhanced strength, remarkable regenerative abilities, and vitality. Even if it were to be shot at with an assault rifle or severely injured by grenade, it could recover in a remarkably short time. Lin Jiwei continued, sensing Shun Yi's changing expression, her enthusiasm palpable. Shun Yi pondered deeply. Indeed, the mutated giant dog, both in size and strength, far surpasses ordinary mutated creatures. Its grotesque vitality and regenerative capabilities render it almost immortal. However, while one might envy such formidable recuperative powers, the thought of injecting LNZHWI's serum and transforming into a green monstrosity is daunting. Who could possibly endure that? Although SHNY is not overly concerned about his appearance, he certainly does not wish to become a monster. The current situation has not yet escalated to the point where one must wager everything. I have but two inquiries. SHNY fixed his gaze upon LNZHWI and spoke slowly. The first question, if I were to inject your genetic serum, would my appearance change to resemble that of your pet dog? Certainly not. LNZHWI swiftly replied, emphasizing, you are human. How could you become a dog? However, should your genes be influenced by the 001 genetic code, some minor alterations to your appearance are inevitable, such as an increase in size or the growth of green hair resembling leaves. You are indeed quite meticulous. SHNY restrained the impulse to strike LNZHWI and continued with his second question. What is the success rate for injecting your genetic evolution serum? At least 30%. No, currently at least 45%. LNZHWI asserted confidently, as though this probability were remarkably high. Given the brief span of research since the onset of the apocalypse, achieving a 45% success rate is indeed commendable. Yet, who is SHNY? He is the king of survival, cautious as a fox. Without a 100% success rate, he sees no reason to gamble with his life. Nevertheless, the allure of this genetic evolution serum piqued his interest significantly. Although SHNY does not wish to gamble with his life, nor transform into a monster through the serum, its effects are undeniably tempting. Upon injection, one's vitality and strength become extraordinarily heightened. For an ordinary person devoid of abilities, such a serum could indeed be considered miraculous. Naturally, if I could optimize the serum to eliminate any adverse effects, SHNY would be inclined to administer it to himself. With such an astonishing regenerative ability and vitality, he would no longer fear injuries, effectively granting him an additional ability. It must be said, I is a remarkably capable woman. Though she ultimately created a monster, it attests to her considerable talents in this field. With proper cultivation, she may indeed develop something formidable. Of course, vigilance is essential. A clever and capable individual like her, if not monitored closely, could very well conjure a few mutated beasts within his own abode, leading to dire consequences. SHNY looked at LNZHWI, feeling a blend of admiration and resentment. He admires her capabilities, her intelligence, and her worthiness of cultivation, yet resents her persistent desire to dissect and experiment on him. Even prior, when she had removed her clothing and spent a considerable time examining his body, inciting his ire, this woman is dangerously driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge. So what do you think? Shall we give a try? I gazed at SHNY with intensity, still inquiring. SHNY replied coolly, "Do you not possess abilities that allow you to read minds? Why not use that ability on me to discern my thoughts?" I glanced at him several times, instinctively taking a step back, and remarked, "I sense that you wish to strike me. Your perception is quite accurate." SHNY flexed his wrist, but restrained himself. It is fortunate that she did not take matters into her own hands and administer the serum without his consent. Otherwise, he would not merely desire to strike her, but would have eliminated her altogether. As long as she continues to cooperate, SHNY does not mind keeping her around and even providing her with materials for her research. My genetic evolution serum is indeed exceptional, and given your physical condition, the success rate remains high. I held on to her hope. It seems she cannot resist a beating. SHNY cast a sidelong glance at her and stated, "The success rate is too low. I can provide you with the necessary materials for your continued research. As long as the success rate exceeds 80%, I could find someone to test it. As for who that person would be, it certainly would not be one of my own. Once the serum is proven to have no side effects, I will consider injecting it." That is reasonable. Many in this apocalypse would eagerly seize such an opportunity for evolution. Although failure could lead to death, a lack of strength guarantees a far worse demise. Very well. I felt a tinge of regret. After their previous in-depth discussion, she believed that only SHNY's body could withstand her genetic evolution serum. An ordinary person's body would undoubtedly falter. Even without experimentation, it is clear that it would not suffice. By the way, are you aware that abilities can be leveled up? SHNY suddenly changed the topic. Leveling up? Are you implying that it could enhance the effects of one's abilities, similar to leveling up in a game? I comprehended instantly, demonstrating her keen understanding. That is precisely the case. I have my suspicions, but this is the first time I have learned such information. However, I have long suspected that abilities might be enhanced through various means. For instance, by consuming similar fruits, increasing the number of abilities, or continuously pushing the limits of one's abilities. I articulated her hypotheses and reasoning. However, I have been preoccupied with researching the genetic serum and have not had the opportunity to test my conjectures. After hearing LNZHWI's words, SHNY couldn't help but admire her intelligence. Your deductions are quite accurate. Abilities can indeed be upgraded, and simply consuming similar fruits can facilitate this process. As he spoke, he popped another fruit of mental connection into his mouth. LNZHWI's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder she had observed SHNY consuming ability fruits continuously. It all makes sense now. So, SHNY's ability level far exceeds that of an ordinary person. This man is truly a subject of great research value. I gazed at SHNY, her fervent interest barely concealed. SHNY ignored her gaze, continuing to eat the fruit as he added, As for the honing of abilities and breaking through personal limits, I'm also uncertain how to practice, hence I have not tested it. Well then, it is getting late. You should rest for the night. Tomorrow, once your body has recovered, we shall visit your laboratory to retrieve the genetic serum. With that, SHNY left behind some food and water before decisively departing, leaving no opportunity for LNZHW I to pursue further inquiries. The room fell silent in an instant. LNZHW I stared at the steaming roast chicken and fruits on the table, feeling inexplicably bored. In the past, when boredom struck, she would delve into problems she could not solve. Yet now, for some reason, her thoughts drifted back to her experiences with SHNY in the bedroom, reminiscing about their time together. Though it may appear that she has not experienced any profoundly memorable moments, the image of Shun Yi's physique lingers indelibly in her mind. The complexities of a woman's genetics are indeed peculiar. Perhaps it is because he was my first man that my body instinctively retains the memory of him. Lin Jiwei earnestly employs a scientific rationale to elucidate this phenomenon, attempting to assert that her feelings for Shun Yi are non-existent, attributing it merely to genetic predisposition. Shun Yi, having instantaneously returned to building number 6, finds the women in the room bustling with activity. Su Yun is instructing Su Wanting and Bai Sini on the proper use of firearms, while Jiang Nanyan is engrossed in a discussion with Zhou Wan'er and Lu Yeye in the study, their attention captivated by an undisclosed topic. Darling, you're back. The first to greet Shun Yi are the trio of women in the living room, playfully engaged with their toy guns. Wanting, could you please slice a watermelon for us? Shun Yi requests as he takes a seat on the sofa, conveniently retrieving 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Su Wanting complies, carrying the watermelon to the kitchen for preparation. Soon, she returns with a platter of neatly cut slices. Shun Yi takes a piece, savoring its delightful flavor. Indeed, it is quite delectable. The firmness and crispness are utterly perfect, complemented by its unparalleled sweetness. The quality of goods from the system is truly exceptional. You all should partake as well. Shun Yi encourages Su Yun and Bai Sini, who promptly reach for the watermelon slices. Naturally, Su Wanting does not hesitate either. This watermelon is incredibly sweet and crisp, truly delicious. Su Yun exclaims, quickly finishing one piece and reaching for another. Feel free to indulge. Today we have an abundance of watermelon. Having unlocked a new type of extraordinary fruit, Shun Yi's mood is buoyant, and he is unperturbed by the prospect of sharing. You are so wonderful. Su Yun beams, leaning in to plant a kiss on Shun Yi's cheek, while others still grapple with the struggle for sustenance. She revels in the luxury of not having to worry about food, enjoying the freedom of watermelon. This sense of comfort is indeed delightful. At that moment, the trio from the study emerges upon hearing the commotion. Darling, I have completed the preliminary draft of the shelter's plan. Please review it to see if any modifications are necessary. Jiang Nanyan approaches, clutching a gray notebook. As Shun Yi continues to enjoy his watermelon, he takes the notebook with one hand and begins to peruse its contents. Jiang Nanyan's plan is indeed commendable, exhibiting meticulous detail. The first batch of individuals to be sheltered is estimated to comprise around 50 people, specifically avoiding the elderly, infirm, or disabled. The focus is on young individuals, particularly attractive women, a stipulation crafted with Shun Yi's preferences in mind. Subsequently, the plan addresses the employment of these 50 individuals, since they will be recipients of provisions. They must contribute labor in return. Thus, they can be divided into 5 teams. 2 teams will be tasked with patrol and security duties, each receiving 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. The allocation of 3 bottles of water is critical due to the likelihood of dehydration while patrolling in the ominous fog. Water is an essential commodity. The remaining 3 teams will be assigned various tasks, such as scavenging for supplies or attending to duties that Shun Yi prefers to avoid. In essence, the entire shelter and all its inhabitants exist solely to serve Shun Yi. Should anyone object, they can be expelled without hesitation. This is the essence of authoritarian rule. The reasoning is straightforward. Since Shun Yi provides all resources, those unwilling to serve him have no entitlement to support. It must be noted that Jiang Nanyan's astuteness is commendable. She comprehends this fundamental principle. Thus, her entire plan revolves around serving Shun Yi, asserting that the shelter's very existence is for his benefit. Upon concluding this section, Shun Yi feels quite satisfied. This is precisely why he entrusted Jiang Nanyan with the drafting of the plan. Had he assigned it to Su Yun or Bai Sini, women of a more benevolent disposition, they might have pondered the fates of other survivors. Jiang Nanyan, however, possesses a more callous nature, embodying a form of extreme self-interest. As long as she reaps benefits, the plight of others is inconsequential. Perhaps we can increase the number to 100 initially. Do not worry about resources. I can provide for them. As for accommodation, any floors below the 20th are suitable for habitation, Shun Yi remarks, discarding the remnants of his watermelon rind and offering additional suggestions. Understood. Jiang Nanyan nods eagerly, committing his words to memory. Meanwhile, Bai Sini retrieves a tissue to wipe the watermelon juice from Shun Yi's lips. Shun Yi then emphasizes, "It is imperative that no one from our shelter is permitted on the 20th floor. Should anyone disobey and attempt to ascend, they are to be shot on sight. Furthermore, clear out all residents from the 20th floor and the upper levels. From now on, the area above the 20th floor is designated for our use, while those below will accommodate others." As the plan for the shelter begins to unfold, Shun Yi's decisions are undeniably authoritarian. Yet, no one dares to dissent within this household. His word is law. Moreover, the women are relieved by Shun Yi's decree to reserve the upper floors for their group, thereby mitigating any potential threats from outsiders. They had previously harbored concerns about the intentions of any survivors with ulterior motives, but this clear separation significantly lowers the risk. It is entirely reasonable to allocate the lower floors for strangers and reserve the upper ones for their own. Even Su Yun, a former police officer, finds herself in agreement with Shun Yi's verdict. In a post-apocalyptic world fraught with treachery, such arrangements are far more secure. In recent days, Su Yun has diligently instructed Shun Yi's women in the use of handguns, preparing them for any unforeseen circumstances. Precision is not paramount. The ability to hit a target suffices. With firearms in hand, coupled with their extraordinary abilities, they would be more than capable of neutralizing any assailants. "Very well, darling. I have taken note of everything," Jiang Nanyan replies earnestly. After a moment's pause, she points to the subsequent contents of the notebook. "Darling, what do you think about the arrangement regarding compensation for casualties?" Shun Yi continues to examine the document. The so-called compensation refers to the provision of material support to the families of shelter members who may be injured or perish while on patrol or executing tasks. Naturally, the compensation is designated for the families of the fallen. According to Jiang Nanyan's design, all initial recruits for the shelter must possess at least one family member, thereby mitigating the risk of betrayal. With familial ties in place, their commitment to work will be enhanced. Individuals devoid of family or romantic attachments, particularly single men, are to be excluded, as they lack any bonds or constraints. Such individuals may appear loyal one moment, but can swiftly turn traitorous the next. Moreover, those who are self-sufficient tend to shirk responsibility and are the most unpredictable among them. After absorbing Jiang Nanyan's analysis, Shun Yi cannot help but look at her with renewed admiration. This woman truly possesses the makings of a capitalist. She is astutely perceptive. No, it seems she embodies the essence of a small-scale capitalist herself. Jiang Nanyan's parents own a company, and it appears to be quite a substantial one. Thus, categorizing her as a wealthy second-generation individual or a minor capitalist is entirely justified. In terms of exploitation, Shun Yi certainly lacks the ruthlessness that Jiang Nanyan possesses. However, it must be acknowledged that Jiang Nanyan's proposal is exceptionally well-crafted, with an impeccable plan. The survivors drawn in by this plan are unlikely to be desperate individuals. Rather, they will work diligently to protect their families and secure food for them, even at the cost of their own lives. Consequently, the order within the shelter will remain relatively stable, making internal strife unlikely. After all, every survivor has family residing in the shelter. Even if someone contemplates causing trouble, they must consider their loved ones. Furthermore, should the shelter face any dangers, these survivors will fiercely defend it to protect their families. This method of manipulation is far more effective than mere threats of violence. Regarding compensation, there are no concerns. Let us finalize the general terms, while you may continue to refine the details. Shun Yi made his decisive statement. The so-called details primarily concern the mechanisms of punishment and reward. For instance, how to penalize those who take leave or slack off, and how to reward those who discover resources or undertake perilous tasks. Clear punishments will encourage the survivors to exert themselves more diligently. In summary, establishing a shelter is a relatively straightforward endeavor. But managing it effectively and fostering its healthy development is a far more challenging task. This is precisely why Zhou Li is reluctant to take on the responsibility. After all, he has many women at his disposal, and there are those among them who possess managerial acumen, so he can entrust the task to them. His focus should remain on maintaining absolute power. Even if someone attempts to undermine him, he can swiftly suppress them. The remainder is simply to enjoy the conveniences afforded by the shelter. As long as the shelter develops positively and the population continues to grow, it will be easier for him to find women who meet the system's standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world's population dwindles, it will become increasingly difficult for Zhou Li to find women who meet his criteria. Eventually, while everyone enjoyed fresh watermelon and continued their conversation for over an hour, Zhou Li retreated to his room to rest. That night, he embraced the policewoman Su Yun and peacefully drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, as usual, he had breakfast at home. Zhou Li glanced once more at Jiang Nanyan's meticulously refined proposal and expressed his satisfaction. Subsequently, amidst the envious gazes of the women, he rewarded Jiang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits, encouraging her to proceed with her plans. The first step was to enlist all the survivors within the building. If anyone was unwilling to join, it mattered not. There would be no coercion or pressure. Temptation through resources would suffice. Of course, if anyone attempted to seize the resources, Su Yun was authorized to shoot them dead without hesitation. Zhou Li had deliberately set aside a few firearms for the women to ensure their self-defense and to address any troubles. As for himself, he would refrain from involvement in these matters. If Su Yun, as a policewoman, along with 6 or 7 firearms, could not manage the survivors in the building, it would simply indicate that Jiang Nanyan was not fit for leadership within the shelter. Zhou Li would then need to consider training other women. His arrangement stemmed from an understanding that the residents of this building were timid, which is why he entrusted Jiang Nanyan with this task. A few days prior, 6 or 7 armed thugs had been able to control the building. Now, with firearms and supernatural abilities at her disposal, Jiang Nanyan was not weaker than those thugs. It primarily depended on her willingness to assert her authority through lethal means. Establishing her dominance first, followed by enticing them with resources, would likely lead most of the hungry and thirsty residents to acquiesce, even expressing gratitude. Once everything was arranged, Zhou Li provided each woman with a telepathic fruit. This ability, belonging to the realm of communication, did not require it to be used as a reward. Any woman who remained loyal and did not betray him would directly receive it. The telepathic ability was straightforward in its application. Zhou Li would create a mental link in the target's mind, allowing them to communicate seamlessly and share vision as long as they were within a certain distance. Moreover, this link could be established without the other party's consent. This meant Zhou Li could forcibly connect with anyone, unless the other person's mental strength surpassed his own, thereby enabling them to break free from his control. This ability was unexpectedly domineering. After completing everything, Zhou Li visited Chu Xiaozhao's residence, accompanied by Lin Jiwei, to return to the virus research facility. Today, there were 2 objectives: to retrieve the genetic evolution serum and to recover the firearms and ammunition from the previously deceased soldiers. Afterwards, they would return to deal with the mutated black spider. Given that the shelter plan was underway, the black spider had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the operational area for everyone would be confined to this building, which would be foolish. Zhou Li's ambitions extended well beyond a single building. At the very least, he aimed to gain control over an entire neighborhood before gradually expanding outward. Watching Zhou Li depart, Jiang Nanyan clenched the telepathic fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. A swirl of emotions, excitement, anticipation, and anxiety washed over her. She understood that this was her husband's test. If she failed to achieve results, it would become increasingly difficult to earn rewards in the future. While she was certain she would not be expelled, she would undoubtedly fall from favor. Therefore, she was determined not only to accomplish the task, but to do so with elegance and excellence. If she succeeded, her status would undoubtedly elevate her above the other women, and she would be rewarded with more telepathic fruits. Jiang Nanyan sensed that her supernatural ability was on the verge of an upgrade. "Sister Su Yun, I will be relying on you," Jiang Nanyan remarked, turning to Su Yun. Her husband's decision to have the former policewoman assist her indicated his implicit consent for her to employ a certain degree of force. In this apocalyptic world, the necessity for strength was undeniable. Su Yun nodded without further comment. believing that Shun Yi's establishment of the shelter was indeed commendable, although his intentions might be self-serving. He was also providing refuge for some survivors, which could be considered a virtuous act. Hence, the justice-minded Su Yun was willing to contribute her efforts. As long as it did not involve indiscriminate slaughter or heinous acts, she would unhesitatingly stand by Shun Yi's side, even if Shun Yi were to commit some wrongdoing. Su Yun felt she might find it difficult to confront him. At present, she had become entirely aligned with Shun Yi's interests. Nanyan, let me assist you too. I have recently learned to shoot. Su Wanting volunteered, observing Jiang Nanyan's growing favor and the reward she had received. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no envy. Thus, she wished to lend her support. While she lacked knowledge about managing survivors, she could certainly assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she was a graduate of a prestigious university and was not without intelligence. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not decline Su Wanting's offer. Regardless of the competition for affection, Su Wanting was still considered family. The survivors recruited for the shelter would be outsiders. In comparison, it was undoubtedly more prudent to trust one's own. At the very least, Su Wanting would not harm her and would not sabotage her efforts. Otherwise, her husband would not let her off easily. Lin Jiwei, do you wish to kill me? Shen Yi, if possible, could you also bring Xiaoha home? With Xiaoha around, my research could progress more swiftly since it is the only successful experimental subject with numerous aspects worthy of reference. On their way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei attempted to communicate with Shun Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obedient and ensure it does not attack humans. Shun Yi rejected immediately without contemplation. How could he possibly keep such a dangerous mutated creature by his side? It even desired to devour its own master, let alone others. Unless Lin Jiwei could completely control the mutated giant dog, Shun Yi might consider taking it in, perhaps even augmenting the strength of his sanctuary. However, it was evident that she lacked such capability. Lin Jiwei fell silent, lost in thought, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of Shun Yi's request. Soon, they arrived near the research institute. Shun Yi first scanned the vicinity with his psychic ability, relieved to find no trace of the soldiers from the previous day. However, the mutated giant dog remained within the institute, having apparently consumed all other mutated creatures inside. Shun Yi surveyed the entire research institute, astonished to find no second mutated creature, despite recalling seeing 2 or 3 dozen just yesterday. How could this mutated giant dog have such an enormous appetite? Shun Yi murmured. Could it be that after its second mutation, its food consumption had significantly increased? Lin Jiwei explained. Its appetite is not particularly large, though it is greater than that of ordinary mutated creatures. The increase in its food intake is due to injury. Recovering from wounds requires expending its own energy, which must be replenished through consumption. Understood. During their conversation, Shen Yi teleported Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory, collecting all the weapons and ammunition from the bodies of the soldiers who had perished in the corridor. He unexpectedly discovered 2 grenades, which he also stored in his space. Shen Yi, can your spatial ability also retrieve some equipment and generators from the Research Institute? I will need them for my research in the future, Lin Jiwei stated. Certainly. Shen Yi had initially planned to thoroughly scour the Research Institute for anything useful. Anything salvageable would be taken, as the spatial system was vast and would not be affected by the additional items. Thus, starting from the 3rd level of the underground laboratory, under Lin Jiwei's guidance, Shen Yi collected various experimental apparatuses room by room. During this time, he also acquired the gene evolution serum that Lin Jiwei had mentioned. It was a pure green liquid, seemingly vibrant, gently swaying within its test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the primary component of this gene serum was extracted from the number 001 mutated organism, which explained its remarkable vitality. What is the number 001 mutated organism? Shen Yi inquired, puzzled. It is a mutated plant with extraordinary vitality, a continuously growing tree that appeared in Shansheng before the apocalypse. Hence we designated it as the number 001 mutated organism. Unfortunately, its growth rate is far too rapid, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain a gene sample from it now. Lin Jiwei spoke of the number 001 mutated organism with a look of regret. Shen Yi paused, suddenly recalling something. The mutated tree? Is it the one in the city center? Have you seen it? No, I have only heard others mention it. Shen Yi slightly shook his head. He was astonished that merely extracting a gene sample from that mutated tree could lead to the creation of such a formidable mutated creature as the giant dog. How terrifying must the original mutated tree be in terms of recovery and vitality? No wonder the police force could not eliminate it. Clearly, from the current circumstances, the state likely did not intend to destroy that tree immediately, but rather sought to conduct research. Ultimately, it spiraled out of control. Otherwise, had they concentrated their firepower on obliterating it from the moment it began to grow, perhaps it could have been eradicated. If you could assist me in obtaining some gene samples from the number 001 mutated organism, my research might advance significantly, Lin Jiwei said earnestly. Shen Yi could hardly be bothered to respond, focusing instead on retrieving the generators for his spatial system. With generators, they could utilize electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it was also time to take down that apocalypse enthusiast residing in Building 13. As for procuring gene samples from the mutated tree, that was utterly impossible. Based on Shen Yi's conjecture, acquiring gene samples would not simply involve taking a branch from the tree. It would likely require close interaction with the core of the mutated tree, or even extracting something from its core. The risks were considerable. Perhaps in 6 months, if he had gained sufficient abilities and strength, he could consider an attempt at the mutated tree. If he could eliminate the mutated tree, Shen Yi had no intention of leaving Shanshan. However, if his strength remained insufficient after 6 months, he would have no choice but to depart. In summary, Shen Yi's plan was to take advantage of the ample time available now to develop cautiously, avoiding reckless endeavors. Suddenly, as Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei busied themselves in the underground laboratory, a series of rapid gunfire erupted from above. It was unmistakably the sound of submachine guns. Could it be them? Why have they returned? Shen Yi scanned with his psychic ability and discovered that the soldiers from the previous day were engaged in a firefight with a mutated giant dog inside the research institute. However, their numbers were greater today, seemingly prepared to force their way into the institute. What was happening? Were they also after the gene evolution serum? Shen Yi turned to Lin Jiwei, who was perceiving with her eyes closed. Lin Jiwei, possessing X-ray vision, had already witnessed the scene. This woman, could she possibly be turning against us? Nevertheless, her potential betrayal would have little impact now. After all, the rewards had already been unlocked, and the gene evolution serum was in his possession. If she dared to betray him, Shen Yi would not hesitate to silence her. After all, she knew far too many of his secrets. If she were to join forces with the military and bring them to capture him, it would pose a significant problem. Shen Yi had always operated under the most cynical assumptions regarding human nature. Even if the likelihood was low, he would not leave any potential threats unaddressed. They are here for me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shen Yi. They only came to find you today? Are they here to collect the bodies? Shen Yi raised an eyebrow. Captain Zhao must have received a mandatory order from above after returning yesterday, prompting his return. He is unaware of my significance, Lin Jiwei mused. Continuing, it is likely that Captain Zhao is not alone. There may be additional support, such as fighter jets or helicopters equipped with powerful weaponry. Shen Yi was taken aback. This woman is so important that they deployed fighter jets? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse until now, nearly half a month had passed, and Shen Yi had yet to witness any military rescue aircraft, suggesting that even if any aircraft were intact, they were scarce or unable to take flight freely. Yet now, to rescue Lin Jiwei, they dispatched a fully armed special forces team and, astonishingly, even fighter jets. If it were discovered that I had abducted the person they were searching for, would they not seek to eliminate me? Shen Yi fixed his gaze on Lin Jiwei. He realized that this woman, in addition to her own remarkable talents, likely possessed a distinguished background and an extraordinary identity, which had drawn such significant attention. Do you wish to kill me? Lin Jiwei met Shen Yi's gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her tone remarkably even. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, a flicker of inscrutable emotion danced in her eyes. Indeed, Shen Yi had entertained murderous thoughts moments ago. If he were to eliminate Lin Jiwei in the underground laboratory and dispose of her body, even if the military were to find him through some channel, he would remain unfazed. However, if the military discovered that Lin Jiwei was in his possession, he could only speculate on the lengths they might go to reclaim her. Shen Yi's greatest concern was not that Lin Jiwei would be taken back, but rather that upon her return, she might expose his secrets. For instance, his body could accommodate more than 3 supernatural abilities. Such a fact would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. Despite possessing a system and several commendable abilities, Shen Yi was not so arrogant as to believe he could engage in a battle of wits with the military. Nevertheless, the notion of silencing her was quickly abandoned. Compared to the value Lin Jiwei could bring while alive, her death would be a significant loss. Thus, Shen Yi remarked, "Let's not dwell on this matter any longer." Lin Jiwei glanced at him, choosing silence as she turned to gather her materials. Shen Yi recognized that she might be displeased, but he remained indifferent. After all, they had only known each other for a day, and their emotional connection was still shallow. In fact, Lin Jiwei's insistence on using him as a test subject had left Shen Yi with a less than favorable impression of her. If Lin Jiwei did not value her own life, he would naturally not place much value on hers either. Were it not for her high worth, he would have dismissed her long ago. Though seemingly heartless, in a world on the brink of collapse, there was little time for slow romance. It was more pragmatic for them to be bound together as a coalition of mutual benefit. Just as Shen Yi did not require deep affection from women, he only expected loyalty, ensuring they could still enjoy abundant resources and safe havens. Emotional ties could be discussed once absolute power was achieved. After they finished gathering items from the underground facility, the gunfire above ceased. Through psychic resonance, Shen Yi observed that the mutated giant hound had been driven into the black mist by the soldiers' overwhelming firepower, fleeing to another location. It seemed that even the mightiest of regenerative abilities were insufficient against the onslaught of a special forces unit. Subsequently, the soldiers entered the research facility and began their search. Shen Yi employed teleportation to swiftly escort Lin Jiwei away from the premises. With the black mist providing cover, he felt no fear even if aircraft patrolled the skies. Might the military be facing some unforeseen calamity that hindered their rescue efforts? Shen Yi concealed himself and Lin Jiwei in a shopping mall, sipping bottled water as he inquired about her. Given Lin Jiwei's likely complex background, her knowledge was certainly more extensive than that of Su Yun, a low-ranking police officer. Yes, Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Prior to the emergence of the black mist, fissures had opened in the ground, causing numerous roads and bridges to collapse, which prevented the military from launching immediate rescue operations. Following this, many birds mutated, with these aberrant creatures capable of effortlessly downing aircraft, rendering aerial combat exceedingly difficult. Most critically, as the military assembled, they were besieged by formidable mutated monsters, resulting in significant losses of both weapons and personnel. The strength of these mutated creatures rivaled that of the 001 mutated entity, and some particularly powerful monsters had already led to the downfall of several small cities, severing communications with any military units sent for rescue. Consequently, the current number of surviving military forces had dwindled to at least one-third of their original strength. Moreover, the remaining deployable units were largely scattered across the nation, making effective nationwide rescue operations nearly impossible. At this juncture, she cast a glance at Shen Yi and added, "Furthermore, the remaining military forces were not entirely united in purpose. In the face of apocalyptic circumstances, dissent was inevitable. Additionally, a portion of the military was tasked with guarding against other nations, preventing them from executing rescue missions. Although this disaster was global in nature, it was uncertain whether other countries might exploit the situation to commit unreasonable acts. For example, the United States had issued a statement at the disaster's onset, warning that should irreversible calamity befall its homeland, it would retaliate with nuclear strikes against all adversarial nations, suspecting them of orchestrating the disaster. Shen Yi furrowed his brow at this revelation. He had not anticipated such complexities lurking behind the disaster. No wonder the rescue efforts were delayed. Setting aside the multitude of mutated flora and fauna besieging every city, the threat posed by a hegemonic nation must also be taken seriously. Who could say whether the United States might resort to a nuclear strike against Xia Nation in a moment of madness? After all, Xia Nation and the United States had been at odds in recent years, and the U.S. statements were overtly threatening towards Xia. This was hardly surprising, as many citizens of Xia might initially suspect the United States of being responsible for the calamity. Conversely, the U.S. might believe that Xia had deployed some formidable weapon against them. Presently, the most potent military powers on the global stage were the Western U.S. and Eastern Xia, while other nations lacked the stature to contend. Human sentiments are indeed intricate. Even in the face of apocalypse, infighting persists. Shen Yi did not believe this apocalyptic disaster would be easily navigated. Should humanity fail to keep pace with the rate of mutation among flora and fauna. Extinction could become a grim reality. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, Zhou Li was increasingly alarmed by the revelation that other cities also harbored monstrous creatures as terrifying as the mutated trees. Where on earth would I escape to in 6 months? If I choose the wrong city, I might be better off staying in a mountain city. Zhou Li furrowed his brow deeply. Given the current state of affairs, he needed to expedite the pace of unlocking resources. It was evident that a shelter must be established without delay. With a shelter in place, he could unlock resources in a streamlined manner. Even if he were to unlock 30 types of resources each month, as long as one of them was a supernatural fruit, Zhou Li's developmental speed would surpass that of anyone else in this world. Moreover, the most significant advantage was that ordinary individuals could typically accommodate only 3 supernatural abilities. In contrast, Zhou Li had no such limitations. He could stack the number of abilities and even enhance their levels. It is important to note that most supernatural abilities, when utilized individually, are not exceptionally potent, but if one could discover a compatible ability to use in conjunction, the strength could multiply exponentially. Indeed, even if an inherently strong ability were to be paired with an even more formidable one, the resultant effect would far exceed the capabilities of either ability alone. For instance, teleportation is already a remarkably powerful and game-changing ability. When coupled with the omnipotent vision provided by psychic resonance, its potency could easily be said to double. If an additional powerful offensive ability were to be employed in tandem, the strength could multiply even further. Zhou Li withdrew his thoughts, feeling that his strength had nearly returned. He utilized his telepathic abilities to scan the surroundings, and, noticing that the soldiers had retreated, he suggested, "Let us depart." "Wait," Lin Jiwei suddenly called out to Zhou Li. In response to his questioning gaze, she earnestly stated, "May I attempt to tame Xiao Ha once more? I sense that this is an opportune moment. How confident are you? Furthermore, even if you manage to tame it now, can you assure me that it will not turn on us again?" Zhou Li countered. He had witnessed the mutated giant dog attempt to devour Lin Jiwei, its master. Even if she could temporarily tame it, it would still pose a latent danger. "Trust me one more time. I observe that Xiao Hai suffered severe injuries, and its bloodthirsty instincts have diminished. It should have returned to a semblance of normalcy. I have a strong conviction that I can tame it now and prevent it from attacking indiscriminately," Lin Jiwei replied earnestly. After a brief pause, she added, "I cannot guarantee that it will never go berserk, but I can reside in the same building as it. This way, should it become aggressive, I can swiftly intervene to ensure your safety. Additionally, I need to improve the gene evolution serum to enhance the success rate of injections and eliminate side effects, which requires studying Xiao Ha's live genes. If you agree, I can assure you that within 10 days, I will provide you with an upgraded gene serum." Upon hearing Lin Jiwei's solemn assurances, Zhou Li raised an eyebrow. If her claims held truth, it would indeed be acceptable. He himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he could not slay it, escaping was a trivial matter. His primary concern was the safety of the other women in his life. However, if Lin Jiwei was truthful and capable of taming the mutated giant dog, the advantages would be numerous. Not only would it expedite Lin Jiwei's research, but it would also provide him with a formidable bodyguard. With the mutated giant dog by his side, he could confront ordinary mutated creatures without needing to intervene himself. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Li turned to Lin Jiwei and inquired, "If you can tame it, will it obey commands? For instance, if I desire to eliminate a specific individual, will it comply?" Such fundamental commands are certainly feasible. The evolved heir Ha will be significantly more intelligent and capable of comprehending most instructions, Lin Jiwei promptly responded. Moreover, if you frequently provide it with food, there's a high likelihood it will heed your words. With this assurance, Zhou Li consented. He was willing to undertake such a low-risk experiment, particularly as he had a minor predicament to resolve: the mutated black spider. If the mutated giant dog could indeed be obedient, dispatching the mutated black spider would prove advantageous. If it failed to do so, it would be useless, and there would be no need to waste resources on it. Subsequently, Zhou Li employed his telepathy to scan a 3-kilometer radius and discovered the mutated giant dog in a secluded corner. It lay curled up, licking the wounds left by bullets, appearing somewhat pitiful. "Can you find it?" Lin Jiwei inquired curiously. She understood that Zhou Li's telepathic range exceeded her own perceptive abilities. If he could not locate it, they would be in a predicament. "I have found it, but there is no rush. Let's first loot this mall," Shani declared, gazing towards the expansive shopping center. The mall was filled primarily with luxury bags and designer clothing, lacking any food, and thus there were no survivors hiding within. Without hesitation, Shun Yi commenced his shopping spree from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, trousers, and various outerwear were all collected, along with their hangers, into his system space. He would no longer have to worry about changing clothes. He also gathered women's high heels, lingerie, long skirts, long and short pants, and stockings of various colors, all with their hangers included. After thoroughly scouring 4 floors and emptying the entire luxury goods mall, Shun Yi finally departed with Lin Jiwei, heading to locate the injured mutated giant dog. Along the way, Lin Jiwei could not suppress her curiosity. Shun Yi, how vast is your ability's spatial capacity? I am uncertain. It appears limitless, Shun Yi replied. Limitless? How is that even possible? Lin Jiwei exclaimed, astonished and falling into silence. Since the emergence of the eerie black mist, much of the scientific understanding she once held had been shattered. Some abilities could still be explained through scientific theories, but others had completely transcended scientific boundaries, bordering on the divine. Shun Yi's instantaneous movement, for instance, involved spatial traversal, which humanity's current technology could not achieve. Yet with but a thought, he could traverse space, utterly irrational. Moreover, the black mist itself was exceedingly peculiar. After extensive study, Lin Jiwei concluded that the black mist did not belong to any known material on Earth, and she could not even begin to comprehend its nature. This could either be advanced technology from a higher dimension or something akin to theology. However, Lin Jiwei was pragmatic. Upon realizing that some concepts were beyond her grasp, she refrained from wasting time pondering them, nor would she allow herself to be disheartened. She resolved to treat these theories as unrecognized until she amassed sufficient research data and strengthened her own abilities to revisit the enigma. Otherwise, obsessively fixating on them would yield no results, only squandered time and energy. After several minutes, the two arrived near the mutated giant dog. Shun Yi retracted his telepathy to avoid alarming it, recalling that the last time he had used his abilities to spy, the dog had sensed him, indicating its heightened perception. Yet for the most part, it appeared rather dull, showing no response. Perhaps its injuries had diminished its senses? I will approach and test it. As long as Xiaohar recognizes me, I can command it, Lin Jiwei asserted. Exercise caution, Shun Yi replied, preparing to use his instantaneous movement and binding abilities should the need arise. Lin Jiwei's expression remained relatively unchanged, seemingly unfazed by Shun Yi's concern. Despite their brief acquaintance, Lin Jiwei had discerned Shun Yi's character through a keen insight. He was a meticulous, self-serving individual, highly sensitive. For his safety, he would not hesitate to kill, even those with whom he had previously bonded, should they pose a threat. However, he was not devoid of emotion. Rather, he buried his feelings deeply, remaining ungoverned by them. In essence, as long as his safety was not compromised, he was, in fact, a good person. Could you spare me some food? I needed to tame Xiao Ha, Lin Jiwei requested. Shun Yi retrieved 2 raw steaks from his system space and handed them to her. Subsequently, Lin Jiwei, clutching the steaks, ventured into the alley. In the alley, the mutated giant dog, currently tending to its wounds, perked up at the sound of footsteps, lifting its head sharply. Its emerald green eyes focused on the newcomer. Upon recognizing the person, a flicker of emotion passed through its gaze. Training dogs? I'm unfamiliar with that, but I possess experience in training humans. Xiaoha, come here. Lin Jiwei stood still, gently waving a piece of steak in front of the mutated giant dog. The creature, its large body marred by numerous bleeding wounds, moved unsteadily towards her, its nostrils flaring. Many of its flesh and skin had been torn apart by bullets, exposing stark white bone. For an ordinary mutated animal, such grievous injuries would have been fatal long ago. A peculiar emotion flickered in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She harbored a small secret. This husky had been raised by her since childhood, over 6 years, and she held profound affection for it. If Xiaoha still retained its normal cognitive abilities and remembered her, she had no desire to abandon it. The mutated giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, emitting a low whimper, a sound reminiscent of its playful demeanor from before. Hearing this, Lin Jiwei's heart soared. Xiaoha truly recognized me. Do you want to eat? She called softly, advancing with the steak in hand. Shun Yi observed quietly, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. This woman possessed remarkable courage. Her willingness to experiment bordered on recklessness. She was intelligent yet refreshingly straightforward, her curiosity solely focused on her research. In truth, she posed little threat to Shun Yi, lacking any ambition for power or competition. Her intentions were pure, driven by a simple desire to understand Shun Yi's physiology, perhaps even to dissect him for deeper study. In contrast, Jiang Nanyan, while lacking Lin Jiwei's intellect, was more inclined towards manipulation. Nevertheless, Jiang Nanyan was loyal and sensible, despite her ambitions for attention. She never let them interfere with her duties or provoke Shun Yi's ire. This was why Shun Yi tolerated her competitive spirit. It seemed the giant dog could indeed be tamed, though it remained uncertain if it would succumb to madness again in the future. Shun Yi employed mental communication, observing the mutated giant dog, which exhibited no hostility at the moment. It lay before Lin Jiwei, chewing on the steak while she affectionately stroked its head. However, 2 pieces of steak were hardly sufficient for such a colossal creature, especially given its severe injuries. The faster it healed, the more energy it would require. After watching for a while, Shun Yi resolved to make his presence known to test the creature's reaction. He wanted to ascertain if the giant dog would attack him. If it remained hostile despite Lin Jiwei's influence, it would be deemed a liability. Upon his appearance, the mutated giant dog immediately turned to glare at him, emitting a low growl from its throat. Its aura darkened slightly, indicating its hostility towards Shun Yi, likely due to its inherent suspicion of unfamiliar beings. Yet, Lin Jiwei gently patted its head, suppressing its instinct to attack. Its vigilant green eyes remained fixed on Shun Yi. Indeed, it seemed to recall the incident at the research facility when it had been immobilized. The memory of that helplessness still haunted the mutated giant dog. As long as it retained some rationality, Shun Yi felt satisfied with the creature's mild animosity but lack of murderous intent. Although Lin Jiwei's intervention played a significant role, the fact that it refrained from attacking him was commendable. After all, it was still an animal, not to be treated as a human. The methods for taming beasts were akin to those used for humans, a combination of strictness and rewards. One must cultivate both respect and dependence. With this thought in mind, Shun Yi stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the mutated giant dog, startling it. The creature instinctively attempted to rise, but a beam of light from his flashlight fell upon it, casting a shadow that immobilized its body once more. It experienced that familiar sensation again. Struggling fiercely, the giant dog locked its green eyes onto Shun Yi, displaying a hint of fear. Perhaps due to its current rational state and severe injuries, it felt the looming threat of death. If Shun Yi were to shoot at its vital points now, he might indeed succeed in killing the creature. The feedback from the shadow binding revealed that the giant dog was significantly weaker than the previous day, requiring far less energy to restrain it. Although its genetic recovery ability was strong, it was not insurmountable. It seemed the special forces had chosen not to take risks, for otherwise they could have easily slain the mutated giant dog. As for employing shadow binding in the darkness, it was quite simple, without a light source. He merely needed to carry one with him. There were plenty of flashlights available in supermarkets, and with the system space at his disposal, it was rather convenient. With these thoughts in mind, Shun Yi deemed the creature sufficiently intimidated. He retrieved a roasted chicken from his system space and addressed the giant dog from now on. "Consider me your master. As long as you obey, I assure you, every meal will include meat." As he spoke, he tossed the roasted chicken beside the giant dog. Sensing the aroma of the chicken, the mutated giant dog visibly perked up, emitting eager sounds as it yearned to devour the meat. Concurrently, its hostility towards Shun Yi diminished significantly, its aura shifting to a neutral gray with hints of gentle white. Quite perceptive, Shun Yi nodded in approval, releasing the shadow binding. Although the mutated giant dog could not comprehend human speech, it understood the importance of not attacking Shun Yi. Otherwise, it would either be immobilized or deprived of delicious food. Cautiously glancing at Shun Yi, it promptly lowered its head and devoured the roasted chicken. Before it could truly savor the flavor, the chicken was gone. Afterward, it gazed longingly at Shun Yi. Hesitating briefly, it limped towards him. Shun Yi stood ready to invoke the shadow binding at any moment, yet he did not retreat, instead extending his hand. The mutated giant dog seemed to understand the gesture, lying down before Shun Yi and lowering its head, allowing him to stroke it. The creature's hostility dissipated entirely, replaced by an abundance of gentle white energy. Subsequently, Shun Yi produced several roasted chickens and a plethora of steaks, tossing them one by one to the giant dog. If he were to throw them all at once, it would undermine the sense of taming. It was essential for the pet to recognize that only what he provided could be consumed. What he did not offer, it could neither eat nor seize. This was also a test for the mutated giant dog. If it succumbed to the temptation of food and attacked him, it would signify disloyalty, warranting its fate as dog meat soup. Nevertheless, the giant dog displayed considerable rationality. It stared at the food beside Shun Yi, its eagerness palpable. Yet it refrained from snatching it, patiently waiting for Shun Yi to toss it to him. It was evident that the mutated giant dog felt a sense of awe towards Shun Yi's ability to keep it in check. Ultimately, after a period of feeding, the creature's goodwill towards Shun Yi had deepened significantly. Although it could not rival the loyalty of Su Wanning and Su Yun at the very least, it would not launch a sudden attack on him. Generally speaking, the transformation of goodwill into hostility entails a process, one that provides Shun Yi ample time to react. Unexpectedly, you seem quite knowledgeable about dog training. As Lin Jiwei sighed in relief, a rare smile graced her face. For her, the small hound was not merely her first successful experimental subject, but also a beloved companion to whom she had devoted much affection. The prospect of saving it brought her great joy. Dog training? I am not particularly versed in that, but it seems rather akin to training humans, an area in which I possess considerable experience. Shun Yi gently patted the head of the mutated giant dog and glanced at Lin Jiwei. With the rain falling, he prepared to subdue the mutated black spider. Training humans? Lin Jiwei could not shake the feeling that he was subtly alluding to her. However, she dismissed it, recognizing that such thoughts would only hinder her future performance. All right, let us return home, Shun Yi declared, directing his gaze towards the now considerably healed mutated giant dog. It seemed that with an adequate supply of food, its recovery rate would accelerate. What a formidable and peculiar ability. If Shun Yi were to possess such a power, he would be nearly invincible. At present, he lacked nothing but food. For him, healing from injuries merely required sustenance, which was indeed delightful. Were it not for the fear of becoming a monster, he would have considered injecting himself with a vial of genetic enhancement serum. Speaking of which, mutated animals do not appear to experience the same overwhelming thirst as humans do after spending several hours in the black mist. As he walked back to the community, sipping bottled water, Shun Yi cast a glance at the mutated giant dog. Although it too required water, it did not necessitate frequent hydration like Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei. According to my previous research, Lin Jiwei explained, nodding, most mutated animals do not experience constant thirst while in the black mist. However, after their mutation, their water intake requirements increase correspondingly. As for how they replenish their water supply, it seems they drink the blood of their prey. Can they drink contaminated water? Shun Yi inquired further. Most mutated animals cannot consume it, but some do. However, based on my studies, prolonged consumption of contaminated water can adversely affect even mutated creatures. Thus, it appears that water sources are indeed the most critical resource at present, essential for all living beings. Shun Yi murmured softly. Thankfully, the first resource he unlocked was bottled water. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain about his survival. Avoiding the black mist allowed him to endure for a while longer. However, if one were to dwell in the black mist without 3 to 4 bottles of water a day, survival would be improbable. Contemplating this, it became evident that many lives would be lost in the near future. The mountainous city fared slightly better due to its terrain, with numerous tall buildings providing temporary refuge from the black mist. In contrast, in some plain cities without national aid, it was likely that over 80% of the population would perish. If possible, Shun Yi hoped for fewer casualties. The demise of humanity would yield no benefit for him. Without a substantial population base, finding a woman who meets the system's standards would be exceedingly difficult. However, as long as the survivors dared to venture out in search of water, there was a high probability that they could locate some drinkable sources. Since he was not in need of water, Shun Yi had not conducted research in this area. Yet, those in need of water would undoubtedly band together to seek out uncontaminated sources, such as bottled water from supermarkets or groundwater. Well, water? The question remained whether the groundwater had been tainted. Logically speaking, the black mist emerged from fissures in the ground, originating from beneath the earth. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that the groundwater had long since become polluted. But this was merely conjecture. Shun Yi could not ascertain that the fissures led directly to the subterranean depths. On a more metaphysical note, he had even entertained the notion that the fissures might lead to other dimensions or realms. After all, This black mist was exceedingly strange and mysterious, unlike anything that could be generated autonomously by Earth. Of course, these were mere fanciful speculations without any basis in reality. Only when he had sufficient strength would he dare to descend into the fissures to investigate. It seems to be raining. Just as Shun Yi and Lin Jiwei reached the entrance of the community, the skies suddenly began to sprinkle with light raindrops. This marked the first rainfall in the mountainous city in nearly half a month. Moreover, the rainwater appeared not to have been tainted immediately, making it potentially drinkable. Naturally, Shun Yi would not risk tasting it. However, if the rain were to intensify, ordinary people would gain a glimmer of hope. Speaking of which, if the rainwater could remain uncontaminated at first, could the rescue efforts in other cities involve artificial rainfall? Shun Yi pondered thoughtfully. There was indeed a possibility. He even speculated that this sudden downpour in the mountainous city might be artificially induced. Yet, that too was merely a hypothesis. Now it was time to attend to pressing matters. Upon arriving at the entrance of Building 6, before Shun Yi could utter a word, the mutated giant dog abruptly halted. Its green eyes fixated intently on the upper floors, emitting a cautious growl. Clearly, the now partially healed canine had begun to sense potential danger. There might be mutated creatures above. Lin Jiwei observed the building before activating her X-ray vision. Soon, she discerned a large spiderweb in the middle of the floor, with a rather sizable mutated black spider resting upon it. Even though Lin Jiwei had encountered numerous mutated creatures, the size of this black spider astonished her. How could an ordinary spider have mutated to such an extent? Could it have undergone a secondary mutation like the small hound? Lin Jiwei whispered excitedly. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it too had undergone a secondary mutation, its research value would be extraordinarily high. Small hound, find a way to capture it. Lin Jiwei instructed the mutated giant dog earnestly. The canine tilted its head, perhaps not fully grasping the command. Despite its intelligence, it was limited. I will draw it down. You could direct the small hound to launch a surprise attack afterward, Shun Yi proposed. All right. The research enthusiast Lin Jiwei nodded vigorously. She would not let such a valuable research subject slip away. Even if Shun Yi did not suggest it, she would seek to capture it or eliminate it. The corpses of mutated animals also held significant research value. Subsequently, Shun Yi teleported to the entrance of the building, retrieved a Type 54 pistol from the system storage, and, using a telepathic perspective, aimed at the resting mutated black spider before squeezing the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck the mutated black spider, with most causing minimal damage. Yet, one bullet fortuitously pierced one of the spider's eyes, causing a thick, viscous fluid to erupt instantly. The mutated black spider let out a strange screech, a blend of pain and fury, as it rapidly scuttled downwards on multiple legs. Shun intentionally waited for the mutated black spider to notice him, drawing its full ire before he swiftly executed a teleportation maneuver to retreat. The mutated black spider seemed oblivious to the presence of the husky concealed in the black mist, aggressively pursuing Shun Yi as if it were determined to end his life. Xiaoha, now's the moment, go. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity, immediately issuing the command. The mutated giant dog, which had been watching with keen interest, lunged at the unsuspecting mutated black spider upon receiving the order. With a powerful paw, it pinned the creature to the ground, rendering the black spider helpless against the giant dog's grip. The strength of the mutated husky utterly overpowered the mutated black spider. Had it not been for the spider's formidable body, that single strike might have crushed it entirely. Observing this, Lin Jiwei moved in closer to study the mutated black spider, intrigued as it was her first encounter with a second-generation mutated creature. The husky did not count as such, being a product of artificial creation. Just then, the mutated black spider, struggling with several of its legs, suddenly opened its mouth and unleashed a strand of white silk, akin to an arrow, aimed directly at the unsuspecting Lin Jiwei. The sudden expulsion of silk from the black spider's fangs caught Lin Jiwei completely off guard, as she had not anticipated such an attack. Typically, spiders release silk from their abdomen, where the silk glands are located. These glands secrete a liquid protein that solidifies upon contact with air. Thus, when a mutated black spider was pinned down by the husky, Lin Jiwei was unprepared for an assault. However, this mutated black spider defied all logic. Its silk was ejected from its fangs. Lin Jiwei attempted to evade, but it was too late. The white silk traveled at an astonishing speed, and if it struck flesh, it would undoubtedly pierce through instantly. In that critical moment, Shun Yi teleported to her side, pulling her into his embrace. The white silk grazed Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep, bloody wound that bore a hint of corrosiveness. Thankfully, only her arm was injured, and she remained otherwise unscathed. Woof! The mutated giant dog, witnessing its master's injury, barked angrily and raised a massive paw, crashing it down decisively and obliterating the mutated black spider's head, causing various fluids to spill across the ground. After its head exploded, the body of the mutated black spider struggled momentarily before gradually ceasing all movement. Shun Yi finally turned his gaze back to Lin Jiwei, who was wounded in his arms, and frowned reproachfully. How could you be so reckless? Use your brain. Even the weakest mutated creature could easily take a human life. As a researcher, you should be more aware and vigilant about mutated animals than I am. I understand, Lin Jiwei replied, clutching her injured arm. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, she found herself hesitant to retort. It was not fear of Shun Yi, but rather a peculiar feeling blossoming within her. Could this be what love feels like? A phrase suddenly surfaced in her mind. Even having brushed against death, she felt little fear, instead maintaining a calm reflection on her experience. Let's head inside. I need to disinfect and bandage that arm of yours, Shun Yi remarked, glancing at the bloody wound on her arm. The silk had indeed exhibited corrosive properties, albeit mild, but significant enough to erode some flesh from Lin Jiwei's arm, emitting a hissing sound. Such a severe injury, and she remained silent, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Upon entering the building, they found that the mutated giant dog, too large to follow, remained outside, fixated on the corpse of the mutated black spider, seemingly eager to feast. Yet, Lin Jiwei had warned it repeatedly not to eat the black spider. Whether the husky understood was uncertain, but it refrained from eating it at the time. Inside, Shun Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that the first floor had been cleaned, with blood and corpses removed from the walls and floor. It appeared that Jiang Nanyan's shelter plan was progressing remarkably well. In just half a day's time, the cleanliness of the building had already been addressed. He appreciated a tidy environment, seating Lin Jiwei on the sofa. He used medical scissors to cut away the fabric from her arm and began disinfecting the wound with iodine. Fortunately, their recent visit to the hospital had equipped them with various medical supplies. Otherwise, Lin Jiwei's injury could have resulted in the loss of her arm. An infection could even prove fatal. Next time, be more cautious. Recklessness isn't necessary. As long as you're alive, you can pursue any research you wish. The creature was pinned down by Xiao Ha and couldn't escape. What was the rush? Shun Yi lectured while applying iodine with a cotton swab, imparting his philosophy of survival. He would never engage in such reckless behavior. No matter how weak the opponent, he would strike with overwhelming force. Lin Jiwei quietly observed the man tending to her wound, lost in thought. Rarely did her usually calm, expressionless eyes reveal a flicker of emotion. All done. Take care of it and watch for signs of infection. If it becomes infected, you may need to seek a doctor for surgery, Shun Yi instructed after bandaging her wound, noting her tranquil demeanor. This woman truly possessed remarkable fortitude. Throughout the entire process, she remained silent and seemingly in a daze, perhaps contemplating the mutated black spider. A true research enthusiast, seemingly willing to risk everything for her studies. I understand. Lin Jiwei slightly turned her head, avoiding eye contact with Shun Yi. All right. Now that the mutated black spider has been dealt with, you should rest today. Tomorrow, we will select a suitable building for you and install the generator and necessary experimental equipment, Shun Yi planned. However, with the fuel generator, a substantial amount of oil would be required, necessitating a trip to the gas station to procure more gasoline. Darling. Just then, a voice called out from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, Su Wanting, and several other survivors who appeared to be residents. Shun Yi had long sensed their presence through telepathy and was not surprised. Similarly, within a distance of 20 meters, the three women confirmed Shun Yi's identity through their mental connection. Darling, all the residents of this building have been registered, and they are willing to join our shelter. Excluding their family members, we currently have 12 survivors, Jiang Nanyan reported, glancing at the beautiful woman seated beside Shun Yi. Was this yet another of his new companions? And she was injured too? For reasons unknown, Jiang Nanyan felt uneasy looking at the newcomer. It was not jealousy or envy, but rather an uncomfortable sensation, as if this woman could see through all her thoughts, leaving Jiang Nanyan feeling completely exposed. This sensation is exceedingly uncomfortable, The other survivors accompanying Jiang Nanyan were immediately taken aback upon hearing her refer to the man before her as husband, accompanied by an attitude of utmost respect. It became apparent that this man was the true authority. Consequently, the survivors secretly scrutinized Zhou Li, pondering how such a dandy could command the obedience of such a fierce female tyrant. They had witnessed Jiang Nanyan ruthlessly execute a man with a gun, her cold demeanor suggesting a callous disregard for human life, which instilled fear in the hearts of the male survivors. Yet, this strikingly beautiful and icy woman dared to address the young man as husband, exhibiting marked reverence. This revelation shattered the survivors' perceptions. However, their astonishment deepened when they observed that two other armed, beautiful women also referred to the dandy as husband. In an instant, all the survivors were dumbfounded. How could these three stunning women all belong to this dandy? Was this even permissible? Very well, let us continue. We must swiftly locate the residents of the other buildings within this community and ascertain their willingness to join our sanctuary. Should they decline, they shall be expelled. This community shall henceforth serve as the base of our sanctuary, with no outsiders permitted. After issuing his orders, Zhou Li paused, his gaze sweeping over the survivors as he declared, "If anyone dares to cause trouble, shoot them dead without hesitation. There are ample bullets at my disposal." Upon hearing this, the survivors' expressions shifted dramatically, their hearts racing with trepidation. This man is exceedingly domineering. This is the property the residents purchased with their own money, and he intends to evict them? Those survivors, still clinging to some moral compass, felt discomfort. Yet, simultaneously, they were somewhat relieved. Thankfully, they had agreed to join the sanctuary. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a firearm, they might have been forced out of their own homes. Indeed, a man who could command a cadre of ruthless women would undoubtedly be more brutal. Zhou Li's display of authority was highly effective. The survivors now regarded him with a sense of fear. Yes, he had deliberately spoken those words in front of the survivors to instill a sense of reverence. Only through such respect could they be made to fear and understand the dire consequences of betrayal. Naturally, to govern the sanctuary, fear alone would not suffice. Thus, after this reprimand, Zhou Li casually gestured, producing several bottles of mineral water and packets of instant noodles. He addressed the survivors, saying, "You're the first group to join the sanctuary. These provisions are a reward for your wise choice. Moreover, for every additional survivor you bring to the sanctuary, you shall receive further rewards of food and water." As he spoke, Zhou Li's gaze swept over the awestruck, shocked, and fearful survivors. Through telepathic perception, he discerned that these individuals harbored no hostility, at most neutrality, wishing to avoid conflict. After all, he wielded a firearm. Only a fool would harbor animosity. Few within this building possessed the courage to fight back, as evidenced by their earlier flight from 6 or 7 assailants. However, such fearful individuals were easier to control. They need not possess extraordinary combat skills. Fulfilling basic tasks would suffice. In times of necessity, they could serve as expendable resources. "Now, please distribute the food and water," he instructed. As Zhou Li spoke, a throng of survivors eagerly approached to collect the water, some expressing their gratitude with heartfelt thanks, their eyes glistening with appreciation. How polite! Zhou Li rewarded one with an additional bottle of water, provoking envy among the others who regretted not having thought to express their gratitude. Indeed, one must always be gracious. The survivors were momentarily stunned by Zhou Li's miraculous summoning of food and water, their minds temporarily incapacitated in disbelief. Having never encountered supernatural abilities, they were astonished and incredulous. Merely with a wave of his hand, he produced numerous bottles of water. Was this a superpower? This man possessed extraordinary powers. No wonder he could command the obedience of these 3 merciless female tyrants. No wonder he could establish a harem amidst the apocalypse, surrounded by several beautiful women. Given the circumstances of the apocalypse, the emergence of supernatural abilities seemed less implausible. Thus, the survivors, amid their astonishment and reverence, quickly accepted the existence of such powers. Zhou Li scanned the crowd, using his telepathic abilities to ascertain that none of the survivors harbored any greed for his powers. He had intended to set an example, but this group offered no opportunity. Very well, there would be other chances. With Zhou Li's promise, the survivors were filled with excitement. By merely bringing others to the sanctuary, they could receive food and water. This was a golden opportunity. Even those with stores of food had exhausted their supplies. Had Jiang Nanyan not knocked on their door today to inform them that the assailants had been dealt with, they might have remained holed up in their homes until hunger forced them to risk venturing out. Now, they need not take extraordinary risks or fight desperately. By simply inviting others to join the sanctuary, they could secure sustenance. How effortless! A larger sanctuary meant greater safety in unity. Thus, these survivors, either out of reverence or their own timidity, harbored no ulterior motives. They possessed no ambition, no grand desires. They simply wished to survive. Husband, I will now lead a search for survivors in the other buildings, Jiang Nanyan promptly replied. She relished the feeling of being second only to him. Though her following was not yet in the thousands, the potential for growth in the sanctuary excited her. The sensation of wielding power was exhilarating. Jiang Nanyan was becoming somewhat addicted to it. Come with me, Shun Yi instructed, leading the way out of the unit. He needed to ensure that the mutated dog did not pose a threat as they exited. At that moment, the mutated dog, lying in wait at the door, approached Shun Yi, wagging its tail vigorously, as if seeking reward. Ah, a monster! A female survivor shrieked upon sighting the dog's massive form, instinctively recoiling. Even some male survivors turned pale, retreating in fright, nearly fleeing. These survivors were hardly equipped for combat. However, upon witnessing the mutated hound, even Jiang Nanyan and her companions instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, anxiety and fear etched on their faces. Yet, when they saw Shun Yi step forward to confront the creature, they refrained from retreating like the others, instead watching with curiosity. If he was unafraid, it must mean he could handle this mutated beast. They had no need to fear. The three women held unwavering faith in Shun Yi's strength, verging on superstition. The mutated giant dog, perhaps satiated or sensing that these survivors posed no threat, or possibly due to Lin Jiwei's guidance, regarded the survivors with indifference and displayed no animosity. Certainly, had Shun Yi not been present, the scene might have been one of gruesome carnage. Well done. Remember, do not attack them in the future. Shun Yi instructed while patting the head of the husky and gesturing towards Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting. Although the husky might not fully comprehend human speech, it grasped the general sentiment. The giant dog's green eyes glanced at the three women, seemingly committing them to memory. Husband, what is it? Su Wanting inquired cautiously, swallowing hard. It is my pet, named Xiao Ha, Shun Yi replied, casually tossing a few steaks to the husky as a reward for obedience. A pet? The three women, along with the other survivors, stared in disbelief. He actually kept a creature the size of 5 or 6 meters as a pet. Just lying there, it resembled a small hill, instilling fear in all who dared look. Generally, it would not eat humans, but it would be wise to maintain a safe distance to avoid any unfortunate incidents, Shun Yi cautioned, just in case. The women readily complied, for even without his warning, they dare not approach this beast. Were it not for Shun Yi standing before them, affectionately stroking the creature's head, they would have likely opened fire, although a handgun would likely prove ineffective against such a mountain-like monster. Husband, see, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan asked, glancing nervously at the mutated creature. Even with the telepathic ability to sense the giant dog's lack of hostility, the sheer size of the beast positioned at the doorway would terrify any rational individual. Yes, go ahead, Shun Yi nodded, effortlessly storing the headless corpse of a mutated black spider into his system space. Subsequently, Jiang Nanyan led the group of survivors cautiously past the giant dog. Only when they observed the creature's lack of reaction did they breathe a sigh of relief. The survivors began to quietly discuss their lingering fears. How could such a terrifying creature be tamed? It could probably crush a van with a single swipe. A creature of this magnitude could actually be kept as a pet. Unbelievable. What a perversion. Those who already held Shun Yi in awe due to his abilities now felt utterly dissuaded from any thoughts of rebellion. Setting aside the strength of Shun Yi's powers, the mere fact that he owned such a pet capable of effortlessly ending their lives was enough to quell any dissent. Yet, viewing it from another perspective, if their leader was so formidable and possessed such a remarkable pet, surely their future would be safer as long as they diligently fulfilled their duties? At least they need not worry about encountering the previous marauders again. Should any marauders dare approach their community, the leader's pet would be capable of devouring them. This was precisely the effect Shun Yi intended to achieve. He sought to instill both reverence and a sense of security in those who joined the shelter. Only then could the shelter thrive and better serve its inhabitants. Today, Murong Shui was astonished. Let us take a day to rest. Tomorrow, we shall see if the wound on your arm becomes infected. If not, I will assist you with the experimental equipment. Shun Yi said as he escorted Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's residence, offering a few reminders and leaving behind some anti-inflammatory medication and bandages before departing. While he wished to make Lin Jiwei work tirelessly, her recovery was paramount. Chu Xiaoxiao, observing Lin Jiwei's injuries, hesitated momentarily but inquired with concern, how did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Despite the awkwardness in their relationship, the apocalyptic world made such matters somewhat easier to accept. Chu Xiaoxiao had witnessed her fair share of post-apocalyptic harem anime and novels, allowing her to adapt to the situation relatively quickly. Primarily, she felt she had no standing to reject Shun Yi's authority and capabilities. Spider silk, Lin Jiwei replied succinctly. Spider silk? Is a spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Jiwei offered a non-committal hum, seemingly lost in thought and uninterested in further conversation. Noting the woman's cool demeanor, Chu Xiaoxiao, feeling rebuffed, made no further attempts to engage and excused herself to freshen up. Shun Yi, who possessed a penchant for cleanliness, provided each of his women with bottled water for their daily hygiene. Departing from Chu Xiaoxiao's abode, Shun Yi activated his telepathy and headed straight for the residence of the apocalypse enthusiast Murong Shui. She was currently the highest-rated woman he had encountered. In terms of physique, beauty, and demeanor, she was the pinnacle of excellence Shun Yi had ever seen. Thus, he had harbored desires for her shelter for quite some time. Had it not been for his recent endeavors to unlock resources for Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao, as well as clearing out the virus research facility, he would have made his move long ago. This woman is not at home? Shun Yi scanned the surroundings with his telepathy, discovering that the lit room on the 18th floor was unoccupied. Where could she have gone? In this apocalypse, how could she dare to venture out recklessly? He focused his thoughts, surveying the entire building in search of Murong Shui's whereabouts. Please don't let her have met a grim fate, he mused, for that would spell significant loss for him. Suddenly, Shun Yi's expression shifted unexpectedly. He had located Murong Shui, only to find her conversing with his younger sister. The two appear to be enjoying each other's company. I've been away for just one day, yet it seems so much has transpired, Shun Yi remarked, frowning. Did this woman approach his sister and grandmother with ill intentions? He could not believe that a woman who had filled her home with traps would be so unguarded as to befriend his sister. Contemplating this, Shun Yi utilized teleportation to arrive outside the door, opting to knock rather than enter directly. Brother, you're finally back. The door swung open, and Shin Su joyfully leaped into Shun Yi's arms, pulling him inside. Upon entering the room, Shun Su eagerly introduced Sister Murong. Allow me to introduce you to my brother. Shun Yi, Mr. Shun, it is a pleasure to meet you, Murong Shui said, rising to greet him with a warm smile. However, her heart momentarily constricted. The spatial ability user she had seen previously was none other than Shun Su's brother. She was taken aback. The changes in this life were far too significant. Shun Su had appeared in Shancheng ahead of schedule, and inexplicably, she had moved into the same community. In her past life, Shun Su had not arrived until over 2 months later. Moreover, in her previous life, her brother was supposed to have gone missing. Shun Su had come to Shancheng University in search of her brother. In her continuous presence, there was solely to find him. Yet in this life, her brother was still alive. Murong Shui nearly believed that Shun Su was a reincarnator herself. This was also the reason she had approached Shun Su. However, through their conversation, she discovered that Shun Su possessed no memories of her past life, indicating that she was not a time traveler. This led to the conclusion that the current events were merely the result of the butterfly effect. Yet, how could the butterfly effect be so profound? Although she had made certain decisions that influenced her own life trajectory, it seemed implausible that they could impact Shun Su so drastically. Meanwhile, Shun Su was happily introducing Murong Shui to Shun Yi, saying, Brother, this sister is called Murong Shui. When you weren't here, our neighbor kept banging on our door. I listened to your advice and didn't open the door or acknowledge him. But that person would bang on the door every so often, and both Grandma and I were terrified. Then, Sister Murong Shui appeared and drove away that troublesome neighbor. Shun Yi furrowed his brow slightly. He then released his telepathic ability and glanced at the neighboring house. To his astonishment, the neighbor had met a grim fate within his home. A crossbow bolt lodged in his skull, identical to those found in Murong Shui's residence. Shun Yi withdrew his telepathic ability, casting a surprised glance at Murong Shui, and said calmly, "Thank you." It was merely a small effort. It was nothing, Murong Shui replied with a smile, adopting a friendly demeanor. However, she was inwardly anxious, feeling a mix of shock and disbelief. During their conversation, she had distinctly sensed a powerful surge emanating from Shun Yi. It turned out that the one who had previously probed her was not that woman, but Shun Yi himself. This revelation implied that this man possessed not one, but two abilities. Murong Shui was astounded. To acquire two abilities at the onset of an apocalypse was an extraordinary stroke of luck. With such fortunate circumstances, how could his past life have ended so swiftly? Or perhaps he did not perish in his previous life, but merely left the mountain city prematurely. That theory seemed flawed as well. If he had left the mountain city early, he should have returned to seek out his family rather than vanish without a trace. Otherwise, Shinsu would not have traveled such a distance to find him. It was illogical, exceedingly illogical. Murong Shui's mind was in turmoil, struggling to make sense of it all. "Miss Murong, I will not indulge in pleasantries. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out," Shun Yi said with a smile. He was increasingly convinced that Murong Shui was not an ordinary individual. Initially, he had perceived her as a fervent enthusiast of apocalyptic scenarios, yet he had not anticipated her willingness to kill. A woman who had constructed an apocalyptic shelter, stockpiled food and water, and prepared an arsenal of weapons, and yet dared to take a life. She bore a striking resemblance to certain characters from novels. Shun Yi pondered deeply. After a brief conversation among the three, Murong Shui excused herself, claiming to feel fatigued, and departed. "Su, take these ability fruits to consume," Shun Yi said, retrieving a handful of ability fruits from the system space and presenting them to Shinsu. All these fruits were related to telepathy, a rather practical ability. While his sister typically remained indoors and seldom encountered danger, this ability could still serve as a valuable reserve. The reason he had withheld it earlier was due to the limit on abilities. Shun Yi had initially intended to assign his sister two more powerful abilities. Although telepathy was practical, it lacked offensive prowess and did not warrant occupying an ability slot. However, other ability fruits were difficult to come by, so he decided to allocate the telepathy ability for now. He would contemplate alternative methods in the future to potentially surpass the limitations on abilities. "Wow, brother, did you find a tree that bears ability fruits? There are so many," Shinsu exclaimed with delight. Shun Yi chuckled and proceeded to explain to his sister the usage of the telepathy ability and how consuming more ability fruits could enhance it. He then left some food and water behind, fabricating an excuse to leave. Upon stepping outside, he headed straight for Murong Shui's residence on the 18th floor. "Shun Yi, are you a reincarnated?" He could almost confirm that this unfamiliar woman, Murong Shui, was deliberately trying to get close to his sister. As for her motives, he was at a loss. However, having identified this potential threat, he felt compelled to extinguish it. He could either deal with Murong Shui or capture her and uncover her intentions for approaching his family. Through the lens of telepathy, Shun Yi observed Murong Shui hurriedly returning home, immediately grasping her crossbow and activating several traps within her abode, preparing for battle. This woman was indeed suspicious. She had anticipated his visit. Shun Yi decided against playing games with Murong Shui, instantly teleporting into her bedroom. This room contained only one trap, posing no threat to him. Meanwhile, Murong Shui sat in the spacious living room, bow in hand, with a white fox sprawled on the couch, appearing as if bracing for a fierce confrontation. She could sense the lingering presence of the probing power. She was being watched. That man had indeed come. "Come out. Let us discuss what you desire," Murong Shui called out, surveying her surroundings coldly. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the warmth she had displayed before Shinsu. Shun Yi scrutinized Murong Shui, a thought forming in his mind. This woman undoubtedly possessed an ability. She could detect his probing, yet she seemed unable to pinpoint his exact location. Nevertheless, she was astute. Her choice to sit in the spacious living room was clearly a strategy to guard against his sudden teleportation attacks. No matter from which angle Shun Yi might strike, she would be ready to retaliate. Such keen combat awareness. What was her past identity? Moreover, she had even discerned the limits of his teleportation range. Shun Yi furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Although he could sense that Murong Shui bore no significant intent to kill him, he could not afford to lower his guard. Thus, he called out from a bedroom, "Murong Shui, who exactly are you?" Startled, Murong Shui swiftly turned her gaze toward the bedroom. She instinctively tightened her grip on the crossbow. Space manipulators were indeed formidable. Moreover, this space manipulator possessed a perception ability. The combination of these two abilities was nothing short of unreasonable. Originally, with so many traps in her room, even a space manipulator could be caught off guard without visibility. However, if the opponent had a perception ability, those traps would be rendered ineffective. Murong Shui tightened her grip on the crossbow, staring intently at the bedroom. Her voice icy. I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. What exactly are you trying to convey? If possible, she wished to avoid combat with such an extraordinary individual, especially since he was Shun Tzu's brother. Everything had exceeded Murong Shui's plans. Let me be more direct. Why did you remodel this shelter ahead of time? Who informed you of the impending disaster? Shun Yi inquired. He even speculated whether some high-ranking officials might have known about the impending apocalypse before it arrived. However, this speculation was quickly dismissed. After all, even someone as well-connected as Lin Zhuwei was unaware of the impending doom. So how could an ordinary person like Murong Shui, who appeared to be all alone, possibly know? Therefore, she must have something to hide. I am merely an enthusiast of doomsday shelters. I had no prior knowledge of the disaster, nor was I informed by anyone. As for renovating this house, it was merely a pastime due to my financial means, and I never anticipated it would come in handy, Murong Shui replied. This was the only explanation she had meticulously crafted, the most reasonable one, though it sounded somewhat implausible. Nonetheless, it was certainly preferable to revealing her secret of reincarnation. The matter of her rebirth was not something she dared to share with strangers. Really? Shin Yi, however, did not believe Murong Shui's reasoning at all. It was fundamentally unsound. Let me guess, you aren't a reincarnator who returned from the apocalypse like those in the dramas, are you? Shun Yi said, closely observing the shifts in Murong Shui's expression. When he uttered the word reincarnator, Murong Shui's eyes momentarily narrowed, yet she restrained herself from displaying any unusual reaction. Nonetheless, that single detail was enough for him to ascertain the truth. She truly was a reincarnator. Shun Yi was taken aback. Could someone really reincarnate? Was she the daughter of destiny? Or did she possess some rare, extraordinary abilities? His mind raced with thoughts, but excitement predominated. If he could uncover the secret of this reincarnator, he could evade numerous dangers and seize countless opportunities. However, facing a reincarnator also caused Shun Yi to be more cautious. Who knew what powerful trump cards she might possess? If she were to fight back, it could lead to trouble. Thus, Shun Yi used a mental connection to forcibly link with Murong Shui and instantly teleported away from the 18th floor. It was always better to be cautious. Through the mental connection, they could communicate from a distance. This is a mental type ability? Murong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invading her mind. Startling her, she quickly gathered her own mental strength to forcibly erase the foreign power. Damn it, she silently gritted her teeth, displaying an expression of disbelief. He actually possessed 3 extraordinary abilities. How could this be possible? As a reincarnator, Murong Shui had only acquired her second ability thus far. Her expression fluctuated as her gaze fell upon the white fox lounging on the sofa. Xiao Bai, it seems. I can only rely on you now. Meanwhile, Shun Yi sensed that his mental connection had been abruptly severed, and he frowned. This woman's mental power was unexpectedly formidable. He mused. It appears her ability is likely to enhance her mental capabilities. After pondering for a moment, Shun Yi initiated another mental connection with Murong Shui and added a brief message. Don't be too quick to refuse. I merely wish to converse with you. Murong Shui heard Shun Yi's voice in her mind, furrowing her brow. After a moment's hesitation, she chose not to sever the connection again. She could sense that this mental force was weak and harmless, evidently intended solely for communication and lacking any offensive capability. It seemed his mental ability was supportive and not very advanced, confined to dialogue. Murong Shui felt somewhat reassured. If this individual possessed spatial and perceptive abilities along with potent mental powers, she would undoubtedly stand no chance. How could someone who had perished in a previous life be so formidable in this one? Who truly was the reincarnator? Murong Shui's mind churned with astonishment and confusion. Suddenly, she recalled how easily Shun Yi had guessed her identity as a reincarnator, causing her heart to tighten. Wait, could it be that he was also a reincarnator? Otherwise, how would he have deduced her identity? With this thought, Murong Shui directly questioned Shun Yi through their mental link. Shun Yi, are you a reincarnator? Me? A reincarnator? Shun Yi was momentarily taken aback. How had this woman come to such a conclusion? She even regarded him as a reincarnator. After some contemplation, he responded, "I am not, but you are." Shen Yi's certainty regarding her identity as a reincarnator solidified with her question, transforming all doubts into certainty. Murong Shui clearly realized her identity had been exposed and promptly severed the mental connection with Shen Yi. No more discussion. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one made. For now, she needed to prepare for all contingencies. If Shen Yi truly intended to harm her, then regardless of being Shen Su's brother, she would show no mercy. It was better to risk everything. At that very moment, Shen Yi, concealed in the black mist, furrowed his brow, hesitating on whether to take action. He sensed that Murong Shui likely had formidable hidden cards, such as her extraordinary ability or even that white fox. Shen Yi's mental perception focused on the white fox. Scrutinizing it closely, this white fox bore no significant difference in size from a typical fox, except for one distinguishing feature. It had 3 tails. This was a mutated white fox. Furthermore, it could potentially be an exceptionally powerful variant. Otherwise, Murong Shui, as a reincarnator, would not expend resources to care for it. If he were not cautious, he might find himself at a disadvantage against this fox. How could he capture her without harm? Shen Yi began to ponder. A direct assault was certainly out of the question. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. There was another method, however. He could teleport inside and toss in 2 grenades, obliterating both the white fox and Murong Shui, thereby resolving the matter once and for all. But that seemed rather wasteful. Wasting grenades, wasting unclaimed resources, and squandering the value of a reincarnator. Although he couldn't detonate grenades directly, he could certainly use them as a threat. If she was unafraid of his intimidation, it would indicate she possessed the means to protect herself against grenades, and he would refrain from taking action for now, waiting until he had developed further before troubling her again. If she showed fear, he would press his advantage. Shen Yi swiftly devised a plan to test the waters with his grenades. He once again forcibly established a mental connection with Murong Shui, delivering a warning. "I have grenades. If you don't want to fight, do not refuse communication." After being repeatedly severed from the mental connection, Shen Yi felt a considerable drain on his mental energy. If he had voluntarily cut off the connection, the cost would have been minimal, but if it was forcibly erased by the other party, the consumption of mental energy would increase exponentially. Indeed, this mental connection ability relied on mental power. Though Shen Yi had not acquired an ability to enhance his mental strength, his physical evolution ability had endowed him with mental capabilities far beyond that of ordinary individuals, enabling him to maintain the connection with Murong Shui multiple times. Meanwhile, Murong Shui was preparing to sever the connection once more when she heard Shen Yi's voice. Grenades? She was incredulous. How could Shen Yi possibly possess grenades? No, that was impossible. He must be trying to deceive me. How could an ordinary college student possibly possess a grenade? This is utterly absurd. Yet, despite her skepticism, Murong Shui did not sever the connection decisively this time. Although she was confident in her ability to survive the explosion of a grenade, the risk remained perilously high. Moreover, if the other party had more than one grenade, her predicament would become even more dire. "We have no enmity, and I have even assisted your sister. Why do you threaten me in this manner?" Murong Shui questioned coldly, her voice laced with indignation and confusion. Shen Yi, however, seemed oblivious to her inquiry. Continuing to speak, "I acquire my grenade from a deceased Special Forces soldier, and it is specially designed, boasting a far greater explosive power than an ordinary grenade. If it were to detonate in your home, one would be enough to level it to the ground." Murong Shui fell silent. This scoundrel. His words did not seem to be a mere bluff. Could it be that he truly possesses a grenade? Taking a deep breath, Murong Shui endeavored to compose herself, declaring, "I am not afraid of your grenade. Do not presume that just because you have spatial abilities, I am helpless against you. Since you are aware of my status as a reborn individual, you must also surmise that I undoubtedly possess my own means of self-preservation." She paused, her tone softening slightly. "I do not wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with you. We have no grievances, and there is no need for both of us to suffer." Murong Shui openly acknowledged her identity as a reborn individual, and her words were clearly not spoken lightly, but rather conveyed a determination for mutual destruction. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no animosity between them. Yet, can one reason with such logic in this current era? The previous thugs had no grievances with Shen Yi either, yet he had slain them. The threat posed by Mu Rongshui was far greater than that of those thugs. She was a reborn individual, harboring immense secrets and intentionally approaching his family. Shen Yi could not afford to disregard her. Should Mu Rongshui rapidly develop her abilities utilizing the memories of her past life, the tables could turn, and he would find himself in a passive position. Though this was merely Shen Yi's conjecture, he had always approached others with the worst possible assumptions. In this world, only strength could dictate everything. Whether one chose to be virtuous or villainous, power would forever remain paramount. Thus, the unstable element that was Mu Rongshui must either be dealt with or kept under control. At the very least, he needed to ensure that she could never threaten him. Only then would Shen Yi feel at ease. "I do not wish to be your enemy," Shen Yi replied. Upon hearing this response, Mu Rongshui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She truly did not want to resort to violence. Only those who have faced death can truly appreciate the value of life. Of course, it was also primarily because her current strength was insufficient. Had she been powerful enough, Shen Yi would not have dared to threaten her. She would have simply eliminated him. Negotiation? How absurd! Mu Rongshui's anger surged within her, wishing she could dismember Shen Yi. Yet, she managed to suppress her impulse. In this second life, she had thought she could escape the frustrations of her past existence and no longer endure anyone's tyranny. However, to her dismay, within merely half a month, her identity as a reborn individual had been uncovered, and she was being threatened. Truly unfortunate. If I were to be reborn again, I would undoubtedly seek out this scoundrel and eliminate him directly, Mu Rongshui thought through gritted teeth. In this lifetime, she had become decisive and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive as she had been in her previous life. Instead, she had learned to resolve issues through the most direct means. However, faced with Shen Yi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her fury and respond calmly. Now is not the time for rash actions. Once I have gained strength, I will settle the score with you. She silently admonished herself, a glint of cold resolve flickering in her eyes. Once again suppressing her anger, Mu Rongshui inquired through their mental connection. "Since you do not wish to be my enemy, what exactly are you surveilling me for?" "To sleep with you," Shen Yi replied without hesitation. Mu Rongshui was taken aback. She could hardly believe it. She had not anticipated Shen Yi to be so blunt, so direct. Is this really the end of the world? And yet someone still thinks about such matters? In a situation where food is scarce, he is still preoccupied with women? Mu Rongshui was bewildered. She had always thought that Shen Yi was spying on her for her family's food supply or to uncover the secrets of her rebirth. Instead, he was simply interested in sleeping with her? How utterly base. Mu Rongshui was dumbfounded. Rubbing her forehead, she couldn't help but retort. "Your ambitions are so narrow that I could never have imagined you were motivated by such sordid desires. Yes, it is indeed the apocalypse. Could you not aim for something greater? Even if you claimed it was to grow stronger, that would suffice. Yet, you have gone to such lengths merely to sleep with a woman, even nearly risking your life for it." Mu Rongshui felt a mix of amusement and anger, momentarily at a loss for where to begin her criticisms. Of course, she understood that her physique and beauty were indeed exceptional, and it was quite natural for men to be drawn to her. However, Mu Rongshui had always perceived Shen Yi as capable and cautious, someone who could discern her identity as a reborn individual through mere conversation, indicating his intelligence. A person of such acumen and caution is either a hero or a tyrant. Yet, he turned out to be a lecher. Shen Yi was aware of Mu Rongshui's exasperation, but replied calmly, "I never claimed to have grand ambitions. You merely assumed that. I have but one request. I want to sleep with you." Mu Rongshui fell silent, incredulous. Such a request was something she could never acquiesce to. Although Shen Yi possessed considerable strength and was reasonably attractive, Mu Rongshui had no interest in romance. This was the apocalypse. In such dire times, what was there to discuss about feelings? Furthermore, emotions were the least reliable. In her previous life, even her biological mother and stepfather had betrayed her. Thus, in this life, she absolutely would not trust any sentiment. As long as she avoided emotional entanglements, she could live comfortably. Once her strength was sufficient, she would leave Shansheng. Consequently, Mu Rongshui coldly retorted, "Change your conditions. I have only this one demand. If you do not agree, you had best sleep with one eye open from now on, for I cannot guarantee that a grenade will not suddenly appear at your bedside." Shen Yi shamelessly threatened. You are utterly shameless," Mu Rongshui exclaimed in anger. How could there be a man so small-minded as to control a woman in such a manner? The key was that he even possessed three extraordinary abilities. Had Shun Yi been a weakling, Mu Rongshui would have had no qualms about eliminating him without a second thought. Yet, this lecher with formidable powers was not someone she could afford to provoke. She inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury, as she stated, "Change your conditions. I can help you find a few sh, even if it means going to great lengths. No need. My only requirement is to sleep with you." Shun Yi remained unmoved. After all, as long as he could possess her, wouldn't the sh belong to him? Furthermore, Mu Rongshui's assertion only solidified Shun Yi's resolve. She could indeed procure several sh. It seemed this woman was quite fortunate. If she could casually promise him a few sh, she must be concealing even more. Mu Rongshui trembled with rage at Shun Yi's brazen attitude. How could such a shameless man exist? Have you never encountered a woman before? Unbeknownst to her, Shun Yi possessed a system that allowed him to unlock resources, leading her to find his behavior utterly incomprehensible and absurd. "I can grant you some time to consider, but not too long," Shun Yi stated generously. "Consider." Mu Rongshui scoffed coldly, then continued, "Aren't you afraid that when we share the same bed, I might stab you to death? I am, but I have a solution. For instance, you could take a sedative and knock yourself out." Shun Yi had long been prepared. Among the numerous medications he scavenged from the hospital, he possessed over 100 bottles of sedatives. There was more than enough. Mu Rongshui was utterly dumbfounded. How could this shameless individual conceive such an audacious plan? How could he utter such words without a hint of shame? "You want me to take a sedative? Why not suggest that I bind myself as well?" Mu Rongshui thought to herself that having lived a second life, she had indeed encountered all manner of repugnant human nature. Yet, she had never before witnessed someone as fixated on women and as brazen as Shun Yi. Her understanding of human nature had been profoundly challenged. After several deep breaths, she barely managed to suppress her rage. She was on the verge of losing her composure. The white fox tilted its little head, seemingly witnessing Mu Rongshui's anger for the first time. "So, have you made up your mind?" After approximately 10 minutes, Shun Yi munched on some fruit and sent another dual invitation. Simultaneously, his mental connection upgraded once more. "Your mental connection has upgraded to LV6. Mental connection. LV6, you can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing visions. Currently, the maximum number of individuals connected is 40, with a maximum distance of 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with an established mental connection, the maximum distance doubles, and the number of connections is not counted. Upgrading from level 3 to 6 meant that the distance had exceeded 1 kilometer. This range was already comparable to a standard walkie-talkie. Continuing to upgrade, 100 kilometers should not be a challenge. With a connection distance of 100 kilometers, it would be exceedingly convenient to communicate when venturing outside. "I have made my decision. I refuse. I do not wish to engage in romance during the apocalypse." Mu Rongshui provided her answer at that moment. She had indeed contemplated for several minutes. However, no matter how she considered it, it felt unworthy. If she had been reborn only to survive by selling her body, was her rebirth not in vain? "I never said I wanted to pursue a romantic relationship with you. If you are unwilling, one time will suffice," Shun Yi remarked. "Let's first unlock the rewards and see what resources this reincarnator can provide. Perhaps the rewards are extraordinary." Upon hearing Shun Yi's response, Mu Rongshui paused and asked, "So, you sought me out solely for that purpose?" She had initially thought Shun Yi desired a romantic relationship with her, intending to reside in her shelter and share her resources. Yet, she realized she had underestimated Shun Yi's intellect. In matters of affection, his mind was occupied solely with base desires. How much lewd nonsense could one mind harbor to conceive such actions? No wonder he had met an early demise in his past life. Surely, it was due to such folly. Was this man truly Shin Su's brother? Their thought processes were entirely divergent. "You are not a man at all. How childish." Shun Yi was simply too immature. A rational individual would focus on acquiring food and water and enhancing their strength in a world on the brink of collapse, rather than obsessing over women. It was utterly juvenile. Moreover, immaturity is not fearsome. What is truly alarming is that such juvenile individuals possess the power to overturn tables. This left Mu Rongshui utterly speechless. Did she truly need to compromise with such a childish person? Otherwise, was she to sleep with one eye open every night? Mu Rongshui had contemplated utilizing Shun Yi's family as leverage against him. However, as soon as the thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. Shun Yi possessed spatial abilities and perceptive powers, making it easy for him to relocate his family. Furthermore, Shun Su's abilities were not to be taken lightly. If her threats backfired, it could provoke Shun Su, leading to greater troubles. How vexing. Mu Rongshui anxiously tugged at her hair. Were Shun Yi to confront her head-on, she would not be so conflicted. The crux was that Shun Yi's conditions did not compel her to fight for her life, yet were not easily accepted. Choosing to compromise would spare her from a desperate struggle. But for someone as proud as Mu Rongshui, who had been reborn, this was a difficult pill to swallow. Yet if she chose to fight, Shun Yi would not confront her directly, but rather launch covert attacks from the shadows. That was even more distressing. Just like now, though they remained in conversation, Mu Rongshui could not ascertain Shun Yi's hiding place. This man was infuriatingly cautious. If only he dared to appear within her line of sight, she would consider taking a chance. Observing the restless Mu Rongshui, Shun Yi remained calm. The initiative was in his hands, and he was determined to maximize his gains. Sleeping with Mu Rongshui was merely the first step. Once she was truly incapacitated by the sedatives, Shun Yi could thoroughly plunder her stored resources. This exemplified a cognitive bias. In Mu Rongshui's eyes, Shun Yi's demeanor resembled that of a ravenous lecher. Shall we negotiate properly? Is it truly impossible to change the conditions? Mu Rongshui tentatively inquired, adding, moreover, how do I know you're not deceiving me? What if you kill me while I'm incapacitated? I have serious doubts about your character. I cannot trust you. Her suspicions were entirely justified. Given Shun Yi's current behavior, he was indeed not the most virtuous individual. After all, Mu Rongshui had aided his family, yet he still sought to harm her. This was also one of the reasons Mu Rongshui was unwilling to compromise. I have no intention of killing you. Shun Yi replied calmly. After all, you are a reincarnator, and the information you possess is my most valuable resource. To kill you would also be a loss for me. At this moment, Shun Yi truly harbored no thoughts of killing Mu Rongshui. A loss? Mu Rongshui's cheeks twitched slightly, her desire to curse rising. Today was undoubtedly the day she felt the most challenged. Encountering such a shameless scoundrel, taking a deep breath, Mu Rongshui decisively severed the mental connection. Since negotiations were futile, it was time to fight. She could not believe that Shun Yi would truly go to such lengths over this trivial matter. A mutually destructive outcome would benefit no one. As he hung up again, Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Since you are unwilling to voluntarily compromise, I shall compel you. Glancing down, he noticed a stone at his feet and picked it up casually. In the next instant, he teleported to Mu Rongshui's residence, hurling the stone forcefully in her direction. From behind, Mu Rongshui keenly sensed the movement behind her and swiftly turned, firing her crossbow in an instant. However, the arrow found only empty air. All she saw was a stone soaring towards her, while Shun Yi's figure had already vanished without a trace. The instantaneous movement, devoid of cooldown limitations, was simply beyond the capacity of the naked eye to capture. The stone sped towards Mu Rongshui, but at the last moment before impact, it inexplicably hovered in midair. Gripping her crossbow tightly, she broke into a cold sweat. She had not anticipated Shun Yi's ambush to come so swiftly. This fellow could turn hostile without a moment's hesitation. This was evidently a warning to herself. This time it was a stone he threw. What might be next? Perhaps a grenade. Mu Rongshui clenched her teeth, her expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with intensity. What kind of ability is this? It bore a resemblance to Lin Jiwei's gravitational manipulation. Observing the stone he had thrown suspended in midair, Shun Yi pondered thoughtfully. If it were merely gravitational control, it would surely not withstand the explosion of a grenade. Yet, Mu Rongshui's confidence in facing a grenade indicated that her abilities were far beyond mere gravity manipulation. Shun Yi took out a bottle of mineral water, draining it in one go before utilizing the empty bottle to launch another ambush through teleportation. He was determined to see who could endure longer. That insufferable cat. Mu Rongshui intercepted the suddenly appearing bottle of water once more, unable to suppress her low curses. She had grasped Shun Yi's intent. This fellow aimed to deplete her mental energy. Shun Yi provided Mu Rongshui with little respite. A series of stealthy ambushes followed. Empty bottles, stones, and various debris flew towards her from unexpected angles. However, no matter the direction of the assault, Mu Rongshui consistently managed to block each attack with pinpoint accuracy, leaving no vulnerabilities exposed. Yet, With each use of her abilities for defense, fine beads of sweat began to dot her forehead. Clearly, the constant exertion of her powers was taking a toll. Meanwhile, Shun Yi had likely expended about 1/7 of his stamina. This woman was nearing her limit. He exhaled softly, observing the sweat-drenched Murong Shui through their mental connection, forming a judgment in his mind. One must admit, her abilities and combat awareness were formidable. She exhibited no flaws whatsoever. No matter from which angle he launched an assault, he could not breach her defenses. However, in terms of endurance, Shun Yi was confident he would not be outmatched. He teleported back into the room, casually tossing an object to continue sapping Murong Shui's energy. After several successive ambushes, Murong Shui was now panting heavily, her complexion paling slightly. Observing this, Shun Yi forcibly re-established the mental connection. This time, he succeeded with ease. It appeared that her use of abilities was draining her mental energy. Her powers must be of a psychic nature. Through the mental link, Shun Yi sensed a significant waning of Murong Shui's mental strength, quietly speculating. He then spoke calmly through their connection. How much longer can your mental energy sustain you? Surrender obediently. Shut your mouth. If you have the ability, come out and face me directly. What kind of skill is it to ambush incessantly? Murong Shui retorted coldly, her voice laced with barely contained fury. Shun Yi's methods of attack were truly repugnant. The combination of perception abilities and spatial powers was tantamount to cheating. What kind of skill was that? Soon, you will experience my prowess firsthand. Shun Yi dismissed her words lightly. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another ambush. Such a lack of chivalry. Murong Shui was on the verge of exploding with rage. It wasn't that Shun Yi's ambushes were particularly powerful. The items he used to attack were mere trash bags and the like, which caused little harm upon impact. However, Murong Shui could not afford to let her guard down. What if this time was a trash bag, and the next was a stone or even a grenade? This insidious tactic had even the typically composed Murong Shui on the brink of losing her composure. She erupted in a torrent of curses. Scoundrel! You are no man at all. If you have the guts, come out and face me. As long as you can defeat me in a direct confrontation, I will lie here and let you do as you please. It is time to bring this farce to an end. If you have the ability, don't use your powers to defend. Try to withstand my grenade with your body. If you can endure it, I will leave now and never trouble you again. Shun Yi replied nonchalantly. He was not the least bit angered by Murong Shui's insults. After all, he had no idea what her trump card was, and he certainly would not foolishly rush out for a direct confrontation. Moreover, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa kept him on high alert. If he were to get overly confident and suffer a setback, it would be sheer folly. Shameless. Murong Shui's complexion was pale, evidently from overexerting her abilities. However, she understood that Shun Yi was not wrong. This was not a child's game. If Shun Yi were to confront her directly, it would indeed be foolish. Murong Shui had intended to provoke Shun Yi into revealing a flaw. Yet this fellow was exceedingly vigilant, teleporting away to a distance after each throw, rendering her incapable of pinpointing his location. Had she been able to lock onto Shun Yi's position, she would not have been so passive. I will grant you one more opportunity to reconsider. If you remain unwilling to compromise, I may very well throw a grenade next time. Shun Yi issued another warning. As for why he did not use a firearm for ambushes, the reason was simple. Shooting requires aiming, which entails a few seconds of delay. If during that delay, Murong Shui were to detect his position, he would be in grave danger. There was no need to take such a substantial risk. In contrast, the current method of ambush was far safer. He could instantly withdraw from the battlefield without any concerns. Even if he missed hitting her, it was of little consequence. Keeping Murong Shui in a state of mental tension, forcing her to continuously utilize her abilities, was sufficient. At that moment, upon hearing Shun Yi's warning, Murong Shui, already on edge, tightened her grip on her crossbow. Sweat streamed down her face, her complexion as pale as paper, yet her gaze remained sharp as a blade. She resembled a wolf poised to pounce, ready to sink her teeth into Shun Yi. This woman's willpower was formidable, truly a reincarnated being. Even Shun Yi could not help but marvel at Murong Shui's resilience. Both physically and mentally, she was astonishingly strong. Had it been an ordinary person facing such dire straits, they would have long since capitulated. Yet, Murong Shui persisted with unwavering resolve. Despite her spirit teetering on the brink of exhaustion, she remained defiant, embodying the valor of a true heroine. Fortuitously, I am not a virtuous individual, Otherwise, I might find it truly difficult to act. Shun Yi murmured softly. He was inherently decisive, and once he made a resolution, he adhered to it unwaveringly. Changing one's mind frequently only leads to chaos. Having already antagonized Mu Rongshui, reconciliation was no longer an option. It was either her submission today or a definitive resolution to eliminate her. Otherwise, allowing Mu Rongshui to depart with animosity would undoubtedly sow future troubles, potentially endangering even his own family. Through mental connection, Shen Yi could clearly perceive the aura emanating from Mu Rongshui, entirely enveloped in pure darkness. The palpable hostility and murderous intent. If given even the slightest opportunity, she would undoubtedly fight to the death. For this reason, Shen Yi could not afford to let her escape. During their exchange, he launched 2 surprise attacks on Mu Rongshui. At this moment, her complexion was as pale as a sheet, barely able to stand without the support of the sofa. It was evident she had reached her limit. How infuriating! If this continues, my mind shall surely shatter. Mu Rongshui gasped for breath, her face ghostly pale. Having pushed her mental prowess to its utmost limits, her abilities had inexplicably ascended to level 2. This was an egregious method of upgrading through mental exhaustion. Yet even so, her newfound strength was futile, for her mental energy was insufficient to sustain continued use of her powers. Suddenly, a bottle of water struck Mu Rongshui. This time, she was unable to defend herself. Shen Yi's gaze sharpened. The opportunity had arrived. He swiftly retrieved a grenade, but before taking action, he once again posed a question. Have you made up your mind? This is your final chance. Shen Yi was reluctant to take further risks. If Mu Rongshui remained obstinate, he would have no choice but to eradicate this nuisance entirely. Although the loss would be considerable, at least he would eliminate a significant threat. Consider? I'll consider you. Even if you came over now, would you dare to confront me? Mu Rongshui, leaning against the sofa, coldly retorted. Initially, she was merely conflicted and hesitant. However, Shen Yi's mockery had ignited her true fury. It was a matter of pride. If she did not vent her frustrations today, her rebirth would be in vain. This was infuriating. Yet Shen Yi wasted no words, instantly teleporting closer and tossing a bottle of sleeping pills. Mu Rongshui instinctively defended herself. But upon realizing it was merely sedatives, she clenched her fists in anger. Scoundrel, if you have the courage, come out. Let me give you a thrashing. As long as you stand there and allow me to strike you, I will acquiesce to your demands. And I refuse to take any pills. Her words were a veiled concession, merely a means to vent her frustrations. Yet Shen Yi paid no heed to her anger. He had no intention of empathizing with her plight. As long as he was satisfied, that was enough. In this apocalyptic world, worrying about others' happiness or grievances was utterly exhausting. To be human is to indulge in double standards. The thought of her striking him was impossible. She should abandon that notion. If she was willing to concede, he wanted to see her sincerity. Shen Yi remained composed. Although frequent use of his abilities had drained considerable energy, he discovered he had become more adept at teleportation. Indeed, one must frequently utilize their powers to cultivate improvement. He could now teleport to heights of several dozen meters, as long as he teleported again before falling. He could compound the distance. In essence, if he reacted swiftly enough, he could truly ascend to the skies, though it was of little practical use. At this moment, in their mental connection, Mu Rongshui unleashed a torrent of profanity. The vulgarity nearly prompted Shen Yi to sever the connection unilaterally. How remarkable! Who would have thought such a beautiful and dignified woman could utter such foul language? She was genuinely furious. It was easy to imagine that had Shen Yi been subjected to such mockery, he might have been driven to a heart attack. Fortuitously, I am the villain. What a relief! After a lengthy tirade, Mu Rongshui finally ceased her cursing, seemingly having released a significant amount of pent-up frustration. As even the dark aura surrounding her had slightly dissipated, she plopped down on the sofa, no longer on guard against surprise attacks, nor did she utter a word, simply sitting in silence. However, Shen Yi dared not let his guard down. Who knew if this was merely Mu Rongshui using herself as bait to lure him in? He glanced out the window. The rain was pouring ever more heavily. It was time to conclude this farce. Gripping the grenade, Shen Yi once again utilized his teleportation. 84. Innate X Sacred Body. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. If I were to be reborn, I would undoubtedly seek you out for vengeance immediately. Mu Rongshui sensed Shun Yi's arrival, but made no attempt to resist, lying defenselessly on the sofa. She was simply giving up. Nevertheless, Shun Yi remained vigilant, keeping a considerable distance from her, prepared for instantaneous movement at a moment's notice. The closer they drew to the climax, the more cautious one must be. Very well. If you could be reborn, feel free to take your revenge, even to torment me. I am waiting. Shun Yi's tone was indifferent. He focused solely on this lifetime. Whether in this existence or the next, he would not be intimidated. Since he dared to kill her, he feared no retribution. Upon hearing Shun Yi's words, Mu Rongshui's beautiful eyes flickered, turning her gaze toward him. Although she longed to slay this scoundrel, she could not deny that his mindset was commendable. To survive in this increasingly desolate world, one must possess such a mentality. Though Mu Rongshui despised Shun Yi, she had never spoken ill of him. Why? Because she herself was no saint. She had taken lives as well. In her second life, Mu Rongshui profoundly understood that only those who are ruthless and wicked can endure longer. This is the law of survival in an apocalypse. Setting aside their enmity, she found much to admire in Shun Yi's character. He was decisive, unrestrained, and unyielding. The ideal version of herself in her fantasies was precisely that kind of person. In this life, she had embodied that principle. Whenever she acted, she ensured total annihilation. She pursued her desires without reservation. For instance, before the apocalypse commenced, she amassed over 100 million through various channels to construct a doomsday villa, with no intention of repaying the debt. Those creditors had previously reached out to her, seeking refuge, but Mu Rongshui could not be bothered to respond, simply blocking them all. After all, it was the end of the world. What did it matter if she were a deadbeat? Did they truly dare to confront her at her doorstep? If they truly dared to come, it would be best to eliminate them all, thus eradicating future troubles. After a few moments of silence, Mu Rongshui suddenly inquired, "Have you acquired a physique enhancement ability? Want to know? Be my woman, and I shall tell you." Shun Yi was still contemplating whether to toss a grenade. He noticed that the hostility emanating from Mu Rongshui had significantly diminished. The dark energy was gradually transforming into a grayish aura, even interspersed with a hint of white essence. What is happening? For some inexplicable reason, she suddenly harbors no animosity towards me. Is this an innate, masochistic holy body? The swiftness of this emotional shift is more bizarre than anything Cthulhu could conjure. You have already utilized 3 abilities, which proves that you cannot possess a physique enhancement ability. Could it be a drug that temporarily boosts physical strength? Mu Rongshui scrutinized Shun Yi, thoughtfully analyzing the situation. This scene bore no resemblance to the life-and-death struggle they had engaged in mere moments ago. Are you implying that each individual is limited to 3 abilities? Shun Yi furrowed his brow, catching the essential information. He had previously learned this from Lin Jiwei. Yet Shun Yi had always believed that acquiring the ability for physical evolution would allow one to accommodate more abilities. This should apply to everyone. However, from Mu Rongshui's words as a reincarnator, it seems that in the previous lifetime, humans were also restricted to 3 abilities. Is it possible that no one consumed the fruit of physical evolution in the last life? Since Mu Rongshui mentioned possessing a physique enhancement ability, it stands to reason that physical evolution should be included therein. If others had also consumed the fruit of physical evolution, they should likewise be able to harbor more than 3 abilities. Unless the fruit of physical evolution is exceedingly rare to the point where even Mu Rongshui, as a reincarnator, has never heard of it. Of course, there's another possibility, that in her previous life, Mu Rongshui was utterly inept, perhaps never having encountered any powerful individuals, thus limiting her knowledge. This scenario holds significant weight. If she had indeed been formidable in her previous life, it is highly unlikely she would have been reincarnated. Mu Rongshui was unaware of Shun Yi's current thoughts. She recalled distinctly that the most powerful ability users in her past life could only acquire a maximum of 3 abilities. Some had attempted to obtain a 4th ability, only for their bodies to explode as a consequence. Therefore, Mu Rongshui was confident that humans could possess at most 3 abilities. At least, that was her understanding. Currently, Shun Yi had already exhibited perception ability, mental ability, and spatial ability, which constituted 3 abilities. Should he acquire a physique enhancement ability, it would indicate he possessed 4 abilities. This is utterly impossible. Thus, only one alternative remains. Shun Yi must have elevated the level of his spatial ability. reaching at least level 5 or 6, thereby reducing his physical consumption and allowing him to use it without restraint. However, this is equally perplexing. Just moments ago, Murong Shui had been pushed to her limits, exhausting her mental energy to barely raise her ability to level 2. Moreover, advancing a spatial ability by one level is several times more challenging than enhancing one's own ability. The stronger the ability, the rarer it is, and the more difficult it becomes to elevate its level. Particularly for spatial and temporal abilities, achieving even a single level increase is arduous, let alone ascending to level 5 or 6 in a mere half-month. It is inconceivable to attain such rapid advancement. If powerful and rare abilities could be so easily upgraded, humanity would not be on the brink of extinction. Murong Shui distinctly remembered that those renowned ability users in her past life possessed more common elemental abilities. This is because common abilities are far easier to elevate. With a higher level, they could easily overpower spatial and temporal abilities using their numerical advantage. For instance, a high-level ice ability user could freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. A typical spatial ability user could only teleport a few dozen meters, making it impossible for them to contend with an ice ability user. It is precisely for this reason that Murong Shui struggled to comprehend Shen Yi's current situation. Given that he possesses 3 abilities, it is impossible for him to acquire a 4th physique enhancement ability. Moreover, it is inconceivable that he could elevate the level of his spatial ability so swiftly. Thus, there are only 2 possibilities remaining. First, a restorative or enhancement ability user is assisting him in recovering his strength and enhancing his abilities. This possibility is quite slim, as Murong Shui has sensed no other ability users nearby. Therefore, only the second remains. Shen Yi must have consumed a substance that temporarily boosts physical strength. Such items she had indeed heard of in her past life. They are a relatively rare resource that only began to surface over 2 months into the apocalypse. Moreover, once they appeared, they were quickly monopolized by the powerful ability users and shelters. If Shen Yi possesses such fruits or medicines now, then his luck is extraordinarily fortuitous. Who truly is the reincarnated here? I have lived another life, aware of numerous opportunities, yet I am not as formidable as an ordinary person who is inconspicuous in the past. Could it be that this fellow did not die in his previous life, but rather concealed his true strength all along? Is he actually a remarkably powerful individual? As these thoughts swirled, Murong Shui's gaze towards Shen Yi became peculiar, bound, and yet the affection increased. Murong Shui had originally intended to engage in a protracted battle with Shen Yi. She planned to rely on her formidable mental strength to gradually deplete his energy, ultimately exhausting him. After all, the stronger the ability, the greater the consumption. Shen Yi had been utilizing spatial and perception abilities, so logically, his consumption should far exceed her own. However, Murong Shui never expected that Shen Yi's stamina would be so astonishing. Not only did he show no signs of fatigue, but he also forced himself into a corner. It was precisely this abnormality that led Murong Shui to realize that the situation was far from simple. Even though she had been reincarnated, creating some butterfly effects, it should not have allowed Shen Yi, a previously inconspicuous individual, to become so powerful in this lifetime, unless he had possessed formidable strength in his past life. Perhaps he had merely concealed his true capabilities, lurking in the shadows, biding his time. Given Shen Yi's cautious and cunning behavior when he ambushed her, this possibility is quite significant. Only in this way can one explain why he is so formidable in this life. Indeed, an individual can possess a maximum of 3 abilities. At least, I have never heard of anyone attaining a 4th ability. Amidst the swirling thoughts, Murong Shui responded to Shen Yi's inquiry. This is the advantage of reincarnation. She possesses greater knowledge. Even if Shen Yi's strength surpasses hers, he must seek her counsel. Contemplating this, a sense of pride welled up within Murong Shui. Shen Yi, deep in thought, turned his gaze towards Murong Shui. Since you are aware that I already possess 3 abilities, why did you offer me the ability fruit earlier? Do you wish for my demise? Indeed, Murong Shui openly admitted without hesitation. Since you threaten me, why should I not scheme against you? Shen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This woman is truly no pushover. Given this, he felt no psychological burden regarding his subsequent actions, although he had never felt guilt in the first place. Suddenly, Shun Yi executed a teleportation, closing the distance between him and Murong Shui. As he directly unleashed the shadow binding, Murong Shui and the Bai who were rendered immobile. Coincidentally, the lights in Murong Shui's home were illuminated, fulfilling the conditions for the shadow binding. The immobilized Murong Shui widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Shun Yi. What was happening? Was this another ability? The fourth ability. He actually possessed 4 distinct powers. Rather than fear, Murong Shui was overwhelmed by shock and incredulity. Just moments earlier, she had sworn that no one could possess more than 3 abilities. Yet, Shun Yi effortlessly demonstrated a 4th. What was going on with this guy? Although his scheming was commendable, it was futile in the face of absolute power. Shun Yi remarked calmly. With one person and one fox completely restrained, he felt considerably more at ease. However, Shun Yi was astonished to discover that the energy expended to bind the Bai who exceeded that required from Murong Shui by a factor of 2. This indicated that the Bai whose strength far surpassed that of Murong Shui. Indeed, this woman's hidden trump card was intricately linked to that fox. Yet, he remained unaware of the true nature of the Bai whose abilities. Shun Yi scrutinized the Bai Hu for a moment before turning his gaze back to Murong Shui. In this predicament, do you believe you can turn the tables? While speaking, he remained poised to teleport away at any moment. If Murong Shui could break free from her bindings, even if she were formidable, he would not provoke her today. Of course, Shun Yi felt emboldened to close the distance because he sensed Murong Shui's hostility towards him was minimal, even tinged with a hint of affection. Especially now, after being bound by him, her fondness for him had inexplicably increased. This masochist, the more she was tormented, the higher her affection, it seemed. At that moment, although Murong Shui was immobilized, her mind was tumultuous. How could this man possess 4 abilities? How did he achieve that? He was even stronger than me, a reborn individual. It was utterly incomprehensible. No wonder I was no match for him. No wonder this guy possessed such formidable stamina. He might indeed have a power that enhances physical capabilities. If he could surpass the limits of the human body to acquire a 4th ability, then attaining a 5th was certainly within reach. With this thought, Murong Shui gazed at Shun Yi with newfound fervor. If she too could transcend her physical limitations and gain a 4th, 5th, or even 6th ability, her strength would undoubtedly multiply exponentially. The reason Murong Shui had only acquired 2 abilities thus far was not that she could only locate 2 ability fruits, but rather because she was unwilling to awaken any mediocre powers that might hinder her potential. Her goal was to elevate her limits, to surpass her previous self in her past life, and thus she selectively sought out powerful abilities to acquire. However, if Shun Yi could assist her in transcending those limits, she would no longer be constrained and could simply stack various abilities. After all, acquiring an additional ability could never be a disadvantage. With this in mind, forming a bond with Shun Yi no longer seemed so daunting. Even cohabitating would be acceptable, as long as it could enhance her strength. Murong Shui would be open to accepting a man. Her sexual orientation posed no issue, nor did she harbor any aversion to the opposite sex. The reason she had refrained from dating was merely due to her lofty standards. She simply had not encountered a man worthy of her attention, especially after her rebirth. Her standards had risen even higher. Ordinary men, even those from her previous life who possessed powerful abilities and status, failed to impress her. If she so desired, she could easily orchestrate their downfall. This was why Murong Shui was reluctant to take on a burden. To her, finding a man was akin to seeking a liability. Yet, Shun Yi's displayed prowess had shifted her perspective. Alas, Murong Shui, you masochist! Shun Yi observed that the hostility emanating from Murong Shui had nearly dissipated, replaced by a neutral gray aura. Within that gray, there was a significant infusion of white. In a matter of seconds, her fondness for him surged dramatically. He had done nothing at all, not even resorted to violence. Yet Murong Shui seemed increasingly drawn to him. There was something amiss. This woman was certainly problematic. The more ruthless he was, the higher her affection became, it seemed. Should he perhaps give her a few slaps to test the waters? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Yi teleported backwards while simultaneously releasing the shadow binding. He wished to discern what thoughts occupied Murong Shui's mind. Given her current amiable demeanor, she was unlikely to act suddenly. As for the Bai Hu, he maintained control over it to prevent any potential ambush. I accept your proposition. You may have me. However, after our encounter, you must assist me in acquiring more abilities. As soon as the bindings were lifted, Murong Shui sprang to her feet, her gaze fervently fixed on Shan Yi, as long as it could enhance her power and allow her to dominate in the apocalypse. What did it matter if she was bedded? Her body was also a means to grow stronger. Murong Shui was no longer the innocent girl of 16 or 17. The reason she had never had a boyfriend was simply that she believed none were worthy of her, unable to provide sufficient benefits. She had wealth, and her status was not lacking. There was no need to rely on a man. In her previous life, when the apocalypse struck, she had endured hardships. Yet with her own strength, she had survived without depending on a man. Thus, she had never sought one out. In this life, she had no intention of doing so either. Yet, the secrets surrounding Shan Yi had altered her perspective. Being with Shan Yi could empower her. That was all that truly mattered. Shan Yi was rendered speechless by Murong Shui's declaration. Indeed, she was a true reincarnator. As long as there were sufficient incentives, everything could be negotiated. Even if just a second ago she had harbored thoughts of killing him, the next moment she was willing to share a bed. Through telepathic connection, Shan Yi was certain that Murong Shui's words were not a ploy. She genuinely wished to trade her body. As long as you can enable me to acquire more abilities, I shall be yours. And I will also utilize the secret information I possess from my past life to aid you in growing stronger. Murong Shui spoke earnestly. If our strength is sufficient, we shall dictate the fate of Shansheng. No, not just Shansheng. We could rule all of Xiagua, even the entire world. Kings and nobles are not born. They are forged. Murong Shui's eyes sparkled with fervor and fervency. Clearly, she was not a woman content with mere survival. Her ambitions surpassed even those of Shan Yi. She yearned to reign supreme in the apocalypse, to become a dominant force, or even to control the entire world. Shan Yi finally grasped the reason behind Murong Shui's sudden shift in attitude. It was not him that she desired, but rather the power that enabled her to transcend her limits. What she sought was strength, not romance. To dominate the world? How naive. Shan Yi internally scoffed, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. In the context of the apocalypse, such aspirations seemed hardly surprising, especially since Murong Shui is a reincarnator who has endured the tribulations of an apocalypse once. Her ambition is quite understandable. However, she never anticipated that her ambition would be this vast. Do you not wish for it? Murong Shui gazed calmly at Shan Yi. If Shan Yi lacked ambition and merely wished to survive like in his previous life, she would regard him with some disdain. A man without ambition is disposable, or, once her strength surpasses his, she could keep him as a pet, providing him with sustenance as a form of gratitude. Yes, that approach seems viable. After all, I am not a heartless woman. I can't afford to be somewhat lenient towards my first man. In a brief moment, various thoughts floated through Murong Shui's mind, and her aura underwent continuous transformation, ultimately dominated by hues of white and gray. Upon witnessing this, Shan Yi confirmed that Murong Shui had no intention of attacking, and thus slowly spoke. First, tell me what your abilities and hidden cards are. Murong Shui hesitated for a moment, glancing at the white fox still immobilized on the sofa, before responding. My ability is mental telekinesis, and my mental power has been enhanced, allowing me to passively sense danger and perceive the probing of perceptual abilities. Furthermore, I can release my telekinesis to shield my body, blocking all attacks. If I unleash my mental telekinesis to its fullest, I can even withstand bullets, and grenades will not harm me. Such strength? Shan Yi raised his brow, secretly astonished. Murong Shui's ability is comprehensive, capable of both offense and defense, not inferior to his own teleportation. It is no wonder she boldly claims to fear no grenades. However, Shan Yi did not believe that this was the extent of Murong Shui's hidden cards. As a reincarnator, she certainly possessed more than one ability. What else? Shan Yi pressed further. Murong Shui paused briefly before stating, my second ability is also mental in nature. I can alter a person's perception and thoughts through my eyes. Shan Yi was taken aback. What? Such an insidious ability exists? If one were to unwittingly fall under its influence, they might become Murong Shui's puppet or slave without even realizing it. After all, their perception would be modified. This was far more terrifying than the hypnosis depicted in films. Instantly, Shan Yi's gaze towards Murong Shui became significantly more cautious. Truly, she deserves her reputation as someone who has lived a second life. Sensing Shan Yi's change in demeanor, Murong Shui explained, you need not worry. The level of this ability is quite low. Directly altering a person's thoughts is nearly impossible unless they offer no resistance. Currently, I merely utilize it as a perceptual ability. For instance, by concentrating my powerful mental energy through my eyes, I can penetrate fog and obstacles to sense the existence of objects, provided they emit mental fluctuations. As she spoke, Murong Shui's irises gradually transformed into a captivating red. Appearing exceptionally eerie, Shun Yi swiftly diverted his gaze, avoiding direct eye contact with her. He could not ascertain the truth of Murong Shui's words, for there was no genuine trust between them. In fact, it could be said that there was animosity. After all, Shun Yi had nearly driven Murong Shui to her death previously. She was also aware that abilities could be upgraded. It seemed that in her previous life, this had ceased to be a secret. Shun Yi found himself curious about how other ability users elevated their powers. However, he was more eager to uncover what Murong Shui's hidden cards were. Although these two abilities were formidable, they could not possibly represent the entirety of her arsenal. After all, what gave her the audacity to contemplate world domination? So what is your hidden card? Do not tell me there is none, Shun Yi inquired. Murong Shui's enchanting red pupils faded as she gazed at the white fox on the sofa, stating, "Little Bai is my ultimate means of survival." Shun Yi also turned his gaze to the white fox. He had previously suspected that this fox was extraordinary, yet he remained uncertain about what capabilities a mere fox could possess to be regarded as a trump card by a reincarnator. Little Bai, its ability is temporal in nature, akin to your spatial abilities, and is exceedingly rare. Moreover, in certain respects, it surpasses spatial abilities. Meeting Shun Yi's gaze, Murong Shui elaborated. Little Bai can manipulate time to a certain extent, such as accelerating the flow of time for your body, thereby consuming your lifespan. Shun Yi was taken aback. This ability was simply outrageous. A fox possessing such an incredible power. Was that reasonable? It seemed even more formidable than his own extraordinary abilities. Moreover, Little Bai's temporal powers extend beyond that. It can also freeze a person's time, similar to how you immobilized me and Little Bai earlier. However, when Little Bai halts time, the person affected will not perceive the passage of time. When the time freeze concludes, they will still believe they exist mere minutes ago. Murong Shui paused before continuing. Of course, the temporal abilities do not end there. Once Little Bai evolves further, it can even reverse a person's temporal flow. For instance, if you sustain severe injuries or even die, as long as your body is returned to a state before your demise, you would be resurrected. Shun Yi's brow furrowed deeply. This is truly a cheat. It is far too overpowered, capable of offense, control, and support. How exceedingly comprehensive. Fortunately, this ability undoubtedly comes with significant limitations. Alternatively, Little Bai may currently be incapable of utilizing this power. Otherwise, Shun Yi would have already fallen victim. He was relieved that he had remained ever vigilant, offering the white fox no opportunity. Understanding Shun Yi's astonishment, Murong Shui clarified. While the temporal ability is indeed powerful, its restrictions are immense. For Little Bai to use its ability on you, it must first make contact. Furthermore, due to the potency of temporal abilities, even without activation, they are extremely taxing on physical strength and energy. Little Bai must rest and recuperate almost constantly. Otherwise, it risks exhausting itself to death. This is the price of Little Bai's abilities not being fully developed. Should it upgrade several more times, its body would be unable to withstand strain. Indeed, it was evident that the stronger the ability, the greater the limitations. Much like teleportation, which consumes considerable stamina. Even someone who gains teleportation cannot utilize it as frequently as Shun Yi does. Even a physically robust adult would manage at most 7 or 8 teleports in a day. What good would that do? Escaping would be a challenge. However, if the level were to rise, both temporal and spatial abilities would become formidable. Especially temporal abilities, one might not even need to make contact, directly freezing a person's time and draining it away. This is utterly absurd. Shun Yi gazed at the white fox, harboring only vigilance, devoid of envy. Although its temporal abilities are indeed impressive, the cost is far too great. Had he acquired this ability from the outset, he might not have even made it out of the dormitory building, constantly fearing that his body would not withstand the strain and would split apart. It is simply not worth it. An ability that cannot be used freely is no different from having no ability at all. Just like now, Shun Yi could easily eliminate Baihu. It possesses not even the strength to resist. The growth cycle is excessively prolonged, rendering it unsuitable for Shun Yi. He resolves to contemplate such formidable abilities only when his own physique has been sufficiently strengthened. Furthermore, Shen Yi harbors doubts regarding the existence of time-related abilities. Even if they do exist, they are likely fragmented, akin to his own teleportation, and cannot compare to Baihu's comprehensive prowess. It is essential to recognize that the direction of mutation differs entirely between animals and humans. Murong Shui speaks candidly. At the very least, the card she reveals genuinely astonish Shen Yi. Despite his utmost caution, he could easily fall victim. Were it another ability user, they might unknowingly be ensnared. What other cards do you possess? Shen Yi inquires, turning his gaze towards Murong Shui. He no longer believes that she has no further secrets. If she does not, then it is beyond his control. Murong Shui's expression reflects a sense of helplessness, which does not suggest deceit. Of course, I also have knowledge of where certain ability fruits will appear in the future. This, too, is part of my strategy. Shen Yi is not entirely convinced. He doubts that Murong Shui has divulged all her secrets. She undoubtedly harbors more mysteries. However, the aura emanating from Murong Shui appears even more serene than before, clearly devoid of hostility or ulterior motives. Even if she does conceal secrets, it is unlikely that she intends to conspire against him. With this understanding, Shen Yi refrains from further inquiries. The information he has acquired thus far has already left him astounded. Without his system, he would undeniably be no match for this reincarnated Murong Shui. Indeed, even with the system, should Murong Shui still possess hidden cards and fight desperately, Shen Yi cannot be certain of subduing her unharmed. Fortunately, there is no need for mutual destruction. As long as he develops properly, Shen Yi believes he can surpass Murong Shui. After all, she has a limit to her abilities, while he does not, although the exact reasons elude him. This presents an opportunity. Amidst a whirlwind of thoughts, Shen Yi poses a question he had previously pondered. How does one elevate their abilities? You do not know? Murong Shui is momentarily taken aback, regarding Shen Yi with curiosity. Given the intensity of Shen Yi's displayed abilities, it is evident that he is not merely at the first level. The mental ability that allows communication with her is certainly not of level 1. Otherwise, the communication distance would be quite limited, making it easy for her to intercept. Yet, Shen Yi's communication reaches over 100 meters, perhaps even farther. Such a feat cannot be achieved by a mere first-level ability. I only know of one method, consuming fruits of the same type to upgrade. As Shen Yi speaks, he casually retrieves a fruit from the system space and begins to consume it, seeking to calm himself. Simultaneously, he aims to demonstrate his strength to the proud Murong Shui. Indeed, her astonishment is palpable. So many ability fruits? Are they all the same type? How did you acquire them? Even if a plant-type ability user cultivated them, it would be impossible. She is utterly astonished. Who exactly is Shen Yi? Is he a monster? Seeing Murong Shui's astonished expression, Shen Yi feels a sense of satisfaction and continues. First, answer my question. Murong Shui gazes deeply at Shen Yi before responding. Consuming fruits of the same type can indeed elevate one's abilities. However, this is the most challenging and effective method of upgrade. The difficulty lies in the rarity of such fruits, as they are inherently scarce resources. Even months later, they remain rare. The advantage is that upgrading through ability fruits does not require consideration of other issues. Other issues? Shen Yi inquires, puzzled. Yes. Murong Shui slightly nods and explains. For instance, my mental power was able to upgrade because I overexerted my mental energy, even risking my life, nearly losing half of it, in order to barely achieve the upgrade. The risks associated with this method of upgrade are substantial, and each upgrade becomes increasingly perilous, with the potential to lose one's life during the process. Moreover, this perilous method of upgrading can also lead to aftereffects and side effects. Of course, it is also because my mental power is relatively rare and potent, making the upgrade challenging. If it were another elemental ability, it would be somewhat easier, but certainly not simple. In essence, it requires honing oneself to the utmost before one's abilities can elevate. Shen Yi contemplates. This method of upgrading is indeed reminiscent of Lin Jiwei's prior speculations. That madwoman truly possesses some insight. Roughly so, Murong Shui affirms. Are there any other upgrade methods? I'm not fully aware of all methods for upgrading abilities, as each ability has its own unique approach. Murong Shui gently shakes her head and elaborates. For example, fire-type ability users, I have heard, must enhance their affinity with flames to upgrade, perhaps through close contact with fire. In my past life, I heard of a fire-type ability user who nearly burned themselves to death in an attempt to elevate their level. The well-known methods for upgrading are solely consuming fruits of the same type and pushing the limits of one's abilities to break through between life and death. However, I have also heard rumors in my previous life that the United States seems to have gathered the world's top scientists to develop a gene serum that could assist ability users in evolving. But it also has certain side effects, and I am unsure of its authenticity. After all, I never left Shanxing in my past life. Shun understands now, so that is the case. Other upgrade methods pose significantly greater risks than simply consuming fruits for elevation. Fortunately, he possesses a resource system, allowing for risk-free consumption of fruits for upgrades. However, it is astonishing that the United States has gathered the world's elite scientists to develop a gene serum. It seems that Lin Jiwei accomplished this single-handedly. Is she truly that extraordinary? What was her situation in the past? Why did she not assist Xiaogua in developing a gene serum? Have you heard the name Lin Jiwei? Shuni attempts to inquire. No, who is she? Murong Shui responds, puzzled, as the name sounds feminine. Indeed, since she is not well known, Lin Jiwei's identity must be utterly confidential. Or perhaps she encountered misfortune in her previous life, perishing in the research institute without making any contributions. This lifetime, it is possible that Shun Yi's appearance is what allowed her to survive. Reflecting on it, given this woman's madness and obsession with genetic research, even her brilliance could lead to trouble. Escaping once does not guarantee safety a second time. She is bound to face peril eventually. Even with Shun Yi's protection, she nearly brought about her own demise today. Setting aside these thoughts for the moment, Shun Yi continues to inquire. Do you know how spatial abilities can be upgraded? Aside from consuming fruits of the same type, what other methods exist? Elevating the level of his teleportation would enhance both his defensive and offensive capabilities. Otherwise, he must pause after each teleportation. Should he encounter a formidable mutated creature, that brief moment of hesitation could prove disastrous. Was once again slightly taken aback. I do not know, she replied while shaking her head. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. Even during the 6 months I lived through the apocalypse in my previous life, I only heard of 2 or 3, and none were as formidable as yours. As for methods of advancement, I have never encountered any. However, the process of upgrading spatial abilities must be extraordinarily challenging, given that their intensity far surpasses that of other abilities. Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend the invincibility of Shun Yi's teleportation. Although its destructive capability is not overwhelming, its intensity is undeniably significant. Even if there's a brief pause with each teleport, in a gap of less than a second, how many can truly catch it? Upon hearing his words, Shun Yi felt a pang of regret. Although his teleportation was currently potent, remaining at level 1 would eventually render its strength obsolete. He could only hope for system rewards to see if he could unlock the fruits of his teleportation. As for the method of pushing his limits to upgrade, Shun Yi was not inclined to attempt it. Should it go awry, the consequences would be dire. Nevertheless, Shun Yi did seize upon a crucial point. You lived for half a year in your previous life? Yes, indeed. And even half a year is quite impressive. Asserted, then argued. Shanxing originally had over 30 million inhabitants, yet after 6 months, fewer than 4 million remained. This illustrates the brutality of that apocalypse. Do you believe that there would be military aid in the future? There is none. Nothing at all. All survivors in Shanxing could only rely on themselves for survival. At this juncture, her expression grew solemn as she added, moreover, there exists a particularly terrifying mutated tree within Shanxing. In half a year, it will consume the entire city. It was that disaster that led to my demise. Otherwise, I could have survived for at least another 3 to 5 years, even under the direst conditions. Listening to, Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. So it was indeed that tree again. It certainly posed a formidable threat. So, you never left Shanxing in your previous life, and the spatial ability users you heard of were limited to Shanxing? Shun Yi inquired. Yes. Although there will be methods in the future to communicate with other cities, it is not convenient, so there is little interaction among major cities. The information I possess about other cities is minimal, she replied, her words hinting that while scarce, there was still some. Do not underestimate me. Shun Yi nodded slightly, then questioned, if you knew that Shanxing would be consumed by the tree, why did you not leave in advance? Do you possess any means to combat the mutated tree, or to evade the impending destruction? I'm not familiar with the circumstances of other cities. If I were to leave early and encounter even stronger mutated monsters, it would be far more troublesome, explained. She had indeed considered relocating beforehand, but quickly dismissed the notion. Shancheng was the city where she had lived for the better part of her previous life. She was well aware of the locations of many mutated creatures and could easily avoid them. Additionally, she had a general idea of where some ability fruits were located. As long as she secured these ability fruits, nurturing her subordinates in the future would become far more manageable. Starting anew in a foreign city posed a significant risk. She might fare worse than in her previous life. After all, even the city she remembered as relatively safe would currently be embroiled in chaos, posing its own dangers. Only when humanity unites and resolves the majority of mutated creatures will peace be restored. In summary, the outside world is fraught with peril. No city is exempt. And it is not only the mutated animals and plants that are dangerous. Humanity itself is a threat. As she concluded, gazed at Shen Yi. She had encountered a dangerous human in Shen Yi. Had he not coveted her body and refrained from striking her down, it could have very well resulted in a fatal confrontation for either of them, or even mutual destruction. Shen Yi is not a good person, and neither is. Their personalities share certain similarities. Given the opportunity, they would eliminate any potential threats without hesitation. Do not imply anything to me, Shen Yi remarked, feeling no shame. He then glanced at the white fox on the sofa and asked, if I let it go, can you manage it? If not, I will have to deal with it. Absolutely. Xiao Bai is very clever and can understand speech. Responded promptly. Xiao Bai's abilities were among her most crucial aids for the future. She could not afford to relinquish it lightly. Shen Yi observed the white fox and noted its lack of hostility before releasing his shadow binding. The white fox rose, its vigilant eyes fixed on Shen Yi, yet it did not approach him. Clearly, it too regarded Shen Yi with caution. Is it truly that intelligent? Shen Yi was somewhat surprised. He perceived a semblance of humanity in the fox's gaze. Indeed, Xiao Bai is quite clever, stated as she approached and picked up the white fox, gently stroking its head. The white fox relaxed in her embrace, closing its eyes and beginning to rest once more. This fox resembled a sickly creature, devoid of vitality. Such was the side effect of its potent time-related abilities. It appeared that the mutation of animals extended beyond mere physical changes. Shen Yi pondered, recognizing that the white fox's transformation resembled a different form of evolution. It had acquired abilities, maintained its intellect, refrained from attacking humans indiscriminately, and possessed a high intelligence quotient. Such mutations were indeed rare. And Shen Yi had only encountered this white fox thus far. Now, we must attend to pressing matters, Shen Yi declared as he turned to. It was not merely a quest driven by lust, for while beauty and figure were the most exquisite he had ever seen, his primary objective was to unlock the system rewards while held no animosity towards him. Was a woman of swift emotional changes and great ambition. Such ambitious individuals, regardless of gender, are perilous. Shen Yi would undoubtedly refrain from easily bringing her into his home or placing his trust in her. After all, possessed the ability to alter people's thoughts and perceptions, making it nearly impossible to guard against her schemes against his other women or family. Could we perhaps postpone this? Hesitated. Looking at Shen Yi as she explained, let us first visit Shancheng University. I know of an ability fruit that is ripening in the coming days. If we were to engage in such activities, I fear I will lack the stamina to confront the dangers within the dark mist. Had I not regained some mental fortitude during our conversation, I would find it challenging even to stand. Even so, my current condition is far from optimal. Although my abilities have upgraded through this battle with Shen Yi, the cost has been substantial. Shen Yi has also expended considerable energy, particularly in maintaining the shadow binding on the white fox, resulting in a steady drain on his stamina. That is agreeable. Let us first have something to eat, he replied. All right, I will fetch some canned meat, said, rising to retrieve food. Shen Yi raised his hand to stop her, then retrieved 3 roasted chickens and 2 large bottles of Bai-C cola from the spatial system. Canned meat could never compare to the aroma of freshly roasted chicken, especially when paired with a carbonated beverage. Shen Yi had expended considerable energy today and was genuinely hungry. His appetite peaked. Spatial ability to store food? You possess 2 spatial abilities? Mu Rong Shui exclaimed, her expression one of astonishment. Spatial abilities were exceedingly rare. In her previous life, Mu Rong Shui had lived for over half a year and had only heard tales of them, never having witnessed one herself. Yet in this life, merely half a month into the apocalypse, Shen Yi had astonishingly acquired 2. Mu Rong Shui felt utterly numbed by the shock. How could anyone be so fortunate? The abilities Shun Yi had already displayed would be considered rare and highly practical even 6 months later. With such an abundance of powers, it was no wonder he would seek companionship in a life of ease where sustenance was not a concern. It seemed only natural that a normal man's heart would be swayed by women. In the survival of the fittest, the appreciation of beauty is a natural inclination. Those empowered individuals in her previous life who lived comfortably often had multiple partners. Some exceptionally strong female abilities even supported several men. In this apocalyptic world, the strong held the power to do as they wished. The only thing that could limit one's desires was a lack of strength. Shen Yi did not feel the need to explain anything to Mu Rongshui. He simply indulged in the roasted chicken and drank the cola. Eating heartily while hungry was simply delightful. Moreover, the imminent acquisition of an ability fruit made Shun Yi even more content. This was one of the benefits Mu Rongshui brought. Future information, resources. If he had simply killed her, he would have lost all these advantages. Mu Rongshui was not one to be polite. She poured herself a glass of cola and took a chicken leg to eat. She perceived their relationship as a partnership. And since she could also provide ample food, consuming Shun Yi's chicken did not seem like taking advantage. So delicious. I feel like it has been ages since I've tasted such fresh and delectable chicken. Mu Rongshui mused as she bit into the chicken leg. Almost everyone who has ever tasted freshly roasted chicken would agree on its delightful flavor, and Shun Yi shared this sentiment. He felt that the resources unlocked by the system were entirely different from those purchased from a restaurant. Your supplies are all stored with me, Shun Yi remarked casually while eating the chicken. Mu Rongshui did not expect to be treated with courtesy, nor would Shun Yi extend any. As long as he controlled all her resources, even if she harbored ambitions, she would have to tread carefully. All right. Mu Rongshui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. She recalled that the spatial ability to store items could prevent food from spoiling and being affected by the black mist. Although she resided on the 18th floor, where the black mist would not reach, it was always best to be prepared. The ability to store food with spatial powers was something many would envy. Moreover, Shun Yi's tone was not one of negotiation. The disagreement would hold no weight. After they both had their fill, Shun Yi collected all the food and equipment stored by Mu Rongshui, including drinks and various alcoholic beverages, into the system space. Simultaneously, he scanned the room with his mental perception to ensure nothing was overlooked, leaving him satisfied. Throughout the process, Mu Rongshui remained silent. However, Shun Yi noticed that her home was adorned with numerous potted plants, present in the bedroom, the living room, the kitchen, and even on the balcony. Initially, Shun Yi assumed Mu Rongshui, an enthusiast of the apocalypse, simply enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. But now, knowing she was a reincarnated individual, those plants must hold significance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that all the plants were normal, none mutated. This suggested that these plants could potentially yield ability fruits. Clearly, Mu Rongshui had meticulously collected these flora. With this thought in mind, Shun Yi turned to Mu Rongshui and inquired, "How many ability fruits do you currently possess?" "Just 2, not many. Most of these plants have yet to bear ability fruits, and you may not be aware. But not all unmutated plants will yield ability fruits," Mu Rongshui explained, having sensed Shun Yi's gaze. She then urged, "It's getting dark. We should set off quickly." "Yes, but before we leave, hand over all the ability fruits you have stored," Shun Yi demanded, extending his hand. Respect? Human rights? Equality? All of that was non-existent. This household only required one leader. Mu Rongshui immediately furrowed her brow. "We are merely partners. You have yet to provide me with any assistance. Yet you wish to take everything I possess?" The request for her stored resources made her uncomfortable, and now he wanted her ability fruits as well. This felt rather excessive. "Give it to me." Shun Yi remained unyielding, staring at Mu Rongshui. She said nothing, merely locking eyes with him. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The white fox seemed to sense the shift and opened its striking eyes, watching Shun Yi warily. However, Shun Yi paid it no mind. Just a mere beast. If it could not discern its place, it would be dealt with. Though he remained cautious of the white fox's time abilities, that did not mean he feared it. The limitations of its time powers rendered them less practical than his shadow binding. Certainly, Shun Yi did not fully trust the information Mu Rongshui had disclosed. Perhaps the white fox's abilities could be released from distance. Nevertheless, even if Mu Rongshui deceived him, he would be able to evade danger swiftly, as he maintained a safe distance from the white fox. He had never completely trusted Mu Rongshui, because she mirrored his own nature, equally ruthless, equally unscrupulous, equally ambitious. Zhou Li often reflected on his own cunning. Thus he understood that Mu Rongshui, being similar to him, was equally treacherous and required double the caution. Ultimately, it was Mu Rongshui who yielded in their standoff. Once the first concession was made, the second and third would surely follow. Since she had decided to engage in a trade with Zhou Li, that marked her initial compromise. I can give you one ability fruit now, but you must tell me how you broke through the limits of the human body to acquire more than 3 abilities. This was also part of the terms of our previous agreement. Mu Rongshui stated, producing an ability fruit from her sleeve. It was unclear how she had concealed it. Even with his mental perception, Zhou Li had failed to detect it. This woman undoubtedly harbored many secrets. The more ambitious a person, the more secrets they tended to possess. Zhou Li accepted the ability fruit and replied, "Give me the other one as well, and I will tell you." You. Mu Rongshui was taken aback, infuriated. This scoundrel. How can one be so audacious, so shameless, so utterly unrepentant? Even more so than the merchants I have previously encountered in the marketplace. It would be a pity for such a scoundrel not to become a people's entrepreneur. Taking a deep breath, Mu Rongshui forcibly suppressed her anger and retrieved another ability fruit from her sleeve, declaring, "Fine, I shall give you everything. However, you must consume both ability fruits in my presence. I want to witness with my own eyes that you are not deceiving me." The fruits in question were skin hardening and transformation ability. Mu Rongshui was eager to see how Zhou Li acquired more than 3 abilities. Otherwise, she feared that her considerable investment would be in vain. Zhou Li naturally did not refuse. He accepted the second ability fruit and casually tossed it into his mouth. Before he could even savor the flavor, it was already digested. Subsequently, a slight warmth spread across his skin, indicating that this ability fruit was related to fortifying the body. Zhou Li glanced at his system panel, reassured that it was unseen by anyone else, including Mu Rongshui. Skin hardening. LV1 Your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attacks. Is this it? Zhou Li felt utterly speechless. He finally understood why Mu Rongshui had not consumed this ability fruit. Indeed, it was a rather useless ability. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. Having acquired his 6th ability, Zhou Li felt no adverse reactions from his body, confirming that he could still gain more abilities. He then consumed the other ability fruit. A refreshing sensation coursed through him, suggesting yet another new ability. Transformation ability. LV1, you can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remembered. The transformation consumes your stamina continuously, and transforming into animals will double the stamina cost. Currently, you cannot transform into large animals significantly bigger than yourself. This ability seems intriguing. Observing the system description, Zhou Li pondered. It appeared that this transformation ability provided considerable operational scope. For instance, if he transformed into a mosquito or a sparrow, would he not be able to fly? This would effectively grant him a reconnaissance capability while also allowing for disguise. However, such an ability would be more suitable for his woman, enabling her to act as a scout. Consuming it himself would only grant him additional transformation options, which were not particularly beneficial. After all, in terms of reconnaissance capability, telepathy was undoubtedly the most formidable. Moreover, it posed minimal risk. Of course, the ability to disguise oneself as anyone he had seen was also quite remarkable. Soon after, Zhou Li reviewed his current personal panel. Host, Zhou Li H, 20, Combat Power, 55, excluding any external enhancements, Unlock Supplies, Schweischer Master Mineral Water, Freshly Roasted Chicken, Type 54 Handgun, Grade A Beefsteak. Ability Fruit, Telepathy Luxurious Self-Heating Hot Pot. Ability Fruit, Mental Connection, Ripe Black Watermelon. Obtain abilities, Physical Evolution LV1, Teleportation LV1, Telepathy LV10, Shadow Binding LV1. Mental Connection LV6, Skin Hardening LV1, Transformation Ability LV1, Physical Evolution LV1. Your body has undergone an evolution for some reason, significantly enhancing your strength, speed, endurance, and overall health. Teleportation LV1. You can instantaneously move a distance of 20 meters. As teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain and any control or binding skills during the move. As long as your stamina permits, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy. LV10, you can perceive all hostile and benevolent intentions within an 8,000-meter radius and can see all scenes within that range without relying on your eyes. Unaffected by any obstacles. Shadow binding. LV1, within a distance of 20 meters, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets to bind them. As long as you control a target's shadow, they cannot take any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you expend. Conversely, the weaker the target, the less stamina is consumed. Mental connection. LV6, you can establish a mental connection with others, conveying messages and sharing visions. The maximum number of connections is currently 40, with a maximum distance of 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target already linked, the maximum distance doubles and does not count towards the connection limit. Skin hardening, LV1. Transformation ability, LV1. His combat power had increased by 10 points, which was quite commendable. This indicated that if utilized wisely, these two abilities could enhance his combat prowess significantly. Unfortunately, without an infinite supply of fruits for upgrades. If he were to elevate his level, these two abilities could unleash unexpected power. Presently, Shun Yi's highest level was in telepathy, now at level 10, with a maximum perceptive distance of 8,000 meters, an impressive 8 kilometers. Moreover, it could continue to level up. 100 kilometers seemed like a dream within reach. After all, with unlimited fruit, he could consume dozens of them whenever he wished. Upgrading was hardly a challenge, as long as he did not overindulge and endanger himself. The sole disadvantage of consuming fruits for upgrades was that one should not eat too many at once. A pause was needed before further consumption. You mean to say you have effortlessly acquired two abilities? Murong Shui gazed at Shun Yi, her expression one of disbelief. He exhibited not even the slightest sign of rejection. Even before she could process it, Shun Yi had consumed both ability fruits. She had hoped to observe closely the changes in Shun Yi's body. Typically, when a normal person acquires a new ability, there would be some subtle difference. Yet, Shun Yi showed no signs of change, not even a shift in his complexion. Murong Shui could not help but doubt whether he had truly consumed the fruits or if he had merely feigned the act to deceive her. Two abilities, one being skin hardening, and the other transformation. As Shun Yi spoke, he willed his body to swiftly change. In mere seconds, his appearance transformed to mirror Murong Shui's, a perfect replica, down to height and voice. The only difference was that his clothing and shoes could not change alongside him. Nonetheless, it was astonishing. Murong Shui stared at Shun Yi, her eyes wide with shock. It was indeed true. He could infinitely stack abilities. Transformation ability? So this was its essence. She murmured softly, seemingly taken aback. You also do not know what these two ability fruits entail. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Murong Shui nodded, responding matter-of-factly, of course I do not know. I cannot possibly remember every fruit. At most, I can recall the general locations of a few particularly powerful ability fruits. If we could locate plant-based superhumans, it would greatly simplify our search for superfruit, and we might even discern the unique abilities possessed by these fruits. Furthermore, could you revert to your original form? It feels rather peculiar to gaze upon another version of myself. With a mere thought, Shun Yi transformed back. He realized that the ability to shape-shift was quite taxing, consuming more energy than telepathy. Perhaps this was due to the higher level of his telepathy, which resulted in reduced energy expenditure. Nevertheless, the experience of transformation was quite remarkable. It felt as though he had completely become a woman, without any discomfort. His voice and body structure had altered entirely, inside and out. This was not merely a disguise. It was a complete metamorphosis. Upon reflection, the shape-shifting ability seemed rather impressive. Suddenly, a thought dawned on Shun Yi. If he were gravely injured and on the brink of death, could he instantly transform into a resilient creature? Would his severe wounds then diminish to mere minor injuries? Moreover, if he shape-shifted into a mutated animal, could he acquire its extraordinary abilities? Testing this theory was imperative. Only through personal experience could he ascertain its validity. Shun Yi glanced at the white fox lounging on the sofa, and his form began to shrink rapidly, soon transforming into a white fox. However, as he felt the emptiness of his new body, disappointment washed over him. He had not acquired the time manipulation ability of the white fox. It stood to reason that if transformation could bestow the powers of the target, he should have gained Murong Shui's abilities when he took on her form. Yet, that was not the case. Even though his appearance and body had completely morphed into that of Murong Shui, he could not access her powers. Thus, it appeared that the shape-shifting ability was not particularly practical. merely a trivial advantage. Well, let us set forth. Shen Yi ceased his experiments, reverting to his original appearance and dressing himself. The white fox on the sofa gazed at Shen Yi's transformations with wide, astonished eyes. For a fleeting moment, it almost mistook him for its own duplicate. You have yet to inform me how to transcend human limitations and acquire more abilities. Murong Shue's gaze was fixed intently on Shen Yi. From a previous scene, she was convinced that her dealings with Shen Yi were not misguided. This man truly possessed the potential to acquire abilities without limitation. The number of abilities could potentially be infinite. In such a scenario, even a pig could become invincible. While I am uncertain of the exact reasons, a researcher in my sanctuary suggested that my genes might have undergone some mutation due to the black mist, allowing me to transcend human limitations and accommodate greater powers. Shen Yi paused deliberately, his tone laced with allure. That researcher is studying my genes. If her research proves fruitful, perhaps others might also break their limits like I have. Murong Shue listened with skepticism, not easily swayed. She suspected Shen Yi was not being entirely truthful. But this could easily be verified. May I meet this researcher? She inquired. Not at present. We shall discuss it later, Shen Yi replied, unwilling to let Murong Shue meet any of his other women, especially Lin Jiwei, who possessed critical skills. Should Murong Shue manipulate Lin Jiwei's perceptions with her abilities, it could lead to complications. Although Lin Jiwei's mental fortitude had been enhanced, making her less susceptible to manipulation, caution was still warranted. Moreover, Shen Yi resolved to keep Murong Shue away from his sister and grandmother. He even harbored doubts that his sister's thoughts might have been tampered with by Murong Shue. He intended to consult with Lin Jiwei later to explore methods for testing whether his sister's cognition had been altered. Nonetheless, Shen Yi speculated that Murong Shue likely had not interfered with his sister. Otherwise, she would not have openly disclosed her ability to modify perceptions. Akin to revealing a hidden weakness, Murong Shue was not that foolish. Subsequently, they departed without the white fox, as it perpetually appeared lethargic and would only hinder their progress. The rain had intensified since earlier. Upon exiting the building, Shen Yi retrieved 2 umbrellas from his system space, offering one to Murong Shue. He had thoughtlessly collected them at the supermarket, and they had proven to be quite useful. By now, evening had fallen. Although the black mist blurred the lines between day and night, the absence of sunlight still influenced Shen Yi's telepathy. While his telepathy could penetrate the black mist and provide insight, absolute darkness rendered clarity impossible. In such cases, Lin Jiwei's night vision proved more practical. Nonetheless, the night was not entirely devoid of light. The moon and stars illuminated the surroundings, presenting only minor challenges. What is it? Do you sense danger? Murong Shue inquired, noting Shen Yi's furrowed brow, suspecting he might have detected a threat. The advantage of sensing superhumans lay in the abundance of information, allowing for early detection of danger and evasion. It is nothing. Let us proceed, Shen Yi replied, shaking off his thoughts. He had indeed seen several formidable mutated creatures, but they were situated 8 kilometers away and in a different direction from the school, so they would not encounter them this time. With a level 10 telepathy and an 8-kilometer range of vision, the experience was undeniably exhilarating. However, Shen Yi's brain was not infallible. He could not instantaneously process all the information within his field of vision and needed to scrutinize carefully. After all, within an 8-kilometer radius, the sheer volume of information regarding buildings, mutated flora and fauna, and survivors was overwhelming. If he did not pay careful attention, he could easily overlook critical details. Shen Yi had also preemptively mapped out the route to the school, identifying the most direct path devoid of mutated creatures. Before long, he and Murong Shue arrived at the school in under 10 minutes. The superfruit might be located near the cafeteria, an area, but I'm uncertain if it has ripened, Murong Shue remarked. Let us investigate, Shen Yi suggested, once more scanning the cafeteria in Area A with his telepathy. To his surprise, he detected several survivors inside, who, instead of seeking higher ground, were hiding within the black mist. Their reasoning eluded him. Soon after, Shen Yi and Murong Shue made their way to the cafeteria. Along the journey, Shen Yi continued to utilize his telepathy to survey the survivors in the school, hoping to find girls that met the system's criteria. Compared to a fortnight ago, the school now appeared markedly desolate, with significantly fewer survivors present. However, the number of corpses had increased considerably. Some had succumbed to thirst, others to starvation, and some had been slain, yet it seemed that many students had fled the school. Whether they encountered danger during their escape or returned home safely remained uncertain. Were those students cooking in the cafeteria? Are there still prepared meals available? Shun Yi furrowed his brow. The cafeteria was shrouded in darkness, rendering Shun Yi unable to discern the food simmering within the pots. However, it was quite normal for the living to prepare meals. Although the food exposed to the murky black mist would quickly spoil, it could still be consumed swiftly before it deteriorated. Shun Yi held little interest in the cafeteria fare. If it had been a large shopping mall or supermarket, he would have raided the place, as there were numerous items of use, clothing, shoes, and various ornaments, resources that would soon become non-renewable. Although his system might eventually unlock new features, the requirement to shelter a woman to access a new resource made him uncertain about when he would obtain what he needed. This uncertainty was why Shun Yi periodically scavenged supermarkets and malls. Even junk food might become unattainable in the future, so he aimed to collect as much as possible while it was still available, especially since his system had infinite space and thus did not worry about taking up room. What type of power does this ability fruit possess? Approaching within 100 meters of the cafeteria, Shun Yi turned his gaze towards Mu Rongxue. 92. A discovery that meets the system's criteria. I am unsure. Mu Rongxue gently shook her head and explained. I heard about it from the survivors of a shelter I joined in my past life. They mentioned that the deputy head of their shelter was a university student from Shanshong who acquired his ability near the cafeteria. His power was quite formidable, which is why I subconsciously remembered it. Does this imply that the individual who obtained this ability is likely one of those students in the cafeteria? Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. I do not know. I never encountered him. I left that shelter within 3 days of joining. Much of Mu Rongshue's knowledge was hearsay, and even she was uncertain of its veracity. Were it not for Shun Yi, she would not have dared to venture to the school to investigate the potential existence of ability fruits. However, given Shun Yi's formidable strength, visiting the school was not particularly perilous, and even if they failed to locate any ability fruits, there would be no significant loss. At worst, it would merely be a fruitless trip. Subsequently, Shun Yi activated his mental perception, meticulously examining all the flora surrounding the cafeteria. Though visibility was limited at night, it was still quite easy to identify unmutated plants. After a thorough search, he discovered a small patch of unmutated weeds behind the cafeteria, where a few blossoms were blooming. Raindrops the size of beans relentlessly pelted the flowers, causing them to sway precariously. At the center of a yellow blossom, a colorful fruit was nestled. If not for careful observation, it would have gone unnoticed. He found it. Shun Yi instantly teleported to the spot and plucked the ability fruit, placing it into his system space before teleporting back to Mu Rongshue's side. This entire sequence of actions transpired in less than 10 seconds. Mu Rongxue watched in awe as Shun Yi vanished and reappeared almost instantaneously, exclaiming, "The spatial ability is truly remarkable." Originally, she had hoped to acquire a spatial ability herself, but was concerned about its substantial energy consumption and the difficulty in leveling up, fearing it might hinder her own strength development. Of course, there was an even more significant reason. Mu Rongxue was uncertain of where the spatial ability fruits might appear. All her information regarding ability fruits had been gleaned through hearsay. Were it not for her strong mental acuity and enhanced memory, allowing her to retain vital information, she would have struggled to locate even a handful of ability fruits, let alone the rare spatial ones. Shall we return home now? Mu Rongxue inquired of Shun Yi. She had prepared herself for the night's offering. Perhaps only by becoming Shun Yi's woman could she earn his true trust and thereby receive his assistance. No rush. I have some matters to attend to, Shun Yi replied through mental perception, noting that a considerable number of survivors had gathered in the school supermarket, including some of his classmates and roommates. I can hardly believe you all are still alive. What good fortune, Shun Yi murmured softly. Since they were alive, he would personally aid in their liberation. Otherwise, his thoughts would remain unfulfilled. In addition, Shun Yi identified a girl who met the system's criteria. Ding! Detected a goddess meeting system standards. Commencing detailed scan. Name, Hanrawashi. Age, 21. Appearance, 91 points. Figure, 96 points. Inner qualities, 100 points. Untouched. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation, shelter her to unlock a random resource. This girl possessed an impressive physique. Clad in a white, form-fitting sports outfit that appeared unwashed for some time, her face bore a slight dirtiness that obscured her 91-point beauty. Through his ability to see through surfaces, Shun Yi observed slight muscle definition on her thighs and abdomen, indicating she was likely an individual who exercised regularly. It was no wonder her physique achieved a score of 96 points. Indeed, the larger the population, the easier it was to find women who met the system standards. The supermarket housed around 70 to 80 survivors, half of whom were female. Yet, among them, only Han Roashi exemplified the athletic beauty that met the criteria. As they observed, Shun Yi and Mu Rongxue skillfully evaded the mutated plants within the black mist, holding an umbrella as they approached the supermarket entrance. The doors were firmly locked, guarded by several armed young men. It appeared that a small refuge had been established within the supermarket. However, constructing a shelter in the black mist would waste a considerable amount of drinking water daily. The only reason this refuge had not collapsed was due to the supermarket's ample supplies. Otherwise, it would have crumbled long ago. Purely university students lacked the survival experience. I shall break the door, Mu Rongxue declared, her mental strength having recovered somewhat, allowing her to utilize her telekinesis. To her, Shen Yi's purpose for entering the supermarket was undoubtedly to scavenge for supplies. She shared the same intention. Since Shun Yi possessed spatial abilities, it was imperative to fill that space to the brim. No need. We can simply enter, Shun Yi replied, casting a glance at Mu Rongxue. The woman was clearly aware of the survivors inside, yet still insisted on a forceful entry, seemingly disregarding the presence of others and not worrying about collateral damage. With that, Shun Yi grasped Mu Rongxue's arm and teleported several times, circumventing the students at the entrance and arriving inside the supermarket. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by the flashlights and candles wielded by the students. Yet, due to the encroaching black mist, visibility extended only a few meters, and no one noticed Shun Yi and Mu Rongxue's entry. Thus, Shun Yi began to scour the supermarket shelves, collecting an assortment of his favorite snacks and uncontaminated carbonated beverages into his system space. He refrained from taking everything. Items like instant noodles and self-heating hot pots did not appeal to him. He preferred to leave some supplies for the survivors, allowing them a chance to survive. There was no need to be utterly ruthless. After all, only by preserving humanity and maintaining a sufficient population could he hope to find more women who met the system standards. Leaving a path for others is, in essence, an investment in oneself. Is your anomaly space full? Mu Rongxue voiced her confusion upon witnessing this scene. No. Then why do you not take all these instant noodles? And the snacks over here? Mu Rongxue found it incomprehensible. She had no intention of leaving anything for the other survivors. Who would ever have too much food? This is the apocalypse. Food and water have become nearly non-renewable resources. By offering others a lifeline, one might end up starving themselves. Moreover, even the junk food she does not consume could be distributed to subordinates as rewards. After all, Mu Rongxue harbored ambitions of establishing a refuge, aspiring to be the sovereign during the end times. In such a role, resources are undeniably crucial. As for the lives of strangers, why should I care? Mu Rongxue was utterly indifferent to whether these students would starve to death. Shun Yi, aware of this woman's temperament, refrained from explaining further. Instead, he selected some snacks he favored to store in his space. Subsequently, he utilized telepathy to locate Jean Rue and the counselor, who were engaged in conversation. Once classmates and teachers, they now appeared utterly disheveled. Even a single bottle of water had to be shared among several people. Although the supermarket was stocked with numerous bottles of mineral water and beverages, they dared not squander them, for such indulgence would lead to a swift demise. Only in dire circumstances, when engulfed by the black mist, would they take a sip to sustain themselves momentarily. You are truly pitiful. Shun Yi emerged from the black mist, speaking with an air of indifference. The gathered individuals were momentarily taken aback by the sudden voice, instinctively turning to see the newcomer. Upon realizing it was Shun Yi, the burly Jean Rue sprang to his feet, his face contorted with rage, pointing at him and cursing. Shun Yi, how dare you show your face? I thought you had fled when I couldn't find you in the dormitory. Yet here you are, presenting yourself. Today, I shall make you aware of the price for your bravado. Reflect on yourself. Why am I only targeting you? Shun Yi, today I will teach you the cost of your online bravado. Jean Rue's fists clenched tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously as he advanced menacingly toward Shun Yi. His animosity toward Shun Yi served merely as a trigger. The true reason was the prolonged period of frustration he had endured, unable to contact his family. Suffering from hunger and thirst, and constantly living in fear of death. He was suffocated by an overwhelming tide of negative emotions that demanded release. Coincidentally, Shun Yi had become the target for his pent-up rage. The other students, including classmates and the counselor, showed no inclination to intervene. Shun Yi's earlier display of food opulence had garnered resentment from some. Furthermore, in the absence of law and order, there was no consequence for Jiang Rui should he choose to severely punish Shun Yi or even kill him. Humanity was no longer bound by legal constraints, and moral standards had significantly eroded. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the air. The onlookers gasped as a figure was violently hurled backward, crashing into the thick black mist, followed by a piercing scream that was abruptly silenced. It was Jiang Rui. All the students and teachers stared in disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. What has happened? How did Jiang Rui suddenly fly away? No one had touched him. In the eyes of the crowd, Jiang Rui had been menacingly approaching Shun Yi, yet without warning, he was sent soaring backward. What was even more alarming was that he appeared to have sustained severe injury, losing consciousness, perhaps even his life, without uttering another sound. This was nothing short of a supernatural event. No, that's incorrect. This is a superpower, just like Zhao Tao's power. Suddenly, a quick-witted student exclaimed, his voice tinged with undeniable shock. The others, upon hearing this, were gripped by fear, instinctively rising and retreating, their gazes toward Shun Yi filled with dread and disbelief. Shun Yi, could he also possess superpowers? How could this be possible? Reactions varied among the students. Some were astonished, others terrified, some filled with dread, and others unable to accept the reality. Shun Yi disregarded the crowd's reactions, coldly directing his gaze toward Murong Shui. Who permitted you to act? Are you still clinging to the bonds of friendship, unwilling to kill this man? Murong Shui furrowed her brow. She had just used her mental powers to annihilate the brain of the man who provoked Shun Yi. He had perished the moment he was propelled outward. Yet Shun Yi's inquiry irked her. I helped you, and you turn on me? Moreover, it is the apocalypse. Why concern oneself with emotions? Shun Yi, expressionless, replied, I did not wish for his death to be so swift. Murong Shui fell silent for a moment. So, this is his perspective. It seems I have overstepped. Although she had sensed some discord between Shun Yi and that man, she had not anticipated the depth of their animosity. After all, Shun Yi was not one to show mercy. How could he allow someone who insulted him to go unpunished merely out of sense of camaraderie? Do not act rashly next time. Shun Yi coldly warned, yet he did not chastise her excessively. Despite his annoyance at her actions, he understood her intent was to assist him, rendering it unnecessary to become enraged. His gaze then swept over the terrified students. Shun Yi, this is not our